Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for more fun. Chapter 86. Zoro's face was extremely solemn. Is that the real momentum of Eagle Eye, the world's largest swordsman? Too strong. Zoro stood still, dripping cold sweat on his face. And the eyes of the heavens and worlds turned once again, looking at the next 7 warlords of the sea. Doflamingo was wearing a pink feather coat and laughing arrogantly. Phew 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 phew. Seeing Dover's exaggerated dress, the heavens and the world were shocked again. Little lowly Xiaodo had disgust in her eyes. This person, why is it unpleasant to look at it? Really annoying. Broken Star touched Daodu's hair. Don't underestimate this Dover. Although his aura is not as good as Hawkeye, it is not too bad. Xiaodo nodded, but still looked down on Dover in her heart. Later, the bear and Moria appear. The heavens and myriad worlds were shocked again. These two people are too high. The pirate world is indeed such a monster. And looking at the aura of Neng and Moria, the heavens and the realms are slightly solemn. Keep looking down. Luffy jumped straight up. Look, look. Sent by Jinbei. Jinbei has appeared. Since there is no top war lane, Jinbei was not removed from 7 warlords of the sea. And for the Fishmen Island, and the Straw Hat Pirate Group at this time, he did not take the initiative to resign from this position. After all, the identity of 7 warlords of the sea can provide a lot of convenience for the Fishmen Island and the Straw Hat Pirates. Therefore, Jinbei is also natural to accept the compulsory recruitment of the world government. Seeing Jinbei wearing a cloak, the Straw Hat Pirates was thrilled. Then, the appearance of Blackbeard's figure appeared in the eyes of everyone in the world. He grinned, showing jagged teeth, and laughed. Thief, ha 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 ha. Seeing the appearance of Blackbeard, the heavens and worlds disliked it for a while. This is even more disgusting than Doflamingo. Sengoku stood at the highest point, looking at the group of 7 warlords of the sea with a somewhat ugly expression. If they were not useful, Sengoku would not have kept them. This time, if Sengoku dared to go to work but didn't work hard, Sengoku would take a demonstration on the spot. As for Blackbeard, the least listening lord, why should he accept the call? Sengoku can think clearly with his eyes closed. Blackbeard must be watching the battle between Marine and Konoha. It will definitely be good to win. It doesn't hurt to lose. So he came, with a very simple purpose. It's paddling, and if Marine wins, he squats better. The fact is exactly the same. Blackbeard laughed, and didn't have the slightest idea of doing anything in his heart. Most 7 warlords of the sea think so. Dover, Moria, and Blackbeard are all 3. Finally, everyone turned their eyes to the last person. She is also the only woman in 7 warlords of the sea. The Pirate Empress, Boa Hancock. Empress Hancock wore a pair of red high heels. The legs under the cheongsam are looming, and the graceful curves are even more obvious. Moment. Many men in the heavens and worlds have the urge to be petrified. Among Marine soldiers. If it hadn't been for Sengoku had already ordered, not let them look back. So now there must be many petrochemicals on the spot. The face of the female emperor once again shocked the heavens and all realms. Shonda, is this the face of my emperor? Surprised. Tony Stark, it's so pretty. The empress is really attractive. Genos, ah. Some can't resist it, it's so good. Sanji in the Straw Hat Pirates group has been petrified. Nami chased him madly. The countless men in the heavens and worlds also knelt directly because of the face of the Empress. But it is different from the focus of most people in the heavens and the world. Aizen in Sui Palace fixed his gaze on Blackbeard. Looking at Blackbeard, who was laughing and not showing any sense of existence at all, a slight smile flashed in Aizen's eyes. This Blackbeard is really interesting. The same goes for Ichimaru-jin in the audience, with a deep smile on his face. At this time, everyone in the heavens and worlds looked at once again. Although the female emperor is beautiful, she has also been diluted a lot with this iron and blooded aura. Behind 7 warlords of the sea, a group of fierce presences walked out. The 16 Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters stood in a row and walked forward. Boom! The heavens and 10,000 realms were shocked in an instant. I go. Is this Vice Admiral from Naval Headquarters? The aura of their being together, this is too tyrannical. It feels like 7 warlords of the sea is strong, but the combined momentum is not as strong as these 16 Vice Admiral. Nonsense. That is marine, of course the iron-blooded aura is stronger than that of Shishibukai. Vice Admiral, the headquarters of the Voice Mouse, Ghost Spider, Doberman, etc., stood behind 7 warlords of the sea, and rushed forward. But this is not over yet. War Momomaru of Marine Science Corps led a group of pacifists out. Yo! Yo! The ground was shaking slightly. Every step of the many tall pacifists will make the hearts of countless people in the heavens and all realms hold fast. Shonda has some doubts. Boss, how come these pacifists look like that big bear? Could it be that they copied that big bear? Bai Yuekui shook his head cautiously. Those pacifists should all be robots. Robot? Shonda and others said differently in an instant. And the one above the lighthouse? Gundam. Bai Yuekui shook his head and did not continue to speak. Everyone also kept their doubts and watched patiently. Then. Here comes the highlight. Numerous Vice Admiral, Rear Admiral, and ordinary soldiers of Naval Headquarters began to shout. First to get out. They are 2 Admiral candidates of Naval Headquarters, Momuzagi and Cha. Talmian carried Jinsaluo on his waist, and the great swordsman's aura was undoubtedly revealed. The ugly-looking T-Dolphin stood beside her, and the 2 looked into the distance together. Furthermore, the shouts continued to skyrocket. In the shocked eyes of the heavens, how is the king, 10,000 realms? Admiral of Headquarters, Kizaru, Polosalino. Admiral of Headquarters, Akainu, Sakazuki. Admiral of Headquarters, Aokiji, Kyuzan. Dressed in shock of justice, the 3 came out together. Every time the 3 of them took a step forward, their momentum became stronger. Especially Akainu, he walks in the middle. Even though there is no lava transpiration on his body, his iron and blood aura is still at its peak. Shanda slapped his thigh. I rely on it. My idol Akainu is out. This momentum is too amazing. And that Kizaru, they are so powerful. Beside them there is an admiral who hasn't seen him before, is that the young man? It looks like it's not weak at all. Bai Yuekui's eyes were slightly shocked. The strength and aura of the 3 of them, none of them is stronger than that group of 7 warlords of the sea. Several people nodded in agreement. Chapter 87. Subsequently. In all the voices of Marine Hero, Iron Fist Garp and Naval Headquarters Chief Staff Officer, and Vice Admiral Crane walked to Sengoku's side. The shouts of Marine officers reached a climax in an instant. The entire lineup of Naval Headquarters is also revealed. Scientific forces fight Momomaru, pacifists. The 16 powerful Vice Admiral from Naval Headquarters. 7 warlords of the sea. Hawkeye, Empress, Dover, Bear, Moria, Jinbei, Blackbeard. 2 Admiral alternates. Momuzagi. T-Dolphin. 3 Marine Admiral. Asterisk. Yellow Ape. Qing Xiang. Naval Headquarters Chief Staff Officer, Crane Vice Admiral. Marine Hero, Tekken, Garp. Marshal of Naval Headquarters, Sengoku of Buddha. Seeing Marines line up, which can be described as luxurious and terrifying, the heavens and the world are full of enthusiasm. Super God Universe. Seeing Marines' current lineup, even the angels are slightly moved. If you don't use the powerful star-killing technology, you may be there except for the Holy Gai Sha and Tianji Wang Hexi. The combined momentum of these ordinary angels is not as good as the naval headquarters at this moment. Aboard the Devil Queen, all the big and small demons were a little shocked. Morgana looked at the powerful lineup and iron-blooded momentum of naval headquarters, and 643 shock flashed across her face. Ado, learn a lesson, and then exercise our demon army like this. I think our demon army will be able to have such a momentum one day. Achuo nodded, yes, my queen. A senior demon on the side slandered himself secretly. The queen really doesn't know how to find the reason from her. Our demon legion is not good, isn't it, because she is like a queen? If Morgana heard these words, he would be able to make him into an atom on the spot. In the spirit cage world, Shanda was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Boss, you said, how can Konoha fight this battle? This naval headquarters is too exaggerated. This top combat power feels completely beyond the standard. Oni-san Broken Stars are all nodding their heads. Fatty, this is the only time you are right. This naval headquarters is so strong, I can't imagine how Konoha will resist it. Everyone nodded and looked at naval headquarters solemnly. Punch the world. Genos was a little shocked. Teacher, you said, Marine and Konoha, who will win this game? Saitama couldn't help feeling his head. I do not know either. Marvel Universe. Thanos looked at naval headquarters, and his eyes flashed with smiles. Although the naval headquarters is not big, in his opinion, the military strength is very small. But the powerful momentum of naval headquarters. But even the main army under his command is inferior. Even if it weren't for him, trying to wipe out the naval headquarters in front of him would have suffered heavy losses. Thanos looked at those strong men in Marine, with thoughts in his eyes. And gradually, the screen moved from naval headquarters to the other side. Hokage World. Fire Country Konoha Village. At this time, it was only an hour before the official start of the war. Konoha's entire area was also completely enveloped by a golden light. Senju Hashirama and others are also preparing for the final battle. The large and small houses in the village have been removed, and they are all prepared for this battle. Among them, Yamato has played many roles. Using wood style, he quickly moved many houses. This was even praised by the first Hokage generation, Senju Hashirama. It made Yamato excited for a while. After all, the ancestor of wood style is Senju Hashirama. To be praised by him, Yamato was not in vain. Senju Hashirama stands in the village. The command of Namikaze Minato and others have already moved to the bottom of Hokage Rock. In the cave there were villagers who Konoha could not fight. And whole. At this time, a golden battle flag was erected. Namikaze Minato regards this as the commander-in-chief, they are the last line of defense of the battle flag. Senju Hashirama stood at the top of the Hokage office building and said solemnly. Everyone, it's time to test Konoha. Konoha, past me, Tobirama, and then third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Nowadays, there is a, Ajft, fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato. Our will of fire has been passed down from generation to generation and will never cease. We must firmly believe that we can hold this day. Konoha, desperately want to defend this day. As long as we hold this day, we will win. Where Konoha dances, fire is endless. Senju Hashirama shouted. Yes. The many Konoha shinobi below also shouted in unison. There are dozens of Jainin, hundreds of Chunin, and nearly 10,000 genin. Everyone stood in line, ready to meet naval headquarters. The whole Konoha group was excited, and there was no fear at all. Next to Senju Hashirama stood Jiraiya and many Jainin. Many of Konoha's families are here, and everyone looks at Senju Hashirama with fierce expressions. Seeing Konoha's ninja army, the heavens and the world also set off a heated discussion. Ninja World. Thunder Country. Fourth Raikage AI looked at Killer Bee, Samui, and others with a heavy face. Now that Konoha, if we fight against it, the odds of winning are almost zero. Worry is in fourth rankage size. Who can be sure that Konoha will not do anything to the other four major nations? Konoha with Senju Hashirama and Namikaze Minato is too strong. Killer Bee, Samui, and others are also a little dignified. Yes, Konoha's current combat power is too strong. In the past, Konoha could be one enemy to 3, or even 1 to 4. With Konoha now, it is absolutely not a problem to defeat our 3 Dainin villages at the same time. Several people nodded. As for why it is the 3 big ninja villages, that's because the Rain country is currently under the control of Akatsuki. There is Uchiha Madara, which is the same as Senju Hashirama, even more terrifying. Konoha would not necessarily be an opponent in front of him. After Madara officially led the Akatsuki organization, there was no longer any intention of hiding it. Therefore, all the major countries got the information of Yuji at the same time. Fourth Raikage Ai shook his head. It's difficult, but I still hope that Konoha can win this battle. Killer Bee and others also nodded. This is not about the struggle between Shinobu village. Now, the world powers of the two sides are starting a war. They only have one name, and that is Hokage World. The same goes for Pirate World, no one does not want their own world to win. Even if Marine wins, it will be extremely powerful, and their pirates can't hold their heads up. But they still want Marine to win. Like patriotism, people in every world also love their own world. The country of wind. Inside Tsunagakuer, Feng Yingluosh's face is also a bit ugly. Konoha is too powerful nowadays. This puts unparalleled pressure on the rest of the ninja villages. And the third Tsuchikage in the country is the same. He who has witnessed Uchiha Madara's strength is even more afraid of Madara and Hashirama. That's really too strong. It made him even feel desperate. Even if there is a dusty road, it is like an open blood continuation boundary. But third Tsuchikage Onaki still does not have any self-confidence, nor any sense of security. Chapter 88. State of Rain. Perennial rains, the weather is strange and extraordinary. However, at this time of dawn in the organization, Uchiha Madara looks some excitement. Kaiba looked at the lineup, he wants to go dancing. Some of the Uchiha Lord of the dance have been tempted heartthrob. At this time, Never emerged out from the side, looked to Madara. Leader, Konoha has been completely cut off, I resorted to all means, still cannot enter. Hear the words of White Zetsu, Madara nodded, his face not the slightest surprise. If we can never go, now that's a problem. Hikijiang large leaderboard, how could they let these people have any chance? Madara nodded. He reaffirmed the idea to keep up with the pace of the leaderboard. But looking at the screen, Kaiba's state of readiness at this time, but it is the class smiled. Freaky Tallahassee, do not let me down If you lose this war, we may never catch me. Ha 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 ha. Madara God laugh, everybody is a little excited to see the picture dawn within the organization. At this point in Konoha, Hokage Rock under temporary United Front Work Department. Namikaze Minato, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tsunade, Kakashi and Might Guy are more, so that they never thought of before people. Tsunade face full of hesitation. Namikaze Minato Chen Sheng opening. Orochimaru, now you can say, how you want to help us win the war yet. Orochimaru licked his lips, and he smiled. Time is already running out, I can tell you Sarutobi Hiruzen silent, he looked at Orochimaru did not know what to say. A few hours ago, Orochimaru came to the Konoha village, Kaiba said that we must cooperate. Namikaze Minato see Orochimaru, it should immediately shot to repression. Orochimaru but can calmly analyze the gap between Konoha and Marine moment. This allows Namikaze Minato, who have to be carefully considered, Orochimaru discourse of cooperation. By now, Orochimaru was ready to tell their own plans. I saw in the eyes of the crowd below. Orochimaru hands toward the ground a beat. Summoning technique. Boom. In the crowd some amazing eyes, a coffin slowly emerged from the underground. Sarutobi Hiruzen a shrink eyes. Cheng soil reincarnation it. If this is the case, everyone is thinking about it. Leaves of the current combat power, with the naval headquarters to fight really is suspended. In the chat group, they learned that the naval headquarters absolute number of powerful fighting force. And Orochimaru an analysis, which has kept them taken care of. Right now, Orochimaru is to use the process of soil reincarnation, resurrection powerful ninja of Konoha dead. Namikaze Minato and Sarutobi Hiruzen as the one. Two nods each other. Boom. At this time, in front of the coffin-lid body Orochimaru fall to the ground. Second Hokage, Senju Tobirama figure appeared in everybody's eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen eyes slightly reduced. Serpent pill, how did you get the body's nidames? Orochimaru smiled and did not answer Sarutobi Hiruzen meaning. At this time, among the coffins Senju Tobirama has regained consciousness. He is the first to look to the Sarutobi Hiruzen. Monkey, they are old ah. At this time, earth-moving reincarnation it. As the inventor of this surgery, Senju Tobirama of course we know this is their development forbidden technique, impure world reincarnation. What is younger Konoha? I actually learned to borrow soil reincarnation. As a developer, he is difficult to know the extent of the surgery. But apart from him, the moment someone really learned. Senju Tobirama's souls of this world is still quietly watching the chart battle. He also wanted to Konoha and naval headquarters who can win. But this next moment, he was the reincarnation of the soil directly to the second call out. This made him all somewhat confusing. And this does not end. Orochimaru with a smile on his face, hands, and body to continue to the next shot. Boom. 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 A series of roars sounded one after another. Then, a shocking scene appeared. Several coffins opened in front of everyone. Moment. Namikaze Minato's eyes widened. Kakashi lost his eyes. Namikaze Minato's figure flashed and went directly in front of that figure. Looking at Uzumaki Kushina, Namikaze Minato's eyes are full of longing and love. But Whirlpool Kushina opened her eyes, but raised her hand and grabbed Namikaze Minato's hair directly. Namikaze Minato! You dare to take care of that Terumi Mei? What? Others don't know you, do I still know you? Say, did you vote for her? Kushina directly exposed her nature. Namikaze Minato's face instantly became embarrassed. Sarutobi Hiruzen and others turned their heads even more. Under Kushina's questioning gaze, Namikaze Minato still didn't want to lie to her. Finally nodded helplessly. Afterwards, Kushina chased him with a blast. Kakashi's eyes were full of different opinions. Ms. Minato, you are like this. For a long time. It was Kushina who discovered the current situation first, which stopped her slap. 0, 4 flowers. Otherwise, Namikaze Minato will be taken away by her today. Take me to see Naruto. There was an hour before the war, Namikaze Minato nodded and left with Kushina. After the two left. Standing next to Guy, Kakashi, who was completely stunned, still couldn't help himself. Looking at the familiar and unfamiliar figure, Kakashi's eyes were filled with disbelief. How is it possible? How is this possible? Sarutobi Hiruzen also sighed, nostalgia flashed in his eyes. Shuo Mao, oh. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. Hitaki Sakumo walked out slowly, smiling slightly at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Third generation, don't do that. That is my own choice, you don't have to blame yourself. Actually back then, Konoha's White Fang Hitaki Sakumo's death was not blamed for not completing the mission at all. It was in the Ninja World War at that time. The four powers united to wage a protracted war to weaken the power of the Nation of Fire. Hatake Sakumo's death was precisely to prevent the war from continuing. At that time, the four big countries put heavy pressure on the country of fire, in order to make Konoha's white fanga Hatake Shimo himself commit suicide. Finally, Hatake Sakumo, who was called Konoha's White Fang by the ninja world, also committed suicide in response to their wish. But these are all things in the past. Hatake Sakumo looked at his son with his eyes. Hatake opened 5 to 5. Kakashi, grown up. Hearing what his father said, Kakashi was a little relieved. Father. Hatake held the short sword White Fang and walked to Kakashi step by step. Kakashi, let us join hands in this battle. Father and son looked at each other. There is nothing superfluous, only this sentence. For a long time, Kakashi nodded deeply. Father. Hatake Sakumo smiled slightly. At this time, a golden light returned. Namikaze Minato looked at Konoha's White Fang, with shock in his eyes. But he calmed down quickly and calmly ordered. Hatake Sakumo, support the front line and lead the Konoha First Army. Hatake nodded. A white glow flickered and left. Then, another figure flickered and followed. Namikaze Minato's eyes were filled with shock that could not be concealed. This? Looking at the pair of Sharingan, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others are the same. My Konoha will definitely win. Namikaze Minato said. The popularity of the crowd rose instantly. Chapter 89. Konoha Front Line. A white glow flashed. Moment. When many Konoha shinobi people did not react, a figure appeared directly beside Senju Hashirama. Jiraiya's eyes shrank, and his figure was suddenly tight, standing with his hands on his chest, ready to fight at any time. He thought that this was a sneak attack on Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama is not nervous. Not to mention the Konoha forehead protector on the opponent's head, and the iconic short silver hair. Just say that he is the strength of Senju Hashirama. In the entire ninja world, only Madara has the strength to fight him. And class. The two Senju Hashirama fought for a lifetime. He knows Madara very well. With Madara's arrogance, it is impossible to attack him. The class will look down upon themselves, and the class is pursuing, beating Senju Hashirama head-on. Therefore, Senju Hashirama is not nervous at all. 643. But Jiraiya and Jainin beside him were very nervous. But the next moment, after seeing someone coming, Jiraiya and others were stunned for a moment. Senju Hashirama smiled slightly. You are what the monkey said, Konoha's white fanga Hatake Sakumo, right? With a gentle smile on his face, Senju Hashirama doesn't have the air of first Hokage at all. Hatake nodded. Smiled slightly on his face. Konoha Elite Jainin, Hatake Sakumo report to you. The ninjas around were stunned in an instant. Seeing Hatake, who was wearing a half-length Hokage sleeve on his right arm, his mind was full of rocks. At this time, they didn't wait for everyone to relax. A black shadow came to this in an instant. Almost no slower than Konoha's white fanga Hatake Sakumo, even worse. The figure stood there and once again shocked all Konoha's senior leaders. Looking at the pair of three Tomo Sharingan, everyone was shocked. Looking at the few people who continued to come from behind, Senju Hashirama smiled slightly, his face full of relief. Then, the second Hokage came on behalf of Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama's figure appeared, and the many ninjas in the battlefield became a sensation again. It's the second generation. It's second Hokage, Senju Tobirama-sama. Also, look, is it the legendary Konoha's White Fang? There is more, that is. A ninja stared wide, watching Sharingan's body tighten in the shadow's eye sockets. Yes, it's Shushin Shisui. The Konoha shinobi caused a sensation again. Senju Fei walked to the side of Senju Hashirama and smiled slightly. Brother, we can fight together again. Senju Hashirama did the same, with a slight smile on his face. Brother, let us Hokage from all generations together, guard Konoha, guard the will of fire, and win this battle. The ninja below screamed frantically. First generation, second generation, third generation, fourth Hokage gathered together to win this battle. On the front line, there are first generation and second Hokage. In the rear, there are third generation and fourth Hokage. They Konoha, there is a reason why they can't lose. Senju Hashirama waved his fist. Konoha, we must win. Konoha sure victory. Many ninjas below shouted in unison, and their momentum reached a peak. Looking at this scene, the heavens and myriad worlds were all looking forward to it. Although Konoha's lineup is not as aggressive as Marine looks. But Konoha's battle is a defense, not an offense. If everyone cooperates well, there is still a great chance of persisting for more than one day. Inside the tutoring world, Bai Lan, the boss of the Muro family, was sitting in a chair, watching the battle between Marine and Konoha with a smile. Several true six hanging flowers sat casually in front of him, all watching the grand battle together. The corners of Bai Lan's mouth were slightly raised, and an expression of interest appeared in her eyes. Super God World. Angel Yan looked at the battle that was about to begin, with a bit of excitement on his face. Little angels like Angel Lingzi are even more excited. Although it is not as grand as the war between angels and demons, this one between Marine and Konoha. The quality is not bad at all. On the throne, Saint Guy's eyes were full of interest. And Angel Yan and others have already begun to discuss. Love, Lingzi, look, who will win this game? Angel Yan asked with raised eyebrows. The two thought about it instantly. Avoid hard to speak first. This wave, I'm on Marine. Marine's current combat power is too strong, it seems that Konoha can't resist it at this time. The 3 Admiral and 7 Warlords of the Sea are not easy characters. Lingzi asked with some doubts. Mensin, Sister Yan, I see Konoha is also very strong, especially those who just came out. The strong man with short white hair, the second Hokage Senju Tobirama, and the boy who has the same eyes as the previous Class 0. These 3 people, I seem to be very strong. Maybe Konoha still has a chance. Hearing what the two said, Angel Yan nodded. Lingzi, what you said is fine. However, although these 3 seem to be powerful, look at the powerful aura on Marine. Upon hearing this, Lingzi turned to look at Marine. Hiss. In an instant, she took a breath. With the passage of time, the battle spirit of naval headquarters is getting stronger and stronger. The Marine soldiers' eyes brightened one by one, all of them looked like beasts. They looked at the golden barrier that appeared at the forefront of naval headquarters, and their fighting spirit was about to overflow. And naval headquarters Vice Admiral, and even Admiral. Although they stood there, they did not release any momentum. But as long as they stand there, it is enough to give people unparalleled pressure. The balance in Angel Lingzi's heart instantly tilted towards naval headquarters. Angel Yan shook his head and smiled. However, it depends on how the battle between the two sides is going to be fought. If Konoha's tactics are good enough and the cooperation is tacit enough, it will never be impossible to win this game. After all, there is a gap in the strength of the two sides. But with Senju Hashirama and Namikaze Minato, the gap between the two sides will not be too wide. This battle is still something to watch. Listening to Yan's analysis, the sacred Geisha and Hexi on the throne looked at each other. The eyes of the two were full of smiles. Hexi shook his head, and an intellectual and sexy voice sounded. 5.3 Queen Geisha, these children, have grown up. Geisha also shook her head and laughed. Yes, the burden of carrying out justice is about to be handed over to this group of children. The two smiled at each other. And the ninja world. They looked at the lineup in Konoha village, everyone was a little surprised. The land of the earth. Third Tsuchikage Onoji's face was full of shock. How can this be? Senju Hashirama, Konoha's white fanja, Uchiha Shisui, they are all reincarnated by the second earth. No matter what Onoki thought, he never expected Konoha to have this trick. Then if all the ninjas who died in Konoha were reincarnated, wouldn't Konoha be invincible? Onoki's heart became more and more vigilant. The country of soil must unite with other big countries to weaken Konoha again. Chapter 90. The Domestic Wind. Luo Sha, who had the same thoughts as Onoki, also looked ugly. This Konoha is too powerful nowadays, too outrageous. We must unite with the other major countries to restrict Konoha. Luo Sha thought to herself. But in the deepest part of my heart, I still want Konoha to win this game. Thunder Country. Fourth Raikage Ai and others are also dignified. But it's not like Oyemu and Luo Sha. What Fourth Raikage thought about was how to rely on the rankings to increase the strength of Cloud Shinobi Village. Fourth Raikage's personality is completely different from Onoki's. Konoha is now prosperous, and the country of rain has the horrible existence of ban. Then, he will try to catch up. To lead the country of thunder, overtake Konoha, overtake Uchiha Madara. Fourth Raikage's heart was a little excited. Killer Bee and others are even more so. With Fourth Raikage, it is difficult for them to be afraid of anything. Konoha will only arouse their stronger fighting spirit. The domestic reign. Lord Madara laughed. Hashi's hot mom, it's a good job. There are so many people gathered in Konoha, ha ha ha. If you can't win this battle, it would really be a shame to our world. Lord Madara sighed with excitement. Everyone in Zyuxio's organization is also looking forward to it. They looked at Konoha now. Without Madara's participation, their Akatsuki organization would all send out to invade Konoha, and everyone would fight desperately. That didn't cause much damage to Konoha. Even if Senju Hashirama didn't make a move, they would not be able to do Konoha today. Everyone in the ninja world is more certain that Konoha should be able to win this battle. At this time, people in the Hokage world have not yet seen the lineup of naval headquarters. Otherwise, they would never have this idea. The powerful lineup of naval headquarters will surely shock them all when they appear. The heavens and the world are also in heated discussions because of the upcoming battle between Marine and Konoha. Spirit Pet World. Xiaodo's face was full of tension. She looked at the tension between the two sides as if she was also on the battlefield. Seeing this scene of her, Broken Star touched her head again. It's not you who fight by yourself, why are you nervous? Xiaodo's face didn't have the ease of the past, but was rather solemn. Sister Broken Star, this battle is in the eyes of all of us in the heavens and 10,000 realms. I'm so looking forward to it. As soon as I think about the collision between Marine and Konoha, my heart is full of enthusiasm. Hearing what little Loli said, everyone blinked. They were also gradually ignited by the tense atmosphere. Bai Yuekui's eyes were calm. But deep in the eyes, there is a touch of expectation that cannot be concealed. The battle between Marine and Konoha is a big dish in the eyes of everyone in the world. At this time, Shonda spoke in the chat group. Shonda, everybody from the heavens and worlds, it's boring to wait anyway. Let's guess who Konoha and Marine can win. Seeing Shonda's words, the whole heavens are discussing intensely. Shonda's side also looked at Bai Yuekui. Boss, you say who can win, this represents the decision of our world. Bai Yuekui's eyes flickered, and he did not answer for a while. The eyes of Broken Star, Xiaodo, Gu Tong, and others all looked over expectantly. Bai Yue's vision, strength, and so on are far beyond them. They have never seen Bai Yuekui's upper limit. And at the moment, they are also most looking forward to Bai Yuexi's speech. After thinking for a long time, Bai Yuekui said coldly. I think that in this war, both sides have opportunities and cannot be generalized. Shonda was immediately discouraged. Boss, isn't it the same as you didn't say this? Bai Yuekui shook his head. Shandong University, in this battle, we should not hold the attitude of watching the show, but watch it carefully. This level of fighting may be what we will experience in the future. As soon as this remark came out, several people changed their colors one after another. Shanda said that she looked at Bai Yu Comfort from a different place. Boss, what are you talking about? We can still participate in this kind of war to a great extent. The leaderboard can't afford us so much, can it? Let us participate in this war? Shanda was very different, and she didn't expect Bai Yuekui to have such a guess. And under the gaze of everyone, Bai Yuekui nodded. The leaderboard is a strange and unpredictable existence. I have a deep feeling. He won't let us, the low martial arts world, keep watching the show. Several people froze on the spot, imagining what they would be like when facing such a great war. In the chat group, heated discussions have already started at this time. Tony Stark, this wave I stand Konoha. Although Marine is powerful, Konoha is the guard and has a great victory. Tony thinks about the incompetence of the army, and thinks about how he can fight against a group of terrorists alone. Therefore, he has more confidence in Konoha. Geno's at, Tony, is your brain broken? Anyone with a discerning eye can see that this time Marine's combat power has completely beaten Konoha. That's it. You still stand Konoha, anyway I stand Marine. And most people in the heavens and worlds are also on Marine's side. Without it, Marine's powerful aura at the moment was not comparable to Konoha, it was too powerful. One punch inside the world. Genos looked at Saitama and spoke excitedly. Teacher, in your opinion, who on earth can win? Saitama rubbed his head. I don't know, it should be Marine. He didn't give an exact answer, because even he couldn't be sure how many Konoha's methods were. Although Marine looks very strong. But in the real fight, there are too many variables. Shinigami World. Aizen looked at Ichimarujin and Tosen Kaname below him. What do you think? Aizen's voice was very calm, and he couldn't hear the joy or anger. But because of this, Ichimarujin Tosen Kaname still dare not care about 643. The two thought about it carefully. Tosen Kaname spoke first. Master Aizen, I think Konoha will. Knight. Aizen in the main position raised his eyes slightly, and suddenly became interested. The entire heavens and worlds, most of them are now on Marine's side. You think Konoha will win? Why? Tosen Kaname said in a deep voice. Master Aizen, I think Wood may have whole cards that we can't see. Also, just hold it for one day, I think they should be able to do it. Tosen Kaname's words fell. On the throne, Aizen's laughter suddenly came. Don't believe in miracles all the time. A miracle itself is a miracle, and it is not a miracle if it happens. Hearing what Aizen said, Tosen Kaname's heart suddenly tightened. Aizen's consistent style. It is to crush the past horizontally with absolute strength. But he is now. But it is said that the weaker side will win, which of course will make Aizen unhappy. Then, Aizen looked at Ichimarujin again. What about silver, what do you think? Ichimarujin smiled on his face. Master Aizen, I'm on Marine's side. On the throne, Aizen's plain laughter came again. Cold sweat suddenly appeared behind everyone below. Who knows, Aizen's laughter is joy or anger. Chapter 91. Under the gaze of the heavens and 10,000 realms looking forward to. Under the tension of Marine and Konoha, time passed quickly. Soon, an hour went quietly. Sengoku looked at his watch, then looked up. The golden barrier at the forefront of the moon-shaped port is slowly disappearing. The two skies are connected. The sea and the earth collide. The golden light dissipated completely. This miraculous scene of the ranking made the heavens and all realms a little shocked. In front of countless marines, a scene of Konoha village appeared instantly. In the eyes of Konoha's countless ninjas, the magnificent naval headquarters also appeared. In the eyes of countless people in both worlds, the other's powerful lineup has officially appeared. The many ninjas in Konoha village feel the most. The moment naval headquarters appeared in front of them. Although there was no shouting, it was rushing towards the face. It is a powerful aura of iron and blood. This makes the big and small ninjas of Konoha village can't help changing their colors. Even Senju Hashirama, who was on the front line, had a solemn flash on his face. The momentum of naval headquarters is too tyrannical. As if the dragon was about to swallow them, he didn't leave any feelings. Watching the two worlds formally collide, the expectations of the heavens and the worlds boiled to a culmination. Sengoku picked up the phone worm and said loudly, "Marine! The time has come to show our strength, destroy Konoha. Capture the battle flag. This is our mission. This battle must be won." Boom! The 50,000 army on the naval headquarters port screamed frantically, shaking the sky. There seemed to be tigers and wolves in the eyes of countless marines, as if they were about to devour the group of ninjas on the opposite side. Seeing Marine's momentum, Jiraiya couldn't help but feel a little shocked. "Are you sure this is Marine? Not the pirate in that world? This look is too scary." Having seen countless battles, large and small, Jiraiya is still a little surprised. And under the shocked eyes of the heavens and the world, in front of the moon-shaped port of naval headquarters, 10 large warships moved forward. On each of the warships, a headquarter rear admiral is standing at this moment. The majestic vigor came to the surface. Some of Konoha's genin involuntarily took a half step back. Some of them have not even participated in any major battles, so they go directly to this battlefield, which is too reluctant for them. There were still some ninjas who had participated in the Third Ninja World War to stabilize their military spirit. The faces of Senju Hashirama and others are a bit ugly. This is only the first round of Marine, and the momentum is already so terrifying. Some genins are almost too much to bear. If this is the 50,000 army behind Marine rushing, Konoha's aura has not been directly defeated? Everyone looked ugly. If the military spirit is defeated, then this battle will not be fought. The most important thing in the battle between the two armies is confidence. Is the belief. At this time, Senju Hashirama patted his hands in front of him. "Mutong girl." Later, Senju Hashirama's figure was lifted by a tree trunk and came to the center of Konoha's army. "We have to believe that Konoha will never be destroyed. Even if Konoha is destroyed, there is still that sentence. Where Konoha dances, the fire is endless. My Konoha, against." The voice spread across the battlefield. Encouraged by Senju Hashirama, Chunin Genin barely stabilized his military spirit. "Konoha, we must win." Janin took Chunin and Chunin took Genin and roared in unison. Second Hokage Senju Tobirama. Konoha's white Fanja Hitaki Shimo. One of Sun and Jiraiya. Instant, Uchiha Shisui. Several people also came to the forefront of Konoha's army in an instant, sharing the pressure brought by that momentum for ordinary ninjas. Under the horrified eyes of the heavens and the world. Boom! The deafening sound roared. 10 of Marine's large warships slammed into the ground on the edge of Hokage's world. The guns on 10 warships are fired. However, Konoha's army was not aimed at. It's the sky. Under Senju Hashirama's ugly face, 10 shells roared loudly. Martial Marine, the eyes of Sengoku of Buddha. At this time, he and Senju Hashirama looked at each other. Senju Hashirama understood for the first time what kind of opponent he was facing. The opponent's large-scale combat experience is really too much. It is directly crushing his lineup. Come up and destroy the aura of an ordinary ninja, how can you fight after this? But it hasn't waited for Senju Hashirama to respond. One person in naval headquarters moved again. One of naval headquarters 3 Admiral, Aokiji Kyuzan. This marine admiral made its first appearance in the heavens and worlds. Moved. His figure is extremely fast. In an instant, he stood in the middle of the sea. Countless marines looked at him with fierce eyes. That's Lord Admiral. Qingxiang Admiral. Senju Hashirama frowned, what is he going to do? Next moment, the face of the heavens and 10,000 realms changed. Konoha's ninja army was even more shocked. Naruto, Xiaolo, and the remaining 9 Xiaoqiangs stood together as genin support troops. Sasuke was not with them because he had already disappeared. At this moment, seeing Aokiji's movements, little Sakura's eyes widened. Niji Byakugan had already opened, and the blue veins around his eye sockets appeared. When he opened Byakugan, his eyes narrowed. Chill. Horrible chill. Next moment, under the shocking eyes of everyone, Aokiji pressed one hand on the surface of the sea under him. The terrifying chill broke out, instantly spreading in all directions. The entire flowing sea was instantly frozen by Aokiji. Then, Aokiji's faint voice sounded in the ears of the people of the heavens and the world. Ice Age. Naruto's eyes widened. How can this be? He actually frozen the entire sea. Little Sakura and others are also crazy shocked. How could there be such a terrifying ability? He actually directly frozen the entire sea. Among genin, there was a lot of discussion. The faces of Senju Tobirama and others are even more ugly. Following this situation, it is too bad for Konoha. Fortunately, the next moment, behind Konoha, how is the king, there was a scream for killing. Pieces of ninja rushed towards this place. They each had a piece of wood growing on them, and they shouted one by one. Senju Hashirama narrowed his eyes and remembered Orochimaru asking him for a pot of blood. Could it be that? Senju Hashirama's eyes flickered. Did Orochimaru combine his cells with the rice soil reincarnation technique? Created such a group of undead army? Account? For his own cells, Senju Hashirama is very confident. That kind of recovery ability is currently unmatched in the ninja world. Seeing this group of troops rushing out from behind, Konoha's countless ninjas must be in their hearts. It should be said that Marine's 50,000 army suppressed their aura to death. Now, the momentum of the two sides is evenly matched. Sengoku on the opposite side also saw this scene and ordered in a deep voice. Marine officers, attack! FK. 50,000 Marine, stepping on the ice surface created by Qingxiang, charged forward. Chapter 92. Ground Tremor. Ice Crushing. The two sides shouting forward army assault. War imminent. Not the slightest courtesy. The two sides are to win this war. The Marine is even more vital forces must destroy Konoha as soon as possible. Otherwise after day, they lose. 50,000 troops advancing the front, an earth-moving reincarnation of Konoha ninja army troops and war together. Earth style, fire style, wind style, water style, etc. unfolding. For a time, Marine army is now being jointly ninja army to suppress. Mainly with Konoha shinobi's great use earth style siege side, the other side is not fire style, rushed down the watercourse. This allows ordinary marine soldiers for a moment helpless. Sengoku see this scene, his face is slightly sank. Then, marine combat capabilities of high-end party began to move forward. This is a Sengoku did not want to delay the time to be rolling all the way past. Naval headquarters of 16 Vice Admiral joined the battle, which makes some of the Konoha ninja army collapse. Fortunately, Konoha Jainin who instantly on top. Although the department does not contain a live Vice Admiral, but they live in one of them is already sufficient. Now, the two sides it was only true high-end combat power never end 643. Just 10 minutes of time, war has been to this point. This made the Heavens Wan border tremendous shock. And previous fighting ordinary entirely different. The two sides just a fight, the war has been close to white hot. Super God World. Angel Yan looked at this war, thinking eyes flashed. Naval headquarters party, maybe more physical. But their kaiba fit great. The shot numerous ninja, ordinary marine soldiers into the film into fell down. Except Division Rear Admiral Vice Admiral and even shot, which can cause some problems for their ninja army. Spirit Cage World. Alexander, who looked at this war, is also very shocking. Old, boss, this is amazing, right? High-level combat power, both of them are not yet out, the war had already hit this point. Yes. Lowly small summer bean eyes are also full of shock. It shares jagged air rage, her face had already been some white. And then, Bai Yuekui eyes of a condensate. Marine combat power of too high and end up. Along with numerous community heavens Wang gazing strong. Admiral candidate, Momuzagi T, and 2 veins to move forward. Kaiba here. Jiraiya, whose eyes instantly looked in the past. And the next moment. Jiraiya, ajft, stay stunned on the spot, somewhat stunned head. I go. He murmured, looking at that big legs Momuzagi exaggeration of heaven defying. Waist leaving Jinsaluo, Momuzagi right hand on the hilt, before walking step by step. Her every step, the momentum will be stronger 1 point. T is, the body that ordinary momentum dissipated to nothing. Instead, terror is strong momentum. 2 step forward, face their Konoha shinobi who will take a step back. Finally, there is a war in Konoha Jainin found too. Rushed up. Available at the moment. The battlefield is stagnant for a while. This name Jainin to be faster than inverted out. Across a bloodline, hit in flight 100 meters away. Dolphin standing before T Momuzagi body, and smiled. Jun, how? I did good, right? Momuzagi face was calm, without the slightest ignores what he meant. Footsteps taken. Momuzagi bypassed T vein, walked forward alone. Heavens Wan bound to see the scene. Many people laughed. This is too funny Dolphin T bar. Ha ha ha, ah. But you do not look that ugly T Dolphin, this strength, but really strong ah. Not wrong, then, that's a Konoha Jainin. Actually I was hit by him in an instant, this strength is too terrifying. While the chat group was discussing intensely, the faces of Senju Hashirama and others were even more ugly. Can't let her go on. Our formation can't just collapse like this. Senju Hashirama said solemnly. The moment he and Hashirama went to war, there was a tacit understanding. Hashirama stabilized the military's mind and took control of the overall situation. And he is responsible for the actual strategic deployment. The two led Konoha in this way before. However, in most cases, as soon as Senju Hashirama came out, the opponent was directly frightened. Hitaki took the initiative to ask Ying. Nidame, let me go. Senju Hashirama nodded, his face serious. Hitaki Sakumo's figure turned into a white light, and he swiftly moved towards Momuzagi. Momuzagi was walking forward with long legs. King Zero didn't even get out of the sheath. However, a group of ninjas nearby was shocked. The next moment, Momuzagi's calm expression suddenly condensed his eyes. Jin Luo was out of the sheath instantly. A white light appeared in front of him. Can. A long sword collided with a short sword in midair. Hitaki Sakumo smiled slightly. No, just let you go on like this. It's Konoha's White Fang. It's Master White Fang. Countless Konoha shinobi were excited. Konoha's White Fang back then, but the strength surpassed Sunin's existence. Although Sunin has grown up now, it is not the same. However, the strength of Konoha's White Fang still cannot be underestimated. Can. The weapons in the hands of the two touched several times in mid-air. Hitaki Sakumo's swordsmanship is also extraordinary, relying on the advantage of speed. Momuzagi was caught off guard and suppressed it. Momuzagi's face was a little ugly, and she pulled away and backed slightly. Subsequently, Jing Jing is terrifying. The pale pink sword aura was cleaved by him. Countless ninjas on the battlefield changed their colors instantly. Jiraiya and others were also staring. Ninja world, never before has this kind of kendo. Although some ninjas use swords, they have never had this kind of swordsmanship. Kendo in the Hokage world is too far away from the pirate world. Hatake Sakumo's face changed slightly. However, there was a smile at the corner of his mouth. Bai Mang flashed. He escaped the scary pale pink sword aura in an instant, and rushed directly in front of Momuzagi. White Fang short sword swung again. Momuzagi was caught off guard, and had to raise Jinsaluo to resist. But she was also knocked into the air by Hatake Sakumo in an instant. Almost back tens of meters. Tao Mian stabilized his figure and stood not far away again. Her clothes were a little embarrassed, and the righteous kick was cut open. Hatake Sakumo smiled slightly. Sorry. Momuzagi's face was a little ugly, and she was about to continue to fight White Fang. Can be the next moment. The entire battlefield suddenly fell silent. The sound of crisp footsteps sounded. Dover's eyes were full of surprise. Hey, you fellow, do you want to take it seriously? Jinbei narrowed his eyes even more, looking at the figure walking forward faintly, a little shocked. Shinigami world. Aizen raised his eyebrows slightly. The Hawkeye, which he valued somewhat, was about to take action. The battlefield was silent. The battle between Marine and Konoha shinobi stopped. The horrible sword intent gradually rose. The momentum was so heavy that they couldn't lift their hands. How could it be so scary? Who is it, such a terrifying aura? Some genin who was close to Konoha were shivering directly. Even Marine, who is in the same camp as Hawkeye, has a cold sweat on his face. And Hatake Sakumo also looked at Hawkeye. Momuzagi's eyes were full of different colors, and he didn't expect this man to shoot directly. Seeing that his body is stronger than Momuzagi, I don't know how many hidden eyes. Hatake's heart is extremely solemn. Chapter 93. As the eagle eye walked step by step, a pair of eagle-like eyes also stared at Hatake Sakumo. A strong man in the Hokage world, come and compete with me in Kendo. I am eager to communicate with other world in Kendo. Hawkeye sighed and squeezed the supreme sharp knife behind his back. Black Knife Knight. Heideoya lifted up slowly. The world is silent in an instant. Hatake's eyes were solemn. At this time, Momuzagi's voice also came. The world's #1 swordsman Hawkeye my hawk. Her words are also full of weight. As a great swordsman, her current goal in life is to surpass and defeat Hawkeye. But now I really see Hawkeye's shot. She knew that she was too far away. The entire heavens and worlds were also violently shaken by Momuzagi's words. The world's largest swordsman. I'm going, is it so famous? Spirit Cage World. Little lowly Syado's eyes were full of shock. That Momuzagi's sister is already very strong, and her aura is stronger than the oppressive feeling given to me by the king-level polar devourer. But this eagle eye. Everyone took a breath. The world's largest swordsman. Bai Yuekui murmured, with a look of expectation in her eyes. Under the gaze of everyone in the heavens and worlds. Hawkeye's black knife slashed in the night. Slash with a sword. The world fades. A terrifying light green sword aura formed. Compared with Momuzagi's pale pink sword energy, I don't know how many times it is stronger. The two are not at the same level of existence. The pale green sword energy was extremely fast, and it rushed to Hatake Sakumo unstoppably. Hatake Sakumo's face sank instantly, making it extremely difficult to look. With the sword of Momuzagi just now, there is no problem with him avoiding it. There is no ninja within 100 meters of the two, so he doesn't need to worry. But at the moment, Hawkeye this sword. He can't hide. Once he hides, the many Konoha ordinary ninjas behind are gone. That terrifying aura soaring to the sky. Senju Hashirama's eyes were slightly cautious. This eagle eye is too strong. And seeing the sword of Eagle Eye, the heavens and all realms were crazy and shocked. Shinigami World. The 11th squad landed. Zaraki Kenpeki laughed, his body reacted. The scary golden Ryutsu soared into the sky. His fighting spirit has been ignited and he can't restrain it at all. Ha 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 ha. I, Zaraki Kenpeki, must fight you. Ha 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 ha, what a tyrannical sword intent. In the Sui Palace. Even Aizen's heart is full of great interest. This eagle eye, in terms of momentum alone, has surpassed his Ichimaru Jin Tosenkan name. In front of Hawkeye, the two might be completely defeated. Aizen smiled. The heavens and myriad worlds are really interesting. My road to conquer is still far away. Sighing, Aizen continued to look at Eagle Eye's sword energy. He is now a little curious about how Hatake Sakumo would choose to resist. And under the gaze of the heavens and the world, Hatake Sakumo did not choose to hide, but met this sword energy head-on. Even Hawkeye's eyes are a little different. And Hatake Sakumo's face was very calm, and he rushed towards the huge pale green sword energy. Crashed. The two collided, and the shocking fluctuations in the air were terrifying. Countless people's eyes widened. Angel Yan's eyes narrowed, that Hatake Sakumo, is it defeated? Geno's was also nervous in his eyes. The strength of this eagle eye is too terrifying. Spirit Pet World. Shonda and others were so shocked that they couldn't speak. This Hawkeye, this strength is too strong. This shot is too handsome. Male God. Xiaodo waved her small fist and said excitedly. Oni-san Broken Star's eyes were full of shock. If I have that kind of swordsmanship, the extreme beast. Shonda has even imagined it. He picked up a long sword and slashed it forward. The eyes of several people Bulet and Yi came. Do you think you are an eagle eye? With your sword, not only can the extreme devouring beast be smashed to death, you have to be eaten directly. Shonda's face was embarrassed. But my heart is still excited. Now I won't, I might do it in the future. At that time, you will have to hug my thigh. Xiaodo made a face, which didn't mean to give Shonda any face. Marvel Universe. Iron Man Tony's face was also full of shock. He was thinking, wearing a battle armor, he would be split by that eagle eye sword, right? If there are Edmund alloys and vibrato, it can still be blocked by one block. If not, he is over. Kurosaki Ichigo in the Shinigami world was also shocked. This trick is like my crescent moon is rushing into the sky. 0, look for flowers. However, this is too much stronger than my crescent sky, right? The two are not on the same dimension at all. Kurosaki Ichigo thought, carefully watching Hawkeye's shot. The pirate and Hokage world have been in a group for a long time. Straw Hat Pirates. Zoro's eyes were full of horror. The world's largest swordsman, is this the real strength of Hawkeye? Too strong, too strong. Zoro sighed, horrified in his heart. Although Sanji was also shocked, he was concerned. But it has always been Momozagi's long, heaven-defying legs. In the Hokage world. Seeing the powerful marine, the whole ninja trembled. Ohaimu and Luasha are even more fortunate. Fortunately, the first battle was Konoha. If they were replaced by them, Marine would have completely lost in the face of this time. Hawkeye alone, they may not be able to stop it. Not to mention, Marine is still standing with so many high-level combat powers who haven't taken a shot. The mid to low-level combat power is even more incomparable. Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, pacifists are too strong. Even ordinary Jainin can't stop them. Battlefield. Hawkeye's sword energy gradually dissipated. Only a puff of smoke remained in place. Many Konoha shinobi people watched worriedly. If they had lost Konoha's white fang teeth at the beginning, their aura would collapse. Senju Hashirama did not worry at all, instead, there was a smile in his eyes. In the smoke and dust, Konoha's white fang came out intact. This can't help making Hawkeye's eyes light up slightly. This person, obviously in his observation haki, was struck by one of his swords. But, how can it be intact? Caution appeared in Hawkeye's eyes. Dracula my hawk, let it go. Hatake Sakumo smiled slightly. My name is Hatake Sakumo. Without this body, I wouldn't really be qualified to fight you. Then, the two met again. But no matter how fast Bai Mang is, Hawkeye's big black knife has no dead ends at all. Hatake was even suppressed by Hawkeye in all directions. Brush! Hatake Sakumo's arm was directly cut off by him. But after a while, those two arms raced to recover. Hawkeye's eyes were slightly surprised. Immortal! Hatake Sakumo smiled slightly, and the two kept fighting each other. What? Chapter 94. Seeing Hawkeye being dragged by Hatake Shimo, Sengoku's face became ugly. He looked at 7 warlords of the sea not far in front of him. Everyone, do it! Sengoku's words rang in the ears of the 6. Dover laughed phew 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 phew. Several 7 warlords of the sea looked at each other. If they just stood and paddled like this, then Sengoku would certainly not spare them lightly. Thinking of this, Dover took the lead in a flash. Wearing a flamboyant pink feather coat, Dover rushed into the battlefield instantly. With a stroke of his hand, the bodies of several Konoha genin directly spread out. Dover's other hand controlled the 2 ninjas to fight inwardly. When Konoha saw this, many people shuddered and their scalp numb. Senju Hashirama frowned. Puppetry. And Akatsuki's Sasori in Akatsuki's organization also raised his brows. Can I control the galvanic even without chakra? Or directly control the living puppets by 6, 4, 3? Sasori's eyes gradually brightened. See Dover and Moria laughed too. The shadow flashed, and Moria rushed directly into the ninja army. The fruit ability was activated, and the shadows of a group of ninjas were cut by it. The terrifying shadow fruit ability disturbed the battlefield. Jinbei also came to an end. Murloc Karate solves the reincarnation army of Jinxia one by one. As for the bear, he is even more exaggerated. Under everyone's eyes, the bear raised his hands, and a huge transparent bear paw was continuously compressed by it. What is he doing? What kind of ability is this? 10,000 realms are a bit shocked. The air cannon kept compressing. Compression. Compress again. Xiaodo's face was pale. What the hell is this? Air. Shanda was also shocked. If you press this down again, it will explode, right? How could it be so scary? Bai Yuekui's eyes flickered. That pirate world seems to have all kinds of special abilities. Several people suddenly turned their eyes to Bai Yuekui. Boss, what do you mean? Broken Star's eyes brightened. Boss, what are you talking about? Is the vibration of Whitebeard, the magma of Akainu, the flash of Kizaru? Bai Yuekui nodded, yes. In that world, these powerhouses seem to have special abilities. And this ability may be unique. Thinking that Akainu and others have only demonstrated one ability, Bai Yuekui gradually confirmed her guess in her heart. And she can think of it, the bigwigs of the heavens and the world can even think of it. Holy Gai Sha's mouth curled up, are all kinds of magical abilities. It's really interesting. Aboard the Devil Queen, Morgana was also interested in watching the bear's movements. Analyze, how many times did he compress the air? The senior demons quickly started to calculate. The computing power of the Devil Queen is terrifying. The result was obtained in an instant. Aton Road. Queen, that piece of air was compressed 360 times by him. No, 720 times. 1,440 times. 2,880 times. 5,760 times. Ato's words were filled with shock. Morgana's eyes were full of interest. He looked at the transparent bear's paw that could burst at any time in his hands, and wanted to see the power of this trick very much. This kind of magical idea is really peculiar. The senior demon on the side said. It is conceivable to compress the air that has no power to such an extent. If it bursts, it will definitely not be less powerful than the fission reaction. Morgana nodded and continued to watch with interest. And the shocked voices of the demons came again. 11,520 times. Boom. In the picture, the bear pushed that compressed into a small bear's paw to Konoha's side. The faces of Senju Hashirama and others changed drastically. Senju Tobirama's figure flashed. It's just a matter of time. Used by Flying Thunder God. Boom. The earthquake trembled. The wave of horror swept across. A mountain not far away was instantly raised. Senju Tobirama's figure returned to the battlefield. He looked very ugly when he looked at the bear. This power is no less than Tailed Beast Bomb. Above, Sengoku and Senju Hashirama looked at each other across the battlefield. Both of them acted as the coach and the backbone. Without a last resort, the two can never end in person. Senju Hashirama's eyes were full of admiration for Sengoku. This person is worthy of the Marine Marshal of that world. It really turned war into art. Akatsuki within the organization. Deidara growled excitedly. Art! Art! Madara's pair of indifferent Rin-Egan suddenly looked at him. But he still didn't realize it, watching excitedly. He wants to be on the battlefield, and he must be like a bear 1-0. See if it's his own paid star or the bear's air cannon. After getting off the court, the only woman in 7 warlords of the sea, the pirate empress, Boa Hancock also stepped forward step by step. With her move, most of the eyes on the battlefield were immediately gathered. The whole Hokage world was shocked. They have never seen the face of the empress. When I first saw it this time, the entire ninja world went crazy. In Konoha's lineup, Jiraiya was stunned. There is such a beautiful woman. Jiraiya's eyes almost stared out. Looking at the empress. Even if this is the battlefield at this moment, he should not expose his lustful nature. Should concentrate on the war with Marine. However, Jiraiya can't control herself anymore. Senju Hashirama's expression was slightly surprised for a moment, and he thought to himself. This girl is so beautiful. Compared with one of them, Konan and Terumi Mei are a bit eclipsed. Senju Hashirama sighed in his heart. And if Sarutobi Hiruzen is here, his eyes will definitely burst. The female emperor walked forward step by step, her legs under the cheongsam looming. High heels stepped on the ice. The sound of da rang. The whole audience was silent. Seeing the true face of the empress, many marine soldiers could no longer control themselves. This is because the empress didn't have the power to activate them, otherwise they would have been petrified a long time ago. As the empress walked forward, even the nearby reincarnation army was all petrified. Seeing this scene in 5.3, Jiraiya shook his head sternly. The figure flashed. Jiraiya came directly to the path of the Empress. Empress Boa Hancock's face is cold and arrogant. Looking at the white-haired and greasy middle-aged man in front of him, his face was extremely proud. Jiraiya puts out a battle formation. The Empress didn't bother to do anything with him. Feel free to shoot out a heart. The fruit ability is activated. Jiraiya's eyes turned into red hearts, and his body was completely petrified. Looking at Jiraiya, who was killed by the Empress. Senju Hashirama, am I special? Senju Tobirama, am I special? Hitaki Shimo, am I special? The entire ninja world is speechless. The Empress looked at Jiraiya and shook her head. Hey, another stinky man conquered by the charm of AI's family. As soon as the female emperor spoke, the hearts of countless men in the heavens and worlds melted. They watched with enthusiasm, Everyone was extremely excited. Chapter 95. Looking at Jiraiya, who was petrified by the Empress, the heavens and all realms were a little speechless and shocked. This is so Jiraiya, not even them. Tony Stark, this Jiraiya. Shonda, I thought that I would be petrified instantly when I saw the Empress, but it turned out to be true. Genos, that Jiraiya was completely petrified, which is too exaggerated. Is this my Emperor's ability, or that Jiraiya's talent? Tony Stark, nonsense, of course this is my Emperor's ability. Looking at the petrified Jiraiya, all the heavens and worlds smiled on their faces. And in the battlefield, Senju Hashirama watched this scene without mentioning how speechless he was. Standing on the edge of the battlefield, Naruto and others, who had not formally entered the battle, were also shocked. There was an incredible color on Naruto's face. Hello, Dad's teacher, is this pervy sage? Little Sakura and others are looking sideways. He is the teacher of Master 4th generation? Naruto scratched his head. Dad, that's exactly what I told me. It is said that he still gave my name. Everyone's eyes showed different colors. This Lord Jiraiya. 09. And at this moment, Jiraiya, who was petrified by the Empress, slowly has a tendency to unpeel petrochemicals. When the Empress Hancock saw her, she immediately became interested. Naruto and others were also very excited. Look, pervy sage is about to untie the petrification. Xiao Li, Niji, and others also patted their chests. What I said, Master 4th generation's teacher is still one of Sunin's Jiraiya-sama, not so weak. Then, under the happy gaze of everyone, the Empress, Boa Hancock raised her head proudly. Feel the haki of Igia. Afterwards, I met Jiraiya, who had just unlocked the petrochemical industry. The Empress standing in front of him showed a powerful king. Marine soldiers on the battlefield are all looking sideways. Kizaru's eyes shrank slightly. Conqueror's haki. This Empress is terrible. Kizaru shouted, without any serious intentions. On the other hand, Sengoku looked ugly. The reason why he didn't use Conqueror's haki was because the scope of this trick was too wide. When the army was at war, even he could not guarantee that he would not accidentally injure his own people. But this Empress, Hitaki Sakumo and others were looking at him instantly. The same aura as Whitebeard. Senju Hashirama condensed his eyebrows. See you, Jiraiya, who just unlocked the petrochemical ability of the Empress. He saw Hancock exuding the power of the king, proudly like a real empress. The whole person was petrified again in an instant. Senju Hashirama. Naruto. And next, all the fighting army around the Empress in the battlefield stopped. Their eyes were wide open, and their spirits seemed to be struck by a tsunami. Boom! Boom! The sound of falling to the ground is endless. The female emperor is a blockbuster on Monday. Whether Marine or Konoha shinobi, everyone fainted to the ground. And the only ones who can barely hold on are those who are strong above Marine Rear Admiral. With Konoha, the strong above Jainin. Most of the rest, even Chunin could not bear it. Senju Hashirama's face became more and more ugly. In this battle, he may be forced to end very early. And when the heavens and the world saw the Empress's Conqueror's haki, they were all a little shocked. Shinigami world. Aizen raised his eyebrows. This kind of power of nihility shaping, I don't know who is stronger than Ryutsu. Super God world. Angel Yan, Zhixin, Lingzi and other guarding angels were staring. The scene just now was too shocking. For them, the Conqueror's haki of the Empress is far more shocking than her peerless appearance. Even the angel was silent when he was cold. Wang's qualifications. How can this be? Holy Geisha and Hexi's faces changed slightly. Angel Yan's eyes fixed on the Empress Hancock. Queen Geisha, how can a surface civilization be born a king? Angel Yan's words were full of shock. In her opinion, this scene was too shocking. Since Geisha took over the huge angel civilization, only 3 kings have been born. King of Angels, Holy Geisha. Heavenly King, Hexi. King of Apocalypse, Cold Ice. When these 3 kings are present together, it is called the Age of 3 Kings. How prospered the angel civilization back then! And until now, Morgana has fallen into the Devil King for so many years. Angel civilization has never given birth to a king. Holy Geisha and Heavenly King Hexi also felt a little shake in their hearts. Yan is the future angel king appointed by Geisha. But now Yan can only be said to have the qualifications of the king. Whether she can become a king or not depends on her. And Geisha has a foreboding that if there is no ranking, she may be offline once. This led to an embarrassing situation in which the angel civilization did not have a new king to take over. Geisha even considered it. Before Yan grows up, look for another king to lead the angel civilization. That person is Anisid. However, Anid only has the qualifications of a king. But now, the Empress Hancock has revealed the supreme power of the king. That kind of king Haki is almost catching up with Geisha when she was young. This made Geisha's heart moved slightly. Devil Queen. Seeing Hancock's conqueror's Haki, even Morgana's eyes widened slightly. King. Morgana's tone was filled with shock. What do their demons lack most? A new king. She herself has been fighting with angel civilization for so long, and 643 has already been somewhat powerless. This is why she is interested in Qiangwei. And now, Hancock completely shocked Morgana. Turning around, Morgana ordered. Pay close attention to this Empress Boa Hancock, I want all her information. If she can come to our world, then we the devil will have a chance. Morgana's eyes filled with excitement. In the battlefield, the shouting and killing stopped for a long time. It was the rebirth and transformation of Jiraiya, who was petrified in front of the Empress, that broke the quiet tranquility. Jiraiya relied on himself against the master of Xianxia Chakra, and it took a long time to get rid of this petrified state. At this moment, Jiraiya couldn't help but get serious. He no longer dared to look at the majestic face of the Empress. His eyes turned aside slightly. Jiraiya found out that most of the people still standing around the battlefield were watching him. Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, Shisui, and others stared straight at him. This made Jiraiya's heart suddenly embarrassed. I'm so ashamed to throw it at Grandma's house. Jiraiya thought sadly in his heart. And the Empress Hancock didn't really mean to kill Jiraiya. She just wanted to find someone to paddle and finish the battle. After the battle, she will return to her own island of Nine Snake and be her empress. Seeing Jiraiya not daring to look directly at him, Hancock smiled slightly. Against, is it beautiful? Chapter 96. Jiraiya forced her gaze away from Hancock's face. But even so, his body felt a little stiff. The heavens and worlds are also accustomed to Jiraiya's lust. They think about it in another way. This changed you, can you bear it? Can you bear it? Watching the Empress petrify Jiraiya while waiting for him to break free from petrification, just playing with him like this. Sengoku shook his head helplessly. He also knew that this group of Shishibukai was unreliable. However, Sengoku wants them to play their best role. Turn your head slightly. Sengoku looked at the only 7 warlords of the sea who hadn't done anything. Blackbeard, are you trying to defy the orders of the world government? Sengoku's tone was very cold. Blackbeard laughed loudly when he heard it. Thief, ha 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 ha. I Blackbeard, of course I won't miss this battle. With that, Blackbeard rushed into the battlefield. And his dark fruit ability also caused a lot of trouble to Konoha. Senju Hashirama looked at the group of 7 warlords of the sea, his brows wrinkled and tightened. Although this group of people did not completely listen to Sengoku's words, they were also struggling to work hard. But Geninjnin don't think about it, facing these 7 people is the end of death. Even ordinary Jainin can't hold back these people's tricks. Senju Hashirama looked ugly and looked at his brother Tobirama. He knows. The three admiral on Marine's side did not move, his side is about to dispatch all the high-level combat power. Seeing Senju Hashirama's eyes, second Hokage Senju Tobirama also nodded. He understood what his brother meant. Immediately, he looked at Uchiha Shisui beside him. Shisui nodded. The battle cannot go on like this, he must also end. The shadow flashed. With blinking eyes, Shisui of 3 Tomo Sharingan rushed into the battlefield. Marine's side suddenly turned on their backs. Even the vice-admiral of the headquarters failed to resist Shisui's illusion, and attacked his own side. This is not the strongest illusion distinguished heavenly gods, but the most common Sharingan illusion. Shisui, who didn't have the slightest scruples, was terrifying. The name of instantaneous resounded throughout the battlefield. Soon, Shisui rushed to Blackbeard and confronted him. Blackbeard laughed, "Thief, ha ha ha." Looking at Blackbeard, who is harmless to humans and animals, some bigwigs from the heavens and worlds are showing interest. Aizen suddenly felt that this Blackbeard was the same person as himself. The eyes under the black-rimmed glasses flickered. Aizen wanted to see what this Blackbeard did. Pirate World. Aboard the Moby DK. Whitebeard smashed the bottle. Teach. His heart is full of anger. Whitebeard pirates, you can do anything and you will be forgiven. However, the only one. Just don't hurt your companions. This Blackbeard Teach stayed on his boat for so many years. But not long ago, he killed Sachi. And captured Ace who was chasing him, and exchanged the position of 7 warlords of the sea with the world government. Not to mention how angry Whitebeard was. If it hadn't been for Blackbeard to hide well, he would have been found and scummed. The captains on the ship are also very excited. Ace's eyes widened, with hatred in his eyes. The roots of his teeth clenched. Blackbeard, Ace, this life will definitely catch you personally. When Marco saw Ace's appearance, he immediately reached out and patted him on the shoulder. Enter Red Force. Hungfa touched the 3 scars on his left eye with one hand, his eyes were extremely cautious. Blackbeard, Teach. Hokage World. In Otanin Village. Danzo looked at Uchiha Shisui's figure, and there was a slight pain in his right eye. Distinguished heavenly gods, the old man must make good use of this power. Akatsuki within the organization. Seeing Shisui's figure, Rong was also a little lost. Shisui. Lord Madara on the main seat also raised her eyebrows slightly. I am a descendant of the Uchiha clan. Does it also turn on Manjiki Sharingan? Madara's eyes were full of interest, wanting to see how powerful Shisui really is. In the battlefield, Shisui's pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan looked at Blackbeard with caution. The person in front of him is by no means as simple as it seems. And Blackbeard continued to laugh at this time. These eyes are the same as those of Uchiha Madara. Can you use that trick? Blackbeard laughed, thief, ha ha ha. I don't know, can my dark fruit ability be swallowed? As he spoke, Blackbeard's eyes gradually became greedy. If he swallows those eyes here, can he take it out? Blackbeard thought in his heart, a heart getting hotter and hotter. Uchiha Madara's ability makes him jealous. If he can use Susanoo, then attach a layer of dark fruit ability. That's just hanging up. Daddy Whitebeard is not an opponent in front of him. Blackbeard grinned, getting more and more greedy. Shisui didn't talk nonsense, and the instant technique was activated. The shadow flashed, and the long knife was out of its sheath. Flames burned on the long knife, and Shisui's figure instantly appeared in front of Blackbeard. But Hokage's physical skills are far too pirates. As soon as Blackbeard stretched out his hand, armament haki directly blocked Shisui's long knife. Immediately, dark power emerged in his other hand, and he began to pull Shisui's figure. Blackbeard's trick has been tried repeatedly in Pirate World, and basically few people can escape. But in the Hokage world, body flicker technique exists. Shisui saw that it was not good, and suddenly pulled away and backed away. In the world of undead, he has long seen that most of the strong in pirate world are good at physical skills. Just now, he just wanted to test whether there were exceptions. Blackbeard stared blankly. Thief, ha ha ha. What a magical ninjutsu, a magical ability. As he said, Blackbeard was dark all over 6 paths launching. Shisui's expression is calm and indifferent. He who had been attacked by Danzo was no longer the genius boy before. A pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan suddenly rotates and changes. Under Blackbeard's somewhat surprised gaze, the change, Wang is good, became a windmill. Lord Madara smiled slightly. Sure enough, Manjiki was awakened. While Blackbeard was laughing, Shisui's right eye instantly released a bright golden light. The golden light instantly pulled Blackbeard into the illusion. Blackbeard's laughing face was frozen in place. After a while, puff! Blackbeard was half kneeling on the ground, sweating profusely. His face was very pale, and he looked at Shisui in amazement. Impossible! What kind of power is this? Account. Only he and Shisui knew what happened just now. How horrible it is, only Blackbeard has personally experienced it. Next moment, Shisui didn't give Blackbeard the slightest chance, and his left eye condensed again. The strongest illusion, Distinguished Heavenly Gods, is launched. Moment. Blackbeard's eyes widened, and the expression on his face was shocked. Seeing this scene, the heavens and myriad worlds were shocked and lost. Chapter 97. Pirate World. Red Hair frowning. How strong Blackbeard's strength, only he knows. That is, he can hurt existence. Even the original strength are comparable with him. So many years passed, Blackbeard's strength is certainly more terror. But the moment. This is how the red-eye Blackbeard teenager to a face-to-face subdued. Even Blackbeard effect turn on the water, but that does not mean this, right? Aboard the Moby DK. Ace is also a large wrinkled brow. And Blackbeard had a fight, he is very clear now powerful Blackbeard. That is absolutely not less than Marine Admiral. And such Blackbeard, that moment was subdued red-eye kid? How can this be? Whitebeard pirates, everyone is shocked. They had strong attendance ace Blackbeards. And they all know now Blackbeard has in mind would not be a man. But now, watching Shisui, some people speechless. Hokage world. Akatsuki within the organization. Even Madara yet are slightly eyebrows. That's for Manjiki, what is the capacity? Madara ability to use Shisui looked like illusion, great probability. But what magic can achieve this level? That Blackbeard can become the 7 warlords of the sea, 643 real force does not catch up with the strongest performance, Hawkeye said. But it should not be too low. Or that Madara sinister vision of God. He instantly see Blackbeard's strength must not be too weak. Even this group of 7 warlords of the sea in the strongest presence. In spite of this, Blackbeard was Shisui moment uniforms. This is exactly what capacity? Sound Shinobi Village. Danzo wiped eye, mouth slightly tilt. After obtaining Shisui's right eye, he has never used this distinguished heavenly god's strongest illusion. With this now Shisui original owner showed him. Danzo more and more value for the distinguished heavenly gods. Be sure to this move, used wisely. Either let Senju Hashirama forever subservient to him. Either. Danzo thought of the holding arms arrogant Uchiha Madara. His one ambition had almost stifled. Dugan from the mind of God Senju Hashirama and Madara. Shinigami world. Shisui's ability to see, eyes and body under a number of strong also raised an eyebrow. Ichimaru Jin heart full of caution. This kid's red eye ability, turned out to be illusion. Followed Aizen around, even if he has not figured out the ability to Aizen, but also glimpse a little doorway. Aizen's Zanpakuto ability, the probability is great illusion. Ichimaru-jin quietly lift eye, he had a Aizen on the throne. To see at this time of Aizen. Mouth curled interest is strong to the eyes of a Pole. He really tempted, very interested in Shisui kind of magic power. Kaika Suijutsu able to completely control other people's five senses, and red eye look at this boy. Seemingly, could not less than Kaika Suijutsu ah. In some circles the heavens won different eyes. Battlefield Blackbeard grinning loudly. Immediately, he turned around to see the marine side. Shisui just recorded two gods do not take effect. The Ray Eye God succeeded in destroying the will of Blackbeards. The left eye distinguished heavenly gods to swoop will completely change Blackbeard. These together, just let Blackbeard successful defection. Blackbeard turned around and looked rushed to the marine party figure, Shisui slightly relieved. This time, his left eye has begun to blur. Fortunately, this is a reincarnation of earth-moving body, otherwise he would not bear directly. It will also be Blackbeard really powerful. Shisui just the right eye pupil force to launch ultimate, Kanken will Blackbeard will tear trace of cracks. In this way, his left eye distinguished heavenly gods in order to successfully modify Blackbeard will. This is also Blackbeard will not so firm. He serves as a year-round 25th Sai, who not only did not conqueror's haki. Will is not so strong Akainu Hawkeye firm. These conditions are all met, it created a god other Shisui success. War, and thus direct a turning point. After being changed will Shisui, Blackbeard full combat capability. First, according to the Moria friction directly on the ground. Adjft. Moria with screaming cries. Blackbeard, you happen then what this crazy? No matter how he may say, Blackbeard, laughing still to launch his attack. Dark fruit is also really horrible, Moria soon no strength to fight back. Dover, bears and other people stopped the hands of the fighting, not far from the theater to see. Regardless of Moria yell, they have not the slightest shot to help the meaning. Sengoku also found their strange here, suddenly brow slightly is who. You know, these 7 warlords of the sea unreliable. The outbreak of Blackbeard, the strength of the 4 emperors now even if not so terrible, a hint of a slight difference. Admiral level but still fighting force. This Shishibukai Moria of course bear little brother. Soon, he was Blackbeard direct shock to kill. Thief ha 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 ha. Blackbeard took Moria head, laughing. This entire battlefield when they are scared. Marine there actually have a personal defection. Surprising strength so powerful. Dover, who look a little shocked and ugly. This Blackbeard, the strength could be so strong? It has been no significant Mountain Dew, how to fight such a terrible. Even Sengoku is shocked. Blackbeard did not expect to actually have the strength to such a degree. Then a Lenovo dark fruit of all the rumors, Sengoku's eyes cannot help but become extremely cautious. Summary Blackbeard do enjoy ace, the transaction to marine, to become 7 warlords of the sea. His various purposes. Thought for a moment, Sengoku eyes suddenly light up. Sengoku quickly turned around, to see to the side of Garp. Garp also at this time looked solemn, dignified haki standing there. Before opening Sengoku, Garp nodded and understand the old man meant. Naturally, I'll go, I will Blackbeard repression. Sengoku nodded. Blackbeard so cannot let go downtown. Seeing it is imperative Konoha morale defeated, marine morale must not be loose. Battlefield Blackbeard, just look to the eyes award candidate T Dolphin. The ability to single-handedly dark fruit has been stuck. T Dolphin alarmed, Blackbeard actually did not expect this time on his shot. Under caught off guard, the T will be Blackbeard in hand. Heaven's wand circles are very nervously watching. But the next moment. Boom! An air friction will have a powerful body of Mars come. Shisui eyes of a condensate, looking great changes not help. I saw the moment of Blackbeard, was wearing just a great stepping on your feet the whole body, he did not move. Garp serious face looking at Blackbeard under the body. Naturally, I cannot let you go on like this See Garp around marine shot and instantly cause severe sensation. Garp Vice Admiral. Yes Garp Vice Admiral. Garp Vice Admiral shot. Kill Marine victory for us. Chapter 98. As soon as Garp came out, the marine soldier's aura increased by a big margin. Senju Hashirama looked at this scene, his face changed slightly. The heavens and worlds did not expect that the prestige of this hero Garp in marine is so high. Spirit Cage World. Shanda's face was full of weird. Boss look, this Garp directly suppressed that Blackbeard. Is he so strong? I remember that battle between him and Pain was never as strong as it is now. Broken Star and the others also frowned, some of them couldn't figure out. Garp and Pain fought, although they crushed Pain in all directions. But in the end, he was caught off guard and was sealed by Pain and lost the battle. But now, the combat power that Garp showed was stronger than it was then. Su Tong nodded cautiously. Yes, I thought this marine hero, Iron Fist Garp was just a hero. But when I saw it just now, this Garp's strength is absolutely extraordinary. Bai Yuekui's eyes flickered too. You can be called a marine hero. Maybe the strongest marine is not Admiral, nor Marshal Sengoku. But upon hearing Bai Yuekui's words, a look of horror flashed across the faces of several people. Shanda has been unable to restrain it. Boss, you mean? This Garp is so strong. Several people looked sideways at Garp at the same time, their eyes full of shock. And in the battlefield, Blackbeard had just taken off Moria's head in a short time. At this moment, he is being crushed crazily by Garp's pair of iron fists. Garp's pair of iron fists are covered with thick armament haki. Black and bright, powerful and extraordinary. Seeing this scene, the heavens and all realms were shocked. In the Shinigami world, Soul Society 11th Division Resident Zaraki Kenpeicha laughed wildly, his body's excitement almost reaching a peak. Ha 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 ha, this Garp is too strong. Too strong, I really want to fight you soon. Garp. Ha 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 ha, Iron Fist, worthy of Iron Fist. This world. Sato clenched his right fist slightly. This pair of Garp's iron fists is much better than him. If this is able to possess the strength of Garp, he will never be a hindrance again, right? Sato's eyes flashed the helpless look of himself and others, and a firm will could not help but emerge in his heart. If he could have the strength of Garp. Imaginary? Shinigami? Who is his opponent? Tutoring the world. Bai Lan smiled slightly. The ability of that red-eyed boy is like Mikuro. And this Garp is very strong. Bai Lan sighed, and the interest in her eyes became more intense. He has long been tired of playing parallel worlds. Now, maybe you can play the heavens and the world. Pirate world. Whitebeard laughed. Cool la la la. Cool la la la. As expected of Garp, this pair of iron fists are still as hard as they were back then. Thinking of Garp's pair of iron fists, Whitebeard's eyes flashed nostalgia. But at this time, he was full of blonde hair, making this scene a bit nondescript. Wano Kuni Ghost Island. Kaido also roared furiously. Garp's pair of iron fists are hard enough. Laozi, it's been a long time since I had a meal. When Marine's battle is over, I have to go to Naval Headquarters. Kaido is a little excited. On the Straw Hat Pirates. Nami's eyes widened, and his soul trembled. Luffy, if I remember correctly, is that your grandpa? Luffy nodded. Ah, yeah. Brook, who joined later, said in surprise. Luffy, marine hero, Tekken Garp is your grandpa. Late hoo. Zoro and others were also staring. Then Blackbeard was shocking enough. Can kill Moria so easily. But it was directly suppressed by Garp, and there was no way to fight back. This is also amazing. Hokage World. Cloud Country 4th Rakich's body trembled slightly. If he is said to be the most excited about that kind of battle, of course it is this kind of fistful battle. He himself is such a tired ninja. 4th Rakich suddenly had a trace of admiration for Garp. This Garp is simply the idol of their physical ninja. He also longed to have a battle with Garp. Even though, he is very likely not Garp's opponent. However, he was content with that battle. Akatsuki within the organization. Nagato's heart is full of luck. If in that battle, it wasn't that he had burst out all his pupil power and released super planetary devastation. I am afraid that no matter what method he uses, Garp will be broken with one punch and one punch. Thinking of Garp's desperate iron fist again, Nagato sympathized with the current Blackbeard. 0. Look for flowers. As for the remaining two great nations in ninja world, the country of the earth and the country of the wind, they were tremblingly watching Marine and Konoha fight. One side lamented the power of Marine, and the other side lamented the power of Konoha. But until now, everyone has basically seen the power gap between the two sides. Overall, Marine's victory is even greater. Marine 3 Admiral and Marshal Sengoku have not done anything yet, and the occupation has already reached this point. Konoha Shinobi is struggling to support, and there is a tendency to gradually lose support. Although Konoha also has high-level combat power that has never been dispatched. However, after all the combat power of both sides have ended, there will not be a big difference between the situation and the current situation. It depends on how long Konoha can last. In the battlefield, Senju Hashirama watched Marine's advancing situation, and his heart gradually sank. He knew that Konoha would never go on like this. Otherwise, Marine's victory will be established. Senju Hashirama raised his eyes again and looked at Sengoku, who was far away from him. And Sengoku is not easy at this time. The battle between the two sides has lasted almost 3 hours. Marine only has 1 day, 24 hours. At present, they have not even been able to reach the core area of Konoha village, only fighting in the peripheral area. This made Sengoku a little anxious. But as Marshal Marine, he is the most impatient. Sengoku suppressed his desire to shoot and looked at Senju Hashirama on the opposite side. 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato and 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen in Konoha village. And Uzumaki Naruto who can be transformed into 9 tails. These 3 combat forces have not yet appeared, and he must bear his excitement. With a calm mind to ultimate, deploy this war. But Senju Hashirama, who was opposite, moved at this moment. With his hands in front of him, Senju Hashirama started wood style. Wooden golem jutsu, wooden golem jutsu. In an instant, a wooden golem appeared behind Momuzagi, T-Dolphin, 7 warlords of the sea and others. As soon as the wooden golem appeared, he had to reach out and grab them. Only the eagle eye was powerful, with quick eyes and quick hands, which cut the thick trunk behind with a single blow. But Doflamingo and Jinbei were caught directly by Senju Hashirama like a chicken. Seeing this scene, Sengoku couldn't help smiling at the corners of his mouth. Senju Hashirama, I can't help it anymore. Chapter 99. Seeing Senju Hashirama's hands, Akainu among the 3 admiral couldn't help it. Defeated by Senju Hashirama, he has not been convinced. I thought it was just the terrain, and the battlefield was too unfavorable for him. I wanted to find this place a long time ago. But Sengoku shook his head and said solemnly to Akainu. Your mission this time is to look for opportunities to pierce Konoha's defense as Marine's strongest spear. Hearing that, Akainu couldn't help resisting the urge to shoot. Nodding, Akainu's face is full of firmness. He will definitely go to regain the battle flag himself and lead Marine to victory. 3. The reason why Admiral hasn't done it yet. It's because Sengoku can't believe in 7 warlords of the sea. So, let 7 warlords of the sea go up first, an admiral looks for opportunities to directly break through Konoha's defense. Although there are disagreements between the three admiral. But in this kind of matter, the three of them will still be folded into a 6-4-3 meeting. Sengoku finally gave a few words to Crane. After handing over the command to Crane, he jumped straight down. Boom! The Golden Buddha is born. Under the shocked eyes of the heavens and the world, Sengoku became the Golden Light Buddha. Boom! With a terrifying shock wave, Sengoku blasted Blackbeard directly out. Blackbeard, who had been suppressed by Garp for a long time, turned pale. Sengoku's palm directly hit Blackbeard hard. And even if his will is changed, Blackbeard is against the water. Still maintaining the heart of forbearance and low key. After he was knocked into the air, he simply lay there and recovered. Afterwards, Sengoku and Garp looked at each other. Garp also stretched out his hand and directly tore off the justice behind him. The two looked at Senju Hashirama with scorching eyes. Their two marine legends are going to fight side by side again today. Ha 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 ha! Garp and Sengoku laughed. This scene was greatly shocked by the heavens and all realms. In the spirit cage world, a sip of water that Shonda had just drunk spurted out. Damn! This martial Sengoku is really a Buddha. His title, Sengoku of Buddha, is really right. Broken Star and others are also very shocked. The impact of the Golden Buddha on them is too strong. The powerful aura visible to the naked eye swept the quartet. Xiaodo's eyes were already full of stars. Uncle Sengoku is so strong. When this battle is over, I must ask him for advice. Uncle Sengoku, the golden body of the Buddha is so handsome. At this moment, even Bai Yuekui's eyes were a little shocked. The form of Sengoku, the big Buddha of the human fruit phantom beast system, is indeed bluffing. Super God World. A string of numbers flashed in Hexi's eyes. After a while, she smiled slightly, looked at Geisha and said, Queen Geisha, the martial Sengoku, used abilities that the world had never had before. Before, Whitebeard's strength was shaking, similar to an earthquake in nature. Akainu's ability is magma, and Kizaru's ability is shining. As for the Golden Lion, it should be able to float the objects it touches. These abilities are all derived from nature. But this martial Sengoku showed us another ability for the first time. Transfiguration, Buddha. Hexi's intellectual voice fell, and all the angels in the hall were all looking sideways. Hexi was worthy of King Tianji, and he analyzed so many things in an instant. Geisha raised her eyebrows too. Indeed, this Sengoku used the ability to transform into other creatures for the first time. Angel civilization is worthy of the king-level civilization in the universe. In a short time, most of the basic abilities of Pirate World were analyzed. This is because Hexi didn't fully disclose the information, and wanted Yan and others to exercise. Otherwise, Hekam can tell Conqueror's Haki. Because in her observation, this black substance is not only present in Garp. There are many naval headquarters Rear Admiral and Vice Admiral in use. This has already caused all kinds of speculations on the Crane. I didn't say it, I was afraid Yan and others were too shocked. Aboard the Devil Queen, Morgana also spit out water. Her face was full of "Are you kidding me" expressions. "Eh Buddha? Really sure you are not kidding me?" After coming here for so many years, he has long known that among the group of human beliefs, one of them is Buddha. That Sun Wukong is also known as fighting and defeating the Buddha. The Peak Monkey King, but a stick wiped out the existence of Liang Star's entire fleet. Morgana became more and more strange to these heavens and worlds. The world's great wonders. The vastness of the heavens and myriad worlds is that they have everything. Battlefield. Watching Sengoku incarnate as a golden Buddha. And Garp also got away from the battle with Blackbeard. Senju Hashirama suddenly felt like he had been tricked. I saw that both Garp and Sengoku were staring at him. It seems that the two have been preparing for this scene, but I don't know how long. Senju Hashirama did not guess wrong. Sengoku had long planned to let himself and Garp deal with Senju Hashirama together. Not to be suppressed, but to prevent Senju Hashirama from being separated and disturbing other places. Marine only needs to accumulate this advantage at this moment. The result of the final victory will not change. Dover and others stood not far away, with some admiration in their eyes. As expected, Marshal Marine, known as the resourceful general, Sengoku. Everyone is a little admired. Sengoku's strategy is too strong. Konoha's side was suppressed to death. And at the moment, headquarters at the rear of Konoha, under the Hokage rock, Namikaze Minato was listening to the ninja, and his face was a little ugly. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face also changed slightly. Unexpectedly, Shode would end up personally so early. Namikaze Minato also nodded solemnly. Yes, listening to the report, Marine's combat power is too strong, and the pressure on first generation can be imagined. When several people heard about Marine's strong lineup, their hearts were very serious. They were not surprised to hear Senju Hashirama personally end the game. The battle is tense, and Konoha is now. Only Senju Hashirama can have that strength and save the situation. The next moment, another reporting ninja came to 5.3 again. There was news of Senju Hashirama and Garp Sengoku fighting. This moment made Namikaze Minato's face even more ugly. However, he could not go to the battlefield in person. Although he may be able to reverse a certain battle, but the rear will create an extremely empty situation. Look around. Namikaze Minato sighed and shook his head, resisting the urge to go to the front line. Compared to the front line, he is needed more here. That golden battle flag must not be lost. If he goes. Here are Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tsunade, Kakashi, Might Guy, and many Anbu. Together, these people are not enough for one Marine Admiral to fight. If the opponent comes with an Admiral, the battle flag is dangerous. Namikaze Minato frowned. Might Guy, who was guarding the battle flag next to him, also had a solemn expression. Chapter 100. Might Guy, his face solemn, her heart is firmly with any case, should hold banners that idea. Kakashi aside this time to see him. Guy, you say, we can win it? Kakashi heard the words, Guy cannot help thinking about it. After a while, he shook his head, then nodded firmly. Kakashi, we Konoha, but also to win regardless. You and I, is the last line of defense. Desperate, must hold banners. Guy heard the words, Kakashi nodded cautiously. Guy, you and I desperate, but also hold banners. Two as one, the eyes are exposed firm intended. Frontline battlefield. Looking at Sengoku and Garp, Senju Hashirama sullen for the duo. Wood style dancing. Tekken sharp. Temple tough. After the victory of the resurrection, Senju Hashirama is really strong. Garp and Sengoku together, just Kanken suppressed Senju Hashirama it. Look at this scene, Whitebeard pirates in the world's eyes exposed careful. Hashirama, really strong 09 big ah. I have some expectations, you go in the world, and you are the pinnacle of a war. Whitebeard now some cannot wait, that want to use their own opportunities, to the Hokage Senju Hashirama world in a war. But now he cannot go. Leaderboard rewards no head no tail. I can only say that the opportunity to go to other worlds once. I did not say that this package does not include the opportunity to return to the pirate world. If not, that he had no place to cry she went. He's gone, and if these sons how to do something? Among the forbearance sector. Sound forbearance village Danzo become eager eyes again. If he's distinguished heavenly gods can control Senju Hashirama, allowed to surrender on their own. He is definitely a big prophet this distinguished heavenly gods used. Danzo heart-longing eyes gradually become blazing. Orochimaru in Konoha village is even more excited. First Hokage Senju Hashirama, said to be his most eager body will not be excessive. Not only has that unique akabia, more unmatched recovery capabilities. Senju Hashirama alive, is that there is almost immortal. Combat power is also very strong, the current forbearance sector will only be able to confront Madara. If he got Senju Hashirama Orochimaru's body, that forbearance is not bound to go sideways? Who else can stop him doing experiments? Licking lips, saliva pull along Orochimaru suddenly a Jiling. Pressure of cross god, he cannot help but fearful. He even dared to move thought to Senju Hashirama body? Not afraid of eating arsenic old birthday, special real life it too long. Orochimaru shook his head, greed by durability heart. Desire, or need to control. Akatsuki within the organization. Madara watched the battle Garp Sengoku Lord of Senju Hashirama, haha cannot help laughing. Hashi hot mom, your combat power or the years so strong ah. Forces such as the list of things settled, I must go to Konoha, good to experience your true several thousand hands. Ha 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 ha. Hashi freaky. Kakuzu below the face with horror. He was too fortunate, then Senju Hashirama did him in for the kill. If at the time of Senju Hashirama tried to kill him, 100 mania him run away. The gap is too big. Soil of the country Ono would face is cold sweat clouds. Forces standings war too horrible. World War II combat power than the list of terror almost several times. Had it been allowed to Konoha or Marine on the soil of the country. They are not a rival ah. They replaced the soil of the country Rock Shinobi village, I'm afraid 1 hour, they were completely defeated. Konoha and Marine have too much high-level combat power. Oniki was shocked. He was thinking about how to fight that battle when he went to Rock Shinobi village to participate in the battle. There are 5 games to play in the power list. This is doomed. Ninja World, the 5 great nations will all fight once. Oniki's face was full of sadness. He must wait and wait for the last battle before joining the war. At least, the odds of winning like that are much greater. Wind Country Tsunagakuer, Kazekage Raza, and Onoki's ideas coincide. Both of them thought, wait until the end of the power list, then take their own ninja village to participate in the battle. Otherwise, the first few forces in this pirate world must be very strong. Marine and Konoha have fought, so we ruled it out. But then there is the Whitebeard pirates. When they met Whitebeard, Tsunagakuer still lost, and they didn't get the slightest benefit. In the battlefield, the battle between Senju Hashirama and the 3 of them has gradually become fierce. He had already slapped his hands and entered sage mode. The 2 sides confronted each other. Garp and Sengoku stand side by side. Sengoku did not release Conqueror's haki. But the 2 sides just stood like this, and the strong man's aura kept facing each other. This scene almost attracted the attention of the entire battlefield. On Garp's pair of iron fists, there is an extremely thick armament haki. He almost used 99% of his strength. Above the iron fist, armament haki even overflowed thickly. Before the fists danced, the fist-hunting wind screamed directly. Sengoku is also extremely exaggerated. The body of the Buddha is 6 or 7 meters tall. The white shock wave on both palms was terrifying. Feeling the strength of the 2 of them, Naruto, who was standing in the distance as a support unit, stared. Niji looked at Garp and Sengoku incredulously. Is that a human? This kind of strength is a god. Naruto was also in unstoppable shock. These 2 uncles, maybe anyone can suppress the 9 tails in my body. It's horrible, this kind of momentum. Tenten's eyes were bright at this time. Shode moved. Senju Hashirama opposite Sengoku Garp with both hands 643 shot. The momentum of horror began to rise. The earth was trembling slightly, and there was a tendency to gradually lose its support. Sage art. Wood style true several thousand hands. Senju Hashirama roared angrily, clasping his hands together. There was a loud bang. A Senju Guanyin rose. Senju Hashirama is standing on the head of Guanyin, his eyes fixed on Sengoku and Garp. Seeing Senju Hashirama's powerful aura, the two of them couldn't help but sink. The resurrected Senju Hashirama is indeed stronger than before. This kind of prestige made them feel a little dignified just facing them. The two of them looked heavy and looked up at Senju Hashirama. "Old man, today, we are going to fight together again," Garp said. Sengoku nodded. "Yeah, Garp." Marine and the ninja on the battlefield were shocked long ago. They looked at the extremely powerful aura of true several thousand hands, and their hearts were terrified to the extreme. Doflamingo's eyes widened. "Hello. Just kidding. Why is this thing completely different from what I saw when watching the game?" Really feeling the huge pressure, Dover's arrogant face became serious. The heavens and myriad worlds also looked at it in shock. Little lowly Xiaodo patted her hands with her hands. Sage art. Wood style true several thousand hands. Chapter 101. On the battlefield. Sengoku and Garp have fought against Senju Hashirama. Both sides showed almost 100% strength. After the resurrection, Senju Hashirama is also really tough. It's different from the body that reincarnates. Right now, he will not lag behind when using any moves. The huge Senju Guanyin fought against the Golden Buddha and Garp's pair of iron fists. But the two marine veterans are not vegetarian either. When the two of them add up, even Whitebeard at the peak must deal with it carefully. And, Whitebeard can just remain undefeated. After all, Garp was the man who could run around after One Piece Roger. Looking at the fierce battle in the battlefield, the heavens and the realms were a little shocked. Sengoku and Garp work very well together. One is the main defense and the other is the main attack. Seeing the battle between the three of them, the heart of the 10,000 realm powerhouse gradually boiled. In this battle, the battle between high-level combat forces can set the stage for the battle. A confrontation between an army of ordinary marines and Konoha shinobi. In the end, it can't affect the situation in any way. The reason why this link is also arranged. It is also that both parties want to show their all-round power in the eyes of the heavens and the world. Sengoku teamed up with Garp and Senju Hashirama to fight on the side of the battlefield, and the three admiral were not idle at this time. The three of them started to move. In the spirit cage world. Shanda's eyes lit up. "Look." Three admiral moved. Hearing the voice of Shanda, all of them looked towards the battlefield. Bai Yuekui narrowed his eyes. Akainu raised his arms and turned into a huge red-gold magma fist. Meteor volcano. Boom. Boom. Countless magma fists dyed the sky a fiery red. The ninja army suddenly turned on their backs. King's Wall? Water barrier? All defenses seemed so pale and weak in front of Meteor volcano. Some Konoha shinobi are already desperate. A genin knelt on the ground, watching his surrounding companions being swallowed by a giant fist of magma. The whole person had completely collapsed. This is a natural disaster. This is horrible. We Konoha can't win. On the battlefield, this sound spread rapidly between genin and chnin. No matter how the genin boosted their morale, the hearts of genin and chnin had completely collapsed. Everyone cried and lost their fighting spirit. Marine took advantage of the momentum and directly overwhelmed Konoha's momentum. The giant fists of magma landed one by one, knocking Konoha over. Of course, this kind of large-scale attack will accidentally hurt oneself. Some marines were also burned to ashes under Akainu's move. But Akainu's complexion, who was standing not far away, didn't change at all. Still looking decisively release the terrifying lava. The iron and blood of Akainu was once again shown in the eyes of countless people in the heavens and worlds. Seeing this scene, Shanda couldn't help sucking in air. My idol, Akainu, is too iron and blood. Xiaodo's eyes widened too, a little unbelievable. He doesn't he care about the lives of ordinary marine soldiers? Such a large-scale attack, marine soldiers' deaths and injuries are inevitable. Xiaodo said, looking at Akainu with fear in her eyes. Broken Star and the others also frowned. Although they lamented the power of Akainu, but he couldn't accept Akainu's disregard for the life and death of his subordinates. Aizen's eyes flickered in Shinigami's world. To achieve the goal, do you use any means? It's really like me. Aizen smiled, this scene did not arouse him the slightest feeling. And Konoha's undead reincarnation army of Chengtu also encountered Admiral Aokiji. Aokiji stood in front of them and shook his head. "Allah, it's really troublesome." As he said, his hands were pressed on the ground. Ice Age. Taste. The terrifying chill spreads. Under the shocked eyes of the Konoha shinobi, Chengtu's reincarnation army was frozen for an instant. Most of them are ordinary Chunin, or Genin. Even if the rice soil reincarnated, it gave them unlimited chakra and immortal body. However, they still couldn't escape Aokiji's ice. The power of the Ice Age. But it can freeze the entire sea for as long as a week. See this scene. Hitsugayachwara's face was solemn. Although his Daiguren Haranmaru is as powerful as this Aokiji. But in terms of scope, Haranmaru is much worse. He suddenly found the direction of his future development. As for Kizaru and Three Admiral. Under the gaze of the heavens and the world. The yellow ape flew over the Konoha shinobi in an instant. With a careless expression, Kizaru spoke lightly. "Have you ever been beaten by the light?" Bakakshunguyu. As he said, Kizaru opened his hands in front of him. The dazzling golden light is generated. Boom! 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 Numerous golden lasers shot towards the ninja of Konoha below. Even Jainin can't stop or dodge this trick. Akainu's meteor volcano, they can still avoid some by virtue of speed. But Kizaru's 8-foot Zhongguyu? That speed is completely beyond their ability to react. Konoha's formation and momentum were instantly destroyed by San Admiral. Looking at this scene, Naruto on the edge of the battlefield was a little bit uncontrollable. But Shikamaru stopped him. Master 4th Generation said, "You must use it on the blade, not recklessly. Think about it." Naruto gritted his teeth. Thinking of Kushina's figure, Naruto walked forward resolutely. Little Sakura wanted to stop him again, but Shikamaru stopped him. "Let him go, at this time, he also needs to play." After speaking, Shikamaru sighed. "It's time for us to join the battle." Several people nodded. Immediately, Konoha 11 Xiaoqiang rushed into the battlefield. Several people cooperate very tacitly. The school-level officers of naval headquarters are not their opponents. It has to be a few rear admiral, with the powerful armament Haki and Marine 6 styles, to be able to play back and forth with a few people. Shikamaru and others are worthy of being the children of major families, and family secret arts are indeed powerful. Chunin, the average, king of the king, is by no means an opponent in front of them. Together, even Jainin has to avoid his edge. And Naruto is also rushing towards the figure of San Admiral. The three Akainu at this time. They stood together and approached Konoha. Senju Hashirama is held back by Garp and Sengoku. Senju Tobirama, White Fang, Shisui, and others were also battered by 7 warlords of the sea. This group of 7 warlords of the sea does not play cards according to the routine. Perhaps it was because of the desire to show off his strength in front of the interface of the world. Dover and others gradually became serious. This made Senju Tobirama and others unable to get out, to block the third admiral. On the battlefield, the shouts from Marine's side shook the sky. Many headquarter vice admiral rear admiral's strength is strong, and Konoha has been defeated steadily. The pacifists' missed shots continued to roar. Ordinary Jainin can't stop the pacifists. Konoha's defeat is almost doomed. Strage. Chapter 102. All the heavens and the world shook their heads as they watched Marine gradually marching towards victory. Tutoring the world. Bai Lan raised her eyebrows. This Marine is really powerful. If you remember correctly, they should just be the naval headquarters, right? Then if the entire Marine is added together, this strength. Even Bai Lan showed a smile on her face and became interested. There is also the pacifist, he is very interested in it. If you can get that technology, the defense weapon of his Myra Fire family can be upgraded to break through. Bai Lan looked forward to a battle with other world powerhouses. Sawada Tsunayashi has long become boring for him. Bai Lan sighed. Will there be people like him in the heavens and all realms? Disgust the world, use sentient beings as pawns, and destroy the world as a game. Bai Lan smiled and continued to watch the battle. DC Universe. The Flashberry is most concerned about, is Admiral Kizaru. This is a person whom he values very much. Kizaru's speed made him look at him, and there was something he could learn from the various moves in the battle. The Superman's body in the metropolis was also a little excited. Although Superman is not good at fighting, he is also looking forward to this kind of battle. And this kind of pure battle, he still likes it very much. The two sides have no hatred, no grudges, and no settlement of interests. Just need, a battle for no reason. Who can not love? The heart of every 660 powerhouse yearns for this pure battle. Superman imagined himself rushing into the battlefield and killing all quarters, and a smile appeared on his face. Master Batman is concerned about the pacifists. He is also somewhat interested in that kind of technology. If you can get a bunch of such pacifists, not to mention being able to do a big super, but it can also increase his strength a lot. In the future, the justice of Gotham City does not require Tenton to dispatch himself to defend it. Marvel Universe. Iron Man looked at the pacifist, and he was also very interested in his heart. If he could use that kind of laser cannon on his steel suit, the power would increase by more than a little bit. Tony was a little curious, what kind of genius was who invented this kind of war machine? Sure, he is a genius who is only a little bit lower than Tony, right? And Tony is interested in pacifists. Thanos, the overlord of the universe, is even more interested. But what he and Tony thought were very different. Tony wanted to put that kind of laser cannon on his steel suit. And Thanos? His ambition is bigger, reaching the sky. He even wanted to install this laser cannon on a battleship to make an interstellar main gun. The kind that smashes a planet in one shot. Ajft. Thanos showed a smile like an old father and continued to watch the battle. Although only two surface civilizations. But that kind of combat system is really interesting. Interested him very much. And Marine's 10,000 Marshal Sengoku made the battle deployment nearly seamless. Konoha was calculated to death. This kind of character also makes Thanos look at him frequently. Assassin World. Seeing that the battle had become fierce, Aju was gradually agitated. Dabeo, look at it, Marine is going to win. G. Dabeo also nodded. This kind of degree of war, if it were not for rankings, we would never have seen it in our lifetime. G. Dabeo sighed. If there is no leaderboard, their vision is still limited to a small island. Alpha also nodded, agreeing in his eyes. Yes, Dabeo, the heavens and the world. Punch the world. Poros, the overlord of the universe, looked a little boring at this battle. Rubbish. Too rubbish. At this level? Can't stop me from punching. Hurry up until my overlord Poros comes on stage, ha 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 ha. Poros laughed, only looking forward to the moment when he competed in the eyes of the heavens and the world. Contrary to him, Saitama is more serious. These heavens and myriad worlds are too big, I hope there are strong men who can fight me. Saitama sighed. He is so boring, so boring. He is going to have enough of such boring days. Inside the Shinigami world, Ichigo watched Hawkeye's battle intently. He is quickly learning the swordsmanship of Eagle Eye, and the powerful sword aura that his crescent sky exaggerates many times. Many captains in Soul Society also watched this battle intently. Byakuya Kukaki's self-confidence was repeatedly crushed by the Akainu trio. He kept thinking about what level he would be if he were placed in the pirate world. And in his heart, the judgment for himself is the lowest is also an admiral. But take a look now. Akainu, Kizaru, and Aokiji are 3 admiral. Take any one out, he is not necessarily an opponent. This can't help but severely hit Byakuya Kukaki's self-confidence. 3 admiral couldn't be beaten, not to mention the marine hero Garp and Martial Sengoku. Garp can destroy all his Senbonzakura blades with one punch. As for Sengoku, he could completely destroy his self-confidence with one palm. Among the many captains, the old monster Yamamoto can remain calm. The battle between the pirates and Hokage has not yet made him feel the pressure. There is no need to solve the cannibalism too. Shikari Jinjaka is enough to deal with all the current pirates and Hokage's strong. Old Yamamoto smiled. It seems that his strength is still very strong among the heavens and myriad realms. Aizen in Sui Palace is even more confident. Kaika Suijutsu open, no one can stop. And in the battlefield, 3 admiral kept walking forward, with steady steps without any urgency. The 3 people with a body height of more than 3 meters are full of pressure. One genin on their way was wide-eyed, with cold sweat on his face. Big, Admiral. Now, all ninjas in the Hokage world. I also know what the word Admiral actually means. Like countless pirates in Pirate World. They also began to feel frightened when they heard the name of Admiral. The genin's eyes widened. At this time, a genin from Konoha village rushed over. Don't be afraid, the will of fire is still there, and 4th generation personally guards the battle flag. Even if we die, we must hold the line of defense. This battle Konoha will win. Genin screamed and rushed to the Akainu trio. The corner of Kizaru's mouth flicked. Noisy, where's Genin? It's terrible. As he said, Kizaru's right foot was already lifted, and the golden light continued to condense. The kick that was about to be kicked out at any time was shocking, and the previous genin trembled. Teacher. But I haven't waited for Kizaru to do it. Akainu, who was walking in the middle of the 3 admiral, directly raised his hand. The will of fire? Fire is no match for magma. I saw Kazuki, I will destroy you Konoha by myself. Words fall. Akainu's right fist lifted, and terrifying lava erupted. Chigen giant fist instant. It penetrated the chest of that genin. Teacher. Genin's eyes widened behind him, cold sweat dripping down. The genin looked back at him. Guardian, will of fire. Where Konoha dances, the fire is endless. Chapter 103. The genin stared decisively, and while speaking, his body was thrown aside by Akainu. Aokiji shook his head. Alala, moth, why do you want to fight the fire again? No matter what the moth is, it's also a moth. Aokiji sighed, not understanding Genin's death behavior. The genin student of genin not far away has completely collapsed. With cold sweat on his face, this genin stumbled towards the Akainu trio. I want revenge for the teacher. Where Konoha dances, fire endlessly. He yelled and charged up. Looking at this genin, Qingxiang shook his head again. Akainu was about to punch again with no expression on his face. But a dazzling golden light next to him was the first to kick it out. Sakazuki, I have been brewing for a long time. It's just that you preempted the one just now, but this one is no longer possible. Words fall. The body of that genin was penetrated by a golden light. The eyes of the heavens and all realms are tight. Spirit Cage World. Little lowly Doubter wrapped her hands in front of her eyes, only daring to show a small slit to watch. Woo! 3 Admiral is too cold and ruthless, woohoo. That genin is about the same age as me, right? They can do it like that. Little lowly Xiaodo's face was very ugly, and she was frightened pale by the momentum of the Akainu trio. Shanda, Broken Star, and others also shook their heads. Baiyu said coldly at this moment. Daodu, if he doesn't improve his strength, he will become a prey for the strong to play with. Let's see. As Bai Yuekui said, several people looked at the battlefield again. I saw it. Kizaru's kick did not hit the genin. It just penetrated past him, causing a shocking explosion behind the genin. But even so, the will of Shinobu under his name has been completely destroyed. He knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. His face was filled with the joy of the rest of his life. And his eyes were even more sluggish, and he didn't have the slightest look anymore. The weak, he realized for the first time how cruel the battlefield really is. The enemy will not talk to you at all. Will only kill you by means of thunder. Of course, participating in this war may not be a bad thing. Being able to experience a real life and death in the battlefield is very helpful to his future ninja career. After all, the darkness in the ninja world is not much less than this battle. It's even worse. The battle between the two big ninja villages is even more indifferent. All the conspiracy methods came out. Bai Yuekui looked at Xiaodo again. Now, do you know? It's like our battle with the extreme beast, they will show mercy to you because you are still young? Daodu's face instantly froze. And in her heart, a desire to become stronger also rose. Shanda and others were even more silent, with nothing to say. Super God World. Seeing the iron and blood scene of the Akainu trio, the angels did not react. The rise and fall of angel civilization 10,000 years. Under the leadership of Holy Geisha, they have experienced countless battles. The death of a comrade, the departure of a companion, the cruelty of the battlefield. These and so on, they have already experienced it firsthand. But seeing Akainu's iron-blooded wrists, Angel Yan and others still looked a little serious. This is war. I don't know which guard angel it is, and he sighed. The faces of Angel Yan and others changed slightly again. In the battlefield, the Akainu trio didn't shoot at that genin again, but went straight past him and continued to move forward. But Na Shinobu sat where his name was, although cold sweat spread all over his face. The body was crushed by the momentum of the Akainu trio. But he turned his head slowly. I can't let you pass. His tone was extremely firm, remembering the words of teacher Jainin when he died. Where Konoha dances, the fire is endless. Ah 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 ah. The genin roared and rushed to the three of them. Kizaru raised his eyebrows suddenly and shouted. It's a good will. Aokiji also shook his head slightly. A genin attack, he didn't even think of turning his head back. Akainu's face sank. No matter how strong the fighting spirit is, the ant is also an ant. Besides, you will completely annoy humans. Will you live well? As he said, Akainu turned his head, and the magma giant fist instantly blasted towards the famous Na Shinobu. Can be the next moment. Boom! A scene that surprised Akainu slightly appeared. Someone actually blocked his punch. The sight slowly moved down. I saw a little devil with yellow hair and blue eyes, looking at him seriously. And on his hands, there is an orange-red chakra. Akainu, who fought with Naruto once, couldn't recognize it. His face sank again. Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto, who blocked Akainu's punch, smiled slightly, his face extremely serious. He first looked at genin beside him. 0, look for flowers. Although this genin showed fighting spirit, he was still frightened by Akainu's punch. Hey, you go and deal with other marine first, leave it to me here. Listening to Naruto's words, the genin nodded and ran away quickly. And Akainu's face sank again. When will a kid be able to save people under my hands? Kizaru raised his eyebrows even more. Ming, where is Namikaze Minato's son? Is he going to explode in that demon fox form again? Aokiji's face was calm. The three of them stared at Naruto. The pressure on Naruto instantly doubled. The aura of the three Marine Admiral, the pressure can be imagined. Any pirates? At the same time facing the three Admiral must be cautious. Super God World. Seeing Naruto on stage, Angel Yan raised his brows and couldn't help but curl up. The protagonist is out. 0. Hearing the playful voice of Angel Yan, Hickson, Lingzi, and others all smiled. They have already analyzed Uzumaki Naruto. The son of 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato was treated like that after the death of the Namikaze Minato couple. But there is no Blacken, and since then he has embarked on the path of destroying the world. Instead, positive energy gushes out of him, incredible, as if endless. This made Angel Yan and others see that this Naruto may have the protagonist's life. According to this person, Blacken is the ultimate boss. Without Blacken, there has always been positive energy, and that is the protagonist's fate. Angel Yan smiled. I don't know what surprise this protagonist can bring us this time. Lingzi and Xin also smiled. Sister Yan, don't laugh at that Naruto. The child is so young, it's good to be able to do it now. After all, the appearance of the rankings, but ignoring everything. What son of destiny, protagonist, Lord of Destiny? It won't work. Sister Yan, don't read your online novels. A few people heard the voice, and the many angels in the hall roared with laughter. The angel looked up proudly. In my opinion, this Naruto, no matter what, is not the opponent of 3 Admiral. With absolute strength, there will be no change in the result. It's like our justice trial. In the universe, how many civilizations can stop it? Hearing the cold words, everyone also shook their heads slightly. Really? Under absolute strength? More than conspiracy and trickery are not working. Fighting spirit? Belief? It's useless. What? Chapter 104. The terrifying magma on Akainu erupts. He, whose fruit ability has been enhanced, has never shown his true strength in the eyes of the heavens and 10,000 realms. And now, Akainu's 2 pairs of giant magma fists have already blasted towards Naruto. The 2 Kizaru Aokiji on the side did not watch the show. Golden Laser, Blue Ice. 3 attacks rushed towards Naruto at the same time. Facing the terrifying pressure on the 3 of them, Naruto's little face was full of stubbornness. Just let you know the new tricks my dad taught me. With that said, Naruto directly unlocked the seal of 9 tails in his body. The evil roar suddenly resounded across the battlefield. Uzumaki Naruto, are you going to let me out again? Ha 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 ha. 9 tails roared and was about to take out Naruto's body. And Naruto also allowed 9 tails to act recklessly at this time, and didn't mean to block it at all. This is exactly the tactic developed by Namikaze Minato and others. In just one day, it was impossible for Naruto to conquer 9 tails and learn the 9 tails chakra mode. So, then just release 9 tails directly and make a big battle. The huge 9 tails gradually poured out. On the face, they faced a terrorist attack by the Akainu trio. 3 Admiral's strength is also really strong. Don't give 9 tails any face. As soon as it appeared, it was blasted back tens of meters by 3 Admiral moves. Seeing the huge 9 tails roaring, the 3 Akainu expressions were very calm. Marine, I have expected 9 tails a long time ago, how can there be no means to deal with it? The Momuzagi T-Dolphin fighting against Konoha's army burst out in an instant. Many Konoha Jonin have been cleaned up by them, and now they can't stop the many headquarters of Vice Admiral. As for the 2 of them, the task assigned by Sengoku at the beginning was to block 9 tails. 9 tails is still roaring at the Akainu trio. But over there, the 2 grand prize candidates rushed directly in front of them. Chi-Chi. The sharp pale pink sword aura was generated, and Momuzagi slashed at 9 tails with a single sword. The T-Dolphin is also shot directly. The two instantly attracted the attention of 9 tails. However, he was still full of anger at the Akainu trio, and wanted to rush forward. But the two grand prize candidates, Momuzagi T-Dolphin's ability is not vegetarian. Grand prize candidate, that is when Marine Admiral's position is missing, he can be directly promoted to Admiral's existence. Even if the strength is not as good as Admiral, it is slightly worse. But it is absolutely terrifying. The two teamed up, not to mention suppressing 9 tails, but there is no problem with it. Under the snarling eyes that 9 tails did not dare to, the Akainu trio continued to push toward Konoha. Seeing the perfect coordination and tactics of Marine, almost everyone in the world shook their heads. This battle may be difficult for Konoha. Thunder Country. The huge Raikage office is full of solemnity. Everyone frowned, watching the battle between Marine and Konoha. Fourth Raikage said in a deep voice. In this battle, Konoha may have fallen into Marine's control from the beginning. Seeing the Golden Buddha facing Senju Hashirama on the battlefield, Fourth Raikage's eyes were full of caution. This Marine Marshal Sengoku is too good at large-scale operations. The eyes of Killer Bee, Sam Yi, and others were even more heavy. If Konoha at this time is replaced by their Cloud Shinobi village, then Marine Marshal Sengoku and Hero Garp don't even have to shoot. 3 Admiral alone with 7 Warlords of the Sea and a group of Headquarters Vice Admiral, it is enough to flatten their Cloud Shinobi village. His Killer Bee is perfect. What about Jinkraki? What about the two-tailed Jinkraki from Wooden Golem? Can you stop Marine Admiral? Can Fourth Raikage stop Marine Admiral? The gap is too big. Several people were silent. Pirate World. If they are all such powerful forces, how should they fight in the Hokage world? Except for the Water Country and Rain Shinobi village led by Uchiha Madara, how do they fight the other major countries? Third Tsuchikage Oniki of Tonokuni is also very sad. Oh, I'm getting old. Oniki sighed. Suddenly there was a thought that he didn't want the country of Obito to join the war. To fight is to lose, and to not fight is to lose. Is that still playing? The country of wind. Fourth Kazekage Luosha watched the battle between the two sides, with a look of helplessness in his eyes. He sighed repeatedly while shaking his head. In addition to the tail beast, Thunder Country has the powerful combat power of Fourth Raikage. What do they have in the Kingdom of Wind? Except for one tail shower his wind shadow can't do a 7 Warlords of the Sea. It's still fighting. What about People's Background Board? Rasha desires one thing now, and that is, the other big forces in Pirate World must be much weaker than Marine. Then they still have some opportunities. Don't despair them like Marine. In the battlefield, 3 admirals' footsteps are like broken bamboo, without a pause. 0. No one is their enemy along the way. Konoha couldn't resist it at all. Boom. Boom. Gradually, the 3 of them have approached Hokage Rock. Namikaze Minato had already learned about the frontline intelligence, and his expression was ugly, thinking carefully. He originally thought that Konoha's front line could block the time for half a day before finally letting people get here. But only 5 or 6 hours have passed, and Marine's Admiral has already advanced here. And there are 3 more Admiral coming. He originally thought that Senju Hashirama would put 1 at most. But now, 3 came unexpectedly, especially Admiral. This makes Namikaze Minato feel a little urge to scold her. But Konoha's trump cards were all out, and he couldn't help it. Can only fight to the death. Namikaze Minato looked around. Tsunade, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Uzumaki Kushina are by his side. Namikaze Minato said solemnly. We must hold on here, as long as we hold on, after a day, we will win. Namikaze Minato has complicated eyes. Although everyone here knows it. When the war situation is like this, the Mu side has no much hope, and can only persist by relying on a deadly battle. Fortunately, Konoha's high-level people were present, and their hearts were very firm and unshakable. Several people nodded. I'm going to hold that Admiral Kizaru, his speed is too fast, I must limit it. After Namikaze Minato said this sentence, he looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and others with some complexity. 5.3. Involved in one Kizaru, but there are two Admiral. Let Sarutobi Hiruzen contain two Admirals. Is this realistic? Fortunately, a black shadow flickered not far away. Shisui broke away from the front and rushed back to the rear to support. Namikaze Minato's eyes lit up. Shisui. Shisui nodded, saying nothing. Master 4th generation, leave that Aokiji to me. Namikaze Minato nodded cautiously, and finally looked at Kakashi and Guy. Konoha, fight to the death. Golden light flashed. Namikaze Minato entered Kurama mode and rushed towards Kizaru. Shisui also flashed a black shadow, and the body flicker technique activated and rushed towards Aokiji. Sarutobi Hiruzen's old face was full of emotion. Tsunade, Kushina, only we can deal with this Akainu. The two nodded at the same time. The three of them also stood in front of Akainu. Chapter 105. Seeing the golden light that came in front of him, Kizaru's eyebrows flashed with surprise. Namikaze Minato. My little brother is not fighting for your son this time. You won't use such terrible moves, right? Kizaru said cautiously. Last time Namikaze Minato's suicide play style gave him a bad impression. Facing Kizaru's mouth flower, Namikaze Minato smiled slightly. Although it is not for my son, I am Hokage from the village. Still I need to go all out. Namikaze Minato said, with thanks to Nine Tails in his heart. In the resurrection that day, Namikaze Minato was supposed to fulfill the promise and release the yin attribute of Nine Tails. However, Nine Tails actively chose to stay in his body because of Namikaze Minato's personality charm. This surprised Namikaze Minato. Of course, it is more thanks to Nine Tails. Kurama, we are going to fight together again. The half of Namikaze Minato's face seems to have turned into Nine Tails with a yin attribute. Both nodded at the same time. Kizaru shook his head and battled Namikaze Minato. The last failure made Kizaru feel aggrieved. This time, he must find 09 back to the venue. Don't dare to be careless. Huang Yuan turned all the elements into full swing, and his speed reached ultimate. Between the two figures, the aftermath of the confrontation shook Hokage Rock to the rubble. Shisui met Aokiji. Aokiji shook his head. Allah, isn't it good to give up resistance? I have to, be stubborn. Aokiji shook his head, and a huge ice bird flew towards Shisui. This has to impact on the body, not only the invasion of ice, but also the terrifying impact of the ice bird. But this is just a test of Aokiji's hand. Shisui looked at Aokiji's ice bird with a calm face. Then, under Aokiji's surprised eyes, the green chakra wraps Shisui and Susanoo uses it. Only the green skeleton has completely defended Aokiji's ice bird. Do you do that too? Aokiji thought of Susanoo from Uchiha Madara. Could it be that people with these eyes know how to do this? Aokiji's expression was a little surprised, but he didn't expect Shisui to be Susanoo too. Shisui didn't mean to explain to Aokiji. Incomplete body Susanoo is gradually improving. Shisui knew very well in his heart that Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't stop Akainu for long. Therefore, he and Namikaze Minato must fight quickly. Then go to support Sarutobi Hiruzen and them. Otherwise, Konoha will lose. The huge green body Susanoo appeared. Shisui's combat power is full, and his pupil power is output endlessly. Aokiji's eyes have also become cautious. The green giant in front of him is not comparable to Susanoo summoned by Uchiha Madara. But it is definitely not much worse than Uchiha Madara. With a solemn expression, Aokiji gradually revealed his strength. And at this moment, the eyes of Guy and Kakashi, who guarded the battle flag close by, were also full of shock. A surging warfare came out of Guy's body. He looked at the strength of the three admiral, and couldn't help but want to shoot himself against Akainu. But his task is to guard the battle flag, and he must not leave every step of the way. If he is gone and the battle flag is lost, Konoha will also lose. Kakashi's gaze was even more decisive. When others are there, the battle flag is there. If the battle flag is captured, there is only one possibility, that is, he fell first and was crushed to pieces. In front of Akainu, Sarutobi Hiruzen three people. Sarutobi Hiruzen is wearing a samurai uniform and looks at Akainu firmly. My old man, I won't let you go any further. Tsunade and Kushina are also in fighting poses. Among them, Kushina's face was even more angry. It's you, beat my old mother's son like that, my old mother fights with you. When the enemy met, they were extremely jealous. Kushina looked at Akainu and remembered how Naruto was when Akainu was completely abused. How could she be able to bear it as a mother? But she was not impulsive either. Right now, she and Tsunade are both under the direction of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Maybe this is the only way to hold this Akainu. Wait until the support of Namikaze Minato and Shisui. Listen to Kushina's roar. Akainu sneered. Your son, is that Uzumaki Naruto? It's just a defeat. It doesn't matter if it is him, or his father Namikaze Minato, or your mother. It's all rubbish. As Akainu said, the magma gradually rose. But he didn't do it directly. After all, there is a third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of me. Sengoku is particularly emphasized. Hokage in Konoha village must be treated with caution. So Akainu did not take it lightly. As long as he can solve the three people in front of him, Zankai will be at his fingertips. As for the two Jonin standing in front of the battle flag, Akainu never cared. Let me Sakazuki see you Konoha's third Hokage. Seeing Akainu confronting the three of them, the heavens and all realms are faintly expecting. Among them, Shanda, which belongs to the spiritual cage world, is the most excited. Syato, Broken Star, boss, look at it. It's my idol, Akainu, he's going to face the third Hokage. Remember, this third Hokage is also known as the god of the ninja world, maybe it's on par with Senju Hashirama. I look forward to it. My idol, Akainu, has never really shown his strength since he improved. Shanda said, with expectations in his eyes. Bai Yuekui and the others also raised their eyes and looked at the few people on the battlefield earnestly. Sarutobi Hiruzen's hands are sealed in front of him. Shadow Clone Technique. In an instant, three avatars of Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared around Akainu. As soon as the three clones appeared, they quickly began to seal. Tripartite seal. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted angrily. A barrier resembling a green pyramid has been formed. Akainu 660 looked at the green seal enchantment, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but cock slightly. He wanted to see what Sarutobi Hiruzen was doing. Then, under the gaze of everyone, Sarutobi Hiruzen's hands were sealed again. Summoning technique. A huge ape appeared behind him with a bang. We are going to fight together again. The monkey nodded, and then turned into a King Kong wishful stick. Seeing this scene, Morgana on the Demon Queen squirted out again. Ado, what did that Sarutobi Hiruzen just say? Wishful golden cudgel. Isn't that a weapon for fighting and defeating Buddha? Why does he have it too? Morgana was a little shocked, but he didn't expect Sarutobi Hiruzen to have it too. Achuo shook his head. Queen, Sarutobi Hiruzen, this King Kong is called Ryubang. When Morgana heard it, she calmed down slightly. I was scared to death. I thought Sarutobi Hiruzen had anything to do with Monkey King. Everyone looked at the field again. Seeing Akainu, with red gold magma rising on his body, broke through the green barrier of Sarutobi Hiruzen in an instant. Then, great eruption. The magma fist rushed towards Sarutobi Hiruzen instantly. Under the gaze of expectation in the heavens and worlds, Sarutobi Hiruzen was so embarrassed that he had to block the wishful stick in front of him, and his figure flew upside down. In this scene, the heavens and all realms were shocked. Chapter 106. Tsunade and Kushina couldn't help exclaiming. They did not expect that Sarutobi Hiruzen would be knocked into the air by Akainu in an instant. Akainu sneered, with a mocking smile on his face. Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. It turns out that you have this strength. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who fell to the ground not far away, Akainu said coldly. I thought this movie might have the same strength as Senju Hashirama. No matter how bad it is, it will not be weaker than Namikaze Minato. But this just started fighting. Akainu found that the strength of this Sarutobi Hiruzen was too weak. It's not his enemy at all. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell to the ground and stood up. He looked at Akainu with a firm tone. Even if the old man dies, he won't let you pass. Teacher. Third generation. Tsunade and Kushina exclaimed at the same time. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were determined, and his hands quickly formed seals in front of him. Fire style, great fireball technique. The huge great fireball blasted towards Akainu. Under the gaze of everyone, Akainu was successfully swallowed by flames. Tsunade's eyes narrowed slightly. Did you make it? But the next moment, the magma skyrocketed due to the fire. Akainu walked out bathed in flames, like a flame-kun king. Then, you will die. Two giant magma dogs instantly attacked Sarutobi Hiruzen. A terrifying heat wave is coming. Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked. In the spirit cage world, Shonda slapped his thigh and jumped straight up. Seeing Akainu bathing in the flame, like a flame-kun king, the admiration in his eyes can no longer be suppressed. My idol Akainu is so handsome too. With this strength, it's really strong. Then Sarutobi Hiruzen's brain is broken, using flames to fight magma. It doesn't make sense at all. Don't he know that magma can burn all the flames? Bai Yuekui's eyes were also full of thought. If Sarutobi Hiruzen has only this level, it would be too insulting to the name of Hokage. After all, whether Senju Hashirama or Namikaze Minato, the combat power of the two is so powerful, which played a decisive role in this battle. And second Hokage Senju Tobirama. He also blocked the 2-7 warlords of the sea, Jinbei and Doflamingo alone on the front line. If third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen only has this level, then he really does not deserve to be this Hokage. In full view, Sarutobi Hiruzen's hands quickly congealed, and he, known as the Doctor of Ninjutsu, is indeed fast. In a moment, he released several water-style ninjutsu one after another. But those water flows. But it only blocked the magma for a moment, and was evaporated by the red-golden magma. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen as if he was a car with a praying man's arm, Akainu smiled disdainfully. I thought that this third Hokage was powerful, but he had to work hard. But unexpectedly, it was such a weak chicken. The magma in Akainu's hands continued to erupt, and he blasted towards Sarutobi Hiruzen without hesitation. The flames filled the sky in an instant. Kushina, Tsunade, Kakashi, and Might Guy all exclaimed. But Sarutobi Hiruzen, who stood in front of them, didn't have the slightest retreat. He looked at the two magma vicious dogs that hit, with a peaceful smile on his face. Finally turned his head and glanced at Kushina. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled guiltily. Kushina Kawaikyu. Kushina, who was standing not far away, looked hesitant. At this time, everyone has forgotten that this is a battlefield created by the rankings. Everyone has regarded this as a real war. No one thinks about resurrection after death. They all fight with the will to die. Hear Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice. Even when she learned about Naruto's various experiences and hated Sarutobi Hiruzen, her heart was slightly moved. Kushina nodded, 3rd generation. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled. I'm sorry about Naruto. If I can do it again, I won't let you and Minato go to Seal 9 Tails. My Hokage is not qualified. After Sarutobi Hiruzen said these words, 2 magma dogs had swallowed him. Tsunade's eyes widened. Teacher. Kushina also trembled. Listening to Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, although she still has resentment in her heart, most of it has disappeared. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen is Hokage and thinks too much. Even if there is a mistake, it should not be completely denied. Just a few people stunned. I saw the magma flame in front of me gradually extinguished. An extremely unknown and deadly breath gradually emerged. Kushina's eyes widened. 3rd generation, you unexpectedly. The heavens and the worlds were also a little moved when they watched this scene. What is the old monkey doing? I don't know, it seems to be a kind of sealing technique. Look at that phantom, how come it makes me feel so infiltrating? Yeah. This kind of breath is too unknown. Someone can't help but speak in the chat group. They looked at the Shinigami phantom behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, and many people were shocked. And at the moment, the white Shinigami phantom had a short sword in his mouth and was staring at Akainu fiercely. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were determined, and an old and powerful voice came out. The ghouls are all sealed. Moment. Sad wailing sounded everywhere. The Shinigami phantom behind Sarutobi Hiruzen stretched out his arms and grabbed it towards Chita. Tsunade, Kushina and others are silent. Guy clenched his teeth even more. With a trembling body, he couldn't restrain the urge to shoot. But he also knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen gave his life in order to temporarily seal Akainu, the enemy. As long as Akainu is sealed, they will still have a chance in this battle. Namikaze Minato and Shisui have achieved initial results and Kizaru and Aokiji are about to be suppressed. As long as they hold on, victory in this battle may not be impossible. Guy stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Master 3rd generation, I will use my best to guard the battle flag. Guard Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked decisively. Akainu was suddenly caught by the Shinigami phantom in sight, and he was about to be sealed when he saw it. However, Akainu and Shinigami's hands did not change at all. Next moment, everyone's eyes widened and their faces were shocked. The Akainu that was caught by the Shinigami phantom suddenly turned into hot magma and dissipated. A terrifying red-gold flame emerged from Sarutobi Hiruzen. With great eruption, a magma arm of Akainu directly penetrated Sarutobi Hiruzen's chest. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened, Wang's, and 3rd Hokage bloodied. Minato and Shisui, who fought against Kizaru and Aioo, stopped one after another. Both turned their heads. 3rd generation project. Master 3rd generation. Immediately, the two were silent, bursting out with all their strength. Kizaru was beaten up and bitterly by Namikaze Minato for a while. Little brother, be gentle. And Sarutobi Hiruzen, whose face was punched through the chest by Akainu, gradually calmed down. Admiral, really powerful. In that world, it is the happiness of the people to have you guarding justice. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. But the next moment his eyes froze. However, the old man must fight for the village with all his strength. Talking. Sarutobi Hiruzen burst out his last power. He saw Shinigami raise his hand again, and grabbed directly to Akainu in front of him. Akainu's eyes were wide open for a while, and there was a strong unbelievable meaning in his eyes. Moment. The Shinigami phantom swallowed the two directly. Not only Akainu, but also the vitality of Sarutobi Hiruzen is taken away. Stretch. Chapter 107. At the same time, the eyes of everyone in the heavens and worlds are fixed on Sarutobi Hiruzen. Spirit Cage World. Everyone on the ground team was silent. In the last days, this kind of drama is often performed. Sometimes when encountering an overwhelming polar devourer, someone will take the initiative to stay behind. When several people looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, they all thought of their comrades who had died. Little lowly Summer Doe's eyes were slightly red and swollen. Although Grandpa Monkey has handled some things incorrectly, his love for Konoha cannot be ignored. The others also nodded. Shonda was also a little shocked at this time. I don't know, how is my idol Akainu? Little lowly Xiaodo gave a fright. Mountain University, Grandpa Monkey has used the sealing technique of the same death. No matter how strong your idol Akainu is, it will not survive. Shonda still doesn't believe it. How could Akainu, who is so powerful, be sealed like this? Several people watched intently. Shinigami World. Aizen is not so cold about Sarutobi Hiruzen's will. But he is somewhat interested in the Shinigami in the Hokage world. After all, they are also called Shinigami. I don't know who is the real Shinigami against that Shinigami? On the battlefield. Feeling the passing of Sarutobi Hiruzen's life, everyone blinked in an instant. 2 tears crossed Tsunade's eyes. Teacher, it turns out that your will has always been like this. It suddenly occurred to her that she waited for the story between San and Sarutobi Hiruzen. First Orochimaru betrayed, then he and Jiraiya left the village 661 after another. Sarutobi Hiruzen, an elderly Hokage, has suffered successive blows. Then, it was the Nine Tails chaos again. The young 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato died in battle. Sarutobi Hiruzen was forced to take the position again. Although he has been a Hokage for so many years, he failed to make any particularly commendable achievements. But it also consolidated the village without letting the village be weakened and swallowed by the other 4 major powers. Tsunade fell silent as he thought of this, and his eyes gradually became firm. Uzumaki Kushina on the side also felt this. She was silent, and gradually let go of her prejudice against Sarutobi Hiruzen. Namikaze Minato, who fought Kizaru harder, even used the last suicide attack. But this time Kizaru is extremely cunning. How could he eat a second time after a loss once? The body has been elementalized and turned into light, dragging Namikaze Minato in this way. This leaves Minato with no solution. The green Suzuo transformed by Shisui also did his best, and Chakra kept bombing out. In front of him, Aokiji was beaten to pieces. Might Guy and Kakashi stood in front of the battle flag, and their eyes gradually became extremely firm. Guy even recalled his childhood. He could not enter the ninja school because he could not learn ninjutsu and illusion. It was Sarutobi Hiruzen at the time, who wrote his name on the supplementary list. This gave him a chance to become the current Jainin Might Guy. Silently and firmly in his heart the idea of holding the battle flag, Guy's heart gradually sank. But when everyone thought that Akainu was sealed by Sarutobi Hiruzen, an iron-blooded and firm voice broke the silence. But Marine who enforces justice, how can I just fall here like this? Marine's victory still needs me to lay it out. Boom! A terrifying eruption of magma. Not far in front of Kushina and Tsunade, a red-gold lava figure suddenly appeared. Akainu walked out slowly, dressed in a great justice, lined with a dark red suit and a rose on his chest. With an ugly expression, Akainu looked back at Sarutobi Hiruzen's body. 3rd Hokage. This is how you used all your strength to seal my 30% strength? Akainu smiled disdainfully. There was even a magma at hand, which directly swallowed Sarutobi Hiruzen's corpse. Tsunade's eyes widened, and the roots of his teeth trembled. Akainu! Akainu! I am going to kill you! Mei Xinai was also stunned. She didn't expect it at all. Akainu, the powerful marine admiral, is not only dead, but 70% of his strength is left. What surprised her even more was that Akainu didn't even let go of Sarutobi Hiruzen's body. This Akainu is too cruel by nature. Unforgivable. Unforgivable. Both of Namikaze Minato and Shisui's eyes were silent for a moment. However, the two of them lacked skills and had to concentrate on dealing with the enemy in front of them. The diamond-shaped 100 healings mark on Tsunade's forehead slowly disappeared, achieved. Tsunade roared even more. 100 healings mark, solution. Moment. With the marks all over his body, Tsunade waved a strange force fist and blasted directly towards Akainu. Seeing Tsunade's irresponsible behavior, Akainu's mouth once again conjured up a smile of disdain. The magma fist lifted up. A golden light glowed above the black gloves. Boom! There was a roar where the two met. The ground under the feet of the two of them began to wrinkle slightly, which could not support the terrifying force of the two. Tsunade, who fought against Akainu in person, was even more shocking. Just watched. But now, after Tsunade confronted Akainu himself, he realized how terrifying Akainu, Admiral is. Not only is the power equal to the one who liberated 100 healings mark. The power of the scarlet golden magma above the fist burned her painfully. On this level, Akainu shook his head. Konoha, I will destroy it. Next moment, Tsunade's figure flew upside down. His right fist was burnt and scorched. This is still blessed by Baihao technique's terrifying resilience. Otherwise, Tsunade's arm is unnecessary on the spot. The knocked out Tsunade was not discouraged, and still reluctantly came to Akainu to fight. But Marine Admiral Sakazuki's strength is so desperate. Tsunade moved forward again and again, and was bombarded by Akainu again and again. The strength gap between the two sides is too great. Even with the high-speed regeneration of Baihao technique, Tsunade could not stop Akainu's footsteps for a moment. Akainu, Marine Admiral, just walked forward step by step, unstoppable. Tsunade, who was bombarded again, gradually couldn't support it. The burden of Baihao technique is huge, and the chakra consumed is even the Sea King. So far, she has been so excited that she has run out of oil. Kneeled not far away by Akainu, Tsunade looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen's burnt corpse and wept in despair. Guy's eyes are splitting, and he looks at Akainu with fire in his eyes. But he still couldn't move. If Tsunade and others can hold on for a second, Konoha has a little more chance of victory. When Tsunade fell, Kushina stood in front of Akainu. Walking step by step, Akainu's face was extremely firm. This situation. Both of the other two Marine Admiral may hesitate for a while, because of Konoha's will. But, he is Akainu. He is Sakazuki. He wants to implement and stick to his absolute justice. Everything in front of him must be destroyed. Kushina also knew that she would not be able to stop Akainu's half-step if she did not explode her final strength. So, several chains appeared directly in her body. Kushina wanted to trap Akainu just like trapping Nine Tails. But Kushina didn't expect it. As soon as his chains strangled Akainu's body, the magma that he had completely turned into dissipated. The red gold magma regenerated, and it was already behind Kushina. And her chest, like Sarutobi Hiruzen, was pierced by the giant magma fist. Kushina fell down with unwilling eyes. But she is the reincarnated body of Mewtwo and will not completely die. Everyone looked at Akainu in despair. This Marine Admiral is too powerful. Powerful makes people desperate. Chapter 108. Kaiba looked at one tragic, the heavens wand circles are slightly moved. Super God World. Angel Huge Civilization. Even Saint Guy Lufthansa God and space-based Wang Hexi, the eyes are the two flash memories. Once. Angels and demons of war, and all sorts of the universe, the war of civilization. Angel has numerous casualties. Even Guy Lufthansa guardian angels are around for a crop of another crop. Not old retired, but died in battle. Lufthansa's sacred Guy shook his head, he crane, for a long time, have not seen this level of war. Ah! Guy Lufthansa tone full of exclamation. A large hall angels also felt the heavy between those words. Crane he nodded. Guy Shaquin, for so many years, the universe of countless civilizations rise and fall. We angels civilization, will eventually come here, we have been very good. Guy Shan nodded slightly. Everyone is looking to continue this war. DC Universe. Sentimental Dwayneberry suddenly a kind of feeling very strongly that Konoha win. But why did he want to win Kaiba? Because Konoha sense of the will? So that he would have seen as the villain of the marine forces? But the marine will not firm it. Fulfill justice, this is the most strong will. Very meditating, a time some think clearly. The heavens one world many people will also because it shares leaves and moving. They suddenly want to seem weak Konoha to win this battle. But what is the reason, no one knows. Marine, do not deserve to win it. It has even chat group set off a wave of intense discussion. Kaiba said there will, in respect of their win. Marine said there are powerful, but also have to win. The two sides split on their views, quarreling. The small mountain Yamato lowly peas is this one of them. Lowly small summer beans standing on this side of Konoha, Alexander criticism of madness. Fat man, you will see there are Konoha to what extent. Monkey grandpa laid down his life, Tsunade exhausted, Kushina was Akaina ripped, unable to move. This will not deserve to win it. I think in respect of Konoha win. Xia Beans waving fists, looking to pull off Alexander said. And Alexander is also not to be outdone. Summer Beans, you say, Marine there is no will. That side of the pirates of the world, just on the sea entirely by them to guard. This conviction and the will, are not worthy to win? Do not compare will fire Konoha. That was just justice far better than everything. Two people to each other, and uncompromising. But the two heated argument, but it will not affect the results of this war nothing. Akainu flowing hot magma body, strong flavor Megatron quartet. Lava dripping on the ground voice sounded. Heavens one bound by everyone without exception scalp. Just looked kind of terror temperatures, their hearts will thrill more than. Personally feel this strong duo Guy and Kakashi is even more of. Kakashi's body trembling slightly. But he still could remain calm. Namikaze Minato Shisui and Saiyan, respectively, against Kizaru male, only one Admiral Akainu unstoppable. Kushina, Tsunade have been unable to fight another day. War front is tight. God Senju Hashirama forbearance sector also face Garp and Sengoku also increased the pressure, did not come to the rest, not to mention it is drawn out of the rear support them. Right now, only he and Guy, the last line of defense. Kakashi eyes firmly, suddenly had a tactic. Watching Guy, Kakashi said a few words in his ear. Guy nodded. Kakashi, I believe you. Kakashi is also a firm nod. If his plan succeeds, at least, Kin Akainu trapped. As they have a chance Konoha party. Under the eye. Kakashi eye goggles off, the body begins to move toward the front. Akainu walks step by step, slowly rising momentum of the body also. And even if he was sealed by Sarutobi Hiruzen by sacrificing his life by 30% of his strength, his current strength is less than 70%. However, after the fruit's ability was improved, his combat power was much stronger than before. Even though he is less than 70% of his strength now, he is stronger than the previous Admiral Akainu. This also gave Akainu unparalleled confidence. He looked at the oncoming Kakashi, and his eyes were firm. Konoha village, I really admire it. There are countless moths daring to fight the fire. I, Sakazuki, recognize you. Akainu walked step by step, and his words were a little serious. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave up his life to seal him, which really made him shake. But this did not affect himself. Seeing Kakashi approaching oncoming, Akainu didn't give him a chance at all. It was a great eruption shot in front of him, and he blasted at Kakashi. Kakashi did not expect that Akainu would attack without saying a word. Fortunately, he was prepared. Without the slightest movement, the original Kakashi was directly destroyed by Akainu with a punch. But that was just a shadow clone. Kakashi's true body ran out from the side, and the lightning-style Chidori in his hand screamed. Boom! Kakashi 1,000 birds were printed directly on Akainu's chest. But without even using elementalization, Akainu blocked this move with armament haki alone. Are you tickling me? Boom! The terrifying red-gold magma erupted, Kakashi's eyes widened. But at this time, the Manjiki Sharingan in his left eye began to spin. This made Akainu instantly feel a strong sense of crisis. Not from observation haki. Because of Sharingan's pupil power, even observation haki couldn't fully perceive it. Especially the space system like Kakashi. While Kakashi looked at Akainu's condescending head, the corners of his mouth couldn't help smiling. Guy, the rest is up to you. As he said, Kakashi's left eye pupil suddenly exploded. The blood ran down the corner of his eye. However, the giant magma fist that hit him disappeared instantly. The terrifying Kamui is unstoppable, tearing the space with half of Akainu's body. At the same time, Admiral Kizaru and Aokiji looked sideways. 0. Sakazuki, was he killed? Huang Yuan was a little shocked in his eyes, and said in amazement. Aokiji's face is also a little solemn. Because at this moment, they can't feel the vitality in Akainu at all. Guy clenched his fists even more. Kakashi, great! Standing in front of Akainu, who had only the lower body, Kakashi smiled with all his strength. Monument! Kakashi's body fell to the ground, completely exhausted. Kakashi couldn't bear the tearing pain in his left eye. Just like that, it's so good to be dead, and to be able to come back to life anyway. Kakashi thought of it like this. But the next moment, a voice directly made Kakashi's eyes wide open. Konoha, really isn't immune to death Xiaoqiang. Akainu's iron and blood voice sounded again. In an instant, Kakashi, Kushina, and Tsunade were almost desperate. This Akainu, immune to death, how to fight? Guy's eyes also condensed. He is already the last line of defense and must hold the battle flag. Akainu's body reunited and looked at Kakashi, who fell on the ground. Without attacking Kakashi, Akainu stepped past Kakashi and continued to walk towards the battle flag. He looked at Might Guy and said lightly. You are the last Jainin, you can't stop me. Get out of the way. The indifferent voice pierced Guy's heart like a sword. He thought of Sarutobi Hiruzan's death again, and Tsunade, Kushina, and Kakashi fell to the ground one after another. Guy stepped forward, his eyes very serious. People the flag is here. The will of fire is here. Chapter 109. Looking at the stubborn Guy, Akainu shook his head. It's really troublesome. This ridiculous will. Might Guy also knows the power of Akainu, this is for the powerhouse far surpassing cage level. He must use all his strength to block it. Guy's eyes were serious. Behind it is the golden battle flag. So far, half a day has passed since the war. They Konoha only need to hold on for a long time to win this victory. Guy's heart is extremely firm. Master Third Hokage, Master Tsunade, Master Kushina, Kakashi. I will not let your efforts in vain, I will definitely hold the battle flag. Listening to Guy's words, the faces of the people who fell on the ground were firm. This is the will of fire. Thought of Namikaze Minato, who was fighting Kizaru inextricably. At the moment, although he suppressed the Neng Huang Yuan, he could not completely get rid of Kizaru. This led to the fact that he couldn't even support Might Guy. In this way, 6660 was dragged by Huang Yuan. Aokiji broke out with all his strength. Although Susanoo is strong, Qingxiang completely drags it down with elementalization. Everyone is waiting. Marine waited for Akainu to take Might Guy and take the battle flag. Konoha waits for Namikaze Minato and Shisui to get the results, or someone from the front-line battlefield rushes back to support. Everyone watched nervously. Namikaze Minato was even more silent in her heart. Guy, you must hold on. Under the eyes of everyone. Guy didn't feel cowardly towards Akainu, who was powerful and coerced step by step. He stared at Akainu stubbornly. My name is Might Guy, and I am Konoha's last line of defense. If the battle flag is captured, there is only one possibility, and that is that you pass over my body. The words were extremely firm, and Guy's words were full of seriousness. Many people in the heavens and worlds were moved by Guy's will. Pirate world. Whitebeard Edward Newgate laughed. Cool la la la. This guy, is he like the old man when he was young? But that magma imp is very strong. It can't be defeated by will. Whitebeard sighed. When he was young, he also had this kind of fighting spirit. It is this kind of fighting spirit that made him come all the way to the present. Walk on the strongest man in the world, walk on the legendary big pirate. Straw Hat Pirates. Nami and others all looked sideways at Luffy. This guy is no different from Luffy who sacrificed his life to protect them. It really is exactly the same. This moved Nami and others very much. Especially Robin. In the Ice Lobby incident, she was rescued by Luffy and her partners by this will. So looking at Guy's will, Robin was even more moved. Super God World. The faces of Angel Yan, Hickson, and others hesitated. Such a strong fighting spirit, that Konoha village, really cannot be underestimated. Lingzi's words sounded. The cooling on the side was a cold snort. I think it's just the last wailing of a group of ants. When the power gap is too great, no matter how strong the will is, it will be destroyed. Lang arrogantly said. Because she has experienced something like that before. Companions and comrades in arms died one by one. And she herself can only hide in the corner shivering. Finally rescued by his companions. That kind of powerlessness can only be experienced by herself. Everyone also knew about cold urine, so they didn't pay attention to her at all. Spirit Cage World. Bai Yuekui's face fluctuated slightly for a moment. Really a strong will. I just don't know, can this will explode enough to defeat Akainu's power? Bai Yuekui shook his head. The possibility is very small. Shinigami World. Aizen on the throne raised an eyebrow. It's really interesting. Will. Is there anyone who believes in this illusory thing? Only strength is the kingly way. Aizen said, his heart didn't care about any will. But he didn't know that he would be severely crushed by Kurosaki Ichigo's will in the future. In the end, he was completely defeated because of that will. Inside Soul Society. Rukia Kokaki, who had been imprisoned, had tears in her eyes. Ichigo, will you come to save me? Thinking of Ichigo, who would only be brainless and reckless, Rukia felt helpless in her heart. I'm afraid he doesn't know that he will be executed soon, right? Rukia looked at the ceiling above her head, her face full of nostalgia for Ichigo. And under the gaze of the heavens and the world, Guy looked at Akainu with a firm face. 8 inner gates. 6th gate. King Gate, open! Guy yelled. The hair stands upright, and the green chakra wraps Guy's body. An aura that looked like an ancient fierce demon god gradually awakened. Akainu raised an eyebrow. Some kind of secret technique that explodes with full strength. It's still some kind of forbidden technique. The heavens and 10,000 realms looked forward to this scene. This guy can actually explode. This makes everyone look forward to it. They look forward to the scene where Guy beats Akainu violently. Next moment, the guy in front of Akainu disappears directly zero. His eyes narrowed. Before his eyes could react, observation Haki had already warned him. Akainu's eyes were filled with shock that could not be concealed, and he raised his arm to block it. Boom! No lag. Akainu's figure was directly blown away. As the magma scattered, Akainu's figure reunited. Not bad speed and strength, but unfortunately, you can't hurt me. Akainu said lightly, and once again hit the supersonic figure in front of him with a punch. Boom! The two fists touched each other. The shock wave of horror exploded in an instant. This scene made the eyes of countless powerhouses in the heavens and thousands of realms slightly widened. This guy was so powerful after the outbreak. Punch the world. Genos learns decently. 8 inner gates, 6th gate, King Gate, open. Saitama's eyes are also slightly solemn. This Akainu, it seems that it is not very easy to deal with. That kind of elemental ability, even his Saitama is a bit tricky. Guy, who drove the 6th gate in a row, was so strong that he was able to fight back and forth against Akainu. Akainu's roar and Guy's roar rang together. There was a constant roar between the two. Kakashi and others have already been shaken off by the aftermath of their confrontation. Guy and Akainu face each other, his heart is getting heavier and heavier. Toward the peacock. Guy yelled. The whole green chakra collection. Mixed with fire, a punch that looked like a peacock opened its screen and blasted towards Akainu. It's a good power. Akainu shouted in a low voice, and then fisted to meet him. This level of strength is not enough for him to evade. The magma scattered, the aftermath madly swept all around. Guy stood on May 3rd and panted slightly, his heart darkened. At 6th gate, King Gate cannot destroy Akainu at all. Guy's heart gradually boiled. 8 inner gates, 7th gate, start the door, open. Boom! Under the gaze of Akainu's shocked eyes. Konoha's blue beast, the 7th gate might Guy appears. Akainu was completely suppressed by Guy's physical skills in an instant. But even if Guy used all the ultimate goddess of the 7th gate, he still couldn't cause any substantial damage to Akainu. That elemental ability is too buggy. Guy stood there, blue steam rising all over his body. Father, I inherited your will of fire. Guy said lightly in his heart. Immediately, his complexion became extremely firm. In his eyes, there is only the enemy, Akainu, and the goal of victory. 8 inner gates formation. The 8th gate, dead door, open. Chapter 110. Guy looked at the trend of the 8th gate opened, the entire Heavens Wang community is boiling off. God knows Madara within the organization directly stood up. Among his eyes had not hide the shock. 8 inner gates, this esoteric body surgery he heard, but never thought of it. First 8 gate turned out to be so strong. Just the first 7th gate, have been able to completely suppress the Akainu. Although not much can cause substantial damage to Akainu, that element capabilities too heaven-defying. However, it is also completely suppress Akainu, he played naked force. But now, Guy actually began 8 gate. This is the first 8 gate, just how strong. Feeling the sense of momentum, even at the moment have Rin-Egan inner classes are full of shock. Too strong. In front of Guy, momentum has been completely over him. He and a Hashirama, any person, in front of Guy 8 gate are decidedly not rivals. Start Konan Obito, who was full of shock. They also had losses before the invasion of Konoha planned to seize Nine Tails Jinchuriki. This special what if the Guy Wang is not to educate a fiercely? We do not have the first 8 gate, the first door 09 7th gate scared enough to rolling them knows the full organization. What a lucky few people now, fortunate to have appeared charts. If rankings did not appear, they go to the invasion of Konoha. Even if the organization knows full out, you cannot escape a miserable fate. Pirate World. Whitebeard on Mobi no looking stunned. Among his eyes full of horror. This momentum, no less than the captain that year, ah. Enter Red Force. Red hair is Angie in one hand, his eyes full of dismay. This momentum should be more horrible than Captain Roger and Whitebeard. Ah! Red Hair sigh, the crew is already a public shock to absence. On the ghost island of Wano-kuni, Kaido eyes widened, a butt directly stood up. His eyes were shocked to see the whole body exudes a faint red steam. Guy, the people feel are unfavorable. The man gave him the feeling, then in the past Rock's captain gave his oppressive to be stronger. If you let him Kaido face this man, I am afraid there is really dangerous killed. Looking at the blood-red beast that Konoha, Kaido a heart full of fear and trepidation. Cake Island. Charlotte Linlin of laughter screeching halt. Red Dog also previously ridiculed even a burst kinds of kid cannot solve. Now even Charlotte Linlin himself shocked. If this time Akainu replaced her, what will have different results? No. Faced with this form of Guy, even if the steel is known as a balloon, she also comes to an end, right? Super God World. Guy Sacred Lufthansa, Uranus crane he brow of a challenge. Yan, Sunburn, who face more heart full of shock. Even now proudly Angel Cold could not say anything. Lingzi that faint voice resounded through the shock. I thought that Guy can suppress Akainu has been very strong. But he turned out to be. Even in the first 8 gate, this momentum, I am afraid to directly kill the battlefield where it. Lingzi Nene Road, the heart is very shocked. This strength, even in their king-class civilization, is enough to act as a king. In addition to the terrorist void engine, ordinary people cannot deal with the angels at this time. Guy. Lufthansa crane and sacred Guy he two eyes are extremely careful. Two looked at this time Guy, the heart cannot help but increase interest. Spirit Cage World. Lowly small peas already stunned and speechless. The first 7th gate opened in Guy, she has been shocked to speak. Do not mention now of 8 gate. The notoriously dull white comfort month, this time all eyes widened slightly. Her heart is returning to fluctuate up. Alexander eyes even more shocking. This is it. The momentum of terror, my idol Akainu be finished. Akainu great faith, he did not think Akainu can survive now in the hands of Guy Wang. Punch the world. Jinyo's bigger way to open the door of the action had stopped. He looked at this time Guy, voice stuck in his throat with this spit it out. Saitama touch his bald head, a pair of eyes also become full of caution. Shinigami world. Aizen virtual night intrauterine is slightly sit up straight. His body some slightly stiff. This strength was somewhat too shocked. Rao is Aizen's minds, hearts were set off volatility. If at this time Akainu replaced him, and what would it be? Aizen somber, it was kind of unexpected horror he consequences. In the battlefield. Hokage Iwashita. Might Guy whole body red transpiration, stud turned red hair stood on end. Eyebrows that is to be dyed red steam, the genuineness of the whole person is an ancient devil. Looking at this Guy, Akainu's complexion changed for the first time. His double Yandang boss. How is this possible? How could this strength? Akainu voice full of disbelief. It is at this time Guy, so people shocked. This momentum of terror, he would have been enough to completely rolled up. Kakashi is lying on the ground eyes widened. Guy. So I have been, you are chasing the pace ah. Kakashi sigh. Usually, Guy has been looking for him all competitive challenges. But today saw. Guy after opening 8 inner gates, he could not fully deal with. The third possible on 4th gate, he would completely defeat the Kakashi. What's more extreme terror 7th of the 8 gate. Tsunade, Kushina 2 more eyes full of shock. This scene is too amazing. Guy Wang debut, they totally did not expect. Originally thought, they fell, Guy and Kakashi could barely support. But 660 did not expect to play a guardian of the battle flag of one of the greatest role. This has been the most humble Guy. Might Guy, pale blue beast of Konoha disappeared. Crimson beast of Konoha. Guy Wang debut. Boom. Boom. Earth collapse. Guy did not even hands-on, at the foot of the earth has been able to survive. Namikaze Minato, who is also fighting stopped, turned to look at the side. Namikaze Minato forehead complicated. Guy, like your father like that to fight it. Kizaru eyes under sunglasses indescribably aghast. That guy, so great. It's over, Sakazuki to be planted. Too strong. Kizaru said, eyes incredible eyes cannot hide. Aokiji's face is a dignified. Faced with this monster, who is the opponent At the same time, frontline battlefield feel the momentum is extremely sense of terror. Senju Hashirama, who have turned around and dignified. War of countless people are stopped the action. They all turned around to look at the direction of the Hokage rock. Looking at half the sky was red, Dover eyes full of shock. Hey, kidding. It's a much stronger person 3 views of Dover began to be severely impacted. Looking at the patch of sky was red, the people inside are rising unparalleled interest. Chapter 111. Senju Hashirama looked at Hokage rock, his face darkened again and again. Is it yes, that magma kid? How could he have such a terrifying aura? Senju Hashirama was very nervous and wanted to go back to see the situation quickly. If the battle flag is lost, it will be of no use for them to drag the front line for long. Garp and Sengoku looked at the red-stained sky, and their hearts became dark. The two know Sakazuki very well. This is not the ability of lava fruit at all. The two dignifiedly looked at Senju Hashirama at each other. Coincidentally, the 3 of them rushed towards Hokage rock one after another. The 2 sides fighting on the battlefield also stopped. Nine Tails felt the momentum, and some of her heart shuddered back. Seeing Uzumaki Naruto lying on the ground, Kamai and Momuzagi panted and left. This Nine Tails is really tricky. Konoha's numerous genin, Chnin Jainin. Even Jiraiya and others, they all rushed towards Hokage rock. The 7 warlords of the sea on the marine side, the vice admiral of many headquarters, and the scientific unit also rushed towards Hokage rock. The countless lights of the heavens and worlds also all stared at the Hokage rock. Guy stood in place. Although he hadn't taken a shot yet, his terrifying aura had risen to the sky, which could be called crushing everything. Many Konoha ninjas arrived with marine. In an instant, everyone was stunned. Sengoku's eyes widened, his face was full of shock. How is this possible? How could it be so scary? Sengoku's heart is full of incredible. Garp's eyes widened beside him too, and an extremely solemn expression flashed in his eyes. This kind of momentum, I haven't seen rocks before. Garp said solemnly, the expression on his face extremely heavy. This is the first time Sengoku has seen Garp so seriously. As always, no matter what strong one is facing. Even when chasing the One Piece Roger, Garp looked grinning. But now, all he had on his face was seriousness. Sengoku once imagined that it was only on the day Marine was destroyed that he could see Garp really seriously. But right now, I saw it in advance. Wrong. Sengoku blinked and looked at the might guy who exuded extremely terrifying aura. If this one comes to naval headquarters, that was really the catastrophe of Marine. Momuzagi and T-Dolphin stood aside, their eyes couldn't keep calm at all. Hey, just kidding. The T-Dolphin looked unbelievable, and Kizaru was the same idea. Could human beings be so powerful? Many 7 warlords of the sea have the same idea. Doflamingo's body was trembling, and his eyes were full of shock. Foo, this kind of momentum can't be stopped by the guys in the Holy Land, right? Dover suddenly remembered something that Celestial Dragon's father had said to him in his childhood. The eyes of the Empress were also full of solemnity. In the heavens and all realms, is there such a powerful man? Hawkeye, Jinbei, and the capable man were silent, their eyes fixed on King Guy. The numerous Vice Admiral Rear Admiral members of naval headquarters were even more shocked. They only felt that if they stood in front of the Gai Emperor at this moment, they might not even be able to stop the other side's momentum. Countless ordinary marine soldiers trembled. Although the wool has not been completely destroyed, but the aura on Emperor Gai still made them unable to move at all. As for Konoha, it was even more shocking. Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama, the two Hokage's eyes tightened. They looked at Might Guy very solemnly. Konoha, when is there such a powerful junior? This kind of strength, I am afraid that it has reached the realm in the legend, right? The two looked at each other. As people who have come from the Sengoku era, they know some secrets that people don't know. For example, the legendary realm of the Six Paths class. For example, the legendary character of Sage of Six Paths. The two were cautious, their eyes were very solemn. A smile flashed across Hitaki's face. Guy, do better than you. Think of Konoha 10,000 years genin, also Guy's fathers might die. Nostalgia flashed in Hitaki's heart. When both were genin, the two were also divided into a small team. But after his promotion, he separated from Might Guy. But the only confrontation before Might Guy opened the sixth gate, and even he was only able to draw a draw at the time. Since then, he has been full of caution and admiration for Might wearing the Konoha 10,000 years genin. Dai opened the 8th gate and beat the 7 ninja swords into a trio of ninja swords. Guy, give it a go. Hitaki said inwardly, looking at Might Guy, the red beast very seriously. Under the public eye, the Emperor Guy, who was steaming with red steam, moved. He looked at Akainu and shouted. People are here, the battle flag is here. Next moment, Guy's figure disappeared instantly. Akainu's eyes widened, and his heart was full of horror. Observation Haki can't perceive it, how could it be so fast? The next moment, Akainu's face changed drastically as the wind rustled behind him. In desperation, he had to desperately element. But this was almost a step slower. Akainu was shot in place by Guy with an air cannon. Akainu spit out a mouthful of blood in midair. But the next moment he was completely elementalized, resisting Emperor Guy's evening appearance. Boom! Boom! The air cannon was deafening. Compared with the bear's large-scale attack, it is more tight. Guy's evening elephant is to condense all the power into one point and one punch. Akainu was beaten into magma in mid-air, and the draped justice had already fallen. Boom! 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 Under the gaze of the heavens and the world, Akainu, who was previously so powerful, was ravaged by Emperor Kai like a dog at this moment. The faces of Sengoku and others were very solemn. However, they are too late to come forward to rescue. And this is a leaderboard battle, Sengoku needs to consider the overall situation. Garp was a little eager to try, and Sengoku held it down. Wang's, Garp, as long as this guy breaks out, we must win. Sakazuki had to make sacrifices. Garp heard that and resisted the urge to shoot. He also understands. If he is also on, the result may be both crushed by Guy. He will be beaten together with Akainu. In this way, it is better to let Akainu be beaten alone. As he attacked Akainu, Guy's face was darkened again and again. That elemental ability is too tricky. No matter how strong his attack is, if it can't be completely wiped out in an instant, it will not cause real damage to Akainu. Thinking of this, Guy stepped aside slightly, his eyes fixed on Akainu. Where Konoha dances, the fire will continue to grow. Ferocious roar out from between his teeth words resounded. Numerous strong this moment his face on the battlefield has changed. Akainu eyes instantly widened. He now has only one feeling stretched. Space on the whole body is blocked. Chapter 112. The red steam on Emperor Guy gradually condensed to a peak. Xiao Li couldn't help but yelled. Mr. Guy! No matter what your decision is, go and fight. This is youth! Xiao Li shouted, cheering for his teacher. Kakashi lay on the ground, his tone faint, but full of determination. Guy, my father once told me that you will surpass me. You have done it, Guy, teach that Akainu well for me. Tsunade roared too. Guy, Lord Third Generation, looking at us outside the battlefield, we must win. We all believe in you. Jiraiya also nodded. Guy, give it a go. Orochimaru's eyebrows, who were watching the battle in the dark, were shocked. Is this 8 inner gates so powerful? I must learn from it and study hard. Orochimaru's sweet mouth. This guy can burst out of such strength. It's too strong. The 8-gate guy punched it down, and he probably couldn't even find a chance to resurrect. The eyes of Namikaze Minato, Kushina, Shisui, and others are also full of firmness and trust. Hearing these voices, Guy roared. Father, like you, I also used this trick to protect Konoha. Father! A tear dripped from the corner of Guy's mouth. But for a moment, the tears were evaporated by the crimson steam. Looking at Akainu, Guy has only one thought in his mind. That is to defeat him and let this invincible Akainu fall. Boom! It was just like the momentum released by the beast before it rushed out. Guy's body is full of scary red steam. Gradually, from within Guy, the red steam gushes out frantically, transforming into a dragon shape in an instant. Night Guy! Guy growled in a low voice. Boom! Boom! The Emperor Guy in the dragon-shaped steam pointed towards Akainu. Wherever he went, the world changed color. Half of the sky was dyed red into the setting sun. The air was like fat at this moment. Even where Guy went, all the space was gradually distorted. Akainu's face was full of horror and shock. How can this be? Boom! Finally, the earth shakes. The magma is torn apart. Guy's body shattered into pieces like a crack and lay down not far away. A bottomless pit appeared in the battlefield. The diameter is up to nearly 1 kilometer. In the deepest part of the big pit, Akainu closed her eyes unwillingly. Boom! The world is silent. Everyone was stunned in their eyes in shock, unable to react at all. In the same way in all the worlds, all the characters in the Lo and Zhongwu worlds were shocked to the point of being absent-minded. Only the Shinigami world, the Super God universe, the Marvel universe and other high martial arts, and even the Super Martial world, can remain calm. But even these big guys are a little shocked in their hearts. This guy, with a full kick, can exceed his own realm so much. This is incredible. In the Shinigami world, Zaraki Kenpeiga laughed wildly. 8 inner gates formation, might Guy. I remember you, ha 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 ha. When my Zaraki Kenpeiga has a chance, I will definitely go to that world to start a war with you. Kenpeiga laughed wildly, and Kuzujishi Yachiru beside him smiled slightly. In the battlefield, Guy and Akainu died at the same time, and the audience was silent. It was almost stagnated for a few minutes before everyone was relieved. Although lamenting Guy's strength, the war still needs to continue. Everyone still needs to stick to their own front. Marine, the only goal is still to capture the battle flag. Konoha's only task is still to guard the battle flag. Sengoku said angrily without using the phone worm. Admiral Akainu, Sakazuki fell. We have to take advantage of his will and step on the road he opened up to win this battle. Marine, for justice, rush! Countless marine soldiers raised their swords and shouted. Justice! On Konoha's side, Senju Hashirama also roared in a low voice. Konoha! We are going to step on Guy's blood to win this battle. Konoha, all men have the will to fire. Even if you die. Let me stain the sky with blood, make the enemy blood splash 5 steps. Guy's will needs us to inherit. Konoha is flying, and the fire is endless. Decisive battle, rush! Sengoku and Senju Hashirama gave orders. The armies of both sides brazenly rushed forward again. In the big hole kicked out by Guy, there are countless corpses of Konoha shinobi and marine. Super God World. Morgana on the Demon Queen was silent. Her face was awe-inspiring. Edo, although they are a surface civilization. But if you are asked to lead the demon army, are you sure to defeat them? At the side, Edo heard Morgana's words and shook his head for a moment in deep thought. Queen, even if it is useful for destroying star weapons. But I can only destroy their planet and body, this will and soul, I cannot destroy. Morgana nodded. Give me instructions. From now on, the devil must have faith and will. Can't be like those dumb buffs under Carl all day long. Tenten, my god, Carl, my mind is so broken. Achuo nodded, the high-level demons on the side looked a little ashamed. They are called my god Morgana all day long. Angel Nebula. Angel Yan and others sighed. Both Konoha and Marine have their own will to persist. This has nothing to do with right or wrong. They are all just for their own world, for their own civilization. This is understandable. It's like angels performing justice, no right or wrong. Looking at the tragic battle between the two sides, even their group of angel warriors who have experienced many battles are standing solemnly. This level is no less than any war they have fought. In the Spirit Cage world, the entire ground team was silent. Still Broken Star slowed down and spoke first. That Might Guy is too shocking. The few people still hadn't been relieved from the shock brought by Might Guy, and once again suffered the shock of the terrifying will of Marine and Konoha. Shonda had already sat on the ground in shock. Too shocking, too shocking. The 8 gate of Emperor Guy is too handsome. It's too strong. At the time of the 8 inner gates, if I could use this trick, the king-level Polar Devourer would definitely not be able to stop me. Little lowly Xiaodo didn't talk back to Shonda for the first time. Don't even talk about the king-level Polar Devourer, even the mana ecology can't stop you. Everyone nodded. Exactly. If Emperor Guy comes in person, then this eschatological crack is just around the corner. Marine and Konoha are still in a fierce battle. Both sides insisted on their own will and blasted wildly against each other. In a short period of time, the deaths and injuries of Marine soldiers and ordinary ninjas have been countless. The war lasted almost 5 hours. In the end, the mid and low-level combat power of one of the sides collapsed. Chapter 113. In the battlefield, Marshal Sengoku and Garp fight against Senju Hashirama. The two sides also gradually played a real fire. Senju Hashirama's true several thousand hands ascribed to unfold fully, facing two crazy bombardment. Garp and Sengoku fit is good. Primary anti-Sengoku, Garp main. With two flawless, true several thousand hands in a wide range of attacks, both can still find opportunities to Senju Hashirama manufacturing, so what trouble? This is the most top battlefield, still playing inextricably. It appears that each of the 10.5 could not have a winner. Among the high-level battlefield, Namikaze Minato Kizaru 2 gold and fast speed, played locked. Kizaru seriously cautious, indeed tricky, so Namikaze Minato could not find the slightest chance. Full body Shisui's Suzanuit could hardly sustain, managed to sustain continued repression Aokiji. Jiraiya, Konoha's White Fang Teeth, Senju Tobirama and the like are also strong 7 warlords of the sea to the touch. Blackbeard has helped them, barely able to stalemate, and Hawkeye and others. But in a previous battle, Kaiba middle of combat power has lost more than half. Without it, only 2 Marine Award candidate Momuzagi T, there is no Jainin resist. What's more, Marine headquarters of 16 Vice Admiral, many pacifists. They still cannot Konoha Jainin resistance. Kaiba middle front gradually collapse, unable to resist Momuzagi and T and Dolphin strong fighting force. Division Vice Admiral lose Rat, Ghost Spiders, who is a swordsman. Kaiba pulled combat power is too teng. Stick to the present, he has been very good. Eventually, the Konoha Jane in front complete collapse. This consequential, Chen in fronts, Gen in front of all crashes. In addition to high-level combat power among affected, but almost the whole of winning are tilted to the marine side. Wan saw the heavens community like this, many people are sighed. Jinyo si, Konoha it is finished, their bottom front collapsed. Alexander, yes, this wave of Konoha group playing well. Soldier knows his own party, but had Yingja group. I think, should be allowed to stand in front of Senju Hashirama expand wood style open boom. Abruptly put your marine also blasted a gap too. Alexander said so, but it is many chiefs laughed language. Ling Cage World, Bai Yuekui Cold Road. Kaiba also does not want to fight this wave group. But you think that marine, will give the opportunity to Konoha. Senju Hashirama standing in front of open detonation is not no, but you look at Martial Sengoku and Tekken Garp. Both of them will give Senju Hashirama chance. If the column does Senju between this duo, Kaiba who could block them? Bai Yuekui few words, completely causing everyone to think deeply. After a while, Shanda slapped his thigh. Yes boss, or do you see the long term? That's to say this war, marine is the stable. Bai Yuekui yet again shook his head. Not necessarily, read on to see Kaiba executives' reactions. Like to be white, then the general comfort month. Senju Hashirama brow wrinkled in the battlefield. Withdraw him back for a refund. Hokage who, together with me, planted 4 red yang formation, guardian banners. Other people, stick. Fight to the death. Everyone was so instant, withdraw back. Senju Hashirama hands a film, an instant 2 shadow clone vitro. After his resurrection at the moment, even the shadow clone has cage level strength. In order to spread a 4 red yang formation enough. Namikaze Minato is, the separation of a shadow clone. Senju Tobirama is the true body and on. Cheng Soil reincarnation of him, before his death is so far from strong. 2 Senju Hashirama's shadow clone, Namikaze Minato's shadow clone, plus second Hokage Senju Tobirama. 4 were standing on the 4 corners. 4 middle, appeared in a red enchantment, to direct the golden banners surrounded. Standing nearby, Sengoku and Garp's face instantly dignified. That is, a public enchantment it. Sengoku's hard to look at his face. Unexpectedly, the last critical moment war, Senju Hashirama actually come up with such a move. This too makes easy ones. Garp, no way, can only recklessly. Sengoku Ningmei said. Garp also dignified nodded. Yes, Senju Hashirama, really wily Calculate the time, Kaiba party to insist about 5 hours, be able to win the battle 1. They marine, also lost. It is not lost on a strong fighting force, but lost on tactics. This thought, Sengoku tactics rolling tactical Senju Hashirama and others. But take a look now. Senju Hashirama is wily. First, the Might Guy cards this arrangement guardian banners. Then frontline battlefield is holding them. As a result, most of the time has passed. Kaiba here 4 red yang formation opened, keep the defensive formation delay time just fine. Sengoku's face was deep. Fight it, Garp. We need to come up with the best. Garp nodded. Armament Haki group on double again become very rich. 2 again and Senju Hashirama pair. At the moment of Senju Hashirama, he has great strength as good as before. Garp and Sengoku series of Senju Hashirama forced to retreat. Senior Marine combat power is also one of the offensive launched toward the battle flag to launch the final attack. This wave as long as they broke 4 red yang formation, win. If you could not break, you lose. 0. Both sides of the tragic war, are not enough to describe the land with corpses. Ordinary people countless heavens one world to see this scene, almost to have been scared silly. where they witnessed this level of war. Simply horrible. Battle cry loud. Gradually, the setting sun swallowed by the night. Finally, on a battlefield. Senju Hashirama bloody. Standing next to Namikaze Minato, Shisui, Jiraiya, Kushina etc. Everyone covered with bloody, not his own blood, the blood of the enemy. Opposite Garp, who were not much better. Even among the 7 warlords of the sea, Dover, who are beginning to outdo our best. Although despise Marine, but they also want to win this world at their own game. Even Hawkeye all rush forward with, extremely powerful strength of the world's largest sword hoe. Senju Hashirama looking around the circle. The two sides have been dog eat dog. Everyone forget all the time. They both alone a conviction. Kaiba, is the guardian. Marine, is the competition. World War II restart. Garp forward with blood flow, a pair of iron fist is still so hard. Gradually the sky is completely dark down. On the battlefield this time I do not know, everyone does not know how long the full battle. Konoha party, also left the Senju Hashirama still struggling to support. Marine party, also left the 2 Garp and Sengoku veteran. The remaining strong, is not exhaustive, is a variety that has been locked. Both sides name of the name, a golden light gradually enveloped over. All in all recovery ever. What? Chapter 114. Golden light enveloped the room, the final results. Forces list first battle, Naval Headquarters Konoha, Kaiba wins. See the results, Konoha ninja are outrageously countless tears. They busted there to a war, it is to see that the final result. Fortunately, Konoha successfully won. Akainu blow hammer on the floor, his face full of unwilling. But he looked at Kaiba line up standing might guy, the eyes also intended to expose admiration. This is the only clothes he Akainu are playing man. Moreover, to say. Might guy nor his dislike of pirates, the two sides have no hatred. Naruto standing on the ground, looking around the circle in disbelief. Dad, we wouldn't 660 ya won? We won big leaves you? Namikaze Minato smiled. Yes I am winning. Leaves are one of the eyes of all with a smile. Their efforts were not in vain. Among Marine although some dejected. But Sengoku is not much emotional loss. Compared to this war victory. He believes the martial, the war itself is the Marine of great wealth. Not only Hone formation, leaving many ordinary soldiers have gone through a battle between life and death. This is not any incentive than wealth. After the war, Marine Sea on the momentum certainly rose. Naval Headquarters group of elite Marine but will become a real tigers of the division. Heaven's one world millions of people are also some mixed feelings. Although as spectators, they were not personally experienced this station. But this war brought to them still have a lot. From the war until the end, both sides have been in a white-hot state. World War II ultimately successful ending, this is a visual feast. Chat group, it was shocking to directly discuss them. Marine and Kaiba this war, I've seen the most ambitious war. In addition, the two sides no hatred, no past enmity. This is a most pure war. Let us remember that it's worth the battle credited enough history Wong community. His words, suddenly attracted a large praise the Heavens Wong community. Although many high military chiefs of the world does not value the combat capability of both sides. But the effect of this war of performance is excellent. Everyone no objection. At this moment, let the Heavens Won border exciting moment arrived. Charts announcement, Kaiba reward to be credited into account. Marine party dejected. This award, has nothing to do with them. Who they lose it? Kizaru's slight smile. Yay, really lose it? Green shook his head hung it does not matter. Allah, Kaiba, very strong opponent That might Guy. Guy heard the name, Akainu face slightly changed. Eyes full of deep unwilling to color. Akainu hearts, he planted himself must transcend 8-gate Gai morale. Heaven's Wand circles this time also curious rankings, what will Konoha party any award? Forces standings end of the first war, now began issuing awards. A. Ignoring the rules of the world, the disarmament of all members of the forces of the two sides within the upper limit of their growth. See this sentence. It leaves a stunned. The Marine stunned. Wan Heaven's sector has also shocked. The first award of this ranking, directly on a deep-fried King Ah. The Hokage pirates both whirled for a time, have not wanted to understand this growth to lift the upper limit of what is meant. Super Gangster God, Marvel, DC, ODT instantly knew this world is over. Super God World. Megan a foul language to burst out. Depend on. Even what is this special award, how could it lifted their growth limit, which would not have said that trend continues, we can catch up. Instead, think of Mogan his old rival, Gai Sacred Sha Zero. If the angel that civilization Gai Sha Bai Pool win, lifted the limits to growth. I rely on Megan a direct dare to think of. If Gai Lufthansa is released limits to growth, and that special what this universe who is her opponent. At the same time, Heaven's Wand numerous industry bigwigs also want to clear this. Lift the ceiling turned out to be their own development. So this means that if the talent is good, an ordinary person can eventually grow into cosmic overlord. This can be one day in the city. Gai Sacred Lufthansa mouth is a challenge. Xi Crane eyes slightly condensate. The Queen, this award. Crane he voice full of dignified. Holy Gai Sha nodded. Yes this award, not only for the Marine and Konoha, is the best reward. Even in any world, this is enough to reward all the rest rolled reward. If directly enhance the strength, but for the time being to mention a rise to 5.3 points can be seen, but still there is an upper limit. But the direct lifting of the ceiling, but the strength can be infinitely improved. Continue like this. Gai Sha heart thinking. Crane he frowned. The Queen, you say, they can eventually grow into our civilization angel this. Crane he tone full of surprise, Angel Yan, who is also an instant looked over. Lufthansa Gai nodded. Maybe, also more than our angel civilization has reached the upper limit of the universe, want to improve, not impossible, but because the rules limit the world, will be very slow. But the Marine and Konoha, he wanted to take off. Chapter 115. Angel Yan, who has been shocked to speak up. Lufthansa's Sacred Gai this time also chat group answers the practical effect of this award is for the million boundary. Then the Heaven's Wand community are shocked. In the Spirit Cage world, Alexander looked enviously leaves in the battlefield. This award great, right? If earned this award, is not that they can achieve the degree? Open up, body turned into magma? Broken Star, who nodded. Bai Yuekui dual mode thinking. What turned out to be the reward? Chart's handwriting, really is not moved to look in the Shinigami world. Aizen's eyes the moment fluctuations several times. He struggled desire Hagyaku, research Shinigami hollow transformation for what? More strength, more powerful form. All this because he has reached the apex of Shinigami, even Yamamoto old man he will not necessarily defeat. So, he began to study the imaginary creature, this take 09 to break itself. However, if you can get access to their own limitations, so he will not have any research that the virtual. His strength, you can continue to move forward. Aizen's eyes flashed desire. This desire, even more so than Hagyaku. In the battlefield. Kaiba party cheering encouragement. Marine on this side is the envy of his face, dejected. Sengoku looked to Senju Hashirama. Congratulations. Senju Hashirama nodded, assignee. That side of the world, you have a guardian of justice, but also a blessing of the people. Sengoku nodded, Well, as we marine, duty-bound. Senju Hashirama nodded. Two fists come together. They do no grudge, now the fighting is over, both sides no more sense of hostility. Winner takes all, nothing more. Are strong, not like the weak force was also General Tung. Sengoku lost, nothing is dissatisfied. Senju Hashirama won, have never been proud. But this time, chat group is Lufthansa's voice sounded Guy. Divine Guy Shakespeare at Sengoku, you piece of marine champagne is how is it? The reward, you did not say no, right? His words, all marine have collapsed. Sengoku face some slack. Sengoku at Sacred Guy Lufthansa, Lufthansa Queen Guy, what you say? Since Guy Shawang community is everyone recognized chiefs, so Sengoku not consciously spend the honorific. Divine Guy Shakespeare, Sengoku kid, you also have this reward marine ah. Sengoku such as a public marine moment stunned and speechless. The announcement rankings released again. Award winners, first, call each other unconditionally assist in the workforce again. Winner reward, 2, two-edged battle flag, supreme air transport, forever immortal. I see this time. Many are instantly reflected marine to taste. Original. This reward them, it has a marine. The winner of that award, Kaiba is unique. Marine countless hearts are crowded laugh in the face. Marine ignore the excitement over there. Senju Hashirama, who saw himself the winner of the award, the moment is greatly shocked. A reward will not say. Summons Naval Headquarters assist in the work once, very good. Naval Headquarters powerful fighting force, and if they Kaiba united. I am afraid, can cross any push a world of pirates Hokage, right? Senju Hashirama heart think, for this award very satisfied. The most impressive, is the second award. Supreme Banners. Everyone looked back. Look to the tools and try to insert under the Hokage rock gold banners. At this time, banners roots. Hokage rock was shrouded in a golden light. If anyone here cannot generally fight. If you get involved, would be immediately bite. All eyes big bright face euphoria. Just when Konoha and Marine are delighted. Connecting the two sides of the world's gold dispersed. All in all return to calm. Naval Headquarters Marineford and Fire Country Konoha Village, also reconnect to the top of his world. Moment. Pirate world. I do not know why, just like in the direction of the Holy Land have a look, straight eyeing the Naval Headquarters. That road called Terror Eyes, like the eyes of God. After staring for a moment, his eyes looked to the Mind Wong community list. Would have such capability, it seems I really want to be on this list of great importance. Hokage world. I do not know why. A tolerance throughout the world eyes are straight eyeing the Konoha village. Double Rinnegan very strange, ubiquitous chakra is extremely powerful. Wan sector rankings, actually there is this level of it. Boss, it is necessary to focus attention to you. Ultimate gangster two sides of the world's attention, has not been perceived by ordinary beings. And then because of this chat group to explode a message. Because the list of combat power reopened. In the battle between the two forces standings, 7-day cooling off period will be 660 which is 7 days, the list will be stunning competitions. And that returning combat power list. Combat power list for the first time ranked list, the winner, Hokage World. Currently fighting force standings are as follows. First place, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, One Piece World. Second place, God of Ninja World, Senju Hashirama, Hokage World. Third place, Uchiha Madara, Hokage World. Fourth place, Pen Six Paths, Hokage World. Fifth place, Marine Hero, Iron Fist, Monkey D. Garp, One Piece World. Sixth, Akainu, Sakazuki, Heiken World. Seventh place, Golden Lion, Shiki, One Piece World. 8th place, Uzumaki Naruto, Hokage World. 9th place, Golden Glitter, Namikaze Minato, Hokage World. 10th name, Kizaru, Polosalino, Pirate World. Now begin sucking the next world, a combat power wood expulsion line. Decimation World. Moment, the heavens wand circles boiling. All the strong are crazy. Even many chiefs, are exposed look of hope. Combat power list, and then opened. Their opportunity came. Chapter 116. Naval Headquarters. Marine Ford. It is completely restored here, and 7 warlords of the sea is also preparing to leave at the port. Sengoku stood in the marshal's office, meditating about the reopening of the battle list. Seeing him, Garp couldn't help but shook his head and smiled. Seeing Sengoku like this, it must have been worrying about something again. Coming to Sengoku's side, Garp suddenly stretched out his hand and slammed Sengoku's shoulder. Sengoku was interrupted in thought, and Garp was directly frightened. Garp! You old fellow! Sengoku flushed and roared angrily. Garp looked careless, eating senbei with a big laugh. Sengoku, I know what you are thinking. Is it right that the battle list is reopened, our world lost in the last battle list comparison, and can't continue to participate in the battle? Sengoku couldn't help sighing when he heard Garp's words. More than Garp, Marine has been lifted from the development ceiling, but this is not a hot potato. Although the government of the world has not made any decision on this, I have the feeling that it is not far away. Hearing Sengoku's words, Garp also condensed his eyes. Sengoku, you mean? Sengoku nodded. I have the feeling that someone from the Holy Land may soon send someone to do something to my marshal. Sengoku looked at the calm sea in the distance, only to feel that the undercurrent was surging crazily. And the focus is their naval headquarters. Garp thought for a moment, then suddenly laughed again. Sengoku, why do you think so much? Big winds and waves, I am an old fellow fighting with you. This old bone should still be usable. Besides, Marine currently has a high reputation worldwide. If the Holy Land wants to move us, we must also consider the consequences. After a long time, Sengoku nodded, his face gradually becoming serious. Originally, I was going to abdicate after facing Whitebeard. But when the rankings appeared, my silent heart gradually throbbed. Garp, I'm not reconciled. When we joined Marine, we vowed to catch all pirates, but... Sengoku shook his head helplessly. It's still so bad now, I am not qualified as Marshal Marine. I want to do something for the people of the world. I can't just go against our oath. Garp patted Sengoku on the shoulder again. In the battle list, although we Marine can no longer send people to the battle, there are still me, Sakazuki, and Polosalino. The 3 of us are enough. What benefits you get from it is enough to strengthen Marine's strength. Hearing that, Sengoku nodded. The 2 looked at the people and 7 warlords of the sea who were about to leave by the port. Crane is here with San Admiral watching this group of 7 warlords of the sea. Although this is the naval headquarters, their group of scums dare not do anything. But in order to ensure the face and power of Marine, Sengoku still sent Crane with 3 admiral to watch. Kizaru looked indifferent, just standing there indifferently. His eyes kept falling on the female emperor's body, and his eyes gleamed darkly under the sunglasses. Aokiji looked like a pun, looking blankly at the group of 7 warlords of the sea. As for Akainu, he was looking gloomy, looking at the group of 7 warlords of the sea a little eagerly. With his strength, coupled with 3 admiral, it is definitely not a problem to completely leave the group of scum in front of him. Akainu think of this, cannot help but start next to the temperature slightly increases. Doflamingo feel it, his face cannot help but slightly surprised. Then phew to laugh. Akainu Admiral, what do you mean? To hand, our group of 7 warlords of the sea naval headquarters to stay in it all? Dover hear the words of many 7 warlords of the sea also will look to turn over. Hawkeye is not the slightest movement, is so quietly stood still. The Moria is tight physique, face a slight hint of fear. Ranking the First World War, Akainu's strength but show the most. He now doubts that he cannot block Akainu 10 strokes? I'm afraid not 10 strokes, 3 measures he fell to the ground injured. Blackbeard is also a hand grip, thief ha 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 laugh. Faced with numerous 7 warlords of the Sea of Provocation, Akainu blankly on the ground in the previous step. Who blazing lava is brewing, may erupt at any time out. Kizaru threw your hands, the face full of frustration. But he was a step forward. If Akainu hands, he cannot stand idly by the Marine Admiral. Today at Marine Combat Power and Prestige, one the 7 warlords of the sea would not hurt. Aokiji shook his head, and stepped forward. Allah, really troublesome. Looked like 3 Marine Admiral, many 7 warlords of the sea have heart of a bear. Great Staff Crane side is relatively calm. Sakazuki, they have used, to let them go. Crane voice, did not care about these 7 warlords of the sea of any dignity. Dover forehead red with rage suddenly. But he suddenly disappeared on the Akainu that gloomy face, inner dissatisfaction. Although Akainu defeated, he can still borrow holy relationship is put out there. However, no reason to suffer a beating, he may not want to be subject to sin. Blackbeard's faces flashed fear. Akainu would have thought just a demonstration, but looked like, they really have to mean that shot. As Moria. He is even more worth a damn are afraid to put up. Akainu powerful well known, kill Blackbeard's not a problem now. And he does. In the hands of Blackbeard 10 strokes are sure, it was completely kill. It stuck on the Moria for a long time. But the strength between him and Blackbeard huge difference, did not dare say anything. Now for the Akainu, he is even more are afraid to put a fart. King. Akainu did not speak, increasingly tense situation on the ground. Vice Admiral Crane was once again reminded cry, Akainu only slightly dispersed body temperature. Scum who do not let me hit you in the sea, otherwise. Akainu fists clenched. Akama golden lava flow, emitting most horrible power and influence. Hawkeye said they had never cares about the threat of Akainu, turned around and jumped into their boat, directly to leave. A female emperor is proud to his head, walked with great legs on the left to send their warships. Dover forehead veins fly, Blackbeard heart is rubbing tight. The two eventually choose to forbear, their leave. Pirates side of the world to quell the incident. Hokage world here, doing post-war work are ordered. Hokage Washida. Shine golden sacred battle flag, will be cut off from the surrounding world seems an empty stretch. Senju Hashirama, who stood in front of banners, his face wearing the color of fear. Chapter 117. The joy of victory gradually dissipated, and everyone really began to replay the battle. Uzumaki Kushina, Hitaki Sakumo, and others have been lifted and reincarnated, and their souls have regained rest. Many high-level officials and important figures in Konoha village are discussing this battle before the battle flag. First, Namikaze Minato said in a deep voice. From the very beginning of this battle, Konoha, we were caught in the layout of the Marine Marshal. Hearing Namikaze Minato's words, Senju Hashirama's face also changed. Dignity flashed across his face, and Senju Hashirama nodded. Fourth generation is right. In this battle, we have been trapped in Sengoku's layout from the very beginning. From the very beginning, the pressure on the front line has exceeded expectations. The people beside Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and others nodded. The war has just begun. Marines lineup gave Konoha an unparalleled impact. Scientific forces, pacifists. The 16th Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters. It was actually 7 warlords of the sea that made the Konoha front completely collapsed. Without them, Konoha's victory will definitely be greatly improved. But because of the unexpected existence of 7 warlords of the sea, Konoha caused a lot of trouble. 660. This is also the main reason why Admiral can break through the front line so easily and come to the rear. Everyone is condensing eyebrows. Suddenly, Senju Hashirama smiled on his face and turned to look at the Might Guy in the green Jainin costume. In this war, our main hero is Guy. Hearing Senju Hashirama's sigh, all of Konoha's current high levels all smiled. Kakashi's eyes were even more shocked. Yet, Guy, your 8 inner gates is too strong. As soon as Kakashi said this, everyone present unconsciously showed shock. Based on the strength of Senju Hashirama, Rao was greatly moved by the strength of 8-gate Guy. At that level, his sage body may not be able to stop it. If it was him, Senju Hashirama was kicked by Guy that night. Possibly, the end will not be much better than Akainu. In the best case, Senju Hashirama will suffer irreparable injuries. Under everyone's attention, Guy touched his head and smiled slightly. Several Hokages are the main force in this battle. I just inherited my father's will to guard Konoha and the will to guard the fire. Guy's words caused a sigh from several people. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and shook his head. The old man is ashamed. Your father, Might Dai, shouldn't be the only genin. You shouldn't be just a genin. Unfortunately, the old man failed to discover your powerful strength and potential. Guy shook his head. Lord 3rd generation, don't say that. I was admitted to the ninja school because of you. Without you, there would be no me guys today. But no matter what Guy said, Sarutobi Hiruzen is still blowing. The old man ashamed of being called the 3rd generation by you, ashamed. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help thinking about his performance in the battle with Marine. It's simply horrible, can't bear to look directly. Originally, he was there, and he could be the backbone of Tsunade and others, and could stabilize a certain military spirit. But he was defeated by Akainu so quickly. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and stopped talking. Senju Hashirama looked at Guy again. Guy, I remember, you are still just a genin, right? Upon hearing Senju Hashirama's words, Guy nodded in confusion. Senju Hashirama smiled slightly. From now on, you will be Konoha's elite genin. And, reward a Hokage sleeve, worn by your father Might, and directly promoted by genin to genin. The people around Jiraiya, Tsunade, etc. were a little shocked when he said this. Kakashi looked at Guy with joy. Guy, thank you Lord Hokage. Guy's expression was a bit stunned, and there seemed to be a moving tear in his eyes. He looked at Senju Hashirama and asked incredulously. Shode, are you true? Namikaze Minato on the side smiled slightly. Guy, this is the unanimous decision of me, Shode, and 3rd generation. Guy's expression, aged, was suddenly stunned. But for him, become special genin, Hokage sleeves, those are trivial things. Most importantly, his father Might Dai became genin directly. This makes Guy a little excited. His father, Might Dai, wanted to become genin the most during his lifetime. As for genin, he couldn't even think of it. But now, his father Might Dai has become genin directly. Guy's expression was ecstatic. Jiraiya and others were also a little confused because of Senju Hashirama's order. Among Konoha, the title Elite Genin has never been easily given. They are almost the titles that major patriarchs have a chance to get. However, Might Guy is just an ordinary civilian, and his father is a 10,000 years genin. But now, he was directly promoted to Elite Genin. The most shocking thing was not the decision to promote Guy Elite Genin. Even more surprising is the Hokage sleeve that 1st generation rewarded Guy. That is what Kakashi's father, Hatake Sakumo, obtained after doing countless legendary missions in his life. Guy got it so young. And, that half of Hokage sleeves represent more than honor. There is a deeper meaning. People with Hokage sleeves. When the position of Hokage is vacant, or the current Hokage wants to step down, he has the priority to become Hokage. Kakashi didn't jealous at all, looking at Guy with joy. Jiraiya and others were relieved, and their eyes were full of good fortune. Akatsuki Organization. Madara sits on the main seat, and a pair of Rinnegan don't know what he is thinking. He looked at Uchiha Itachi under him and asked. Itachi, your brother Sasuke, how is your settling down? Hearing what Ben said, the axis suddenly tightened. He was afraid that Madara would let Sasuke come to Akatsuki to organize, and he was thinking the same way as Orochimaru. Shuei whispered. Boss, Sasuke is practicing in the secret room. He wants to quickly improve his strength. But it turns out that the Axis thinks a lot. Lord Madara is so arrogant, how can he be interested in a mere Uchiha Sasuke? Madara nodded when he heard Itachi's words and fell silent. Warfare gradually ignited in his eyes. The world was drawn on the leaderboard yesterday, but it hasn't been drawn until now. This made Madara a little anxious in her heart. He wants to quickly see the all kinds of weird and unpredictable abilities in other worlds. Everyone in Akatsuki's organization was so frightened that they did not dare to breathe. This master is moody, and they don't dare to say much. At this moment, everyone raised their eyes slightly. The 10,000 worlds ranking in my mind suddenly released an announcement. The world ranking of fighting forces has been drawn, and now the Pirate Hokage's last 5 rankings are starting. Seeing the news of the ranking, the heavens and 10,000 realms couldn't help but curse their mothers a bit. They were all excited for a long time, and they waited for the completion of the drawing of this battle list. But the leaderboard has not been released directly. Instead, we must first compare the stunning rankings. Everyone wondered whether this list was maliciously manipulated behind the scenes, making them itch with hatred. Chapter 118. Super God World. The angel let out a cold voice. This ranking list is really appetizing. Before the battle list is opened, it is actually the first to compare the outstanding rankings. What's so good about those women in the low-spirited world? In these heavens and all realms, apart from our angels, who can be called stunning? The cold voice came into everyone's ears. Angel Yan raised the corner of his mouth. The mindset of the rankings is not something we can predict. Moreover, between the two battles, arranging a ranking of other rankings, it can be regarded as letting us relax. Zhixin also nodded, agreeing with Yan's words. Yes, Sister Ling, I think Sister Yan is right. Having been in battle, we will get tired of aesthetics. Lingzi is looking forward to Dao. I kind of want to see whether our angels can occupy the entire list when it's our world's turn. When they heard Lingzi's words, the angels also retreated one after another. Really? In the universe, it is simply difficult to find the stunning beauty that rivals this group of angel girls. Geisha and Hexi smiled slightly. Although the two have a strong interest in the battle list. If you draw their world, you can enter the battlefield to move your muscles and bones. Spirit Cage World. Shanda's eyes flickered slightly. Has the stunning list start to compete? Great, oh, I can see my emperor again. Little lowly Xiado sneered. Shandong University, didn't you fat man look carefully? In this extremely beautiful rankings, there are only the bottom 5, that is to say, there is no such female emperor. Forward? Shanda's expression was slightly startled, and then it turned into regret. Well, I can't see my emperor's face anymore. Little lowly Xiado made an international gesture. Shandong University, don't you think the boss is pretty? At BH at 2, plus. Put all your heart on that female emperor. Little lowly Xiaodo's words caused Broken Star, Gudong, and others to turn their heads and look towards Shanda. Shanda suddenly turned his head and looked at Bai Yuekui, his eyes flashed with struggling hesitation. Then smiled. Anyone who compares with the boss, of course the boss looks good. Xiado let out a cough and ran to Bai Yuekui, no longer contacting Shanda. The leaderboard announcement is released again. The selection of this stunning list starts, everyone is invited to start voting. Hokage World candidates, Uzuki Zion, Samui, Harano Sakura, Hyga Hinata, Yamanaka Ino. One Piece World candidates, Shira Hoshi, Perona, Vivi, Tina, Alvita. Note, there is only one chance for the selection of the stunning list, and each person has only one vote. Please start voting. Seeing the start of the competition, discussions arose in the chat group. Tony Stark at Genosi, two fellow Taoists, continue to come out to discuss this stunning list selection. This time Hokage and Pirate World are starting to compare, who do you vote for? Hearing Tony's words, Yamato Yanosh released himself again. Shonda, it's a pity, there is no female emperor among these people, otherwise I will definitely vote for the female emperor. Genos, yes, Shonda is right, but since there is no empress, I voted for Hinata. Tony at, why is Hinata? Those Oni-san in Pirate World are so beautiful and sexy. Genos, Tony, don't you think anyone can have sexiness, but that kind of innocence and cuteness, can't anyone have it? Sitting on the sofa, Tony couldn't help sinking into thought. Soon, Tony's eyes brightened. Yes. His playboy Tony, how many sexy girls have seen so many years? But among these, few are innocent and cute. Anyone can be sexy, but innocent and cute, you can't pretend. Tony thought for a moment and nodded. Tony at, Daiju, I agree with you, so I voted for Hinata. Looking at the two people's decision, Shonda was also slightly shocked. He turned his head and glanced at Bai Yuekui. Yes. Why could Bai Yuekui fascinate them so much? It is not only the beautiful face, but also the cold and arrogant temperament. Why the female emperor can fascinate the heavens and all realms, isn't it because of the female emperor's arrogant temperament? If there is only a beautiful face, it is not a beautiful face. A firm sense of responsibility suddenly surged in Shonda's heart. The votes in the hands of each of them should be responsible to the heavens and the world. You can't let any one of the most outstanding people be lost, and you can't let any unqualified person on the list. Shonda looked at the chat message and nodded. Shandong University, Tony, Genos, I also vote for Hinata. Just for that rare touch of innocence. Seeing the chat messages of the three people, the heavens and the world all agreed with them. The three colors of the heavens all voted for Hinata unanimously, and the reason is still so good. So in an instant, many people followed the vote. At this time, Hinata himself happened. Hyga Hinata, thank you three brothers. Looking at the Byakugan girl, the hearts of the three Tonys suddenly moved. Tony, little sister, no thanks. Genos, little sister, no thanks. Shandong University, little sister, no thanks. At this time, everyone in Pirate World was also unblocked from the chat group. Kizaru looked at the three people discussing, and he couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Kizaru at, Genosi, Shonda, three fellow Taoists, this Hinata is so heaven-defying, have you all voted? Seeing Kizaru happened, the three were shocked. Tony, welcome to the boss. Shonda, Kizaru boss, look for yourself, Hinata is old. Kizaru, it's really so covered. The old man takes a closer look. With that said, Kizaru clicked on the photo in the ranking. Seeing how cute Hinata looked that day, Kizaru fell instantly. Kizaru, the old man also voted for Hinata. Inside Konoha village. Konoha tricolor gathered again. Jiraiya's face was full of interest, and she muttered. The most beautiful list, the most beautiful list. 0. The Pirate Empress, surely can be on the list, right? I don't know if she is among the last 5. Senju Hashirama and Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a moment, and they also nodded, agreeing with Jiraiya's words. Then, the three of them clicked on the stunning photos of this selection. Moment. Jiraiya, yet. Senju Hashirama, wow. Sarutobi Hiruzen, me. They saw 5 people in Pirate World at the same time. And the beauties of Pirate World are known for their sexiness. But after watching repeatedly, the 3 nodded and each made a decision. Gillette also, I also vote for Hinata to support the younger generations who support my village. Sisters of Pirate World, I'm sorry. At Shirahoshi, Perona, Vivi, Tina, Alvita, you guys are also good looking, but I only have 1 vote, sorry for the time being. I will definitely vote for you if I have a chance later. When the heavens and the world saw Jiraiya's behavior, they all contemptuously. Especially Kizaru, Tony, and others are still attached below. This makes more people shameless. Xiaodo, you 5, you should build a list of all heavens. In an instant, everyone laughed. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Senju Hashirama in Konoha village were slightly embarrassed. Both of them blushed a little. Although Xiaodo didn't talk about them directly, but they were seated in their hearts. In the end, the results were also released. Hinata took the first place in one fell swoop, first in the counterattack. Chapter 119. Standings after stunning 5 competitions end. 6th, Hyuga Hinata, Hokage World. 7th, Shirahoshi, Pirates of the World. 8th, Perona, Pirates of the World. 9th, Vivi, Pirates of the World. 10th, Alvita, Pirates of the World. Looked at the results, the Heavens Wand circles are somewhat strange. 5 candidates Hokage World, there are only Hinata out of a circle. The remaining 4, all over the world are pirates down. The Hokage World, although there are many unconvinced. But this is the result of the selection of the Heavens Wand circles, everyone also did not dare to dissent. See the results, the various chiefs' Heavens Wand circles are slightly smiled. Stunning list? It's just after dinner they talk only. Is the ease to relax between 2 fighting? Gangster care about this little list. 660 they care about is the combat power list, which forces standings list and so on. Along with a list of the next announcement, the entire Heavens Wand community have all been detonated. World Lottery is completed, the list is hereby given that the combat power play against the world. Road to see this announcement, the entire Heavens Wand sector are set off large earthquakes. Super God World. Yan, Cold and other people instantly stop the bickering, everyone looking excited. Guy on the Holy Throne Lufthansa mouth is more of a challenge. Combat power list, but also began. Among XI Crane Eyes is slight hint side cleaners. Wand sector list a variety of mixed stand. But surely everyone looking forward to the most, are the combat capability list. Forces standings barely came in second. But combat capability list, absolutely deserved first. He Crane Eyes a little desire. She silenced 10,000 years of heart, the excitement began to slightly up. Guy Shakespeare same. If they are able to get the world, that he Guy Shakespeare can be several hearty battle in the heavens battlefield. Mo Megane on the number Demon Queen is also excited. Combat power list has opened. If our world, his aging mother must spread the faith in the Heavens Wand Demon Kingdom. Atto, you say I am the queen, can we started demon in Heavens Wand industry reputation it? Mo Megane raised an eyebrow, looked to the side of Atto. Alto nodded, his face very devout. The queen, beliefs devil, this is the only sector of the Heavens Wand faith. Angel, Shinigami, they are eclipsed in your glory. Mo Megane a slight smile, the heart is good enough. Punch the world. Jinyu Si excitedly big pound the table. Teacher. Teacher. Combat power to open the list, if we are able to get the world is not able to see your best shot. Jinyu Si look forward to. Saitama look dull with some embarrassment opening. You first stop your hand. Watching 2 barrels of instant noodles on the table as Jinyu Si shook the rickety. Saitama heart is very sorry. but involuntary, and he thought if he had entered the heavens battlefield, and that the strong won world war, it is not really able to show their full strength it. Saitama some expectations, the scalp are trembling slightly, as if want to grow hair like. The spacecraft also Poros haha laughing. Ha 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 ha. Combat power to open the list, I was finally able to Unicron Poros debut among all industry rankings. Ha 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 ha. This could be considered an appetizer before reaching the earth it. Poros haha mad laughing, mouth arrogant discourse continues to spit out. And the next moment his eyes a condensate. If list will not let me have the opportunity to war, I smashed you this one sector rankings. Ah ha 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 ha. Poros laughed. Can be the next moment. Boom. Moment. Majesty. Sacred. Extraordinary. Unparalleled pressure is coming. Poros in the spaceship instantly knelt to the ground under the pressure of the sky. In his mind, only the golden sacred 10,000 realms ranking list shined. Poros was still dissatisfied, his expression had just become stance. Can be the next moment. Boom. Poros' expression on his knees changed wildly. The armor on his body suddenly made a sound. Among them, Poros spouted a mouthful of blood in an instant. Even so, Poros, the overlord of the universe, cannot be convinced. He desperately wanted to stand up, and his physical strength was endlessly activated. There is not the slightest touch of affection. Boom. The pressure that shook the world fell. Poros' entire body was instantly crushed on the ground, and his bones were shattered. This time, Poros' expression finally began to frighten. His power was completely suppressed. And in his mind, there is only that shocking 10,000 worlds ranking. The golden sacred light radiates. Poros' expression changed for the first time. The feeling of being like a god and being able to kill him at any time made him very uncomfortable. And the rankings give him a sense of sacred and inviolable. If he has any idea of resisting insult, he might really get some terrible punishment. That was a consequence that even he could not bear. Under the pressure, Poros finally succumbed. No longer dare to say anything against it. At the same time, in the worlds of the heavens and the world, countless powerful men are looking forward to it. They are looking forward to whether the next world will be them or not. If it's their world, these big guys don't mind taking a shot and entering the 10,000 realms rankings for a big battle. The rewards given by the leaderboard may be something they all desire. Tutoring the world. Bai Lan was a bit boring. But seeing that the ranking list is about to announce the next drawn world, my heart is slightly moved. If I can draw this world, can I also play in the heavens and 10,000 realms? He didn't want to be stronger. Because in this world, no one is stronger than him. Even at this moment, Whitebeard and them are not invincible in his eyes. He wanted to go to another world to take a look. All the parallel worlds in this world had been destroyed by him. And if you can play in other worlds, it would be great to increase your strength by the way. Aizen smiled slightly and put a marshmallow in his mouth. Marvel Universe. Thanos holds a virtual left palm. He can't wait to enter the battlefield of the heavens for a battle now. Iron Man Tony has a headache. Although the battle list is good looking, it has nothing to do with him. He was still very confident in his own combat power. After all, ordinary people, who is his opponent after putting on the steel suit? But looking at the evildoers in the rankings, Tony's arrogance disappeared. Kizaru, who was at the bottom of the rankings, could kill him with a few tricks. What kind of fight is this? He is still looking forward to when a list of the wealth of the heavens, or a list of geniuses, will appear. Then he would have a chance to be on the list. Tony is very confident about his financial resources and talents. As for other things, just forget it. Chapter 120. Shinigami World. Captain Yamamoto called all Shinigami to a meeting. This meeting is mainly to discuss the 10,000 world rankings. And at the moment, Except for the three captains Aizen, Ichimaru Jin, and Tosen Kaname, all captain-level figures have arrived. Yamamoto was not in a hurry, but waited quietly. At this time, there was a sound of pushing the door. Aizen wore black-rimmed glasses and walked slowly with a gentle face. Ichimaru Jin and Tosen Kaname were beside him, and the three came together. Just sitting down, Hitsuga, who had noticed a little abnormality, asked. Aizen, what have you been doing for so long? There is also Tosen Kaname, why are you here together? When Hitsuga spoke, his tone was full of gunpowder. Aizen smiled faintly when he heard the question from the elementary school student. Some things have been delayed, as for Yin and Tosen. Need me to explain to you? Aizen smiled. The old Yamamoto man in the main seat coughed slightly. Well, don't make a noise, just a little thing. We officially opened the meeting. This meeting discussed how to use the rankings to protect Seoul society in the future. The old man has a hunch that the great changes in the whole world are about to begin. As the captain Yamamoto said, worries flashed through his eyes. 09. He always has a sense of crisis in the dark. This seems to be related to the friend Habich who was sealed by him thousands of years ago. The faces of many captains present here changed slightly. The 6th Division Captain Byakuya said indifferently. Captain refers to the kid Kurosaki Ichigo. Hearing what Byakuya said, everyone raised their eyebrows slightly. That Kurosaki Ichigo can have this kind of energy? Surprised the team captain? That was the strongest Shinigami in 1,000 years, and he created Godei 13 with one hand. You know, the original Godei 13 was a killer organization. Captain Yamamoto is a well-deserved werewolf. Just the kid Kurosaki Ichigo? Can Captain Yamamoto feel the crisis? It's not that everyone here looks down on him. Kurosaki Ichigo really doesn't have that qualification now. Yamamoto Motoyanagisai Shigekoku thought for a moment, then shook his head. The old man doesn't know, anyway, everyone has been more careful these days. Everyone nodded. Only Aizen had a smile in her heart. On the face, it was calm. And when everyone is discussing. Sudden. The next announcement on the leaderboard is released. Under the gaze of countless people from the heavens and the world, the names of the extracted world appeared. The world of the ranking list this time, Shinigami World. The heavens and the worlds were shocked when they saw this sentence. Tony, Shinigami World? What kind of world is this? It is called Shinigami, can it take away human life? Or, it's all dead here? Tony was very puzzled, with strange expressions on his face. Heard of Hokage World, Pirate World? This is acceptable. But now, a Shinigami World has appeared. This is a bit unacceptable. Everyone in the Spirit Cage World is also somewhat different. Little Loli Syato turned her head to look at Broken Star. Sister Broken Star, Shinigami World. What world is this? Oni-san Broken Star shook his head. Doubtu, I don't know this world either. But listen, it should be a very permeating world. The faces of Shonda and others also flashed strange colors. It is said that after death, people will be taken away by Shinigami. This Shinigami world, can't it be that kind, right? The more Shonda said, the more frightened his expression became. Thought flashed in Bai Yuekui's eyes while sitting in the driving position. But she did not speak. Taking you as a name alone, she can't tell what kind of world this is. Super God World. City of Angels. Guy Shakespeare's face suddenly sank slightly. Yan eyes is showing disgust. Is this the world with the Shinigami? Shinigami Carl has a relationship. Cardio, Brooke, and others' faces flashed complicated look. Shinigami Carl. This is one of the few king of the universe level of civilization. Crane he then shook his head. Do not be too nervous, I think the Shinigami world, Car should not matter. Listen he Crane say, all this some slight ease down. Aboard the Devil Queen. Mo Megane eyes widened. I rely on Shinigami world, it does and Carl have anything to do? Even Mo Megane are some doubts. But she also shook her head. Carl then how to avoid cattle, definitely do influence the degree of Wan industry rankings. The Shinigami world, it should be just the same name. In doubt heavens Wan strong in all major industry. Their minds, suddenly appeared in a picture. It was, an blue star almost normal blue planet. Karakura town. At a time when during the day, Ichigo, who is also the classroom. Sitting by the window, Ichigo listlessly looking out the window. But this time, Rankings issued a bulletin that wrote, however, he played a direct Ji-Ling. Shinigami. Kurosaki Ichigo heart slightly surprised. Could it be they in the world? Shinigami, Rukia title it is not that guy do? And it has become a Shinigami agent. Ichigo heart surprised some, but still not sure. Until he saw a picture chart at this time to play. As if, in that picture where the world was his. Subsequently, a screen rotation appear in the eyes of the vast desert. Look at this desolate scene, Ichigo's heart still some doubts. But the next moment, a minimum level of Jillian appear. Ichigo looked at the skull bones look like a body, the heart suddenly determined. Here is where they are in the world. Turn a picture again, Hueco Mundo is just a passing moment. Immediately. Jingling chord appearance is also fleeting. Indeed, even the spirit of the palace appearance, are slight twinkle in everybody's eyes. Although only just a moment, but eyes and eyesight, or instantly judged to where it was. Think of this 660 eyes and mind some slightly excited. The rest is a bit of a shock all the Shinigami captain. Yamamoto old man looking slightly sank, but the heart is also slightly excited. Inclusion complex emotions in his heart. I do not know joy and sorrow, but Yamamoto captain's heart began to look forward to competing. For fighting force able to get them Shinigami world standings, even by his heart and mind, we can no longer remain calm. Picture in the list, they actually fixed in this room at the moment. A look of joy among all the captain. Can be the next moment. A laughing voice sounded dull. Sitting on the side of Aizen then this looks calm smile. My feeling was right He stood up straight sigh. In the eyes of the heavens one world. Boom. Aizen instantly body that broke out as deep as the sea of Ryutsu. Terror Ryutsu lift to fly directly impact the roof. Sunshine took advantage of the opportunity this time to come. Yellow eyes shine on Aizen lens, so that everyone can now see his face. The Ichimaru-jin and Tosen Kaname stood up at this time also. Aizen smiled slightly. Lu Yuanzai re-looking Yamamoto country for a change. And this is the messenger of Shinigami has arrived. Commander. Aizen captain killed Central 46. If not finished, this messenger Shinigami directly shocked. Hueco Mundo channel is not already open. Aizen bathed in sunlight, smiling. Since then, the happiness of heaven stand. Chapter 121. Seeing Aizen basking in the sun and uttering those words in a high-profile manner, the entire world was stunned. Pirate world. Inside the marshal's office. 3 Admiral has already returned, and is sitting on the sofa watching the 10,000 worlds rankings. At this moment, the 3 people watching the live broadcast raised their brows. Aokiji's expression was still arrogant, but there was a hint of caution in his eyes. The man in the white robe seemed to contain extremely terrifying power. Akainu's expression is a bit ugly. This Aizen is not a good person at first glance. It must be the same as that group of dross on the sea, it is trash that disturbs the world. Akainu snorted coldly, not optimistic about Aizen at all. Moreover, Akainu hates traitors most. This Aizen obviously betrayed his own power, which made Akainu even more shameless. And the last of the 3 Admiral, Kizaru Polo Salino. He didn't have any disgust, instead his eyes were picky. Kizaru even raised his hand and slightly lifted the sunglasses next to his eyes. His eyes were full of differences. How can there be a breath of pretense coming to your face? This is so familiar to him. Isn't it that every time he fights with him, the sentence "have you been kicked by the light" comes first? Kizaru said, I'm familiar with this routine. He looked at Aizen, his eyes brighter and brighter. This pretense is novel and creative. Worth learning. Sky Island. The face of Enel, who claims to be a god, is full of mockery. Just you, still standing in the sky? Do you want to be side by side with the god? This god tells you, there is only one god in these heavens and all realms. Enel's expression is a bit ugly. He also signed up to fight before. But none of the Qinghai people of Damit knew him. As long as Sky Island people knew his fame, vote for him. However, when compared between Sky Island people and Qinghai people, the gap is a bit big. Enel's face was ugly, and he reluctantly continued to look down. Hokage World. Madara's eyes in Akatsuki's organization suddenly lit up, showing some interest. This Aizen is interesting. Madara suddenly felt that this Aizen had a bit of arrogance of her own. In Konoha village. Konoha is still watching the leaderboard battle in the office. Seeing Aizen's series of actions, Senju Hashirama's face was slightly stagnant. This. Why is it so similar to a motor? Senju Hashirama suddenly thought that every time he fights with him, he has to put on a wave of force before he can officially start the fight. Looking at Aizen in the picture again, a sense of familiarity came to my heart inexplicably. Super God World. This time, seeing Aizen, the many angel sisters did not have any disgust. Unlike Kizaru's wretchedness, Aizen's pretense is very special and charming. Angel Yan raised the corner of his mouth. Aizen. Interesting. Mian Xin turned her head slightly to look at Angel Lingzi, and suddenly smiled. Lingzi, why are you blushing? As soon as he said this, Yan and the others looked over in an instant. Even the sacred eyes of Gai Sha and Hexi turned around. Being stared at by so many people, the blonde sister Lingzi's face became even more red. Yan joked, Lingzi, what? Did you like this Aizen? Missing heart. Sister Yan. Lingzi yelled too angrily. The holy Gai Sha on the throne smiled slightly. Lingzi, if you are attracted to this Aizen, when I get the chance, I will talk to him. Hexi also said. Yeah, Lingzi, Queen Gai Sha, who will be able to recruit a good son-in-law for us, Tian Cheng. Lingzi's complexion became more and more red. Queen Gai Sha, Queen Hexi, you guys tease me too. Lingzi lowered his head, all the embarrassed were looking for a seam to get in. Yan raised his eyebrows and smiled. Lingzi, this Aizen is really handsome, not to mention you are tempted, I am a little tempted. The angels burst out laughing. Yan and others let Lingzi go. And at this moment in the picture, the captain of the 13th Division, Jaishur Yukatak stood up instantly, looking at Aizen in disbelief. Aizen, why are you killing Central 46? And what do you mean by that sentence? Are you going to betray Soul Society? Hearing what Jaishur Yukatak said, all the captains present also stood up. This Aizen, what kind of thing is it? And he hasn't waited for Aizen to speak. Ichimaru Jin, the captain of the 3rd Division, and Tosen Kaname, the captain of the 9th Division, came to Aizen at the same time. Like servants, the two stood calmly beside Lan. The 7th Division Captain Paimura Seijin immediately stared. Tosen. What are you doing? Why do you want to go to him? Is it your oath to abandon us? As Komamura Seijin said, he couldn't believe that Tosen Kaname would do such a thing. The two are the best partners, and Seijin in the village joined Godi I-13 because of Tosen Kaname and became the captain of Shinigami. Listening to Paimura Seijin's words, Tosen Kaname did not move. Standing next to Aizen, he was also very different in his heart at this time. Even he didn't expect Aizen to have a direct showdown at this time. I never told him and Yin about this beforehand. The two thought there was still a while. Unexpectedly, Aizen would do this all of a sudden. Ichimaru-jin smiled slightly, with the same expression as before. Tosen Kaname was silent and did not answer the words of his best friend. Aizen, standing in front of the two, raised his hand at this moment. Hagyaku appeared in his hands. Jaishur Yukite's eyes tightened. Hagyaku. Aizen, is that your purpose? Captain Yamamoto, who was sitting in the main seat, spoke in a deep voice at this time. Godi 13, take down Aizen. Captain Yamamoto spoke decisively, and immediately stood up with a cane. The commander, who usually doesn't show any momentum, showed the extremely powerful and terrifying Ryutsu in an instant. The floor began to tremble and cracked instantly. The roof that had been lifted by Aizen Ryutsu was also scattered again, the king's. But the next moment, above everyone, a pitch-black hole was suddenly torn open. Among them, a group of ugly and strange creatures swarmed out. Wearing a white mask, a squirming monster with a pure black body appeared in front of the heavens and the world in an instant. Minos Grande. All Captain Shinigami present were taken aback. Next moment, a golden light enveloped Aizen, Ichimaru-jin, and Tosen Kaname. With a piece of land under their feet, the three of them began to lift off slowly. Aizen's face, with a calm and easy-going expression, suddenly became cold. Jushiro, pay attention to your tone, you are too arrogant. I did this, of course, to pursue a higher level. Aizen said flatly. The last second is still gentle, but the next second. Aizen gently took off his glasses and stretched out. The other hand was placed in front of the head, and he combed back slowly. Seeing this scene, the heavens and the world are now. Chapter 122. No one is invincible from the beginning, so are you, me, and everyone. Even God, too. But from this moment, the unbearable blank period of the throne of the sky is about to end. Click. The black-framed eyes in Aizen's hand shattered directly and passed away with the wind. His gentle hairstyle, which looked like the elder brother next door, also turned into wild and unruly hair under that hairspray hand. I will replace God and stand in the sky from now on. Boom. The whole heaven and myriad realms were silent. Everyone's eyes widened, looking at Aizen incredulously. Pirate world. In the marshal's office, Kizaru's figure trembled, and his eyes were even more shocked. How can someone pretend to be better than me? Kizaru looked at Aizen, who was slowly rising in the golden light, and his heart was like a grass and mud horse rushing past. He pretends to be coercive, so he only dares to pretend to be weaker than himself or the existence of the same level. He has never been so bad at his mind that he goes to the Holy Land 5 elders and pretends to be forced. But this Aizen, that old man Yamamoto, doesn't he seem to be very strong? But this Aizen pretended to be forced in front of him without any scruples. Kizaru said in his heart that he learned it. While looking at Aizen and Kizaru with horror in his eyes, he was learning Aizen's way of acting. Aokiji's expression was slightly solemn, looking at this blue very seriously. Kizaru's eyes may all be on Aizen's pretense. But he was paying attention to the reactions of the people below. Unbelievably, some people are even more cautious. This is actually nothing. If only the captain at the same level as Aizen is cautious, then Aokiji will not be surprised. But Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni, who was on the main seat, showed a slight caution in his eyes. This makes Qingxiang a little weird. The facts are similar to what Aokiji thought. Captain Yamamoto is indeed a little jealous of Aizen in his heart. But this fear is just that it is very tricky. In terms of hard power, Aizen doesn't care no matter how strong he is definitely not his opponent at the moment. However, if you want to keep the current Aizen, you can rely solely on Chikiri Jinjaka. Can't do it. To completely leave Aizen, Yamamoto, the old man, must use the solution, Kenhuo Tato. Can the solution be used in Soul Society? The entire Soul Society doesn't want it anymore. The cannibalism is too powerful, which makes old Yamamoto a little hesitant. That's why he didn't take the shot himself, quietly watching him leave. If the old Yamamoto man let go, don't talk about Aizen. No one in the entire Shinigami world is his opponent. Shinigami, Yamamoto, the strongest in 1,000 years, has this confidence and strength. New World. The Moby DK. Whitebeard looked at Aizen with great interest in his eyes. Although it was just a quick glance, Whitebeard had a feeling. This Aizen, and the team captains of Godi I-13, are both at an unpredictable level. Whitebeard's face was slightly solemn. The heavens and myriad worlds are really a vast stage. Red Force. Hungfa pressed one hand on the hilt of the sword, with caution in his eyes. Aizen-suk. I remember you with red hair. Wano Kuni Ghost Island. Kaido angrily smashed with a mace. His eyes became tyrannical. This Aizen kid is so rampant. Don't let me Kaido meet you. If I meet you, my Kaido will definitely show you the power of the world's strongest creature. Cake Island. Big Mom laughed. Aizen Huiazuk, what a funny person. His bloodline must be very strong, right? My old mother has some eyes on you. If I get the chance, I will definitely have a son with you. That must be the strongest blood of my Charlotte family. Ah! Charlotte Linland's terrifying laughter resounded in the castle. Sky Island. God Enel looked embarrassed. Furthermore, Enel's face was extremely ugly and gloomy. Aizen, you call it a god in vain. I, Enel, will never let you go. Aizen. Seeing this guy who could be more aggressive than himself, Enel couldn't tolerate it completely. Hawkeye was sitting in the castle, his eyes flickering slightly. Shinigami world. Is it a world with swords? As Hawkeye said, the Black Dei behind him trembled with excitement. Finally, wait for a world where Kendo is prosperous. My Hawk sighed, his eagle eyes trembling slightly. Hydra Island. Empress Boa Hancock sits high on the throne. Although her face is still proud. But looking at Aizen, the Empress's eyes flashed with caution. Can a man have such a charm? I don't know if I can compete with AI's family. The Fishmen Island, Straw Hat Pirate Group. Red hearts have already appeared in the eyes of Nami and Robin. Sanji saw him on the side, and his heart was furious. He looked at Nami and Robin and said sternly. Nami-san, Robin-san, what is so good about Aizen? I think he will just pretend to be forced. Sanji's words did not cause the slightest reaction from Nami and Robin. The two still looked at Aizen blankly, like a little nympho. Sanji was reluctant, and gathered around the two to analyze Aizen's shortcomings. Finally, the second daughter was annoying. Nami furiously said. Sanji, can you stop telling me, it will delay me from seeing the male god. Robin's expression was also stern. Sanji, don't slander Aizen, you are jealous. Sanji's face was embarrassed. On the side, Zoro gradually oozes cold sweat on his face. As a swordsman, only he can feel the powerful sword intent of Aizen. Along a long distance, just Aizen in the picture made Zoro feel a strong sense of oppression. This Aizen is probably stronger than Hawkeye. Kizaru spoke in the chat group at this time, causing a sensation in the heavens and all realms. Kizaru, is this a strong competitor to push the leaderboard? I have seen it. A crisis emerged in Kizaru's heart. The position of the first king of the 10,000 realms is a bit unsafe. And after hearing his words, all the heavens and all realms also happened. Aizen's hair gel hand, God's contempt, cold and arrogant tone and so on. All of this, the pretense is too perfect. Xiado at Kizaru, the wretched uncle's pretense is good, but it's not as good as my big blue. The wretched uncle is wretched and ugly, I am mostly handsome in blue. Without land day, I will not watch the king list. As soon as Xiaodo said this, the heavens and myriad worlds also evoked a burst of response. Xiaodo is right, I won't watch if there is no blue sky in Wang Bang. I don't watch if there is no blue sky in the king list. Looking at the series of screen swiping messages, Aizen raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Unexpectedly, he unexpectedly made a big splash in front of the interface of the heavens. However, Aizen did not deliberately hide it. Since it was broadcast live, it doesn't matter. Chapter 123. Aizen's words arrogantly ignited the heavens and all realms. No one thought that the Shinigami world would be drawn to such a big event. Aizen stood in the golden light and slowly rose, the corners of his mouth slightly cocked, and he looked at the captains with contempt. The captain of the juvenile division, Hitsugayachware, was full of anger. Aizen, one day, I will freeze you myself. Aizen smiled slightly as Hitsugayachware said. Captain Hitsugaya, your biggest problem is that you are too confident. Smiling slightly, Aizen didn't care about the provocation of the elementary school students. And the reason why he has a direct showdown at this time is also because the time has come. The 10,000 realms rankings have come, and he actually didn't need to keep hiding it a long time ago. Through this meeting held by the old Yamamoto, he returned to the Soul Society and directly took Hyaku away. And he has also obtained Wang Jian's information, and there is no need to hide it anymore. Then, the world drawn this time in the rankings is their world. Aizen, there is no need to continue hiding. So simply, Kaika Suijutsu, who reported to Shinigami, was cancelled. Showdown directly. Hokage world. Looking at this Shinigami world that is about to fight against his own world. Countless people have solemn eyes. Akatsuki is in the organization. Uchiha Madara laughed wildly. Aizen? What an interesting young man. Come and challenge me, Madara, let you see what a god is. Nagato's eyes widened too. This set of Aizen just now can be compared to the time when he controlled Pen 6 paths to force him to make a mistake. A bag of rice has to hit several floors is like an elementary school student in front of this Aizen. Was crushed and crushed. Although I haven't seen Aizen make a move, the length is almost determined. This Aizen's strength must also be the top of the world. Everyone in Akatsuki's organization is also full of solemn faces. Although Uchiha forced the king to turn his face and looked calm, there was a sense of crisis in his heart. This Shinigami world looks very strong. Suzuki, the little Uchiha king, is practicing in the secret room. Looking at Aizen in the picture at the moment, he also stared wide. How is this possible? How could there be such a character? Thinking of Aizen's sassy and heroic posture, Suzuki felt powerless in his heart. Super God World. Angel Lingzi was directly captured by Aizen's heroic posture. When Angel Yan and the others made a joke, Lingzi's face turned red. Holy Geisha looked at Aizen and found it very interesting. Looking at Hexi, Geisha said with a smile. This is much more caring than Carl. Silver-haired Hexi also smiled slightly. Yeah, Queen Geisha, Carl is so boring. But this Aizen wants to be a god, it's too far away. Geisha nodded. Look at his later performance, maybe with the help of the rankings, he can really become a god. After all, in terms of courage, he is not bad at all. Having the king's will, as for the qualifications, is secondary. Hexi nodded, admiring Aizen in his eyes. Yan and others listened to Geisha and Hexi's conversation, their expressions were all startled. Geisha and Hexi, even give that Aizen such a high evaluation? Yan looked at Geisha, lowered his head and asked. Queen Geisha, you said, this Aizen has the qualifications of a king. All the angels turned their eyes. Looking forward to Lingzi, Aizen has become her male god. Now looking at Geishakwa Aizen, she is also a little happy. Even the arrogant cold turned his head. The reason why she hasn't spoken up to now is entirely because even a proud person like her was somewhat conquered by Aizen. But this is only a little bit. The only person who truly believes in Leng is always Queen Geisha. Under everyone's gaze, Geisha on the throne opened his mouth to explain. Angels, the king's aptitude lies in his fearlessness and courage. It lies in the arrogance of not surrendering to anyone. Spend. Geisha looked at Yan, which surprised Yan inwardly. This is the difference between you and Anishid. You all have the qualifications of a king, but because of my existence, your arrogance has been suppressed. Maybe I won't fall, you have to go through too much if you want to become a king. When the angels around heard it, they were all startled. All the guarding angels knelt on the ground immediately. Yan even put one hand on his chest, his face extremely pious. Queen Geisha, I only recognize you as a king, and you will never fall. The angels around also echoed one after another. Hexi smiled slightly and waved his hand. Queen Geisha scared you. Without the rankings, it may be really difficult for Yan to become the king. It will take Queen Geisha to be offline for a while. 0. Look for flowers. But right now there is a leaderboard, everything is possible. I didn't look, this is another person with king qualifications. Like Hancock, this Aizen also has an arrogance higher than heaven and earth. Upon hearing the sound, all the angels nodded. Spirit Cage World. Little lowly Xiaodo's expression seemed to mean that she was completely captured by Aizen. Sister Broken Star, Landa is so handsome. However, he seems to be a villain, but he is still so handsome. Xiaodo was a little excited, unable to control herself. Oni-san Broken Star's eyes trembled slightly for a moment. This Aizen is very attractive. Even she was a little moved. Don't talk about her. The eyes of Bai Yuekui in the driving seat were full of different colors. 0. Aizen Suk. Muttering this name, Bai Yuekui was lost in thought. Marvel Universe. Tony looked at Aizen's arrogant look, and then thinking about Aizen's heroic appearance just now, his expression was a little unnatural. This Aizen. How can I pretend to be more forceful than him? If he learns this trick, any young lady will have to fall in front of him? Tutoring the world. Big Boss Balin smiled and looked at Aizen's figure. Suddenly, I felt that Aizen seemed to be like myself. Bai Lan's long lonely heart beat slightly. He couldn't help it a bit, and said in the chat group. Bai Lan at Aizen, are you too, a self-proclaimed god? Aizen in Jingguang raised her eyebrows slightly. But he did not answer. The powerhouse of Otherworld, wait for me, come to government your world. At that time, you will be able to appreciate God's heroism. Aizen said the towering arrogance, then, in a sudden burst of chat group's dissatisfied voice sounded. Kinprin did not care. If God is, then you willing to swear allegiance to the people, he must give the appropriate remuneration. Prin finished the sentence, they no longer speak in the chat group. Aizen looked at this passage, suddenly feel lonely across the white-haired teenager screen have. Mouth curled. I swear allegiance to you people. Aizen smiled, but inside Prin because some moving words. Live at this stop, chat group announcement. Hokage Shinigami, the first battle is about to begin, the two sides battle on behalf of choices. Chapter 124. Chat group to see this announcement road, Wan heavens are numerous strong community look forward to it. Punch the world. Saitama is eating instant noodles, watching the announcement rankings issued to the interest. The first battle Hokage and Shinigami to start. Hopefully, that Aizen give me some pleasant surprise. Aizen thought that a high-profile name scene, Saitama heart to some expectations. He looked forward to this Aizen is able to match the power of his people. As he Saitama big devil no longer lonely. Side of the Jinyo Si also some excitement. Teacher. Teacher. To start off, to begin. Well look, really want to see this world who Hokage candidate played what is. Pirates or anyone challenging world. Chat group thinking about the rules of the new release, Jinyo's heart is full of expectations. The list of combat power, will fight with the pirates and the slightly Hokage not 66-0 the same. Although both sides still voted the world situation decided to play candidate. But now, if someone chooses to challenge the party standings figures, will be the first to fight. But the other elected representatives of the world will not lose this opportunity. But wait for the completion of this battle, fight, and turn to the next person and the next one in preference to challenge candidates. This avoids one party to challenge the world has been, and the other world war cannot embarrassing situation. It boils down to this. If Hokage did not choose this round the world challenge, played candidate is Guy. The Shinigami world chose to challenge people are Zaraki Kenpeki. They will first be Zaraki Kenpeki fight, then fighting Guy is inevitable. Jinyuasi look forward to double reverse play on behalf of the world. Hokage world. Sakura and Ino this small street sigh of handsome Aizen. See this announcement, the two cannot help but look to the office Hokage. At this point the Hokage office building of high-rank Konoha gathered again here. Senju Hashirama, Namikaze Minato Hokage and 2 more stood beside Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tsunade, Jiraiya and Guy ETL. Everyone is talking about the war Kaiba whether to send representatives to play. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought a moment, he said. Shode, Minato. I think it is necessary to allow teachers to war, if we can win, he also resurrected. At that time, Konoha's combat power will be unprecedented. Stronger than it is now, but also to maintain world peace and tolerance, forbearance village prevent what other action. Everyone heard, our food for thought from Sarutobi Hiruzen words. Senju Hashirama condensate with eyebrow and nodded. His younger brother, really should have such an opportunity, if you win, we brothers can meet again. Namikaze Minato also agree. Nidame if the resurrection, we Konoha Hokage ages are all gathered together. Previously earth-moving reincarnation, I did not take a look at second generation of Flying Thunder God. For a time, everyone is have nodded, identity down this decision. But this time, meditation in Senju Hashirama there is suddenly shook his head. Gentlemen, we cannot fight this opportunity to Tobirama. Few people are somewhat different, turned around and looked over. Senju Hashirama Chen Sheng, tell their own reasons. Tobirama's strength, my older brother is very clear. Although he combat power than cage level, but not that much, to participate in the First World War Shinigami probably lost more than it won less. Analysis Senju Hashirama here, the people react this time is over. Yes indeed. Shinigami expose the world's first combat power before the Heavens One interface is bound to choose one of the strongest of people. No one wanted to own the world's first battle is to lose. So, Shinigami world is bound to send the strongest person. This cannot help Senju Hashirama, who are not careful. With the strength of second Hokage Senju Tobirama, although very strong. But there is still a long way to go from the strongest in the world. After thinking about it, everyone shook their heads. In the first battle, it is indeed inappropriate to let second Hokage go. Several people were thinking again, wondering who Konoha should send in this battle. And this time, Jiraiya suddenly turned his eyes and looked at the might Guy behind everyone. Guy now wears half of Hokage sleeves, and the whole person looks more youthful. But he is not so fond of expressing opinions, which makes people ignore him involuntarily. Jiraiya patted his thigh. Hey, guys, we Konoha and Guy. He's going to fight, he will definitely win. After hearing this, everyone turned their heads to look at Might Guy. Guy smiled slightly, embarrassed. Everyone looked at Guy who was not good at words, and couldn't help thinking of Guy's performance in the battle with Marine. After a little thought, everyone looked happy. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and sighed, hey, my old bone is really not easy to use. This head isn't working anymore, why didn't you expect Guy? Namikaze Minato also nodded. With Guy's strength, I won't necessarily be an opponent if I have full combat power. Especially Guy's kick, yeah Guy. Namikaze Minato said, with an extremely solemn expression in his eyes. He is very lucky now. Fortunately, Guy is Konoha's ninja, what if this is another ninja from Ninja Village? It's like a nuclear bomb, where to hit it? Senju Hashirama shook his head gravely. Fourth generation, what you said is still a bit conservative. Facing Guy's kick, even me, may not be able to survive. What? Everyone's complexion changed drastically, and they looked at Guy in disbelief. Senju Hashirama nodded. Guy's strength is currently number 1 in our world. At least, no one can match him in a short burst of time. Being so complimented by Senju Hashirama, Guy smiled embarrassedly. 8 inner gates, my father taught me to guard Konoha. When the 8th gate is fully open, I will definitely die. But go to the battlefield of the heavens to fight. Guy didn't finish speaking, but the blazing color in his eyes couldn't hide it. Everyone nodded. We, Konoha Village, sent Guy. Soon. The list of applications is released. Might Guy of Konoha Village. 4th Raikage of Cloud Shinobi Village. Jinkriki Gara 5.3 from Sunagakur. 3rd Tsuchikage Oniki of Rock Shinobi Village. No one signed up for Kirigakur. It is Madara who thinks that it is enough for him to occupy 3rd place on the leaderboard. He was waiting for the Shinigami world to challenge him, so Akatsuki and Water Country did not sign up at all. And watching Might Guy from Konoha Village sign up, Onogi and others all smiled slightly. It is impossible for Konoha to participate in the war. Oniki, Luasha, 4th Raikage, and others have long communicated well. In this first battle, all of them are Raikage. But they were not in a hurry, and wanted to see if there were any surprising names on this list. And this look is incredible. On the list, there is a name written impressively. Satsuki Kagaya. More introduction below. The ancestor of Chakra, the mother of Sage of 6 Paths. At this moment, the ninja world was like an earthquake. Chapter 125. Looking at that name, the whole ninja world was shocked. And then, it is thick and unbelievable. Everyone stared at the name. Look at the introduction of that name. Akatsuki within the organization. All the members were stunned. Lord Madara stood up directly from the main seat. At this moment, his arrogance is no more. Instead, his face was shocked, his eyes widened, and his heart was full of incredible. How is it possible? How is this possible? Madara murmured, staring at the name for a long time lost. Satsuki Kagaya? The ancestor of Chakra? The mother of Sage of 6 Paths? Are you kidding me? Madara has a deep unbelievable heart, but the introduction given by the rankings can't be wrong. This. Rao is Madara's mind, and at this moment I don't know what to say. In the Hokage world this time, there are people of the 6 Paths level. What's so special? The ancestor of Chakra. 6 Paths, that is the realm that Ban dreams of. If he could have the strength of the 6 Paths class, Madara would no longer have to wrestle with the villages of Ninja World. By 09, what tail beast? What 5 countries? What kind of hot mom? It's all rubbish. His squad can suppress the entire ninja world by force alone, and then use infinite Tsukuyomi to create the peace he wants. Looking at the faint line of description. Mother of Sage of 6 Paths. Madara fell into a long silence. And looking at the name behind him was also stunned. Black Zetsu almost couldn't control it. He looked at the name with eyes wide, full of disbelief. Mom actually signed up to fight. Black Zetsu really wanted Satsuki Kagaya to join the war. If Kagaya plays, as long as he doesn't encounter too strong, he can basically win. If you win, you may be able to break through the seal and re-enter the ninja world. He, Black Zetsu, will be able to return to his mother. But anyhow, he can't control Kagaya's will. Can only rely on his own will to see if he wants to participate in the war. Black Zetsu's body was trembling, and he thought silently in his heart. Mom, Mom, you must win. Black Zetsu's heart was completely excited. He no longer has to worry about how to structure his mind. As long as Kagaya wins, it is likely to be rewarded directly to break the seal. At that time, he will be able to reunite with his mother. Black Zetsu was excited, his heart beating faster than ever before. Everyone in Akatsuki's organization also narrowed their eyes. Satsuki Kagaya, they don't know the name. But look back. The ancestor of Chakra, the mother of Sage of Six Paths. These two titles are quite silly. Everyone was shocked. How strong will someone who can become the ancestor of Chakra be? Moreover, he is also the mother of Sage of Six Paths. Guijiao looked at his partner and asked in a low voice. The legendary Sage of Six Paths actually exists. This is too shocking, and he has a mother who is also the ancestor of Chakra. Tenten. Ghost Jiao gasped in shock. Itaki, who has always been in front of the Taishan landslide, can hardly remain calm now. Looking at that title, who can't be shocked? The legendary Sage of Six Paths does not exist. He actually has a mother who is also known as the ancestor of Chakra. This is too hard to believe. The Akatsuki group was shocked, not knowing what to say. Thunder Country. Fourth Rakich's eyes widened and he couldn't believe the name at all. No matter how he thought about it, he didn't expect this kind of existence to participate in the war. This is too shocking. Killer Bee, Samui, and others are also completely lost. They are all in Nana, Sage of Six Paths, the ancestor of Chakra, Satsuki Kagaya. Everyone was shocked and lost, unable to calm their hearts. The land of the earth. Third Tsuchikage Onaki is not much better. He looked at the name, and the shock in his eyes overflowed. The ancestor of Chakra, is there such a thing? The mother of Sage of Six Paths. Oh you really couldn't imagine how strong this one would be at this moment. It should be better than Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, right? Onaki thought so, and the cold sweat on his face no longer knew how much it had slipped. Black Soil was a little puzzled on the side. Grandpa, this Satsuki Kagaya, is it strong? Oyemu said nonchalantly. Of course it's strong, that's the ancestor of Chakra. The country of wind. Fourth Kazekage Rasha looked at the name, her eyes bursting out. This is more shocking than the registration of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. How can there be such a degree of existence? Although I haven't seen how strong Satsuki Kagaya is, Luo Share has a premonition. This person's strength may be at the level of destroying the world. At the same time, Konoha village also exploded. Senju Hashirama and others stared, completely unbelievable. For a long time, Namikaze Minato said stupidly, I read it right, everyone. The ancestor of Chakra, the mother of Sage of Six Paths. Although the name Satsuki Kagaya is very strange. But the ancestor of Chakra, the mother of Sage of Six Paths. These two explanations have already demonstrated the power of this Satsuki Kagaya. Okay. Everyone couldn't reflect it all at once. Even if Sage of Six Paths really exists, they can't be sure. Now, the mother of Sage of Six Paths has all come out. How can this not be shocking? Senju Hashirama looked around, what should I do now? Until now, even he couldn't decide. Who should vote for this vote? Even Guy himself was a little ashamed. In front of that person, he was not so confident about his 8-gate anymore. After a long time, Namikaze Minato sighed. 660 Shode, I suggest that this vote should go to this Satsuki Kagaya. After all, this is the ancestor of Chakra, and the strength must be very strong. If he plays, he should be able to win the first battle with Shinigami for our world. Hearing that, Sarutobi Hiruzen's old face is wrinkled together. No. For the fourth generation, whether this Satsuki Kagaya is an enemy or a friend, whether it is good or bad, we don't know this. If he wins, if he descends into the ninja world, the consequences may be disastrous. Several people nodded when they heard it, not knowing how to make a decision. For a long time, Senju Hashirama made a difficult decision on his face. We still have to vote for this Satsuki Kagaya. The most important thing for us right now is to be responsible for the whole world. We must ensure that the selection for each battle is the strongest at the moment. Only in this way can our world go further and our world can have more opportunities. Hearing what Senju Hashirama said, everyone was contemplative. Soon everyone understood what Senju Hashirama meant. Only by sending the world's strongest can we have a chance to win. Only in the Hokage world can they win the Shinigami world in this match. Only in this way can the Hokage world finally stay on the leaderboard. Overcoming obstacles along the way, their entire Hokage world will become stronger. Everyone nodded and voted for Satsuki Kagaya. Chapter 126. Many people in the ninja world voted for Satsuki Kagaya. Kagaya's votes soared all the way, far away from the second might guy. Sage of Six Paths Ui, who died in name but had been following the ninja world, raised his eyebrows at this time. Furthermore, it was a surprise. How can Mom sign up? How can Mom sign up? Sage of Six Paths 10,000 Years face was full of shock. He didn't expect this level. If you let Kagaya participate in the battle and win, then once she lifted the seal, today's ninja world will suffer. Sage of Six Paths looked anxious. But seeing Kagaya take the lead and throw away the second place far away, he felt a little weak. It's over. Sage of Six Paths is full of despair in his heart. After Kagaya is resurrected, the ninja world must suffer. Sage of Six Paths, the filial son, has already begun to think about how to seal his mother again. But he still wanted to be stubborn at the end. Sage of Six Paths did not hesitate to vote for Might Guy. And in the end, Satsuki Kagaya's name ranks first. Hokage World Final Battle Candidate, Satsuki Kagaya, ancestor of Chakra, mother of Sage of Six Paths. Seeing this result, Sage of Six Paths felt helpless for a while. What am I? He really wanted to directly knock the brains of everyone in the ninja world. See the same result. The Satsuki family, who are far away in the void of the universe, have their eyes bright. They look down on this 10,000 world rankings, and have no interest at all. Therefore, it is always shielded. Seeing Kagaya playing now, they were a little bit interested. And countless people in the heavens and worlds looked at the long list of titles, Satsuki Kagaya, and they were a little shocked. In the pirate world, the Holy Land Marie joys, among the flowers. Above the void throne, Yim, who had been silent for a long time, couldn't help opening his eyes. Satsuki Kagaya, ancestor of Chakra. If you remember correctly, Chakra is the energy used by that world, right? Unexpectedly, did this kind of character begin to participate in the war? She looked at the leaderboard with a keen interest in her eyes. Although she had not participated in the war before, she seemed to have missed the battle list. But she has a hunch in her heart that there will definitely be opportunities in the future. After nearly 1,000 years of silence, she was in no rush. The 10,000 realms ranking. Muttering these words, Im waited with interest for the start of this battle for the first time. She wanted to see what level the world's strongest was. And in naval headquarters, looking at the name and a series of titles, Sengoku and others were directly surprised. Then Hokage world, is there any fairy? Garp spoke in a different place. Sengoku and others were also very surprised. In that Hokage world, there are such existences as immortals. Sengoku's expression was slightly solemn. I don't know why this mother of Sage of Six Paths didn't play during the World War with us. Looking at her title, she should be a peerless powerhouse, right? Anything that no one can match. After Sengoku finished speaking, he added that this was not enough to express his shock. Third, Admiral was also a little shocked. The eyes under Kizaru's sunglasses were full of disbelief. This, the fairy's mother. How strong is this? Just kidding. I really don't know how to fight this Shinigami world First World War. King Xiang's lazy expression was also put away, becoming very cautious. Akainu's gloomy face had a glimmer of expectation. He wanted to see what kind of combat power this Satsuki Kagaya might be, the strongest person in the world. How about the strongest level in the Hokage world? After all, is there any strong Might Guy? Akainu now has a shadow on Might Guy's kick. Next time I see Guy again, he will definitely take a detour. In New World, Whitebeard is a little cautious. Satsuki Kagaya are Madara and Hashirama strong. These heavens and myriad worlds are really big. Whitebeard sighed, a glimmer of expectation flashed in his eyes. This Satsuki Kagaya may be a stronger existence than him, Senju Hashirama, and Uchiha Madara. It's not like Guy's explosive strength. The ancestor of Chakra may have truly extraordinary strength. Beast Kaido also quietly put away his arrogant expression. Ancestor of Chakra. This title, how can it be more shocking than Lao Zi's world's strongest creature? Kaido thought about the identity of Satsuki Kagaya, and his heart was full of dignity. Can be called the ancestor, not to mention that it is the strongest in the world, but it is definitely the strongest group of people. Maybe, stronger than Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, right? Kaido thought silently. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama are no longer opponents. Kagaya, the ancestor of Chakra, can he guarantee that he will not die? Charlotte Linlin, who was laughing, stopped laughing. Ancestor of Chakra. Such a strong identity. Ancestor, this is a title that my old lady has never had. Charlotte Linlin said, looking forward to how strong this Satsuki Kagaya will be. The powerhouses of the pirate world, such as Red Hair, Eagle Eye, and Empress, are also shocked by their gazes. This is the first battle between Hokage and Shinigami. It may be the strongest battle that has appeared since the battle list was opened. It is this Satsuki Kagaya alone that has raised the sense of anticipation of this battle to ultimate. Super God World. The corners of Morgana's lips on the earth turned up, and her interest increased greatly. Ancestor. Is it the same as my demon ancestor? Interesting. Morgana was very interested in her heart. But she thought at the same time. How can I fight in the Shinigami world? The Hokage world has moved really strong this time. The kind that can be called the number one in the world. How will the Shinigami world respond? Morgana's mouth was twitched, and there was a slight expectation in her eyes. At this time, all the heavens and myriad worlds were also bursting one after another. Countless people looked at the selection of the player, King of the King, in the Hokage world, and their hearts were full of shock. The chat group is about to be blown up by everyone's discussion. Satsuki Kagaya, this name is awesome at first glance. The ancestor of Chakra, I just want to ask, is she the strongest existence in the Hokage world? Look, she is still the mother of Sage of Six Paths. Yet, this is too shocking. Xianren's mother, she must also be a fairy, even stronger than the fairy. How strong is this? I'm looking forward to this battle. How can Shinigami world pick it up? Can they catch it? I don't think so, it may be directly crushed by the ancestor of Chakra. All the heavens and all realms unanimously believe that the Shinigami world can't fight against such powerful people. But the heavens and all realms are also looking forward to it. They are looking forward to this battle. They are looking forward to the appearance of Daitong Myo Kagaya. Shock to the extreme. Chapter 127. Spirit Cage World. Shanda and others looked at the candidates for the Hokage world. The inner balance of victory has been completely inclined to the Hokage world. Whoever looked at it, the name of the ancestor of Chakra was too bluff. It must mean extremely powerful strength. Xiaodo looked at Broken Star beside her and asked innocently. Sister Broken Star, is there really a fairy in Hokage? Oni-san Broken Star frowned slightly and spoke tentatively. Even now, she didn't dare to be sure whether the fairy was real. Xiaodo, I think it's possible for immortals to be as big as the heavens and 10,000 realms. Shanda's face was slightly shocked when he heard Broken Star's words. He was sitting on the ground, not knowing what to think anymore. Fairy, how far away is this word? If there are immortals in the world, there shouldn't be this end time. Hearing that, the ground team was slightly silent. Their former comrades in arms asked for help before they died. But countless people tried, but couldn't invite immortals at all. People in the world don't think immortals exist anymore. Everyone's faces flashed with sadness, and they thought of the deaths of those comrades in arms. Bai Yuekui looked thoughtfully at this moment. This immortal may not be the immortal in our ordinary sense. In my opinion, the Hokage world is actually just a Zongwu world, not like a world where immortals can be born. Zongwu. Everyone is full of question marks. They looked at Bai Yuekui, waiting for answers. 660 This is the first time everyone has heard of the term Zongwu. Little lowly Xiaodo thought at this time. Boss, what do you mean, do you still have Lo Wu and Gao Wu? Bai Yuekui nodded. Her eyes were full of thought, but she was sure of her guess. I think there should be a standard for the assessment of the force of the heavens and the world. There are not only low-level martial arts, middle-level martial arts, and high-level martial arts. I think, there are more likely to be super martial arts, or even higher. What? Everyone was shocked. The avant-garde thinking of the world class has shocked them enough. And Bai Yu Zhao threw another blockbuster. This time makes them a little unacceptable. Shanda's face was dull. Nene asked. Boss, are the pirates in Hokage world both counted as Zongwu? Bai Yuekui nodded, with a cold tone, yes. Everyone's brains are a little bit rocky. The pirates in Hokage are so powerful in a world where they can destroy an island and flatten a mountain at every turn. This level of force can only be counted as Zongwu. They really can't imagine the world of Zongwu and how powerful the world of Joa will be. Xiaodo asked naively. Boss, what level is our world? Everyone looked at the white moon shape, and everyone's eyes were burning. Who doesn't want to see making one's own world a very advanced world? But under the gaze of everyone's expectation, Bai Yuexi's tone was still cold, without feelings. Our world, at best, can only be considered low-spirited. What? Shanda and the others were shocked in an instant. Their world is actually only a low-level martial artist, so it is the most. This is a bit unacceptable. Bai Yuekui said again at this time, bringing the topic back to the battle between Hokage and Shinigami. So, the Hokage world may not necessarily win the Shinigami world, but it hasn't appeared in one yet. If it's a high martial arts world, then Hokage. Bai Yuekui didn't finish her words, but everyone already understood what she meant. Everyone nodded their heads and agreed with Bai Yuexi's view. Shanda slapped his head, his tone excited. I am looking forward to this battle between Hokage and Shinigami. The others also watched with scorching eyes, looking forward to it. As for the Shinigami world that everyone talks about, the candidates for the first battle are being discussed fiercely here. This world. Inu Orium, Ishida, and others all looked at Ichigo. Among them, the strongest is Ichigo. And after such a long time of franchise, Ichigo has become a lot stronger, and it has been able to solve it. Had it not been for the rankings, Soul Society had postponed Rukia's execution, otherwise Ichigo would have broken into Soul Society to save people. Inu Orium looked at Ichigo, holding his hands on his chest. Ichigo, go to the war, I believe you will win. Sato also persuaded, yes, Ichigo, between us, only you are the strongest. This first battle is none other than you. Although Ishida Yulong didn't speak, his expression already showed that he meant it. Ichigo scratched his head, aged, embarrassedly. Does everyone think so? Inu Orium nodded repeatedly. Ichigo, you will definitely win. Nodding, Ichigo's face became firm. Okay, then I'll sign up to fight. Now awakened, Ichigo is also more confident in his strength. He thought that he could crush the captain of Soul Society. Even against the captain of the Shanghai, he will not be too weak. Another group of people in this world, the Masked Legion, is also in heated discussions. I think we must seize this opportunity. If we get rewards in the leaderboard, it's not impossible that we can beat Aizen. Yes, Aizen is now betraying Soul Society. As long as we get something in the rankings and unite with Soul Society, we have a good chance. Everyone nodded and decided to fight desperately for a chance to enter the rankings. And in Soul Society, Captain Yamamoto is convening a meeting with 10 captains except Aizen, Ichimaru Jin, and Tosen Kaname. Everyone had already fully discussed at this time. Zaraki Kenpeki was the first to bear the brunt. He stepped on the table with one foot, opened his chest, and laughed wildly. The battle list is wide open, I must go to one of them. Everyone, give me this first battle, ha 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 ha. I will definitely win this battle for you, presumably, you have no objections. First generation Kenpeki Anohanaretsu smiled slightly, Zaraki has a good chance of winning. When the other captains heard this, they agreed with them in their hearts. However, the other captains had different opinions. The 6th Division Captain Byakuya Kukaki looked cold. In his heart, he didn't think he was weaker than Zaraki Kenpeki. He also wants to represent the Shinigami world in the war. Kurako Shunsui smiled slightly, and the straw hat he was wearing lowered the brim of his hat slightly. The battle list, I am also very interested. Kuratsuka Mayuri even licked the corners of his mouth. I have been interested in the 10,000 world rankings for a long time. If one of the great battles can be reached, will it help my experiment? Kuratsuka Mayuri's eyes are full of greed, he has been staring at the 10,000 world rankings for a long time. No, just give this opportunity to Zaraki Kenpeki. Kenpeki's mouth suddenly cracked when he saw the crowd making a fuss and didn't want to give up. If you don't agree, then let's kill it. Ha 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 ha. At that time, the winner will participate in the first battle. Kenpeki laughed wildly and looked at the captains. The blood in his body had already boiled, and he couldn't bear it for a moment. Many captains are also arrogant, and Ryotsuya feels slightly overflowing. Watching the quarrel among the many captains under his team, the old man Yamamoto suddenly paused with his walking stick. Hearing the sound, all the captains turned their eyes to the old Yamamoto man. At this time, a faint light suddenly lit up under Yamamoto's white eyebrows. We go to I-13, let's register by team number. Boom! Hearing Yamamoto's words, many Shinigami captains were shocked. And the final registration result came out, and the entire Soul Society also began to quake. Chapter 128. The results saw the sign, even more than is the Soul Society earthquake. Shinigami whole world starts trembling slightly. Quadruple Captain, first generation Kenpeki Anohanaretsu turned around to see fast-weight Yamamoto Yuanlu country. Commander, you really want the war? Word Anohanaretsu's, full of strange. As the old man and Yamamoto had created Godi I-13 of the people together, she was very clear Yamamoto Lu Yuanzai heavy country's terror. That was, alone can seal friends halbok person. Known for thousands of years the strongest Shinigami. Handheld hotline strongest Zanpakut. Soul Society die of old monster. Yamamoto legend Lu Yuanzai heavy country has uncountable dollars. At this time, many in the room as the captain turned around. Even Zaraki Kenpeki, are not the arrogant voice. The crowd watched. Yamamoto Lu Yuan's heavy country nodded slightly. The old man a bone, do activities, we must completely old. He heard these words, my heart just like the captain of the many atomic bomb explode. Captain of Soul Society, Yamamoto Lu Yuan's heavy country. He even really want war. All eyes indescribably shocked. This is simply so astonishing. Yamamoto old man very long affairs. But now, even to the other world and fight from interest. Captain Heart suddenly raised a number of horror slightest meaning. Commander of the powerful strength, has not demonstrated how long? Aizu no Hanaretsu is full of different colors. But her heart thought a moment, some clear understanding. Yamamoto Captain Lu Yuan's heavy country, then single-handedly founded Godi I-13. But Godi I-13, but initially a pure killers. Shimao flower, Commander Yamamoto. Which is not a sword stained with blood, the bones of dead mountain over. The flower girl's heart also has to understand why fast wait Yamamoto Yuan Lu country to war. Heaven's battlefield, is independent of any world space. Also, there have divine power rankings blessing. Do not worry about what you are forces of terror, we cannot shake the slightest patch of space. The commander Yamamoto's Zanpakut, but called the hotline of the strongest region Jaka. Region Jaka only Shikai, the surface temperature is equivalent to the sun. Once the solution has been that temperature, but the sun's core. This and other terrorist capabilities, and even the captain himself cannot easily use both. History, and he became among the friends of the Halbach in that war, used Kija region Jaka of. Since then, I never used. Because this trick too destructive. Otherwise the day, Aizen will not run. But if the captain has the solution, the entire Soul Society will suffer. If the heavens can put a different battlefield. Yamamoto Captain Lu Yuan's heavy country, you can use all of their own strength. He would not have the slightest scruples. You can play, which accumulated the ins and outs of the millennium. To a vigorous war. Sister Hua just doesn't know now. Who can force the captain's solution? Even the current Whitebeard, in front of the captain, is a slash. Therefore, Sister Hua is a little faintly looking forward to it. The captains also thought of this. And they looked at the registration of the captain, just signing up for the battle. Did not challenge any strong on the list. Because of those people, the captain doesn't like it at all. The three of the strongest, Whitebeard, Senju Hashirama, and Uchiha Madara, are not enough in front of him. The fact is also true. The old Yamamoto smiled inwardly and sighed a little. Hokage world, don't let me down. He was expecting that the Hokage world could send a strong hermit this time. Don't think about the people like Whitebeard anymore, like children fighting. That's too boring. In the Sui Palace, Aizen Haki sat sideways on the throne, as the pressure of the mighty sky fell on everyone. Espada was originally roaring and chatting, but because of the candidates for this battle, it was too noisy. As Aizen's coercion fell, everyone immediately silenced and did not dare to say a word. Grimjo, the sixth Saber King, looked at Aizen, and he couldn't believe it. Could it be? Aizen will shoot himself in the first battle? No way. Everyone also had this idea, and their faces changed. Aizen, who was sitting on the throne, was also thinking inside. He wanted to be dispatched in the first battle, but with Aizen's cautious character, he still wanted to take another look. I'm not afraid of Hokage world. Not kidding, the number one Whitebeard now is just like that in his eyes. Although it was a one-on-one battle, Kaika Suijutsu didn't have much effect. But Aizen has the confidence to win against Whitebeard by relying on Ryutsu alone. As for the second and third Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, he has never taken it seriously. To stop the discussion of Espada under his command, it was only that they affected their own thinking. After a while. 0. Look for flowers. Under everyone's nervous gaze, Aizen looked at the first blade star K. Aizen spoke faintly, his tone incapable of being beaked. This order, just follow the Espada ranking. The first game is star K. Hearing Aizen's words, Espada nodded. At this time, Ichimaru Jin Tosen Kaname's heart moved slightly. Aizen, this is not trusting them at all. So there is no idea of letting the two participate in the war. Ichimaru Jin's inner tension is getting stronger and stronger. He has a hunch that something big will happen in the near future. First Blade Star K nodded. Although the expression was not joyful, it did not refuse either. But Espada Yami was somewhat unwilling. He was aggrieved inwardly. Obviously, he is the true leader of Espada. 0. However, Aizen let Star K participate in the first battle. This made Yami a little dissatisfied, but he dared not show it. Aizen's lewd prestige is too great. Star K registered in his head. But soon, everyone who saw the registration list was taken aback. Furthermore, there was a deep shock. Aizen on the throne changed his face. Ichimaru Jin Tosen Kaname glanced at each other, although Tosen Kaname had no eyes. The two of them said different things in their hearts. In the first game, the person from Soul Society turned out to be the captain, Yamamoto Motoyanagi Sai Shigakuni. What a special thing! Espada is also shocking. Even the fourth blade Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly. Yamamoto Genryu Zai Shigakuni, looking at this name, Xiaowu is very cautious. He is confident to face any captain, but the captain? He doesn't have that confidence. Don't say him, even Aizen is all about the captain. The captain was full of jealousy. Looking at the name, Aizen's laughter suddenly came from the quiet Sui Palace. It's really interesting, interesting. Captain, I didn't expect you to sign up for the first game. It's thousands of years of loneliness. Does that make your killing knife unbearable? Aizen said flatly. The crowd was quiet and no one dared to interrupt. The final registration result was confirmed. The entire Shinigami world is all over. It was an unparalleled shock. Furthermore, it was a strong sense of anticipation. Countless people are looking forward to the Battle of Captain. They want to see what kind of strength the strongest person in Soul Society has. Chapter 129. Shinigami World Final Candidate, Yamamoto Motoyanagi Sai Shigakuni, Godi I-13 Captain, the strongest Shinigami in 1,000 years, combat power, 999 Car Fist West. This world. Kurosaki Ichigo's face suddenly stagnated. Seeing that name, he suddenly felt a little familiar. And the next moment, Kurosaki Ichigo's face changed drastically, his eyes widened, and his mouth opened slightly in shock. How can this be? How could he participate in the war? Inu Orium and others are still a bit unclear. But after Kurosaki Ichigo explained, all people are brain-shocked. The deep shock from head to toe made their bodies tense. Masked Legion. Hirako Shinji's eyes widened, and his whole body was full of disbelief. How could Captain Yamamoto join the battle? It's still the first round, how is this possible? The people around him were not much better, their faces were shocked. Only Fist West saw that 660 was the line of fine print at the back of the ranking announcement. Hello. Look, what does that combat power, 999 Che Kwangzai mean? When everyone heard this, they turned their heads and looked over. FK. It's so special. Yes, what do you mean by this 999 combat power? Maguruma Kensei stood there, his brain was a little bit rocky. Kenshi, I remember what your name is, Maguruma Kensei. Captain, it's 999 Che Kwangzai, this is more than 160 times yours. Kwangzai's face became extremely embarrassed. Suddenly he wanted to ask about the ranking list, what exactly was this fighting power? And everyone in Seoul society also saw that line of fine print. Byakuya Kokaki and others raised their brows slightly. 999 cars Fist West, how many cars do I have? Urahara Kisuk in this world is also somewhat different. Kurosaki Ishin sprayed out directly. I am not wrong, right? The captain actually participated in the battle. Shihao and Yuryuaki was also shocked on the side. For a long time, Urahara Kisuk smiled slightly. There is a good show, I don't know, can I see the captain's full shot? Remembering that in the battlefield of the heavens, you can fight without scruples, Urahara Kisuk thought of the terrifying Zanpakuto ability of the old man Yamamoto. And at this moment, the heavens and worlds also saw the candidates for the Shinigami world. The chat group blocking of Hokage and Shinigami world has also been lifted. Pirate world. Sengoku and others raised their brows when thinking about how the Shinigami world should fight this battle. Kizaru is still slurping his mouth. Marshal Sengoku, some of the ancestors who look forward to this battle in the Hokage world. It must be very strong. Kizaru said, eyes filled with anticipation. Sengoku's eyes also showed solemnity. Yes, unfortunately, this Tsutsuki Kagaya did not appear in the first battle with our world. To that guy, even Whitebeard is not an opponent, right? As Sengoku said, he became more and more cautious with that Tsutsuki Kagaya. Kizaru nodded. I just don't know who will be sent to Shinigami in this battle. Don't be short of strength in the end, it was beaten by that Yuryuaki. Then it's boring if you look at it. As Kizaru said, he didn't even imagine the possibility that the Shinigami world could fight Kagaya. At this time, the leaderboard released the candidates for the Shinigami world. Kizaru raised his eyebrows. Promise. Marshal Sengoku, Shinigami's player has been selected. Let me see what level it is. Halfway through the conversation, Kizaru's voice was immediately awkward. Furthermore, there was a thick unbelievable meaning in his eyes. This. Kizaru was taken aback, and was speechless. When Sengoku and others saw Kizaru's appearance, they were a little curious. Everyone turned their attention to the 10,000 worlds ranking in their minds. Looking at the candidates for the Shinigami world, Sengoku and others were also stunned. For a long time, it was Kizaru who took the lead to slow down. He shouted, his eyes still trembling. Yamamoto Motoyanagisai Shigakuni, Godei 13 Captain, the strongest Shinigami in 1,000 years, fighting power. Speaking of this, Kizaru can no longer speak. At this moment, even the lazy servant Aokiji was full of stern expressions. Millennium, are you kidding me? Even Akainu, who has always been determined, is full of unbelievable heart at this moment. Kizaru looked around. There are people who can live for 1,000 years. His tone was full of shock and surprise. Sengoku's eyes are deep. Yes, someone can live for 1,000 years. Sengoku thought about it at this time, except for some buggy fruits on the sea. Normal people, in any case, can't live less than 1,000 years. For a long time, the crowd eased the shock. At this time, they no longer think that this battle Shinigami is just a background board. Originally, everyone thought this was Kagaya's solo show 0. But now? Who still thinks that this Yamamoto Motoyanagisai Shigakuni does not have the strength to fight Yuryuaki? Godei 13 Captain. The 4 strongest gods in 1,000 years. Garp frowned at this moment. Sengoku, this Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni, may not be a human being. Garp's words completely awakened everyone. Aokiji is a bit strange. Garp Vice Admiral, you mean, what is he Shinigami? Garp looked solemn and nodded deeply. Sengoku's eyebrows also showed thoughts. If he were a human, the leaderboard would not say that. The evaluation given should be the strongest person in 1,000 years, not the strongest Shinigami in 1,000 years. Hearing what Sengoku said, everyone agreed. But Kizaru's eyes rolled. Sengoku Marshal, Shinigami, is it possible that it is a profession? For example, my name is Polisalino, Admiral Kizaru, and I am a Marine. Everyone turned their eyes around and waited for Kizaru's next words. Kizaru's wretched face smiled slightly. Like, I said like. Akainu's face was somber. Just tell me if you have something to say, what are you talking about? Kizaru nodded. If Marine was founded 1,000 years ago, and I am the strongest admiral in Marine's history. In this way, I can be called the strongest admiral in 1,000 years, or the strongest Marine in 1,000 years. Kizaru's wretched voice came to my ears. Akainu suddenly had the urge to vomit blood. Even Qingxiang looked at Kizaru incredulously at 5.3. Just you. The strongest Marine in 1,000 years. The strongest admiral in 1,000 years. Akainu also nodded, his face gloomy. You want to say, Garp Vice Admiral is the strongest Vice Admiral in 1,000 years, I believe it, but you. Kizaru's expression was a bit awkward, but he didn't think he didn't have that chance either. Sengoku said in a deep voice at this time. Although Kizaru's words are not tuned, they have some truth. It's like that Rob Lucci in CP9. Isn't it also called, the strongest genius in 800 years? When everyone heard it, they all nodded in agreement. Then, whether Yamamoto is so strong still needs to be verified. But Kizaru's unique brain circuit thinks this way, and the heavens and the world don't think so. Seeing the name of Yamamoto Genryusai heavy country, the whole world will be fried. The strongest Shinigami in 1,000 years, the name of Yamamoto Shinigami, Yamamoto is well known in the world. Chapter 130. Super God World. The angel Leng looked up proudly and said proudly. The representative of the Shinigami world is called the strongest Shinigami in 1,000 years. Just lived 1,000 years. How much combat power can you have? The cold tone was full of disdain. Yan surprisingly did not refute Leng at this point. Because of their angels, even Yan, is now 3,000 years old. Holy Gai Sha and Tianji Wang Hexi, the two of them have lived for more than 30,000 years. Live longer than anyone else, but no one can compare to their angels. Thought flashed across Angel Lingzi's face. Then how old is my blue sky? Should be younger than me. Lingzi murmured softly, but Zhixin listened to her words. Lingzi, your landa is definitely not as big as yours. When you two are together, you will be an old cow eating tender grass. The humorous voice came, and Lingzi, who was thinking, blushed instantly. Hot heart. Yan also smiled slightly. Lingzi, you like that Aizen so much, we will help you when we have the opportunity. Lingzi desperately shook his head. Nothing. But there was a strong expectation in her heart. Aizen, this is already her male god. After joking about Lingzi, everyone thought of Yamamoto's fighting power. Look at these 09 combat powers, the ranking list gives the combat power data for the first time. This Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni has 999 cars. Fist West, is it a unit of measurement of combat power? Really novel. Yan said, thinking constantly in his eyes. For the first time I heard that Quangzai is a unit of combat power. But this is the data given by the rankings, and a group of angels have automatically agreed with it in their hearts. Even the Holy Gai Sha and Tianji Wang Hexi raised their eyebrows. Fist West, is the ranking unit measuring combat effectiveness. It's a novel word. Hexi thought so, and a smile flashed across Jimei's face. Queen Gai Sha, after watching this battle, we can rely on the strength of this Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni to assess our standards of combat effectiveness. After all, this is a united force given by the leaderboard. Gai Sha nodded, and that extremely mature voice sounded. Yeah, Kenji, interesting. He raised his head arrogantly, Queen Gai Sha's fighting power must be Che Kuangzai. All the angels smiled slightly. At the same time, they are also thinking about how much they are. The angels in Tiancheng were dreaming, and at the same time looking forward to the start of this battle. Spirit Cage World. Shanda Miu was shocked. The strongest Shinigami in 1,000 years. No, right? This Yamamoto Genryuze Shigakuni can't live for 1,000 years, right? Everyone's eyes were a little shocked. 1,000 years, this is the age that people can live to? But no one questioned the rankings. The sacredness, loftiness, justice, accuracy, etc. of the rankings have long been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. By now, no one dared to question the rankings anymore. Bai's eyes flickered slightly. 999 chess fist, is it a combat unit? How many cars do I have? At this time, frantic discussions have begun in the chat group. Genos, the combat power unit given by the leaderboard is so novel, I have never heard of it. How much am I? How many cars should I have? Genos's self-talking speech immediately caused a while. Tony Stark, understand, understand. From now on, our combat power will have a unified standard. I think I should have a few cars too, right? Genos at, I don't know how many cars we have, but my teacher, there must be countless cars. Tony, who is your teacher? Genos, I have never seen the limit of my teacher. His combat power is at least tens of thousands of vehicles. The chat group is in full swing. Everyone is discussing how many cars they have and how powerful they are. And within the Shinigami world, Kuangzai's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. The huge Hachigen comforted him. Fist West, don't be angry, this is also an inexplicable honor. After all, in the future, the heavens and the world will use you as a combat unit. Besides, you have 6 cars. Kuangzai was furious in an instant. If you can't comfort, don't comfort others. God, I still have 6 cars. At this time, a child not far away passed by. He said while waving his fist. My fighting capacity is 100 carts, no one is my opponent, ha 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 ha. Kuangzai's expression was awkward, and his face as dark as the bottom of a pot became even darker. Hirako Shinji and others also didn't know what to say. Fisting West, don't think too much about it, maybe it's just the same name. Kengzi nodded helplessly. It can be said that, the ranking version does not necessarily look at him. But he has a kind of secret feeling. That Fist West, he is talking about. After all, his name is Meguru Makensei. No one can calm down with 3 heavy names. Kenshi as a standard of combat effectiveness is just a small matter. The focus of intense discussion in the chat group has shifted to the battle between Satsuki Kagaya and Captain Yamamoto. Devil Queen Morgana at all members, who do you think will win this battle? Is it Satsuki Kagaya whose fighting power is unknown? Or Yamamoto Motori Yusai Shigakuni, who has a fighting power of 999 cars? Kenichi in Shinigami's world received a 100,000 point crit once again. And Morgana's words did not stop. Buy to leave, buy to leave. We are making a bet. If you lose, I owe me a favor, if you win, I owe him a favor. Tony at, the queen is right. It's also fair, the Devil Queen has paid too much for us. I'll come first, my country Satsuki Kagaya. Tony shook the wine glass. He is still more confident about the name of Kagaya's ancestor of Chakra. Although Yamamoto's captain is also well known, he thinks Kagaya is even more bluffing. Genos, Morgana, I pressed Satsuki Kagaya. Shandong University at, I also pressed Satsuki Kagaya. As for the Shinigami world and Hokage world, some of the people involved are representatives of the battle against their own world. 6 Chess 660 Boxing West at, I press Yamamoto Yuan Lu Zai Kongwo. As soon as Fist West bubbed, the entire heavens and all realms were one of them. Morgana at Meguru Makensei, I rely on. Your combat power is clear. No way, no way. Are you this standard of combat effectiveness? Morgana was very good and confused, and was slightly shocked. Quangzai's face was dark, very helpless. Meguru Makensei, it should just be the same name. Morgana, understand and understand. Tony, understand and understand. Soon. The golden light flashed. In everyone's mind, the battlefield of the heavens unfolded. An extremely familiar scene appeared in everyone's mind. Shrouded in golden light, a battle scene of half the sea and half the land appeared. The sea is endless. The earth is even less expansive. Above the head, is the shining galaxy. But that day, there seemed to be no end, infinite height. Two golden lights descended on this dark night, like two extremely bright suns. The heavens and all realms are a little surprised. What about the leaderboard? Breakthrough? This scene is a bit big. But before everyone was surprised, the two golden lights dissipated. Two figures stood quietly under this silent night sky. But 100 meters apart. The imposing collision suddenly roared. The heavens and all realms have collapsed. What level of power are these two? It's just a confrontation, it's so powerful. At this moment, it's like the world has changed color. It's even worse. Chapter 131. The moment when the two figures appeared. The otherwise calm sea was choppy instantly. There was a slight roar from the thick earth. Two peerless powerhouses are opposed. Even if everyone hasn't seen their faces, the momentum has already suffocated most of them. This is the ancestor of Chakra, Satsuki Kagaya. The strongest in 1,000 years Shinigami, Yamamoto Motoyanagi Sai Shigakuni. The top powerhouses of the two worlds are in opposition. Just a confrontation of momentum made some low-woo worlds tremble. The waves were turbulent, and the ground around the two of them trembled slightly. Watching this scene, Kizaru was a little surprised. Sengoku frowned even more. Pora Salino, that Yamamoto Genryu Sai Shigakuni, may not be what we thought. Looking at the figure shrouded in horror Ryutsu, Sengoku no longer thought the situation was what they thought. This Yamamoto Genryu Sai Shigakuni may really be an old monster who has lived for nearly 1,000 years. Kizaru also nodded, his face also full of horror. In the battlefield, Yamamoto Motoyanagi Sai Shigakuni stands in mid-air. He was dressed in a tyrant outfit, with white eyebrows and white beard, fluttering in the wind. His clothes drifted with the wind, and his whole temperament was very extraordinary. Before he took the initiative to release, Ryutsu gathered an extremely terrifying aura beside him. The strongest Shinigami in 1,000 years hangs a wooden cane, and a slight smile flashes on his face. And its opposite. A beautiful woman with long white hair also stood in the air. By his side, although there is no horrible aura. But the moment it appeared, the space fluctuated slightly. Looking at that beautiful face, the heavens and the realms were a little shocked. Hokage world. Uchiha Madara's eyes narrowed. That's female. After seeing Kagaya's Jade reincarnation Sharingan, Uchiha Madara's body trembled slightly. I saw the black Go Jade logo on Kagaya who lived alone in 6 paths. Ban's heart beats wildly. So, isn't it what he desires most, the legendary realm? Muttering in her mouth, Madara's pair of Rinnegan was more excited than ever. The 6 paths realm, that is what he dreams of. One day, Madara will reach that level. And saw the figure of Satsuki Kagaya appear. Black Zetsu's heart is also crazy. Mommy mommy! My boy finally saw you. In an instant, Black Zetsu almost had the urge to cry. But he desperately held back. But Heiju's heart cannot remain calm. He planned for 1,000 years, just to resurrect his mother, Satsuki Kagaya. Originally thought that Madara would have a great chance of resurrection, but after Ban returned to the Akatsuki organization, he felt discouraged. Black Zetsu was almost desperate. But at this time, Satsuki Kagaya signed up for the battle. Entered the battle against the Shinigami world. Well, as long as Kagaya can win this game, it is very likely that the leaderboard will help it lift the seal and resurrect it. Black Zetsu's eyes were firm. Mom, we must win. Black Zetsu thought so. But Satsuki Kagaya's other son, Satsuki Hago Romo, did not think so. Sage of Six Paths Ui looked at the figure of Satsuki Kagaya, and his heart was full of complexity. As a big filial son, he didn't want Kagaya to win this game at all. Sage of Six Paths looked at the figure of Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni, and his heart was loosened slightly. Looking at the aura of Yamamoto Genryusai, it should also be possible to fight with Yueki. But he still didn't let go of his heart completely, his eyes were still full of tension. Mom, if you want to persecute the ninja world again, I will personally seal you. Sage of Six Paths thought so, and continued to look at the battlefield. Spirit Cage World. Little lowly Zayadu has innocent eyes. Boss, Sister Broken Star, look at him, Kagaya's eyes are so special. It's amazing to have a pair of Byakugan just like that Hinata. And, there is such a weird eye in the middle of his forehead. Little lowly Doubtu said, with interest in his eyes. Oni-san Broken Star nodded. Yes, those eyes also seem to have some terrifying power. As Broken Star said so, Xiado nodded. Sister Broken Star, but look. This although Kagaya has such a pair of weird eyes, she is still so beautiful. The three eyes are not obtrusive at all, they are very harmonious. She should be a very gentle person. Doubtu frustrated his fingers, thinking in his eyes. Shanda's eyes also showed a different color. Yes, this Satsuki Kagaya, if I participate in the stunning list, I feel better than Konan. Even, he can compete with our emperor. Several men including Su Tong also nodded, agreeing with Shanda's words. Listening to their discussion, Bai Yuekui was thinking in his eyes. She is very interested in Kagaya's, Wang Zhao, eyes. This is like Sharingan of Uchiha Madara, and Rinnegan of Uchiha Madara. It is very possible that these eyes are a combination of the two, and they have the power of both eyes at the same time. At the same time, the heavens and worlds are also curious because of Kagaya's weird eyes. Everyone is looking forward to the collision of the two. People in the Hokage world think that Satsuki Kagaya will definitely win. Before the powerful chakra was used, all the cage-level powerhouses began to change their colors. As for the remainder of cage level, they couldn't feel the huge chakra on Kagaya at all. But they could feel the terrifying aura from Kagaya. The horror left everyone in a daze, unable to say a word. Chapter 132. Among the battlefield, Kagaya and Commander Yamamoto are slightly lift-eye. Two eyes in the air right touch. Just this moment. Heaven's Wan sector countless people just like Burke. Lu Yuanzai Yamamoto smiled slightly heavy country. Watching Kagaya, Yamamoto dull opening. Hokage strong in the world, I believe you and I are living a long time the old guy. Causing loss of lives, the young group of things. You and I, how come the next game of chess? Yamamoto finished, so quietly watching Kagaya, waiting for her answer. Available across the Kagaya did not answer what he meant. Apathy raising his hand, they have to start attacking. Seeing this, Yamamoto Lu Yuanzai heavy country again and smiled. Accompany the old lady, what a game of chess. Then down at the same time. A thrill of horror Ryutsu rises from Yamamoto core, straight toward the opposite pressure to Kagaya. The Kagaya although the strength of the powerful. But she survived less than 10 years' time it is a simple ordinary girl. She's a momentum, never are automatically distributed out, and cannot control the strong sense of coercion. Lu Yuanzai heavy feel Yamamoto country Ryutsu terror, Kagaya face not help slightly changed. Watching silent Kagaya, Yamamoto 677 smiled. You do not speak, that is agreed. We take this day as the board, the earth is a child, the next game now. When he finished, Yamamoto ranging Kagaya answer. Waved their hands crutches, a mountain in the battlefield will be uprooted him directly. Lived nearly 1,000 years, Yamamoto old man not only riot so-called mass. General captain of tolerance solution, only the degree of Ryatsu his Shikai. More that most horrible Ryatsu control force. Ordinary Ryatsu, in his hands has been playing out tricks. Roaring rumble of a small hill directly Kagaya and landed in the middle of his. Yamamoto smiled, walking stick in the hands of a finger. As a center, we have a man again. Who can be connected to the first 5 words, even who won. Yamamoto hear the words of the heavens wand circles or glance. This rule is very simple, all of them very familiar backgammon. But it uprooted a mountain out of thin air? Even if it is a hill, achieved, head, but also the mountain Many people inside are full of shock. This fast weight Yamamoto Yuan Lu country though not shot. But he showed strength, has been called the extreme terror. Listening to the words of Yamamoto, standing opposite the Kagaya slightly thought a moment. Then she surprisingly nodded. This scene so everyone somewhat stunned God. Yamamoto is looking Kagaya's smile. You go first. Kagaya nodded. Subsequently, its seat with one hand toward the other side of a small hill out. The cycle of terror Sharingan pupil outbreak of force, he will instantly pull up the hill. Rinnegan some capacity, 9 hook jade reincarnation Sharingan course there are. And power is more powerful. Between rumbling, up the little hill spending, continues to roar shook the earth around. Look at this scene, the heavens wand circles are somewhat shocking. Kagaya although not as Yamamoto as casually move mountains, came up with a big movement not know how many times. But she pulled up the bare hills of comparable Yamamoto that big a number. And why he did not reveal the slightest whether the Kagaya's strength may also be strong. Shinigami world. A captain is somewhat different congregation. Their commander, actually go down with each other up. This is to forfeit to win the other side? Commander is captain, it really is brain circuits Ching Chi. And that riot so control of power and quality, all the captain to shame. Even the first generation Kenpeki Anohanaretsu, all eyes flashed miss. How long, did not see the commander's shot. Hope this time, the captain has been able to see the total solution it. Flower girls think so, some of the rest of this idea are also the captain. Also watching this scene, the virtual night palace Aizen also slightly surprised. Yamamoto Lu Yuan's I heavy country, really powerful Aizen eyes flashed fear meaning. Commander of strength, it's horrible. Even he does not think he can beat captain. To this end, he also deliberately create a special slope, extinguishing Prince Wangdaway Sri Lanka. Commander, one that I had prepared a gift for you Aizen said, and the eyes ghost of a smile. Secular. Kurosaki Ichigo some shock. Just 2 people who feel that the pressure of terror, his face had been unable to maintain calm. Now see the 2 hills that move as routine, his heart is even more shocked. Ishida, who is also his face solemn. Kurosaki Ichigo this time some callous way. The captain's strength so strong, how to rescue Rukia Gai Just see the tip of the iceberg of the total strength of the captain, Kurosaki Ichigo felt a deep despair. Inu Orium wearing school uniforms, pants pleated skirt is a slight flutter. She looked at Kurosaki Ichigo, eyes exposed firm. Kurosaki students, you certainly possible. Trust yourself. Besides, you have us do. Orium saying so, to Kurosaki Ichigo encouraging. Ichigo looked stunned and speechless, heart, embarrassed. Orium students, thank you. Orium smiled slightly, looked at Ichigo's eyes full of trust. Also, she said, in my heart. But you, I recognized the man. Ichigo, no matter what, I will always be with you at your side. Chapter 133 Hokage World. Watching Kaguya agree to play chess with Yamamoto, and both sides are playing back and forth. This scene shocked the entire ninja world. Konoha, the country of fire. Senju Hashirama and others are still standing in the office building, but this time Naruto is also there. All the Konoha executives looked at Kaguya, their eyes tightened, their expressions full of dignity. Only Naruto pointed to Kaguya, looked at Namikaze Minato and said, "Dad, look, this Satsuki Kaguya's eyes." There was a lot of interest in Naruto's eyes. That pair of Byakugan is the same as Hinata's scent, so special. Hearing Naruto's words, the many Konoha high-rises in the room started to think about what Naruto said. Indeed, Kaguya's eyes seem to be Byakugan, no doubt. It is Byakugan from the Konoha Hyuga clan. But Senju Hashirama, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others thought of something deeper in their hearts. Satsuki Kaguya, the ancestor of Chakra, mother of Sage of Six Paths. Why does she have Byakugan? According to the relationship of the ancestor of Chakra, the Chakra of everyone in the ninja world should come from that person. Then the Byakugan and Hyuga clan. Can these all be said to be descendants of this one? And Naruto spoke excitedly again. Look, Dad, and the weird red eyes on his forehead. There are 9 Guyu to give away. I've seen Sasuke, he was still a single pair before, and that time he turned into a 3-hook jade. Naruto said innocently, and then changed his voice the next moment. Is it wrong? The eyes of Satsuki Kaguya are like those of Pen 6 Paths. After Naruto finished speaking, he looked at Namikaze Minato with a puzzled look. Namikaze Minato smiled softly, and reached out to touch Naruto's head. Dad, didn't you say it, don't touch your head, the guild grows not tall. Naruto said furiously. Namikaze Minato is resurrected, and he has fatherly love again, and has become an extremely innocent child. He also turned from the demon fox hated by the villagers to the son of the hero 4th Hokage. Naruto hadn't adapted to this change at first. But when Namikaze Minato was there, Naruto released all his discomfort on Namikaze Minato. Looking at his son, Minato smiled slightly. The important thing about bringing Naruto to Konoha this time was not his intention. But Senju Hashirama told him. Since Naruto is Konoha's 9 Tails Jinchuriki, there is no need to hide some things from him, let him bring Naruto directly with him. He also knows the meaning of Senju Hashirama's move. Konoha owes Naruto something. So Senju Hashirama wanted to train Naruto well, and even had the intention of accepting Naruto as a disciple. Read this. Namikaze Minato smiled again, and looked at each other with Senju Hashirama. At this moment, Jiraiya spoke in a deep voice from the side. The leader of Pen, Tiendao, was originally named Yahiko, and was one of the 3 disciples I had received. The eyes, named Rinnegan, are the same eyes as the legendary Sage of 6 Paths. But Rinnegan, it should have been the eyes of the other of the 3. This person is named Nagato. But they should have died. I don't know why Yahiko will come back to life. Hearing what Jiraiya said, the eyes of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Namikaze Minato and others changed. Only Senju Hashirama can still maintain some calm. As first Hokage, he knows far more than Sarutobi Hiruzen and others. Sarutobi Hiruzen took this stubbornly, his tone full of solemnity. So according to Jiraiya's words, Rinnegan should have been with that Nagato. But, I don't know why, I ran to Pen Tiendao, and I also got 5 more pairs at the same time, didn't he? Jiraiya nodded, her eyes a little complicated. If he had taken the 3 of Nagato away together, wouldn't that kind of tragedy happen? Thinking about Pen's remarks, Jiraiya knew that his heart had been distorted. At this time, Namikaze Minato said his guess. Including Pen's 6 paths may be just someone's puppet, 6 people may be one, and so on. Jiraiya's eyes widened. Those 6 are all dead. Nagato used Rinnegan to create 6 doubles? Jiraiya was a little shocked, but didn't expect the truth to be like this. Namikaze Minato nodded. But, Mr. Jiraiya, I'm just guessing. Jiraiya nodded, eyes full of regret. Senju Hashirama coughed and attracted everyone's attention. Then can we have a bold guess? The red eye on Kagaya's forehead is a combination of Sharingan and Rinnegan, possessing all the abilities of both. 0. Look for flowers. What? How can this be? As soon as this remark came out, everyone was a little shocked. Namikaze Minato nodded. According to that person, the ancestor of Chakra. Everyone suddenly realized that they all understood. Satsuki Kagaya may be the source of all this. Sharingan, Rinnegan, Byakugan. The 3 pupils are all from his ancestor of Chakra. Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes, and said in a shocked tone. Doesn't that mean that this Satsuki Kagaya will know all the pupil skills, ninjutsu, blood succession limit, and blood succession elimination of our ninja world, etc.? Moment. Everyone's eyes widened, and their brains were blank. My god, Dad, how strong is this Satsuki Kagaya? Naruto said in surprise. But he never noticed, how long has the 9 tails in his body disappeared? Even Namikaze Minato is. The 9 tails in the 2 of them had been silent for a long time, and they had not transmitted any information to the 2 of them. Everyone was surprised, and there was a roar in their minds. It turned out to be in the battlefield. Satsuki Kagaya and Yamamoto Motonyasase Shigakuni moved faster and faster. The hill that the 2 moved is getting bigger and bigger. The entire battlefield between the 2 has been filled with countless hills. But the 2 are still going down. But the world is already trembling faintly. In addition, Kagaya's Rinnegan pupil power is also gradually unable to support. At first, the 2 of them only moved a small hill. But to the back. 3 or 4 seats, 5 or 6 seats. Even 90 seats were moved together. The pupil power of Satsuki Kagaya is endless, but it is not so useful. After all, the 2 sides have to really fight afterwards. Kagaya has gradually become impatient. As soon as he stretched out his hand, the several hills he was carrying were destroyed by him. The old Yamamoto smiled slightly. He waved his cane plainly. The 5 hills are connected in a line. Old Yamamoto looked at Kagaya on the opposite side. I saw Kagaya at this moment with a little irritation on his face, and his entire temperament was extremely cold. But Yamamoto Jinyanajisai Shigakuni didn't care. His white eyebrows were raised slightly, and he smiled kindly. Sir, I won. You and me, do you end here? Chapter 134. Yamamoto said, his expression was very indifferent. And that smile made him very confident. As if he said this, Kagaya would admit defeat. The leaderboard battle is not without admitting defeat. But everyone is the powerhouse of both worlds and the representatives elected by the world. No one will choose to admit defeat. Regardless of decent, villain, good or evil. They will fight with all their strength. Not for others. Just for my own world. Hearing the words of Yamamoto Genryuze Shigakuni, the whole world is a little weird. Pirate world. Kizaru in the marshal's office raised his eyebrows, with wretched expressions mixed with dissent. Well, what does that mean? This old Yamamoto man actually won the battle with a single game of chess. Are you a little too confident? Kizaru said so. No wonder he thinks about 677. The entire marshal's office. Except for Garp, even Sengoku thinks so. Akainu's face was slightly solemn. He felt an extremely strong breath from that Satsuki Kagaya. And whenever he looked at Kagaya, he felt the hair standing upright all over his body. It seems that if he Akainu confronts this Kagaya, he will face something extremely terrifying, and his life will not be saved. Thinking of this, Akainu's face looked a little ugly. At least, that Kagaya made him feel the pressure. But the Yamamoto Genryu's Shigakuni, but there is no pressure at all. Although it is difficult to lift a small hill out of thin air, the visual impact is quite strong. But he Akainu can fight with his body. There is nothing to shock him. He just won a game of chess. This Yamamoto Genryu's Shigakuni, thought he had already won the battle? It's too overwhelming. Sengoku also frowned slightly. That Satsuki Kagaya's aura is so powerful that he feels a lot of pressure in his heart. And the old Yamamoto man, although the shooting scene was very big, but he did not feel too terrifying strength. It is too hasty to determine the outcome of the next game of chess. Sengoku shook his head too, not thinking Kagaya would recognize it. On the battlefield, Kagaya's face was also very cold. The whole person's momentum is cold and tough, as if something terrifying is about to be born. However, Yamamoto Genryu's Shigakuni still looked at Kagaya with a smile, his expression was very confident and indifferent. Seeing this scene, Akainu snorted coldly. This Yamamoto old man, really arrogant. I want to see how much his strength is. If my magma meets this Kagaya, I can barely support it, but this old Yamamoto man. Akainu shook his head, with a look of disdain. Hearing what he said, the three admiral also had the same idea. While watching Kagaya's momentum in the field became more and more terrifying, Yamamoto on the opposite side became more and more relaxed. Garp frowned. He always felt that this didn't seem to be a bluff. On the contrary, it seems to have extreme confidence in their own strength. Even in the face of a strong opponent like Satsuki Kagaya. This Yamamoto still has strong confidence in defeating the opponent. Garp stared at him, and continued to watch without saying a word. Hokage World. Akatsuki within the organization. Lord Madara looked at Satsuki Kagaya excitedly. The corner of his mouth showed a wild smile. Let me see, the horror of 6 paths. Presumably, no one can stop it. That's the realm in the legend, that's the realm that my class dreams of. Uchiha Madara thought so, the desire in his eyes almost overflowed. Hearing Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shigakuni's words, Uchiha Madara's face suddenly showed disdain. Shinigami world, are they all such idiots? I thought the next game of chess would be able to win this battle. This is the battle list, not the chess list. Madara smiled disdainfully, expecting Kagaya to play Yamamoto out of Xiang. The 6 paths level is powerful in Madara's eyes. It is invincible. Just invincible. He has confidence in Kagaya. Black Zetsu was also excited inside. Looking at Yamamoto Genryu's Shigakuni, his eyes were full of disgust. Be the stepping stone to Mother's resurrection. Mom's name will surely resound through the shinobi world, no. Mother's name will resound through the heavens and all realms, ha 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 ha. Black Zetsu laughed wildly in his heart, his eyes excited like never before. As long as Kagaya wins this battle, the two of them will be able to meet. This is what Black Zetsu has most anticipated for nearly 1,000 years. The kind of despair looking at my mother being sealed. The kind of plan to resurrect the mother in the dark night, but the plan is destroyed time and time again. He didn't want to bear this kind of despair anymore. Mother! Mother! Black Zetsu exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, compared with Sage of 6 Paths Heiai, and his younger brother Hamura, Black Zetsu is a thoroughly dutiful son. In order to resurrect the mother, plan a filial son for 1,000 years. Black Zetsu glanced at Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shigakuni again. Old man, bear my mother's anger. Ha 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 ha. Spirit Cage World. Shanda Miu was shocked. I'll go. This battle between the Hokage world and the Shinigami world was so explosive at the beginning. Come up, it's this kind of powerful confrontation. Xiaodo also nodded, her eyes shocked. Yes, Shanda, you finally said something right. Both of them are so strong. Moving a mountain is like eating and drinking water. This is so shocking. Little lowly Xiaodo thought in her heart, as if she lifted a small mountain and smashed it at the polar devourer. That must be extremely shocking. By the time. What lighthouse? What king-level polar eater? What boss? None of her rivals. Please, wipe your saliva. Oni-san Broken Star spoke nonchalantly, frightening Xiaodo. But then she found out. A saliva dripped from the corner of his mouth. Xiaodo quickly wiped her mouth. Shanda and others roared with laughter. 5.3 Bai Yuekui looked at Kaguya and Yamamoto with solemn eyes. Although Kaguya hasn't done anything yet, her indifferent and terrifying aura has almost condensed to the apex. In the battlefield, Kaguya's sleeves are dancing, and his whole body is like -50 degrees ice. This Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni, too, despised her too much. Since the battle, Kaguya speaks for the first time. Bai Cold's voice sounded. For so many years, I haven't made a move for a long time. When these words sounded, Kaguya's voice still had a hint of warmth. But the moment the voice fell, the voice has changed to the coldness of ultimate and the indifference of ultimate. Seeing this scene, the heavens and all realms were staring. They dare not let go of any picture. Probably next, Satsuki Kaguya, the peerless powerhouse, will really make a move. Chapter 135 Shinigami World. Seeing that Kaguya was about to actually start hands with Yamamoto Motonyasase Shigakuni, the many captains of Godai 13 were surprised. Anohanaretsu's side. This Satsuki Kaguya would be fine if he admits defeat. However, she chose to do it. Number. Sister Hwa shook her head. Hey, the strong in the Hokage world, don't be hit by the captain. Sister Hwa thought so, and the other captains also looked different. The eyes of Komamura Seijin, Kuratsuka Mayuri, and Jaishur Yukatake flashed solemnly. They haven't seen Captain Yamamoto take a shot. But to be able to sit firmly as the captain of Godai 13 for 1,000 years, Yamamoto Motonyasase must be extremely strong. What's more, the strength that was shown to them from time to time, even if it was only the tip of the iceberg. But this was enough to shock the three of them. Kuratsuka Mayuri licked the corner of his mouth, eyes full of curiosity. He wanted to see the true power of Yamamoto's Zanpakuto. Must be very shocking? Pupil hit Shugiichiwa's eyes were full of solemnity. I have long heard that Zanpakuto, the captain of the team, is the strongest Zanpakuto in the heat system. I don't know how far I am the strongest Zanpakuto, Daiguren Harinmaru and Rijinjaka. Even if it can't be compared, but it won't be too different, right? The elementary school student silently thought that he was extremely confident in Zanpakuto's ability. But he didn't know. In the future, the team leader Yamamoto Motoyanagi Sai Shigakuni will use Bankai. His Daiguren Harinmaru can't even be used to solve it. The solution of Rijinjaka suppresses all the actions of Zanpakuto of the ice and snow system. In front of the Flame Emperor Rijinjaka, any flame, ice, and snow Zanpakuto must bow their heads. Noble Byakuya Kukaki's face was indifferent with a hint of anticipation. He also wanted to see the true strength of the team captain Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shigakuni. After all, how far is their group of ordinary captains from that one? As for Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni, who couldn't beat that Satsuki Kaguya? Byakuya never considered this situation. Kurako Shunsui's eyes under the brim of his hat also had a glimmer of expectation. Old man, don't let that Satsuki Kaguya give you a second. But when Kurako Shunsui said so, he still didn't think Kaguya had the slightest chance of winning. Don't look at it now, how big and powerful Kaguya's advantage is. However, Yamamoto, Shinigami, the strongest Shinigami in 1,000 years, will surely shock the heavens and all realms. Kurako Shunsui wants to see the solution of that Zanpakuto. Zaraki Kenpeki bares his chest, his brows are full of sturdy breath, The other captains were expecting silently. But he just laughed. Ha 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 ha. The battlefield of the heavens is really an exciting battlefield. Quickly. Hurry up and let me see how shocking this top-level fight is. Zaraki Kenpake's body trembled, and his heart was almost crazy. His whole body was full of blood, and he was ignited crazily. He couldn't wait for the next game. At that time, whoever stops him from playing, he will hack someone to death. Zanpakuto whispered slightly behind him, and Zaraki Kenpake stretched out his hand to grasp it. Are you excited too? Zaraki Kenpake's voice was like the growl of a wild beast. Next moment. Boom. Crazy. You lunatic. The anger of the captains came in an instant. But Zaraki Kenpake turned a deaf ear and stepped forward with one sword. Strips of huge golden Ryotsu sword energy were chopped out by it, cutting Godi I-13's building to pieces. Seeing this scene, many captains retreated far, for fear that this lunatic would take them first. As for the lost building, when the captain comes back, he will be cleaned up personally. They can't control this lunatic. All day long, I know how to fight and fight. In the battlefield, one of Satsuki Kagaya's hands was slowly raised, and he was about to launch an attack on Yamamoto Motonyasase. But the opposite Yamamoto Jinyanajisai Shigakuni was not at all nervous. He smiled slightly, his cane hung in the air. With a gentle face, he opened his mouth lightly. My old bone hasn't moved for a long time. Accompanied by this voice, an extremely powerful Ryotsu pressed precisely against Satsuki Kagaya. The heavens and worlds are instantly different. They didn't even feel what Yamamoto Motori Yusai Shigakuni did. However, the face of the opposite Satsuki Kagaya changed wildly. At this moment, the heavens and all realms were full of doubts. This world. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at Satsuki Kagaya's face changed wildly, but didn't know what the old Yamamoto man did. Kurosaki Ichigo looked solemn, and said in his heart. Is my strength so bad? You can't even see the shot of the captain. And let alone him, neither Sato nor Orium beside him could see what the captain did. Ishida Uriu's face changed a little, still feeling very clear to Ryotsu. This kind of Ryotsu control. Ishida's face is very solemn, and he can't even think of how old Yamamoto did it. Ichigo and others all turned to look at her. Ishida, what are you talking about? Ishida Yulong shook his head. Keep watching. He doesn't want to talk anymore. As a Quincy, he is not as accurate as Shinigami's control of Raiko. In the Sui Palace. Seeing Kagaya's face change, most of Espada was taken aback. Even Ichimaru-jin and Tosen Kaname, the two Shinigami Team 677 captains, were slightly stunned. Only the fourth blade in Espada, Ulquiera, has an indifferent expression. There was peace in Xiaowu's pair of green pupils. This kind of Ryotsu's control is incredible. On the throne, Aizen smiled slightly. Captain Ryotsu is really powerful. Sighing, Aizen smiled faintly again. Look at Satsuki Kagaya, Aizen's eyes are full of interest. Hope, you can force the forbearance of Captain Yamamoto, and let me know and be prepared. Aizen smiled, his heart full of interest in Rijinjaka. As for the abilities of Satsuki Kagaya, he also has some ideas. However, even now it is him who is facing Satsuki Kagaya. He has complete confidence and can beat this Satsuki Kagaya. In the battlefield, Satsuki Kagaya only felt a terrifying pressure on her head. Not chakra. It's another kind of energy. It seems to have a lot to do with spirit, soul, etc. But she didn't have time to think about it, the anger in her heart could no longer be suppressed. She was sealed by her two sons hand in hand, suppressing her anger for thousands of years, and she broke out. The white hair fluttering in the air began to stretch rapidly, and instantly attacked Yamamoto Genryusai. Every strand of hair is now harder than the hardest diamond. Countless hairs rushed towards the old Yamamoto man, and he was about to swallow it. Chapter 136. Numerous white silver-haired figure toward Yamamoto's attack to go. The Kagaya's eyes, Yuan Lu is a fast-weight Yamamoto country stud context. This move, with her Byakugan capacity development. Numerous hair can stretch under the guidance of Byakugan automatically shut out context, we cannot operate chakra. Kagaya can be looked at Yamamoto Lu Yuan's eye heavy country, his brow wrinkled myself are more tightly. Yamamoto also smiled slightly opposite. None can see through a pair of dead eyes. It seems that in your body, there are other roll-ah. Yamamoto mouth whisper. Next moment. His crutches again gently hanging in the air. No stress points, but muffled thump. Immediately. Field remembered Yamamoto Lu Yuan's old country that heavy in different words. Bakud of 81, splitting void. See this scene. Shinigami whirled eyes and slightly eyebrow, smiled slightly. Yamamoto commander. Hirako Shinji in the earthly eyes tight. He remembered, once Aizen using broken abandoned chant splitting void, directly blocking the higher order kid Tessite Tsukabishi of. When that scene, caused the shock of all. Front of this millennium the strongest Shinigami, Yamamoto Lu Yuan's reuse in the country. Then what will happen? I do not know this trick to break Captain Abandoned Chant Splitting Void, there is no Aizen gun. Hirako Shinji eyes with dignified. It should be the captain stronger, right? Kin Heaven's Wong community did not think so. They have been standing there watching loaded to force Yamamoto actually look and feel very bad. You are forced to let installed, we install what? Yamamoto are very many people are not optimistic that he will be defeated in a face-to-face. Be in full view. Yamamoto in front of Lu Yuan's heavy silvery white hair that filled the country engulfed. Kin all caught up in mid-air. Yamamoto in front of the old man, as if like an invisible wall, is indestructible. Yamamoto smiled slightly. Sir, hands before, you should say it. Kagaya heart more angry. Looked at the old man let himself extremely tough, she just wanted to kill him. Kagaya roar heard, shrill voice sounded furious. The Byakugan eyes is slightly reduced. Monstrous terrorist coercion immediately to Yamamoto Lu Yuan's heavy pressure the country in the past. Feel that kind of pressure, all the weapons in the world all of the following color. Lowly small summer beans moment trembling spirit cages world. Her eyes filled with fear, looking at the Kagaya shivering. Boss, Kagaya good horror how this will be such a terrible momentum gas. This is too hard to endure it. Peas comprises lowly small ears. But that mournful roar is coming from the mind, she could not escape. Fortunately, Kagaya's shrill roar of time is not long. The next moment her palm to slowly emerge seepage intercepting a person's bones. Lu aligned slightly fast weight Yamamoto membered states, two suddenly emitted osteotomy edge. This is the original that is in touch dead bone pulse, killing a total bone ash. Hokage world. Liang Bing feel the bone edge to upload a very dangerous atmosphere, a public high-level expression leaves are slightly changed. This capability strange and unpredictable, really horrible. Although they have not seen the power of this move. But 10 people can imagine, this is a trick, if placed in today's forbearance sector. That is bound to be one block to kill God, Buddha kill the Buddha. Inside Otanin village. Orochimaru licked his lips, eyes exposed greed. This move, much like a blood capacity Kimimaro Gaia, etc. Orochimaru looking for a change. Kimimaro is of the Terayuryuaki clan. And she is called Satsuki Kagaya. Orochimaru's eyes widened in an instant, and the strange vertical pupils in his eyes shrank. Furthermore, it is the excitement that is so intense to ultimate. Is the final result of evolution, that kind of horrible thing. Orochimaru became more and more interested in Kimimiro's dead bone pulse. In fact, if it wasn't for Kimimiro's bloodline defect, he would have been destined to not live long. Otherwise Orochimaru would have long wanted to reincarnate in Kimimaro. The horrible dead bone pulse already made him jealous. Now, Orochimaru saw the CO killing ashes used by Kaguya again, how could he not be heartbroken? Similarly, Kimimaro, who was in Otanin village at this time, also shrank his eyes. But the next moment he coughed slightly. When he raised his hand, there was a pool of blood on it. Kimimaro's face was full of sadness. Is the condition worsening again? I haven't been able to protect Orochimaru-sama, how could I just die like this? Kimimaro hated. But when he looked at Kaguya, he had some thoughts in his mind. Is this Tsutsuki Kaguya, my ancestor? I think of myself as the Yueki clan, and this is also called Tsutsuki Kaguya. The two use almost the same abilities. How can this not make him doubt? Just as Kimimaro was thinking. In the battlefield, two pale bone blades attacked the old man Yamamoto's body. But the defense of the splitting void in front of him is still strong. Two pale bone blades slammed into it, and they slowly dissipated out of thin air. Feeling the breath returning from his own Ryutsu, the old man Yamamoto's complexion was slightly clear. The ability to break down anything. The old Yamamoto, who was smiling slightly, was still calm, just looking at Kaguya on the opposite side. Feeling the gaze of Yamamoto Jinyanagisai Shigakuni, Kaguya felt aggrieved and angry in his heart. Since she ate the fruit of the sacred tree, she had never been so angry. Moment. Kaguya's pair of Byakugan shrank slightly. His hands stretched out, and they all aimed at Yamamoto Motoyanagisai Shigakuni's body. Immediately. It is the sound of breaking through the air. Taste. A series of pale bone knives were shot by Kaguya, and they went straight towards Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni. This scene fell in Kimimaro's eyes, and instantly shocked him. This degree. Except for him to release full vitality to release the dance of early fern, otherwise there would never be such a range. Besides, Kaguya's is a total killing of ashes. And his dead bone pulse is not an existence of an order of magnitude at all. The shinobi who watched this scene was shocked. The corners of Orochimaru's mouth were already dripping. Can't restrain the greed inside. In the land of the country rock shinobi village. Wang Zhao Zhao, 3rd Tsuchikage, Liang Tianping Oyemu's eyes are solemn. This ability may be a higher level of bloodline power. The fusion of two chakras is called blood succession boundary. The fusion of the three is called blood succession elimination. His dust is in the category of blood succession elimination. His Onoki is also the only ninja in the ninja world who can use the blood to succeed. But watching Kaguya's dead bone pulse killing the ashes, Onoki was hit. The mere revealing aura of power has already made him feel ashamed. Then, what is the ability? Onamu's brows clustered tightly. Is it the product of chakra fusion of 4 or even 5 attributes? But Onoki didn't know. If he knows, Kaguya can integrate the 7 attributes chakra, fire, wind, earth, water, thunder, yin, and yang. He can understand that this is not something that humans can do at all. And that kind of ability completely surpassed all blood succession limits and blood succession elimination. Named blood following the snare. Chapter 137. While watching countless pale bone edge Kaguya hands emitted. Yamamoto old man is still very indifferent. All in his eyes as if just for a moment the scenery. Kaguya Byakugan release of powerful coercion, for him, is more like the wind was blowing. Watching Kaguya, Yamamoto Lu Yuan's eye smiled slightly heavy country. 80 corner of the front of the moment ripped through a moment completely broken. Black Zetsu sneered. In the mother's bone ash were killed under the ashes of it. Can occur at the scene of the moment, but let Black Zetsu widened eyes, very shocked. I saw the face of Kaguya that hundreds of pale bone edge, every extremely strong on both the power of terror. But Yamamoto Lu Yuan's eye country just gently lift the heavy hands of wooden crutches. Crutches slightly ahead a little. Moment. Ryutsu terror deterrence out. At this moment, even the opposite face, some grim Kagaya face has changed. That hundreds of pale bone edge also stopped in mid-air. Then thunder. Those bone knives are busting open. Countless times across the sky on a white fragments, as if the snow in general. But that edge bone fragments falling to the ground, it is to instantly pierce the ground. Furthermore, the ground is wiped out, gone with the wind. Some bone fragments fell into rough seas. Moment. Sea disappeared. A sea of people seem to have been erased out of thin air in general. The scene is extremely shocking horror. See the heavens wan circles, this scene is a stunned. Pirate world. Kizaru I within 677 martial office must stare through up. I go. No, it is not it. This is what horror ability. The sea, land is gone with the wind. Kizaru face filled with dismay. This time, he can no longer easily ridicule. Aokiji solemnly. My ice on the edge of the bone, that moment will smash it. Even Akainu not have the slightest confidence up. That level of ability. His magma and are absolutely not. That is, the world's top super combat power it. Akainu dignified thinking, brow twisted into a river almost every word. Sengoku also very dignified. The ability to look at that horrible Kagaya, under heavy heart sank again. If the Buddha on his right, the fear is not necessarily full armament haki resist it. That ability, more like a grade, the gap in the level. As dimensionality reduction combat. A few people have the ability dignified Kagayas. Kin Garp. He looked at Yamamoto Lu Yuan's heavy country, brow increasingly tight. You do not think that fast weight Yamamoto Yuan Lu country, even more shocking it? Kagaya ability though horror, but you look at him. Understatement, Dangxia is so terror attacks. The strength, the wife cannot do. Garp said, his voice exceptionally deep. After Garp such a reminder, the crowd also saw the start of the war, just as easy as a walk in the evening. Yamamoto old man. Kizaru eyes widened again. Yes. Garp Vice Admiral, you're right That old man Yamamoto blocked this move, even just a little casual crutch. Sengoku eyes very carefully. There will be more strong? Before us, underestimate the strong He could really live for thousands of years, right? Martial office within such cool air is full of the sound. They, Admiral, but only lived 50 years. If the old man that Yamamoto had their qualifications, or even more. Would not it be? Kizaru, Aokiji, Akainu, three expressions to be more shocked. How shocking! In the battlefield. Watch their moves did not work, but also to resolve Yamamoto old man so casually. Satsuki Kagaya, began to really seriously. And this is different from the battle with Naruto and Sasuke in the original book. This time, she needn't worry. She can use her full strength. Kagaya's red eyes shrank suddenly. 9 Guyu, Reincarnation Sharingan's ability is activated. Seeing this scene, the heavens and world suddenly said different things. Because Kagaya's samsara, Ajft, Sharingan shrank suddenly, nothing happened. There is no superfluous ability. Punch the world. Janosch frowned. Teacher, what did she do? I narrowed that weird eye when I saw it, and then there was nothing. Is this a new round of hands-on? Saitama's expression is also full of seriousness. He was fascinated, and he didn't have the heart to respond to Genos at the moment. He still watched intently. Super God World. Holy Gaisha raised the corner of her mouth. Hexie's eyes moved again. Fantastic clone technique. Hexie's voice sounded very intellectually mature. Angel Yan and others are a little weird. Queen Hexie, what are you talking about? Avoid the heart to speak in doubt. Teacher, what did you say about clone technique? Why didn't I see anything? After that, Zhixin looked around. I saw Yan and Lingzi's eyes were full of doubts. Even the arrogant Angel Lang looked stunned at this moment. completely confused about the situation. Hexie smiled slightly. This should be something higher than your level, and you can't see normality. Then she waved. The eyes of many angels were instantly given high-level authority. Moment. Everyone's eyes shrank. Cold alien. What's the matter with the 9 figures? Hokage world. The Madara in Akatsuki's organization stood up directly. His pair of Rinnegan is full of shock. How is this possible? Impossible. How could there be 9 shadows in his round tomb hell? Madara's heart is full of shock. Satsuki Kagaya used the round tomb edge prison, which he was not shocked. But a Rinnegan can only create 1 shadow as usual. A pair of Rinnegan can create 4 shadows. But special. These 9 shadows were created by a reincarnation Sharingan. This is too heaven-defying. Madara's heart was full of shock and shock. This is incredible. Reincarnation Sharingan, is that powerful? Madara's inner desire for 6 paths is even stronger. Everyone knows that the members of the organization are a little different. What 9 shadows? What round the tomb side prison? What's all this stuff? Kakuzu, Haiden, and others looked at each other. Only Nagato, his pair of Rinnegan are also shrunken. Do not know why. Madara, who was resurrected by the rankings, comes with a pair of Rinnegan. So he didn't take back his eyes. He is still arranged to control Pen 6 paths in the dark. Therefore, he who still owns Rinnegan at this moment can also see the 9 shadows created by Kagaya. At this time in the battlefield, the 9 shadows attacked Yamamoto Motonyasase in different directions. The 9 attacks were extremely powerful, each of which slapped Yamamoto Motoyanagusai Shigakuni with a palm. Moment. The first attack is here. Yamamoto Motoyanagusai Shigakuni's body was directly slapped flying with a palm. Some middle and low martial arts worlds were shocked instantly. What kind of terrifying ability is this? Chapter 138. Spirit Cage World. Yamamoto looked at the inverted Lu Yuanzai heavy country. It has always been calm. Bai Yuekui eyes are tight. Furthermore, it is shocking and strange. Satsuki Kagaya, exactly with what means, even the thin air Yamamoto Lu Yuanzai heavy knock states? Bai Yuekui frowned, thinking this strange scene. Lowly small summer beans and others have discussed open crazy. Hey, you see that Yamamoto old man was shot exactly how to fly yet? Alexander fat man scratched his head. No, I thought I did not see it. You see it? Everyone is shaking his head. That Kagaya, what is strange means? Everyone turned to look at Bai Yuekui. They want to know who the boss is not there to see. Under the watchful eye of everyone's attention, Bai Yuekui lightly shook his head, cold way. I did not see. What? The crowd in an uproar. Shinigami world. Jingling in chambers. Byakuya Kokaki, students, and other captain frowned. Yamamoto Captain Lu Yuanzai heavy country, exactly how hit in flight, which they did not see. Not so much to see is not accurate, is not seen. Yamamoto Lu Yuanzai country's already heavy in the air standing, very unexpected hit in fly. And that Kagaya and no action. Do not. Byakuya Kokakiya shrink eyes. He remembered the Kagaya forehead slightly reduced red-eye bird strange things. The eyes of the peculiar ability to do. Many Shinigami captain is all speculation up. Zaraki Kenpeki is like a beast that by virtue of intuition found some clues. Kind of, I see things. Strange capability, but that really hurt Captain do? Kenpeki said doubtfully. Do not look at how this strange ability. But he can feel. Yamamoto Captain Lu Yuanzai heavy country, cannot feel? Anohanaretsu's slightly smile. We, the commander, began Faint heart's thought, interested in spending sister in the eyes of more and more concentrated. The Kurako Shunsui is the smile. Shadow do. My Zanpakuto an ability like that side of the world, each have a strong ability to ever-changing Unlike us, there is only one Zanpakuto ability. Kurako Shunsui slightly smile. But he does not think about it. Although they only had a Zanpakuto ability. But this Zanpakuto ability, especially Modi how strong in the Sui Palace. Eyes and mouth of a challenge. The eye's ability to do. It's really interesting. With a strong perception Aizen, of course, you can feel that 9 powerful shadow. However, he also does not think this move will give Yamamoto old man caused any trouble. Punch the world. Jinyu Si constantly asked Saitama. Saitama this could react. Teacher, you do know what just happened. Here Jinyu Si problems, Saitama face suddenly become different. Do not you see the old man around that Yamamoto's 9 figure it? What? Jinyu Si face all aghast, stunned in the place directly. In the battlefield. Bai Yuekui attack succeeded, the other will spare a few rotational grazing and attack on. Available at the moment. 9 Yamamoto silhouette in the middle of the old man instantly disappeared. Powerful Ryotsu cohesion in the solace of the feet. Yamamoto Lu Yuanzai heavy country, and the moment that 9 shadow opened for some distance. Kaguya pair Byakugan a turn, directly eyeing him. 9 twinkling of an eye shadow too. Lu Yuanzai Mei Yamamoto smiled slightly heavy country. He will be walking stick in your hand, again and again points out of 9. Moment. Kaguya a stunned expression. Her 9 rotational grazing avatar, instantly Yamamoto crutch knock. Although 9 rotational grazing and did not spare any injury being. But avatar exposed rotational grazing, we have no greater effect at big. Wheel graveside prison, with is a surprise. If the opponent can be aware, that this avatar of the power lost more than half. Yamamoto Yuan Lu stood fast wait states, has gradually turned dull smile on his face. He, also began seriously. Your Excellency's ability, it really is fun. I can separate the 9 spare, presumably will not be easy, right? Yuan Lu fast wait Yamamoto country, instant answers to doubts heaven's one border. Many different people eyes. 9 places at once. How we see. Yamamoto Lu Yuanzai country slightly heavy meal, continue to open road. Your Excellency's avatar, although the eye cannot see. But the fighting instinct, intuition, etc., can be felt. You should strengthen some in this area, this move may have miraculous. Listening to the words of Yamamoto Lu Yuanzai heavy country, Kaguya is the expression of anger. The old man, even in her lesson. Black Zetsu although Kaguya avatar of rotational grazing to be found a bit strange. 0. Seeking flowers. But he still looked Yamamoto old man was very angry. Mom, this Yamamoto kill Lu Yuanzai heavy country. As if it is accompanied by the words Black Zetsu. Kaguya avatar of 9 out again. Sharingan reincarnation of pupil power increased length again. Rotational grazing avatar of speed, power instantly rose again the next level. In their respective hands holding a pale bone edge, Lu Yuan to think fast wait Yamamoto country rapidly away. Bai Yuekui eyes trembling slightly. Here comes yet. Although she cannot see. But it can feel that all of a sudden so would momentum. The feeling of silence before the full flavor. As if he had to do was hit, it would be completely devoid like. Yamamoto Lu Yuanzai heavy country slightly shook his head. Sir, I want a shot. Immediately. In the heavens one world watched, Yamamoto Yuan Lu Kuoping held fast heavy walking stick. Original wooden crutches outer wind. Appeared in front of everyone. Appearance is very general, not like the feeling of what a powerful force. The other hand Yamamoto Lu Yuanzai slightly heavy country holding the hilt region Jaka of purple. This moment. He ran a pair of eyes become sharp. The eyes reveal an unprecedented haki. Hold the moment region Jaka, Yamamoto captain a momentum completely change. Like a changed man. Yamamoto before Lu Yuan's heavy country, kind, calm, indifferent. But this moment. His eyes were sharp, two-edged like a whole person never millennium scabbard sharp arrow. In the pirate world. The world's first large sword ho Hawkeye my Hawkeye's tight. Behind Black Knife Knight ever singing, as if excited to meet what the general. The Fishman Island. Zoro eyes widened. Yamamoto looked at the hands of the common tools and tri-sword, dignified expression is unprecedented. Holy Land Marie joys. Among the 5 elders wearing a kimono bald old man looking aghast. Its ancient sword arms trembled moment. Shinigami world. A public captain Zanpakuta is a slight hum. This world. Behind the holding trembling Zangetsu, Kurosaki Ichigo looking aghast. In the battlefield. Not to ignore the dead body before killing breath blowing. Yamamoto Lu Yuan's heavy country clenched the hilt, indifferent said. Hoarse voice resounded through the heavens Wang community. The flowers Vientian, are all ashes, Region Jaka. At this moment, a moment of quiet community heavens Wan. Why? Chapter 139. Pirate World. Inside the marshal's office. Kizaru's eyes widened, his face was full of shock. How do you feel? Something terrifying is about to be born. Kizaru's shocked voice did not receive the slightest answer. Because of Sengoku and others, their minds are also crazy. Allah, this horrible breath. As Aokiji said, the feelings on his face and heart completely disappeared. Sengoku and Garp also had dignified eyes, staring closely at Yamamoto Motoyanagi Sai Shigakuni. Only Akainu sat on the sofa and said nothing. He actually felt something at this moment, his magma ability seemed to be showing surrender. How can this be? But the pressure as if the superior is on the subordinate is very clear. This makes Akainu's face extremely ugly. New World. Aboard the Moby DK. Whitebeard fixed his eyes on Yamamoto Motoyanagi Sai Shigakuni. As soon as he started the battle with Tsutsuki Kagaya, Whitebeard gradually felt it. These two are in his current peak state, and they are completely invincible. At this moment, the old man, who has been unfathomable in his eyes, may have to do his best. New World Cake Island. Charlotte Linlin looked solemn and couldn't laugh anymore. Living for 1,000 years, this kind of strength is much stronger than the captain of the year. Think of the strength that Yamamoto Motoyanagi Sai Shigakuni showed in his understatement. Even if Rox is still there, they are not opponents at all. On the ghost island of Wano-kuni, Kaido took a sip of wine and watched without a word. The strength of these two people is completely beyond his ability to challenge. If he appeared in front of the two, he might really die. Jack yelled from the side. Boss Kaido, you won't be able to blow up these two people before you hit them with one hand. Flame Ash and Plague Quinn didn't even care about this brain damage. Even Kaido didn't feel anything about Jack's compliment this time. Beasts Pirates knows it all. Jack has some problems in his head. It can be ignored automatically. Everyone is watching. On the battlefield, Yamamoto Genryu Sai Shigakuni slowly pulled out Region Jaka. Moment. The 9 Lunmyo clones that struck in front of him were instantly enveloped in infinite flames. Boom boom boom. The flames kept exploding. Just draw a knife. Kagaya's 9 Dao Lunmyo clones had to retreat. Remember Song Ming? The fire tornado swept forward, and the terrifying heat wave spurted wildly. Everything in front of me is ashes. Under Kagaya's unbelievable eyes, his 9 Dao Lunmyo clones disappeared in an instant. The heavens and worlds were also greatly shocked, and everyone's eyes were huge. And this is not over yet. Half of the land, half of the sea on the battlefield. Dozens of huge flames used underground. The diameter of each path is hundreds of meters. The fire is overwhelming, and the heat wave is shocking. These dozens of flames instantly swallowed Kagaya's other Lunmyo clones. And it also surrounds Kagaya's body in the center. The terrible heat wave hit, which made Kagaya's complexion change again and again. Finish these. Yamamoto Yuan Liuzai Kongwo slightly closes the sword. Afterwards, Yamamoto Motoyanagi Sai Shigakuni said indifferently. Hot. The dozens of pillars of fire surrounding Kagaya gathered in an instant. The monstrous violent sound resounded. The air is full of a strong smell of ashes. The two of them have a radius of thousands of meters, and instantly turned into a terrifying heat wave. Land collapses, mountains and rivers collapse, magma flows back. The sea water evaporates in an instant. On a sunny day, the rainbow appears. The terrifying flames almost swallowed the surrounding world and dyed the whole world into a fiery red. Kagaya's figure was even swallowed. His eyes were wide open, and he didn't expect that Yamamoto Genryuse's strength would be so powerful. And when the heavens and the world watched this scene, they were all astonished to ultimate. Pirate world! Akainu gritted his teeth, the gloom on his face turned into amazement. Now, he remembered his provocative words. I remember that he seemed to say that the old man Yamamoto is too weak. If he goes up against Kagaya, there will still be a fight in this battle. But now? Akainu has completely lost this idea. His magma ability is comparable to that of Yamamoto Motoyanagi Sai Shigakuni, and it is even more like a firefly in a bright moon. Even after the chat group was strengthened, his magma couldn't be compared with the flame of Yamamoto Genryuse Shigakuni at all. The world's largest swordsman. Hawkeye Mihawk stood up directly. The large table in front of him instantly stopped him flying. Eyes were staring at the ability to destroy the world, and Yinjian's mind was full of incredible. Perona was floating in the air, her eyes staring at Hawkeye with divergence. She had never seen Hawkeye so gaff. But when she looked at the scene on the battlefield, the whole person was also dumbfounded on the spot. The Fishman Island. The Straw Hat Pirates were all staring. Rao is speaking of Luffy, who is known for his nasty nerves, fearlessness. His eyes shrunk to a single point, which is completely unbelievable. Is this the power of humans? New World, aboard the Moby DK. Ace looked at the scene on the battlefield, his teeth clenched. Although he was shocked. However, he even wanted to possess the terrifying strength of Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni. As long as he has that kind of strength, he will definitely be able to catch Blackbeard back. Hokage World. The figure that Madara had just sat down stood up again. His eyes were full of shock, and he was still shaking his head desperately. Impossible, it is impossible. How could it be so strong? When the members of the Yazongziao organization saw this, their hearts were also full of shock. Kakuzu shook his head. If he meets Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni. Just a moment. He doesn't have enough lives to burn. Black Zetsu's eyes widened, and he couldn't believe that it was the power of Yamamoto Motoyanagisai. Mother! Mother! You must win! Black Zetsu growled desperately from the bottom of his heart. Yamamoto's fire power is simply too strong. Konoha! Sarutobi Hiruzen, Namikaze Minato, and others were already speechless. Naruto's body trembled even more. Senju Hashirama frowned and his eyes showed amazement. Rao can't keep calm now because of his Xingxing. 5.3. Although the previous battle between the two was shocking, it was not yet unacceptable to him. But this Yamamoto Genryuse Shigakuni. Senju Hashirama shook his head. If his wood style is in front of it, what will happen? Super God World. Morgana squirted out water in one sip. Her face was full of "are you kidding me" expressions. This is what a person can have. This is definitely not the god of Liang Star. Morgana's tone was full of shock, and she couldn't believe that this was a human ability. This level of flame is comparable to a star drive. How can she not be surprised? Tianyu. Holy Gai Sha's mouth is cocked. Shinigami, it's interesting. Unexpectedly, the characters in the first game will give us such a big surprise. Chapter 140. Spirit Pet World. Shanda's body trembled, completely unable to restrain the shock in his heart. His eyes were huge, and his brain was almost forgotten. Is this what a person can have? Xiaodo was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Just stand there and lie down on the ground. But she did not submit it. Instead, he looked at the battlefield of the heavens with blind eyes. Broken Star's eyes were absent, and he didn't notice the strangeness of little lowly Summer Bean for a while. For a long time, Doudou was relieved. She put on the look of Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni, and she looked decent. The whole world is all ashes, Region Jaka. The few people on the side didn't want to pay attention to her, their faces were shocked. Bai Yuekui's body trembled again and again. How is it possible that there is such a powerful human being? If he is here, he will be overthrown in the last days, right? Bai Yuekui thought so, the shock in her eyes could no longer conceal. Punch the world! Genos kicked the floor of the table frantically, his body already shaking with excitement. 09 Teacher! Teacher, look, this is the ability to destroy the world. Saitama nodded and touched his bald head again. Poros inside the spaceship laughed. It turns out that the heavens and the realms, there are really many interesting existences. Let me, Poros, the great universe, come and make you feel fear. Ha 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 ha. Shinigami world. Inside the jingling court. Elementary school student Hitsugayichware was a little stupid. Shikai, the captain, is so powerful and shocking. Kurako Shunsui lifted his eyes slightly, a trace of solemnity appeared in his eyes. Of course, Shikai of Region Jaka is equivalent to our solution. The temperature of that thing is equivalent to the surface of the Sunday. Hitsugayichware looked at Kurako Shunsui, shocked. Then Captain's solution. Kurako Shunsui smiled. The captain's forbearance, even I haven't seen it. The only person who has seen him, called Yuhabich, has completely lost his mind and has been sealed for 1,000 years. Tan Tan Shao, Kurako Shunsui continued. And Region Jaka's solution, the temperature is equal to the core of the Sunday. What? All the captains were silent. They sighed the power of Yamamoto Genryusai, and their eyes were full of shock. Kurako Shunsui's eyes flickered slightly. I don't know if Tsutsuki Kagaya can force the captain's solution. I really want to see, the power of the cannibalism is too big. Kurako Shunsui thought so, and looked at the blazing battlefield with a slightly emotional gaze. This world. The eyes of Hirako Shinji and others were calm. As long as Captain Yamamoto is here, Aizen still can't get over the big waves. Everyone was thinking like this, and their hearts calmed down slightly. At this time, Yaetumer Lisa analyzed seriously. The strength of Captain Yamamoto, 999 cars beat the West. Seriously, it's low. Hirako Shinji and others nodded. Even Hachigen nodded, a little agree. Guangzai's face turned black for an instant. Emotion, my strength is so weak in your eyes. The total captain is equivalent to more than 160. I can't do it. Must have more than 200 chant? Guangzai's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. But the ability of the team leader Yamamoto Motonyasase Shichikuni is really shocking. The crisis Aizen gave them was too strong. In the Sui Palace, Aizen smiled at the corner of his mouth. But in his eyes, there is a cautiousness. He couldn't help but not admit it. Seeing Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni's rebellion, he was still a little frightened in his heart. Ask him to confront Yamamoto Motonyasai Shigakuni, he will never dare. Not to mention Espada under his command. Except for Xiaoyu and Espada Yami, no one has any confidence to stop Shikai of Yamamoto Genryusai Shikai. They couldn't stop Shikai. Not to mention that you have solved the residual fire too much. Everyone watched nervously. And in the battlefield, Yamamoto Yuanyanagisai Shigakuni slightly closes his sword back into its scabbard. All the flames gradually dissipated as he closed the knife. Satsuki Kagaya, did he die with this trick? However, the leaderboard did not give news of who won. The next moment, the eyes of the heavens and all realms shrank. I saw it in the battlefield. The world scene changed drastically in an instant. Yamamoto Motonyajisai Shigakuni was covered with snow and ice, and the breath of the frozen world descended. There is a space of ice and snow all around. Still standing here in the air, Yamamoto Motoyanagisai Shigakuni did not panic at all. Instead, the corner of his mouth was slightly picked. Your Excellency really has some means, the ability to shuttle through space at will. Hearing his words, Black Zetsu became excited. He had forgotten all the tense moments. Satsuki Kagaya's blood was trapped, but he had the ability to travel through space. In addition, there are 5 small self-created spaces in its Tianji zone. Kagaya can draw enemies into these spaces as he wishes. Black Zetsu looked ecstatic. He knew that Kagaya might have been hiding in one of these spaces just now. The surrounding temperature dropped sharply, and many people shuddered. They can feel the coldness even through the screen. Looking at the big change in the surrounding space, Yamamoto Motoyanagisai Shigakuni smiled. Kagaya's figure also reappeared in his eyes. There was a slight burn mark in the corner of Kagaya's clothes, who was standing in the air, but his body was indeed not injured at all. Obviously, she completely escaped the attack of Yamamoto Motonyashisai Shigakuni by virtue of Tianzai's Hong. Kagaya learned well this time. She knew that Yamamoto's attack was powerful, and she began to use the heaven to attack. As soon as he stretched out his hand, countless pale bone blades came out of his hand and went directly into the pitch-black space. And the next moment, 677 the countless pale bone blades emerged directly from behind Shigakuni Yamamoto. With the terrifying force of death, the pale bone blade swiftly struck Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni. As long as it touches, everything will be ashes. Many powerhouses in the heavens and 10,000 realms are getting nervous. Successful? It's just a matter of time. Yamamoto Motoyanagisai Shigakuni smiled again, and slightly drew the long knife in his hand. Boom! The surrounding flames violently. The moment the flame appeared, the old Yamamoto man was enveloped. The ice and snow on the ground below also melted instantly, unable to withstand the terrifying heat. It wasn't until all the bone blades were burned by the flame that the voice of the old man Yamamoto fell faintly. Torch! After that, he returned the sword to its sheath. He looked at Kagaya calmly. Your Excellency, my old bone has been inactive for too long. At this moment, all the heavens and all realms have a new understanding of Yamamoto Genryusai. Kagaya did not respond to it, his expression still indifferent. Looking at Yamamoto Motoyanagisai Shigakuni, who had taken the sword back into the scabbard, she had an idea in her eyes. The Imperial Palace of Heaven is performing again. The long silver hair spreading away in the black space behind. Moment. One of Yamamoto's hands was tied. His hand and sword hilt were tied together by Kagaya, and Zanpakut could no longer be taken out. Then, Kagaya used the space power of the Heavenly Lord to attack Yamamoto Motoyanagisai Shigakuni. Chapter 141. In the battlefield. For a time, Yamamoto Motoyanagisai Jukoku was suppressed by Kagaya, unable to draw his hand, and had no strength to fight back. Looking at this scene, all the heavens and worlds admired Kagaya's wisdom very much. Zanpakut, the old Yamamoto man, tied his hair with his hair, so that he wouldn't draw his sword. In this way, Regent Jaka's abilities cannot be used. Countless people clapped their hands when they saw this scene. Pirate world! Kizaru raised his eyebrows. That ridiculously strong old man has been suppressed. But his ability is really terrible, terrible. Kizaru sighed, though his tone was wretched. But it is full of seriousness. That kind of flame is many times stronger than Akainu. Akainu's eyes were in front of him, it was like a child's toy. The old guy is the old guy. The strength is really strong. A flash of astonishment flashed in Kizaru's eyes again, and there was still a lingering fear of Zanpakuto in Yamamoto's hands. If he is right, maybe elementalization has no effect, right? Did everything in the air turn to ashes? Kizaru shook his head, not daring to think any more. Sengoku looked at it carefully, and was also analyzing the strength of Yamamoto's captain. At first, everyone thought that the protagonist of this battle was Tsutsuki Kagaya. But not long after the start of the war, Yamamoto Motonuzai Shigakuni used his formidable strength to reverse everyone's perception of him. This old man is a truly powerful and terrifying man. Sengoku is looking forward to it now, looking forward to what surprises Yamamoto Motonuzai Shigakuni will give them. To say that Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni was suppressed by Kagaya in this way, he didn't believe it. Few people believe in the heavens and worlds. Akainu's face was gloomy, and there was still an unquenched shock in his eyes. Yamamoto's fire power of Motonuzai Shigakuni made him terrified. Using the same heat abilities, he can feel the temperature of Yamamoto's old man's fire abilities even more. It's beyond him. Akainu doesn't know how many orders. Everyone stared at the battlefield, looking forward to how powerful the two of them could burst out. Aboard the Moby DK. Whitebeard's eyes were also full of seriousness. The blonde was flying in the air, and the young Whitebeard was even more burly. Seeing the constant confrontation of the two in the battlefield, the captains were all staring. Diamond Jaws is even more skeptical of life. He looked at the destructive power of Kagaya's total killing of ashes, and thought about the scene where his diamonds were facing each other. Basically, can't stop it, right? No matter how hard his diamond is, it will probably be directly turned into ashes by the pale bone. Baista clenched the long sword tightly and learned the sword-holding posture and sword-out movements of the old Yamamoto man. Every move of this peerless strong man is a supreme treasure to him. Fire Fist Ace has become very silent since he came back from Impel Down. But at this moment, I looked at Rijinjaka of Yamamoto Genryuseiju, and looked at the flame power. His heart became hot. A message has been circulating in Dahai that his Maramara fruit is the lower fruit of Lava fruit. After Akainu came to New World before, he even publicized his Lava fruit ability. This makes a group of pirates very afraid of Akainu. What followed was an overwhelming mockery of Ace. Said that he was not worthy to be the captain of the 2nd Division on the Whitebeard ship, saying that his flame was a small flame. Etc., etc. But now, looking at old Yamamoto's Rijinjaka, Ace felt excited. If his flame can reach that level, Blackbeard? Akainu? Who will be his opponent? Firmness flashed across Ace's face. No one else started to practice. Watching Ace raise the temperature of the flame over and over again, condense a higher quality flame. The captains all said different things. Jaws immediately wanted to step forward and ask Ace what happened. But he was interrupted by Marco's eyes. Seeing Ace practicing over and over again, there was a trace of trust in Marco's eyes. Ace, you are our family, you will definitely become stronger. After Ace silently to cheer, the crowd continued to look to the heavens battlefield. At a time, Yamamoto Captain Lu Yuan's heavy country I do not know really cannot draw his sword. Or to see you try Kagaya's strength. He really did not pull out Zanpakuto, with the one left to fight and Kagaya body surgery. If there are grey bone destruction such as this, most horrible moves were killed, he was a dodge to hide. 2 expansion body surgery on the fight. Yamamoto old man and left hand, hit by Kagaya to suppress some awkward. Long Whitebeard even been cut off Kagaya's part of it, only half flapping in the wind. Yamamoto Lu Yuan's heavy country stood, sharp eyes staring Kagaya. His right hand still tied and Zanpakut cannot really pull out Zanpakut. Stature landing earth, issued thud, snow scattered. Lu Yuan's heavy eyes Yamamoto country riveted Kagaya, flat road. If you just only this, that the old lady to understand this fight. Then down. Yamamoto Yuan Liu Kong country shoulders a. Behind the captain dressed in a white cloak instantly raised. Robes fluttering in the wind and go. His right hand is jong directly Kagaya silver hair wrapped his arm snapped. This allows him to stand opposite Kagaya shocked. She was afraid Yamamoto Lu Yuan's heavy country and then out of that terrible fire capability. Horrible thing is really hard on not only outsmart rely on this. Fortunately, after Yamamoto old man hands free, and there is no direct pull Zanpakut. Instead conspire, the Zanpakut inserted into the ground beside him. Watching Kagaya, Yamamoto Lu Yuan's heavy country smiled. Then, its chest one. Was wearing a black dress is also an instant death tyrant's draw down. Wan heavens show in front of the community. Yamamoto is the old man that Jingzhuang upper body. Although old, but the muscles in the body is very tight, very visual impact. This is not to shock people can mouth a little. People most shocking, is Yamamoto old body that aspect numerous stab wounds, Jianhen. Seeing this, the entire heavens wan circles are somewhat shocking. Yamamoto Lu Yuan's heavy country name. After all, how many have experienced battle? After all, how much hurt? Yamamoto looked at the body of the core Jianhen, Zaraki Kenpeki eyes showing caution. Captain, is the captain. Suffered the injury, he was hacked to death more than people. As fast wait Yamamoto Yuan Lu hacked country people? Already uncountable dollars. Solutions that thousands of years ago, do not know how many innocent lives so that reduced to ashes. It is also because of this, Yamamoto Lu Yuan's heavy countries bind themselves, unless absolutely necessary, otherwise it should never be used as solutions. Is the fear, harm to countless ordinary life. Yamamoto looked Lu Yuan's heavy country scars, Kagaya's eyes flashed a hint of caution also. However, she still want to win this game. Kagaya eyes become firm. Dead bone pulse total kill dance. Kagaya growl, pale hands again shot numerous bone edge. The pale bone straight edge, Wang Zhao Zhao, then the whole body is inserted into countless snow and ice. Kagaya is holding a long knife blade bone Liang Bing, drove Byakugan direct rushed up. Yamamoto Yuan Lu so a vegetarian heavy wooden country look. Not to ignore the many side emerged out of the bone edge, although those every bone edges are mixed with a terrorist attack. Shunpo cast. Yamamoto old man's shadow flash. The next moment, the eyes of Kagaya widened. He has appeared in front of the Kagaya. Before looking at this beautiful face of Kagaya, Yamamoto old man mercilessly. Boom. Double bone. Terror fists already breaking the sound barrier in a direct bomber's Kagaya's body. Chapter 142. Kagaya's eyes were staring wide, and his eyes were filled with incredulity. She really couldn't figure out how Yamamoto Motonyasase Shigakuni achieved that speed just now. In desperation, the pale bone blades of Kagaya's hands pierced forward. Puff, the sound of the knife entering the body sounded. But she suffered more injuries. Yamamoto Motoyanajisai Shigakuni's double bones, but it can directly break Wanda Wise into a shattered existence. Kagaya's body is absolutely uncomfortable. She looked at the old Yamamoto, who was pierced by the ashes of his killing in her left arm, and flew out by herself. When he fell down not far away, Kagaya opened his mouth and spouted a puddle of blood. The snow surface was soaked with blood and stained red. Black Zetsu was extremely nervous. Mother! However, he looked at Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni in his eyes, but he looked like a dead person. If you kill the ashes of your mother, everything will turn into fly ashes. Black Zetsu smiled. But the next moment, a scene that made him stupefied appeared. I saw the old man Yamamoto on the battlefield with a solemn expression. He didn't even look at the left arm that he was hit by the CO-killing ashes. Stretching out his hand directly, Zanpakuto Regenjaka immediately activated. Under the countless shocking eyes of the heavens and worlds, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni directly cut off his left arm. Facing countless pale bone knives pouring out of the ground around him, he waved his right hand again. The endless flame once again enveloped the surrounding world. Kagaya's face changed drastically when he fell not far away, and he directly used the Heavens Royal to leave this space. Boom! Boom! 677 boom! 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 The terrifying hot flame erupted continuously, suppressing all the pale bone blades. For a long time, when there was only the sound of flames burning between heaven and earth, Yamamoto Jinyanagisai Shigakuni took the sword faintly, and took back all the flames in the surrounding heaven and earth. The flames subsided, and the surrounding world had turned into a scorched black. The snow mountain turned into a black volcano at this moment. The snow water rushed down and turned into a big river. Standing on the top of the mountain, Yamamoto Motoriusai Shigakuni, naked to the top, his eyes were extremely solemn. Although the broken left arm was fierce and painful, he directly suppressed it with a strong will. There was no sorrowful expression on his face due to pain. Only the solemn indifference of ultimate. This is the strongest Shinigami, Soul Society Godei 13 captain in 1,000 years. Yamamoto Motoyanagisai rejuvenates the country. 1. An old monster that has lived for nearly 2,000 years. Seeing the old man Yamamoto crushing Kagaya directly, the whole world didn't know how to shock. In One Piece world, Ajvd. The Whitebeard pirates, Foil Baista holds two swords, his eyes are full of solemn woods. Yamamoto Jinyanagisai Shigakuni, you are a powerful swordsman, worthy of the respect of swordsmen in the world. With that, Baista bowed directly to Yamamoto in his head. No one ridiculed this scene in the slightest. The Fishmen Island, Straw Hat Pirate Group. Zoro knotted three long swords around his waist, holding one in each hand, and biting the other in pain. Looking at the figure of Yamamoto Jinyanagisai Shigakuni, Zoro bowed deeply. Although he can't speak in his mouth, he has the truth in his heart. Yamamoto Jinyanagisai Shigakuni, you are a powerful swordsman. In the castle of Krina Island, Hawkeye held the supreme sharp knife in his hands, and his face was solemn. Slowly, under Perona's shocked eyes, Hawkeye slowly bends over. Yamamoto Jinyanagisai Shigakuni, it is the luck of my life to see you make a move. But, as a swordsman, I will treat you as the goal of my life to surpass. I hope that in this life, I can fight you in my strongest form. As Hawkeye said, his eyes were extremely firm. Perona's eyes widened, her eyes under her dark circles in disbelief. Hey, isn't it? Are you the world's #1 swordsman to give away? You should be like this. Perona almost fell out of midair, not to mention how surprised she was. Such a haughty person as Eagle Eye actually did such a thing. This is incredible. Hawkeye gave Perona a light look. I'm just an ordinary swordsman who pursues kendo. After saying this, Hawkeye sat in the chair again, sipping red wine. Perona flew over Hawkeye. Hey, what are you talking about? You are the #1 swordsman in the world. Just halfway through Perona's words, he reacted directly. Hawkeye has never admitted that he is the world's #1 swordsman. What he keeps all the time is a humble heart. Looking at Hawkeye, Perona fell into a long silence. At the same time, the Golden Lion laughed. But even so, there was still an unconcealable astonishment in his eyes. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni is really strong. Infinite Conqueror's haki appeared on Golden Lion's body. He also needs to become stronger and surpass such a strong one. Holy Land Marie Joyce. The old man in a kimono holding a sword, one of the 5 elders, stood up. The gaze under his eyes was full of solemnity and solemnity. Furthermore, in the surprised eyes of the remaining 4-5 elders, the old man in kimono bowed lightly. Yamamoto Motoyanagisai Shigakuni, the respect of all swordsmen you mean. Hokage world. Rao is based on Uchiha Madara's temperament, and he can't keep calm at this time. Looking at Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni, his eyes were full of surprise and sumu. Is Yamamoto Motoyanagisai Shigakuni? My class will definitely surpass you. However, the ability of 6 paths is more than that. Lord Madara's eyes were full of expectation. The 6 paths in his heart shouldn't be so weak. But he didn't want to think about it either. If Kaguya came to the current Hokage world, it must be people blocking and killing the gods, and the Buddha blocking and killing the Buddha. However, against Yamamoto Genryusei Shigakuni, how many chances does she have to win? Spirit Pet World. Looking at Yamamoto Motoryusei Shigakuni, who was standing topless, they were shocked and dull. Shanda was shocked to the point of incoherent. This Yamamoto, Kongwo, why is it so powerful? I thought his strength was just to serve as a foil for Kaguya. But how can his full strength be so powerful? Shanda was shocked, and his eyes were completely unable to maintain his composure. Little lowly Xiado made a face and retorted. Shandong University, how about this Yamamoto Genryusei? No matter how strong the country is, his strongest blow is not that it can't kill Kaguya. I think Kaguya will win this battle. Hearing Xiaodo's words, Oni-san, Broken Star, Gudong, and others nodded. Fatty Shanda was also a little helpless. That Kaguya's ability is too buggy. As soon as Yamamoto opened up, she hid in another space. How to fight this? Besides, such horrible moves must consume a lot of Yamamoto. Shanda Miu has some regrets. Yamamoto Motonyu is strong, but he met Kaguya. Hidden in other spaces, no matter how strong Yamamoto Genryusei is, it is useless. At the same time, most of the 10,000 worlds think that Yamamoto is nothing more than that. Although his strength is strong, he can't win this round. In the end, Kaguya must win. But in the heavens and worlds, countless or shocked, or shaking their heads, or helpless, or regretful eyes. Yamamoto Motoyanagisai Shigakuni looked at this world, and his eyes flashed with regret. Old man, I can finally use all my strength again. Hope the leaderboard will restore this space of yours. Otherwise, the old man will feel guilty. Chapter 143. Looked at the look of regret on Yamamoto Motoyanagisai Shigakuni's face. Listen to his confident words. The heavens and all realms are shocked. Shanda slapped his thigh. What's the meaning? This Yamamoto Genryusei Shigakuni, isn't this all his strength? The whole world is all ashes, Regen Jaka. With his fist and both bones, these 2 moves are all the strength. There is even stronger strength than this, no way. Shanda Miu said in shock. Little lowly Summer Doe curled her lips. It must be this old Yamamoto bluff. Sister Kaguya is hiding in another space. He wants to scare Sister Kaguya out. Shanda looked excited. Impossible. Didn't you read what Yamamoto said? He's afraid of ruining this space. How strong is this? Shanda was shocked again, and his mind was in estrus. I really can't imagine that there is any move that will be more powerful than the flame ability. Super God World. Listening to Yamamoto Genryusei Shigakuni's words, the angels were also stunned. After a while, Angel Yan smiled slightly. Impossible, that kind of flame temperature and range is already the strongest move. A mere human being cannot have any stronger strength. Yan said, I don't know if it is impossible to believe that little human beings can burst out stronger strength. The brain is still in estrus, already shocked. Lingzi, Zhixin, and others also nodded. They are more inclined, the old Yamamoto man is bluffing. Want to scare Kaguya out? Angel Cold has the same idea. Leng said proudly. In my opinion, both Tsutsuki Kagaya and Yamamoto Motonyagi Sai Shigakuni are nothing but this. Don't talk about Queen Gai Shat, as long as I am given the authority to execute the grand trial, I can kill both of them alone. Hearing that, many angels nodded. Their big trial is indeed very strong. No civilization can stop it. Gai Sha and Haki on the throne moved their eyes. The two looked at Yamamoto Jinyanagisai Shigakuni, and they always felt that he was not bluffing. Gai Sha's mouth was cocked, and she was very interested in this battle. Aboard the Devil Queen. Morgana plucked her temples and spoke. Hurry up, let me analyze the abilities of the old Yamamoto man. If you can get his power and send us a handful of demons, those shit angels are not opponents at all. A group of high-level demons complained endlessly, analyzing the data silently. Hokage World. Konoha, Hokage Office Building. Naruto looked at Yamamoto Jinyanagisai Shigakuni with envy and shock in his heart. Pointing to old Yamamoto, Naruto looked at Namikaze Minato and said, Dad, I will definitely become a strong person like him. At that time, I will become a Hokage like you, guarding the village. Looking at the innocent Naruto, Namikaze Minato smiled. But his eyes were firm, and he didn't mean to laugh at Naruto halfway. Naruto, Dad believes in you, come on. Naruto nodded deeply, yet. The faces of Senju Hashirama and others flashed slightly solemnly. That Tsutsuki Kagaya was already very strong, but this was completely suppressed by the old Yamamoto man. The abilities that were terrifying in their eyes were dispelled lightly by the old Yamamoto man. This kind of powerful all-round strength is really desperate. Seeing the old man Yamamoto say that he wants to burst out his full strength, Jiraiya started a discussion in the chat group at this time. Jiraiya at all members, I think this Yamamoto Yuanryu Zayagoko should still have the remaining strength, and he will soon see his full strength explode, so I look forward to it. And Jiraiya's words immediately drew rebuttals. Syato, I think this old Yamamoto man is bluffing. There is absolutely no way to be stronger. Kizaru maybe this old man really has some big tricks behind him. But I also think that his previous tricks are already very shocking. If it is stronger, it will be a bit pervert. Seeing Kizaru, the young lowly Natsum raised her small fist towards the mountain. Look, even the wretched Uncle Kizaru thinks so. Don't expect old man Yamamoto to have any stronger moves. When Broken Star heard the words, his heart suddenly became clear. Indeed. The old man Yamamoto's previous tricks were shocking enough. That has completely exceeded all the current figures on the list. If a stronger strength broke out again, it would make everyone a little bit unbelievable. Genos at Kizaru, I don't agree with you. What Yamamoto can do, my teacher can also do. But so far, I have never seen the limit of my teacher. It can't be denied that Yamamoto has no stronger strength. As Genos said, Kizaru and Jiraiya raised their eyebrows at the same time. Fatty Shonda hurriedly asked. Shonda I rely on. Your teacher is so scary. Why didn't you say it earlier, why didn't you hear your teacher? Genos' expression was slightly stunned, and Saitama's gaze also looked over at the same time. Janosch coughed awkwardly. Genos, in short, my teacher is very strong, I haven't seen his limit. For this reason, I believe that Yamamoto should have stronger strength. Tony and others were also a little surprised. Just then, in the Shinigami world, when all the team captains heard Yamamoto Genryuze Shigakuni's words, their expressions changed slightly. They looked at the words of everyone in the chat group, and they all smiled disdainfully. Pupil Hitsugayachware's pupils trembled slightly. Captain, do you want to use Bankai? Kuratsuka Mayuri licked his mouth, with unparalleled expectation in his eyes. Komamura Seijin trembled, and the dog's head kept shaking. Captain, do you really want to solve it? Everyone's eyes are full of incredible. Sister Hwa looked at Yamamoto Genryuze Shigakuni's serious face, and the smile between her eyebrows turned serious. His eyes kept flashing through the scenes of Godi I-13 when it was first established. Godi I-13 was a pure killer organization. Captain Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni is a terrifying murderer. He, who had no scruples back then, made friends Habich even more tremble. Zaraki Kenpake's mouth cracked and smiled. Captain, I can finally see that you have solved it. Kirako Shunsui's eyes were full of caution under the brim of his hat. Satsuki Kagaya. Your ability may be able to survive under my Kaiten Kaikotsu. But Ken fire is too knife. Kirako Shunsui did not continue thinking, because he didn't know how powerful the captain's solution was. In the battlefield, the shirtless Yamamoto Motoyanagi Sai Shigakuni slowly lifted the long sword. His eyes were indifferent. The majesty sounded like quietly spoken words. The heavens and all realms are quiet. Everyone stared at Yamamoto's movements. Next moment, he read the sentence gently. Bankai, Ken fire is too knife. Chapter 144. Dull voice resounded in the ears. Heaven's one world, the world of silence at this moment. As if everything, in this scene to greet the impending general. In the Sui Palace. Aizen's expression never before dignified. Eyes firmly fixed on the fast-weight Yamamoto Yuanlu country, Aizen's heart race a little nervous. The kind of thing you want to appear. Aizen and remembered the mouth, the eyes of a caution. All under the command of a public gag 10 edge and gazed at the battlefield. Ichimarujin smiles are one close look. Yamamoto looked at the captain's forbearance solution. Rao is his heart and mind, at the moment are difficult to maintain calm. Tosen can aim to mention. Although he is blind, but the heavens battlefield projection in mind, the picture appears directly in his brain. Watching never seen commander solution, Tosen can aim heart faint excited. This is the strength of his desire. This world. Kurosaki Ichigo, who is also the 677 eyes widened, did not want to miss any screen. Kurosaki Ichigo this time is in the chat group, to Jiraiya, who introduced the Shikai with the solution. Kurosaki Ichigo, Heaven's one world everyone, you just saw, nothing but Yamamoto captain of Shikai. In our world, each Shinigami's Zanpakuto has two forms, the first is the Shikai. As for the second, it is to have the solution. Even my Shinigami agent solution can now captain of it. Kurosaki Ichigo his words. Heaven's one is a quiet community. Kizaru, little brother, what do you say? Kind called Shikai, but also the solution? Moment, everyone is shocked speechless. Everyone gazed at fast-weight Yamamoto Yuanlu country. Under the watchful eye of the Heaven's One community. Zanpakuto temperature Yamamoto Lu Yuanzai heavy hand of the country on the rise. The blade surface and not much change, but what horrible things are in the pipeline in general. Alexander swallowed, do not say a word to staring at the battlefield. Peace, hey, nothing changes it. The solution, it seems I also like nothing special. Tony at Kurosaki Ichigo, yes you said you had a stronger solution than Shikai? Shikai may have Sky Flame, which has the solution, nothing Chat group emerged in a time of questioning voice again. But in this case, snow and ice between heaven and earth. Yuanlu fast weight Yamamoto country in the hands of Zanpakuto slowly inserted into the ground. That this is no change in the long knives just touch the ground. Or even just close to the tip. Boom. 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 Skyfire instantly engulfed everything. Yamamoto indifferent between Lu Yuanzai heavy country, everything broke off. If conception to the outbreak of ultimate. Whether snow about, or land of mountains. All in all, at the moment are engulfed in flames. Aizen Suk, captain of Zanpakuto, only had a solution before the millennium. The residue fire knife too have seen people, called Jianhao fire. The one thing to hit the full burn of Bayan. Captain Shikai region Jaka, temperature Zanpakuta is equivalent to the sun's surface. As for the solution, Aizen put away for a time to speak, and did not go on. For a time, the heavens' wand circles are instantly nervous. Kizaru at Aizen-suke, what has been the equivalent? There is the sun's surface temperature Shikai, which too can pale ba. I finally know that Kaguya facing what is the degree of pressure. Martial office, Kizaru has a touch of the eyes cannot hide the horror. He thought Aizen words. Yamamoto Lu Yuan's heavy country hit him, may not need the solution. Just the power and range Shikai, he has completely withstand the elementalization doesn't work. The horrible spread of the flames, coupled with the high temperature on the surface of the sun. His Kizaru's speed will turn into flying ash even if he is faster. Aside Sengoku picked up the teacup, ready to take a sip of water to be shocked. At Aizen-suke, Lande, what exactly is the solution equivalent to? Shanda was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. His heart was full of shock. That's the temperature of the sun's surface. If that sort of fierce fire descends on their world, all the polar eater beasts will be destroyed in an instant, right? What king-level polar eater? What kind of mana ecology will all turn into fly ash in an instant? Shanda was shocked. Shikai alone is so powerful. He couldn't imagine how terrifying the explanation of Captain Yamamoto would be. Syato at Aizen-suke, Lan, how powerful is old Yamamoto's solution? Now Doubted no longer feels that the old man Yamamoto is inferior to Kaguya. Because her Lande came out to explain, she was very convinced. And this time, little lowly Syato counted with her fingers. The temperature of the sun's surface. How strong will it be? Forgive her, she doesn't have this concept at all. Tony at Aizen, Lanshan, Yamamoto's Shikai is the surface of the sun. Don't you tell me that the solution is the temperature inside the sun. As a scientist, Tony is already shocked. His steel suit, let alone the surface of the sun. Just being close to the sun a certain distance, he can't bear it directly. How strong is this Yamamoto Yuanyani use a heavy country? He has completely lost the concept. The faces of the big men in the Marvel universe have changed a little. The temperature on the surface of the sun is a bit exaggerated. It is hard to imagine that this is achieved by a person by his own strength, rather than relying on technology. If this is relying on technology, they are not surprised at all. They can also produce hydrogen bombs, and the temperature of the sun can also reach. But Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni is an individual. A person can possess that level of strength. This is too scary. Under all the tension and anticipation of the heavens and the world. Aizen-suke, Yamamoto's forbearance, the blade temperature is equivalent to the core of the Sunday. If he is solved in our world, the power of terror will directly squeeze the entire world's moisture out a little bit. What? The entire heavens and all realms are setting off an earth-shattering earthquake. In the marshal's office. As soon as Sengoku drank it, a shocking sip of water came out. His face is full of expressions like "you are teasing me." Akainu's magma is generally only a few thousand degrees, which is 5.3 after the ranking ability is strengthened. Before it was strengthened, it was just over 1000 degrees, and it could reach 2000 degrees in one burst. That is already the limit. Now, Sengoku does not know the limits of Akainu. But a few thousand degrees is the sky. However, the surface of the sun. Sun core. How high is that temperature? Sengoku was a little surprised. Between the stunned. He remembered a word Vegapunk had said. According to this genius scientist who has led the world for 500 years, the surface temperature of the sun is more than 5000 degrees. This is similar to the current Akainu, and he can accept it. But Vegapunk also said, the core temperature of the sun. What a terrifying 15 million degrees. What is this concept? Sengoku was stunned. There is only one sentence in my mind. This is the power that humans can possess. Chapter 145. At this moment, not only Sengoku, but most people in the heavens and all realms have only this idea in their hearts. 15 million degrees. This is what a person can have. The marshal's office was silent. Even Akainu, who has always been arrogant and thinks that I can go to me, is a misfire. Looking at Yamamoto Motoyanagisai Shigakuni standing in the battlefield. Just standing there, the endless flames swallowed the world. This is the real Flame Kun King. The magma of his Akainu is compared in front of him, which is a real difference between clouds and mud. Qingxiang was even more uncomfortable. As one of the three admiral, his ability is the opposite of freezing against the heat. But his freezing, in front of Yamamoto Jinyanagisai Shigakuni, looked like a child playing a house. Facing the old man Yamamoto, his strength may be suppressed by less than 70%. You can only use the out-of-body technique to fight against it. The ability of frozen fruit will be completely suppressed and will not be used at all. Garp was also a little shocked and panicked inside. In the past, he was a marine hero, and he was better than the three admiral. In detail, even if Garp's strength is not as good as that of Whitebeard at his peak, it will definitely not be much worse. After all, he was able to chase One Piece Roger all over the world. The living marine legend. But now, look at the great strength of Yamamoto Motoyanagisai. Garp suddenly felt that he was too far behind, and some were deeply shocked. Garp thinks so, and the many pirates in the pirate world are even more full of this kind of thinking. Aboard the New World Mobile, Whitebeard's eyes froze, and he shook his head slightly. At this time, Whitebeard, although with blonde hair and a sturdy body, is even more burly, revealing unparalleled strength. But standing on the side of the ship, his figure showed a trace of loneliness. No one can actually accept this matter. I thought I was the top group of people in the world, one of the few strong people in the world. But after the leaderboard appeared, I found that there were many people who were as strong as myself. There are even existences like Yamamoto and Kagaya that they can't resist at all. It feels uncomfortable to be pulled from the highest point to the middle or even the lower level. Seeing Whitebeard's back, all the captains were silent. At this time, Ace's eyes were full of firmness. He looked at Whitebeard and said seriously, "Father, no matter when, you are the unmatched daddy in our hearts. You are the strongest daddy in the hearts of our sons. I also believe that you will eventually catch up, and even surpass that Yamamoto Motoyanagisai Shigakuni." Ace's words are extremely firm and serious. Whitebeard turned away and looked at Ace. Marco and the team captains also had firm eyes at this time, and were infected by Ace's words. "Papa, we believe in you. You, the most powerful father in our hearts." Looking at his own group of sons, Whitebeard's eyes trembled. Speaking of, he was shocked to see that Yamamoto was so powerful. But the heart of the strong has never been suppressed. His fighting spirit has never stalled for a moment. Looking at a group of sons, Whitebeard laughed. "Cool la la la. Cool la la la. My group of good sons. Father, of course I will become a stronger person." Boom. The big knife hung on the ground, and the huge Moby DK was slightly shaken. From Whitebeard, Ace, and others felt an unprecedented fighting spirit and haki. Among naval headquarters, Garp, Sengoku, and 3 Admiral. Several people are flushed. Just now, it was the shock and heart tremor caused by the strength of Yamamoto Genryusai. But now, it is the explosion that is suppressed to ultimate. Garp laughed. "Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni, the old man will definitely surpass you and fight your powerful flame ability." Sengoku's eyes also condensed. His big Buddha may not grow to tens of meters, or even 100 meters, kilometers. Kizaru, Aokiji, and Akainu also flashed a firm will in the eyes of the 3. They must improve their strength. First battle on the power list. They have been released from their shackles. Everything is possible. The Sea Emperors of New World are also high-spirited. However, the likes of Doflamingo, Blackbeard, Gecko Moria, and others have completely lost the idea of confronting Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni. The eyes under Dover's glasses had shrunk to a point. His fu-fu-fu-fo laughter had long since disappeared. All that was left was his trembling figure. Gecko Moria felt a deep despair. This is more desperate than the despair that the crew was killed by Kaido. The strength of Yamamoto Motoyanagisai Shigakuni made him totally unable to resist. He even felt, if Yamamoto Motoyanagi Saijukoku came to the pirate world, the whole world is not enough for one person to fight. Blackbeard shivered even more, hiding in the dark. Yamamoto Motoyusai Shigakuni's strength excited him, but he didn't have the guts to think he could catch up. I can only sigh in the dark for the powerful strength of the old Yamamoto. Hokage World. Uchiha Madara in Akatsuki's body trembled. Kagaya's retreat at the Six Paths level made him feel incredible. In his mind, the meaning of Six Paths is supreme. He has always thought, as long as he succeeds in reaching that level, he will be invincible in the world. No one in the entire ninja world is his opponent. Even the heavens and worlds, there will be few rivals. But, see you now. Standing steadily at the Six Paths level, even in Six Paths, he is not a weak Satsuki Kagaya. But Yamamoto was beaten like a turtle. This made Madara's heart a little unacceptable. I kept shaking my head in my heart, and my long-term will was severely impacted. Impossible, impossible. Six Paths, it can't be so weak. Kagaya must have some tricks, there must be some abilities that he hasn't used. Madara thought so and looked forward to Kagaya's next performance. Class 677 is like this. Black Zetsu couldn't accept it even more, desperately shouting in his heart. Impossible. How could mother not be able to beat that old man? The strength of my mother is very strong. The power of 10 tails in mom's body is useless, right? Mom and 10 tails. Mom will definitely win. Besides, the old man Yamamoto is completely unable to deal with the mother's Tianzi Yuzhong. He doesn't have the power of time and space. Brother Prince looked at the battlefield, his brows were also frowning tightly. His big move, Kamui, is just a small skill for Kagaya. In addition, the heavenly Yachu is much stronger than his Kamui. But even so, Kagaya was still heavily suppressed by Yamamoto. This made the prince brother a little unacceptable, and the blow was too great. In the battlefield, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni gathered the flames slightly, watching the world burnt. The snow-capped mountains were long gone, and everything that replaced them was scorched. But Kagaya's figure has not been seen for a long time. Frowned slightly. Yamamoto Yuanyani Yuzei Shigakuni said indifferently. If you don't come out, the old man will really destroy this space. After waiting for a while, Kagaya didn't get the slightest response. Yamamoto Motoyanagisai Shigakuni shook his head helplessly. Since that battle, the old man has decided not to solve it. But since it is the battlefield of the heavens, it will not harm the innocent. The old man is serious. Kenhuo Tadeo. East, Rising Sun Blade. Chapter 146. Words fall. Yamamoto Jinyanagisai Shigakuni faintly lifted the knife. The breath of terror gradually rose. All the flames are condensed on the blade. The moisture in the surrounding air of Zanpakut was all evaporated, and the terrifying temperature gradually increased. An extremely terrifying temperature was condensed on the knife body, and everyone in the heavens and the world was discolored. What the hell is that? Such a terrifying temperature, what is it? Is this an old man Yamamoto's trick? It seems to be too strong. The temperature on the knife body gradually approached an incomprehensible level. The core of the sun. 15 million degrees. And in this process, the surrounding world is gradually collapsing. The space began to show signs of instability. Heavenly Royal. This is Kagaya's snare of blood succession, and one of the abilities of Sharingan in reincarnation. It can be said that it is just a time and space ninjutsu. Although it is much stronger than the prince and the 55 Kai Kamui. But in the end, it is still a time and space ninjutsu. Maintaining this space requires Kagaya's massive amount of chakra and pupil power. As the master of 10 tails Jinkraki and chakra, the total amount of Kagaya chakra is endless. The pupil power is also unfathomable. However, her endurance still has an upper limit. Take 10,000 steps back. Her chakra can bear it. But the space created by Heaven's imperial palace does not necessarily bear the ground. The temperature of Zanpakuto in the hands of the old man Yamamoto continued to rise, gradually approaching an extremely terrifying state. As if it was cut with a single knife, everything will be turned into ashes. In the spirit cage world, little lowly Doudou was no longer on Kagaya's side. Her eyebrows were full of shock. Look at it, after the old Yamamoto said that, the temperature in the battlefield was already terrifying to the extreme. When Broken Star and others heard this, the eyebrows were also greatly shocked. Bai Yuekui said coldly at this time. More than. Around the knife, cracks in the dark space even began to spread. What? Several people are blinking in an instant. Taking a closer look, several people discovered the slightly distorted space cracks around Region Jaka. On the battlefield, Yamamoto Jinyanagisai Shigakuni shook his head slightly. Your Excellency, still try this sword. Looking at the constantly stable surrounding space, the old man Yamamoto felt helpless. He wanted to use the Ken Fire Tato directly to make Kagaya retreat and solve the battle. But Kagaya hid in another space and began to compete with him in strength. It's like Aizen was in Hueco Mundo across the world, putting him under pressure. That leaves him bound, and dare not use all his strength. As the guardian of Soul Society, he has too many things to consider. It is no longer the man who killed decisively like an evil spirit back then. But in this battlefield of the heavens, his Yamamoto Motoyanagi Sai Shigakuni didn't have the slightest scruples. It is easy to fight the country, but it is difficult to keep the country. After taking over as the Zero Team and guarding Soul Society, he has been restrained all the time. But now, he was finally able to turn into the werewolf who sealed the Friends of Habich back then. Yamamoto Jinyanagisai Shigakuni has a solemn face. Then please welcome me with this sword. Speaking lightly, Yamamoto Motoyanagisai Shigakuni slowly swung the knife. There is no fierce deflagration, no monstrous flame. Only an understatement. This moment, the complexions of all the strong in the Shinigami world have changed. Ken Fire is to knife. East. Sunburst. It really appeared. The captains of Soul Society were shocked and excited. Daiguren Haranmaru, behind elementary school student Hitsugaya, even expressed fear. The information revealed to him faintly changed Hitsugaya Chuira's face. What, you can't even solve it in front of Ken Huotato? There was shock on Hitsugaya's face. I thought Haranmaru, his red face, could not be as good as Region Jaka, but it would not be much worse. But the ideal is very plump, the reality is skinny. What Zanpakuto passed to him was that he couldn't even solve it. In front of Ken Huotato, all ice and snow abilities were suppressed. Sister Hwa's eyes were full of shock. Even though she had seen it once, she was still shocked by the strength of the captain's solution. This is simply not a power that humans can have. The captain of Godi I-13, Yamamoto Motoyanagi Sai Shigakuni. He is a living legend. The 2nd Division captain, Broken B, was shocked all over his face. The captain does not liberate Zanpakuto, which is equivalent to their Shikai, or even more. Captain Shikai, their solutions are incomparable. As for the final solution, then there is no need to think about it. The gap is simply a big difference. After making a comparison in my mind, Broken B has all the desire to die. It's really harder to compare people to others, and to shop around. Their Zanpakuchikai interpretation is almost like a child's toy in front of Captain Yamamoto Motoyanagi Saishikai. To say that she is vulnerable is to praise her. The broken bee has not experienced it yet, and the second lore was completely suppressed by Aizen with Ryutsu. If she had experienced it, her heart would be even more desperate. The same goes for Byakuya Kukaki's heart. I used to think that Yamamoto's captain was strong, but he hadn't really seen it before. No one will pay too much attention to something that has not been personally experienced. Byakuya once even thought that his Beiti sword could fight the battle against the captain. Now it seems. Komamura Seijin couldn't even hold up any resistance in his heart. Gauta stood there and couldn't imagine how tragically he would die next time with this move. Kurako Shunsui's heart was equally shocked. The eyes under the brim of the hat were full of surprise. As the proud student of Yamamoto's old man, he often confronted his teacher. But today Kurako Shunsui only knows. How powerful is that meticulous old man who values the rules very much. Under everyone's gaze. In the battlefield. Yamamoto Motoyaji Sai Shigakuni swiped a knife, and the world silenced. The crack in the dark space was cut open with a single knife. The surrounding world burned by flames turned into a scorch. Everything is back to the beginning. Ken Huo Tato, Dong, Rising Sun Blade, is to concentrate all the heat of the flame on the tip of the knife. Although it doesn't burn, it doesn't explode. However, it will wipe out everything you reach without a trace. Kaguya, who was hiding in another space in the Celestial Palace, directly vomited blood, Wang Zhao, under the knife of the old man Yamamoto. Originally, the fist of the old man Yamamoto had already caused her very serious injuries. Right now, the injury is added. Kaguya's face turned pale, but she still persisted. Coming to the surrounding space is full of magma. After discovering that there is no Kaguya, old Yamamoto swung his sword again. The sword that shattered the surrounding space was swung again. Kaguya vomited blood again. Her face grew paler. One by one, time and space were destroyed. One can imagine how terrifying the backlash Kaguya endured. Looking at the last desert space left, Kaguya's face became distorted. I must kill you more. Kaguya roared. This scene made the heavens and all realms speak different things. And the Hokage world was even more trembling. The whole ninja world was like an earthquake, as if it couldn't bear Kaguya's monstrous anger. In fact, all the tail beasts in each ninja village were out of control and broke out. Chapter 147 Hokage World. The tail beasts in the Jinchuriki in the major ninja villages run wild at the same time. They watched Kaguya's roar and were involuntarily aroused tyrannical emotions. The country of Wind Tsunagakuer. Gaara desperately suppressed the roar of Shao Crane in his body. But even with the blessing of the power of the seal, Shao he still roared frantically in pain. Gaara couldn't bear that kind of extreme crazy state. One tail Shao he broke out. Kirigakuer, the land of water. The three tails inside Jinchuriki Yagura also ran away in an instant. Three tails ramped up in Kirigakuer, and the roads and streets on the edge of the village were instantly destroyed. Six tails broke out directly in the center of the village, and the terrifying tailed beast bomb swept all over. Countless ninjas died miserably. Rock Shinobi Village. 4 tails and 5 tails broke out at the same time, making Onoki miserable. 7 tails, the only tailed beast that does not belong to the 5 major nations, also flew directly, staggering and flying in the sky. While flying, there was also a roar. Thunder Country Cloud Shinobi Village. The 2-tailed Jinchuriki in the village collapsed directly by wooden golem and did not bear it for half a minute. Niu directly broke through the seal and wrecked the surrounding buildings. 4th Raikage's face was ugly, and he was about to turn his head and rush out to suppress the second tail. 677. But the perfect Jinchuriki killer bee beside him has a sullen expression. This made fourth Raikage say different things instantly. Killer Bee is a perfect Jinkraki, able to completely control Eight Tails Jiki. But at this time, Killer Bee insisted. Big brother, I can't bear it anymore. Next moment, the terrifying and powerful tailed beast bomb directly razed the movie office building. Fourth Raikage's face is extremely ugly. Unexpectedly, they Tenten talked about Konoha's nine tails chaos. Laughing at Konoha, even his own tail beast couldn't help it. It's good now. Fell on his head. Fourth Raikage AI man has a headache, alone suppressing the running away eight tails. And Konoha. In the nine tails chaos, Konoha was very embarrassed. The young fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato died in that disaster. Naruto's miserable childhood also began there. But now, 13 years have passed. Konoha's nine tails run wild again. Naruto didn't even have time to react, and nine tails rushed out of his body. Namikaze Minato wants to help his son Naruto. But the negative nine tails in his body also broke out directly. He had to desperately suppress the nine tails in his body, and he couldn't take care of himself. But Namikaze Minato couldn't draw a hand. At this time, Konoha, but powerful, gathered. Not only third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, but also Sunin Bis Jiraiya and Tsunade. This is only high-level combat power. As for the top level, Might Guy is standing on the side. As soon as the 8th gate opened, no one in the shinobi world could stop it. Besides, you regard first Hokage Senju Hashirama as a decoration. Watching nine tails inside Naruto run wild. Senju Hashirama is very relaxed, not nervous at all. With a slight smile, Senju Hashirama slapped with both hands. Call what comes and what technique is activated. Wooden Golem Jutsu, Wooden Golem Jutsu. Subsequently, under the shocking eyes of many villagers in Konoha, I saw the Hokage office building was directly broken through by a thick tree trunk. A huge wooden golem stands between heaven and earth. Nine Tails was hugged in front of his chest. No matter how he roared, he could not do any harm to Konoha. The Nine Tails chaos 13 years ago. Today, 13 years later, Nine Tails is rioting again. But the results on the two occasions were completely opposite. All the villagers in Konoha shouted in an instant. Senju Hashirama now looks at Sarutobi Hiruzen and Namikaze Minato. Monkey, 4th generation, look. Suppressing this thing can kill people. Senju Hashirama's strange voice came. This makes Sarutobi Hiruzen's old face. Namikaze Minato was also very embarrassed and didn't know what to say. And the tail beast chaos in the Hokage world is just a prelude. Kaguya in the battlefield, relieved of the heavenly imperial court. She and Yamamoto Motoyanagi Saiju rejoined the country and returned to the battlefield, half of the land and half of the sea. Satsuki Kaguya, for the first time, also faced the unresolved Kenhuo Tato. Kaguya's pale face was full of disbelief. Seeing through time and space, and seeing it with your own eyes are two different things, Ajft. Kaguya felt as if he was staring at a small sun right now. Staring at a small sun so close. And Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shigakuni's figure holding a sword just appeared. Half of the sea in the battlefield boils directly. Countless steam surging from the sea. The steam was squeezed out even for an instant. The sea level dropped rapidly. They all surrendered under the power of the burning sword. But Kaguya. Satsuki Kaguya. This pure and simple woman who was once kind and honest is full of unwillingness at this moment. This unwillingness turned into anger, and Kaguya's pale face became hideous. Under the watchful eye of 10,000 realms, Kaguya's own state became extremely unstable. Finally, a roar runs through the sky. In the world, there was a huge white monster resembling a rabbit. Akatsuki within the organization. As early as when Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni swiped that knife, Black Zetsu's heart was cold. He thought that his mother was going to lose this game. But now, Black Zetsu's heart is excited again. Mommy mommy! Become 10 tails, win this one! Mommy mommy! Black Zetsu shouted excitedly. In the battlefield, the huge white ferocious monster looked at the tiny human with a sword in front of him. Roar! The world is full of tearing sounds. The monster roared ferociously at Yamamoto. It opened its huge mouth, and a terrifying black ball was condensed in its mouth. That kind of breath is filled with a sense of wiping everything out. Countless people trembled. This thing, once touched, will die, right? The pitch-black sphere in front of the monster's ferocious mouth is getting bigger and bigger. From the initial tens of meters, it gradually expanded to hundreds of meters. Even the diameter is hundreds of meters in the end. The terrifying pitch-black sphere condenses the power of annihilating everything, making countless powerful people change their colors. Hokage World. Uchiha Madara is already shocked, not to mention it. That kind of black thing is definitely not tailed beast bomb. Kaguya turned into 10 tails, although it looks a little weird. It's not so hideous, but it's so cute. But at least he knew what 10 tails looked like. But this pitch-black sphere is definitely not as simple as the tailed beast bomb of ordinary tail beasts. Does he still know tailed beast bomb? He used to control 9 tails and Haxi Llama in a battle. So, the huge pitch-black sphere, it is likely to be. Ban's heart suddenly sank. This is the truth-seeking ball that symbolizes the power of 6 paths. But Madara stared at the huge pitch-black sphere hundreds of meters in diameter in front of the monster in shock. Such a big truth-seeking ball. See you for the first time in his class. Sage of 6 paths, who is hiding in the dark and peering at the ninja world, Yui, the big filial son, is also shocked. Why didn't mom use this trick in the battle between me and Hamura? Thinking of Tsutsuki Kaguya at the time, Sage of 6 Paths was full of different opinions. Could it be Kaguya didn't use all his strength at the time? Chapter 148. Sage of 6 Paths. I thought so. In fact, Kaguya is such a simple woman. I never thought I would be betrayed by my 2 sons. Back then, she swallowed the fruit of the sacred tree for the 2 children in her womb and used it to produce infinite Tsukuyomi. But whoever thinks her 2 sons betrayed her? That battle, Kaguya lost. Maybe more, because of the heartache and weakness of being betrayed by the 2 sons. So in the end, Kaguya was discouraged and gave up resistance. Only then will Hei and Hamura be successfully sealed and become the moon of the ninja world today. Shinigami World. Godei 13. Looking at the huge black ball in front of the monster's mouth, it revealed an extremely terrifying power. The aura of annihilation filled the air. All Captain Shinigami frowned. Although they don't think the captain can stop this move. However, they involuntarily pulled themselves into the battlefield. If they meet that trick, let alone the odds of winning, the hope of surviving is very slim. All the captains were silent, their eyes fixed on the situation on the battlefield. Only Zaraki Kenpeki, this madman who loves killing, was trembling with excitement. Watching Kaguya's terrifyingly swelling truth-seeking ball, there was no trace of fear between Zaraki Kenpeki's eyebrows. Yes, only the excitement that is so intense to ultimate. This man who looked like a beast was completely ignited. Ha 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 ha. This is the fight I love. When Zaraki Kenpeki mentioned no Zarashi, he slashed with 2 swords. The powerful golden sword energy once again destroyed the building that had been destroyed by him. This time, it was completely in ruins. The captains all covered their faces. Kurako Shunsui's eyes were full of smiles under the brim of his hat. Captain Zaraki, wait for the old man to come back and clean you up. After listening to Kurako Shunsui's words, Zaraki Kenpeki didn't care. His beastly eyes rolled and stared at Kurako Shunsui. The fierce gaze seemed to swallow Kurako Shunsui. See this scene. Kurako Shunsui quickly spread his hands. Captain Zaraki, you can't shoot me. I don't want to fight with you, lunatic. That being said. But there was no tension in his heart. Even if Zaraki Kenpeiga does something to him, he is not afraid at all. His Kurako Shunsui's strength is ranked high among all captains. In addition to the old Yamamoto, there is also Aizen who has defected. Among the remaining captains, the only ones that made him invisible were first-generation Kenpeiga and Anohanaretsu. Sister Hwa was a figure of the same age as the captain, and she was also a decisive werewolf. Although Mimi's smile everywhere nowadays, she doesn't often interact with people. But this one has another title. That's Weno Flower Yachiryu. Known as the Master, all the swordsmanship in this world. The existence of Dogu seek defeat in Kendo. So except for these three, Kurako Shunsui is not afraid of anyone. Zaraki Kenpeiga passed Kurako Shunsui for a while, and the ferocious breath of the beast disappeared slightly. It's boring to fight with you. It's not that I haven't played. I'm going to have a vigorous fight in the battlefield of the heavens. The candidate for the next game must be me. Zaraki Kenpeiga said so. Many captains around are silent. No one wants to provoke this lunatic. If he wants to fight, let him go. Scourge the people of Hokage's world, don't do harm to their captains. This world. Masked Legion. Hirako Shinji's eyes were shocked, and he was excited physically and mentally as he watched the battle between the two. Finally saw the captain's solution. It was so shocking. And, that Kaguya is also very strong. I can use the power of annihilation, and I look forward to how the captain can take this trick. Hunk Hachigen nodded. Bankai, Kenhuo is too knifed. Regent Jaka deserves to be the strongest Zanpakuto in the hot system. Everyone nodded. Yadomaru Lisa in a sailor suit spoke at this time. The combat effectiveness of the captain is really lacking. I think he needs to have 2,000 punches to solve him. I see 3,000 cars. I see 4,000 cars. Maguruma Kensei yelled with a dark face. Don't make any noise. I think there must be 99,999 cars. Hirako Shinji and others nodded decently. Kwangzai's face became darker and extremely ugly. Ichigo here. Several of them were so shocked that they were speechless. Ichigo's heart is full of frustration. Not to mention the forbearance of Captain Yamamoto, just talk about Kaguya's trick to inflate the truth-seeking ball. The destructive power conceived in it made Ichigo totally unable to resist. 0. Look for flowers. It is simply the level of destroying the world. Ishida and Sato were even more shocked. The two of them stared wide, unable to speak at all. Whether it is Kaguya's swelling truth-seeking ball, or Yamamoto Motoyanagisai Shigakuni's relieving the cannibalism Tato. Neither of these is something they can understand. The difference in strength is too far. The two sides are not of the same magnitude at all, so they cannot understand at all. Inu Orium did not pay much attention to the two in the battlefield. Her eyes kept on Kurosaki Ichigo. Seeing Ichigo's shocked expression and the deep desire in his eyes, Inu Orium's heart was a little moved. Kurosaki, I will definitely be by your side. With you, we will walk the path of becoming stronger together. Let's do it, Kurosaki classmate. Inu Orium has a firm expression, and the skirt flutters with the wind. Hair is flying in the ears. This highlights that Inu Orium is particularly beautiful. Kurosaki Ichigo said at this moment, Nana. We invaded Soul Society and rescued Rukia. But how can this old Yamamoto deal with it? I don't know if store manager Urahara can do anything about it. Ichigo's eyes are full of worry. If there is no way to deal with Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni, it would be difficult for them to rescue Rukia. And Kurosaki Ichigo thought so, only to see Urahara Kisuke. The faces of Shihao and Yuryuaki and Kurosaki Ishin were shocked. Seeing the overwhelming relief of Kenhuo, the two of them couldn't keep calm at all. This is too scary. Kurosaki Ishin couldn't help saying. Yes, the captain's answer is so shocking. Yueki murmured too. Harakisuk was relatively less shocked. He can barely maintain his composure. And what he is thinking at this moment is completely another matter. Seeing that Yamamoto Motonyasase is so powerful, his worries about Aizen are slightly lessened. If it gets to the end, presumably Captain Yamamoto will kill Aizen at all costs, right? Yueki lost his voice at this time. Look, the earth is trembling, Kagaya's move is taken. When Harakisuk thought so. In the battlefield, the expansion of Kagaya's truth-seeking ball has reached a limit. The terrifying power swept all over the place, and the terrible pressure swept towards Yamamoto Motoyanagisai Shigakuni alone. What? Chapter 149. At this moment, earth roar, sea trembling. All rewind airflow, completely withstand the collapse started off. The heavens won community many people's eyes. Perspective list will be opened. Everyone saw the two warring planet. At the moment I saw the planet tremble, as if the bear attack this move as Kagaya wants to shatter. Truth-seeking ball expanded their path, everything is turned into nothingness. Everything count them being swallowed. See the heavens won circles this scene were shocked face. In the Sui Palace. Aizen careful eye on the throne. His Kaika Suijutsu after all kid systems and Pakut. Although the strength of extremely powerful, but in this top-on-one battle, not dominant. If today is his last Kagaya. Although he was confident it will prevail. But faced with this trick expansion truth-seeking ball, he will be made a mess. If you want to win it without injury Tsutsuki Kagaya, he will at least 677 also have the successful integration Hugyaku, and the completion of a stage of evolution of the job. Aizen eyes full of thought. But at the moment, the face of Kagaya is fast wait Yamamoto Yuanlu country. It is the captain of the Soul Society. Yamamoto's Zanpakut, but the hotline of the strongest Rijinjaka direct attack system. This is more convenient than his own Kaika Suijutsu more. Large-scale cooperation, the burning of Rijinjaka do everything in this great battle advantage. Aizen eyes faint thinking, seriously looked at two battlefield. He also curious, Yamamoto Lu Yuanzai heavy country, how could it be to take over Kagaya Armageddon blow? And Aizen although relatively calm. But under his command but had a public Espada is about to explode. Espada's second began a cold heart. He was once the king of the virtual ring of the year still feel, Soul Society together is not his opponent. After Aizen came Hueco Mundo, although with powerful strength to conquer him, so he did not temper. But for the Soul Society, he was very scornful. And now look. A lot of people in this world stronger than his. The commander Yamamoto Lu Yuanzai heavy country, will be able to strike a second to him. His heart can survive no confidence in his men. Looked at two small black World War II, the heart is raising a trace of desire. He wants more strength, so as to better allegiance to Aizen, loyal to the king of his mind. Grimjo is the expression of shock, disbelief all over his face. Look joke of it. How could there be so strong awe? The Soul Society captain, turned out to have such strong strength. Grimjo heart a shock, totally cannot imagine if they face Yamamoto fate will be like the old man. The Ichimaru Jintosen can aim although too surface calm. But the two men inside it is a shock. Although they are Godai 13 captain level characters. But I have never seen Commander Yamamoto Lu Yuanzai country really heavy shot. Now saw it, they were shocked to be added. Like a proud day on weekdays, except Aizen who refuses to accept Espada for the first time all misfiring. They looked at fast wait Yamamoto Yuanlu country, none of them feel that they are their opponents. Virtual day papes in the night so silent, people continue to look at the battlefield and that Armageddon scenario. And now in the battlefield. Kagaya expansion of truth-seeking ball Yamamoto had almost approaching the old man. Force devoid of help on its surface, everything will be all around horde. Yamamoto Lu Yuanzai heavy country looked at the clouds, just like Shell's Mishi general sense of expansion truth-seeking ball. Old face flashed a slight dignified. Subsequently, Yamamoto old man once again brought right hand Zanpakut. Ryotsu outbreak of terror. Yamamoto Lu Yuanzai country again heavy knife toward the front split. Rising sun is still a knife edge. Overhaul knife 2 ghastly 15 million degree heat swept forward. And that the expansion truth-seeking ball in mid-air collision set off a terrible aftermath. The collision shattered the momentum of the two rivers, tearing the earth. A Mishi sight greeted the heavens Wan Circle's eyes. Scariest momentum madness broke out. Temperature. Truth-seeking balls' nihilistic powers touch each other. The two are on par, the world is discolored, and the mountains and rivers are turned upside down. Spirit pet world. Little lowly Xiaodo's face was shocked, her eyes were filled with incredibleness. This is her already, and I don't know how many times she has been shocked. Although the last battle of the battle list was shocking, and refreshed all of their 3 views. But that's still worrying they can understand. But now these two people. I really can't understand it, a world-destroying powerhouse. Xiaodo was shocked, her body was frightened and fell to the ground. Broken Star wanted to pull a handful of summer beans at this time. But she is not much better by herself. Standing here stunned for a long time, her legs were already numb. Besides, the whole brain can no longer think, and is completely caught in the shock of the battle between Yamamoto and Kaguya. At this moment, Broken Star fell directly on the ground with Xiaodo. But she didn't realize it and didn't make the slightest move. Bai Yuekui still walked to the two of them and stretched out his hand to pull them up. Rao is like this. The two still stood in place blankly. Upon seeing this, Bai Yuekui shook his head. Go to the driving seat of the jeep again and sit down. She looked at the battlefield, her eyes also showed shock that could not be concealed. However, this is no longer an understandable worry. She also became immune to this shock. No matter how big the scene is afterwards, it won't cause any fluctuations in him. And Fatty Shonda was also stunned. He didn't know when he lifted an iron rod in his hand. Shonda followed the old man Yamamoto in a decent manner, and slowly waved the iron rod in his hand. He said solemnly, Kenhuo Tadeo, Dong, Rising Sun Blade. Xiaodo and the others were shocked, and did not react to this fat man for a while. And in the battlefield, the confrontation between the two of them is almost solemn, ultimate. Expansion truth-seeking ball keeps compressing forward, trying to crush Yamamoto Motonyasase Shigakuni completely. But the old man Yamamoto was not to be outdone. Zanpakut waved forward, moving forward little by little. The distance between the two continues to shrink, and the aftermath of the collision continues to expand. The earth was trembling, and the sea was roaring. I don't know how many times the waves have swept through. Shan Chuan doesn't know how many earthquakes have occurred. But these have never affected the 2.5. Just then, the huge rabbit monster disappeared in an instant. By the time she reappeared, she had already come behind Yamamoto Jinyanajisai Shigakuni. This moment, the eyes of everyone in the heavens and worlds are full of tension. This Kaguya is going to sneak attack. Yamamoto Jinyanajisai Shigakuni, stay away. Can't just end like this. Laozi 5.3 hasn't seen enough of this battle yet. Everyone in the chat group shouted excitedly. But Yamamoto Motori Yusai Shigakuni could not hear these words at all. A pitch-black sphere condensed in the monster's mouth again. Although not as big as this swelling truth-seeking ball. But the power revealed was extremely terrifying. Don't think too much, this thing will die immediately when it touches it. Boom! A truth-seeking ball with a diameter of several meters was blasted out by Kaguya and flew towards Yamamoto Genri Yusai. The truth-seeking ball is extremely fast. The old man Yamamoto was still facing the swelling truth-seeking ball in front of him at this time, and he couldn't get a hand at all. The eyes of the heavens and worlds were extremely tense for an instant. Then truth-seeking ball, as long as you encounter it, you will die. Even an old Yamamoto man, but he will be seriously injured? Crucial. Yamamoto Motonyasase Shigakuni did not look back, but he smiled slightly on his face. There is east, there is west. Chapter 150. Super God World. Looking at the annihilation power mixed in the truth-seeking ball, a different color flashed across the face of the God Saint Guy. She looked at Hexi in a blink of an eye, and said a little solemnly. How can the power of annihilation on that black ball look like that kind of thing? Hexi frowned when he heard Gai Sha's voice. That kind of thing. Next moment, Hexi's eyes brightened, and he understood what Gai Sha meant. This kind of annihilation is something they have been studying. It is also the kind of thing that Shinigami Karl is obsessed with. Void. In an instant, Hexi's eyes showed caution. Everything that can touch the void is worthy of her attention. Now, although she has also developed the void engine, and it has been tested on the heart, but the void engine is too far from the real void. Even Shinigami Karl's void engine is still half a catastrophe. The real emptiness is something that even Gai Sha doesn't want to mention. That is called the ultimate fear. Yi09 thinking is that the real void may appear, and the entire super god world will face the ultimate fear. By the time, regardless of angels, demons, etc., everything will be wiped out of nothingness. Hexi's expression is solemn, and he analyzes Kagaya's truth-seeking ball. But only the screen data, what she can analyze is really limited. Listening to Gai Sha's endless words, the guarding angels around were a little different, not understanding what the two of them were talking about. But this does not prevent them from being shocked by the battle between Yamamoto and Kagaya. The angel was cold at this moment, and she couldn't get up proudly anymore. Because whether it is Kagaya's expansion of truth-seeking ball, it's the old man Yamamoto's cannibalism too. Both of these can directly crush her and turn her into ashes. And Angel Yan is also secretly analyzing. If she gets the permission of Gai Sha, she will use the words of the Grand Trial. Perhaps, all the things on that planet in the battlefield can be erased. However, the big trial may not necessarily erase the two powerhouses Yamamoto and Kagaya. On the other side, Kixin watched Kagaya's swelling truth-seeking ball's eyes move slightly. That kind of breath, why is it so like the void engine that Hexi gave her a trial? However, Chi Xin doesn't do much research on this aspect at present, just watched with a slightly frowned brow. As for Angel Lingzi, she had already been shocked by the powerful strength of these two people. Although angels can fly out of the surface, it can even cross distant river systems. These are the strengths of angel civilization, and they are the foundations of the few king-level civilizations that are rare in the universe. But the angel civilization is strong, the sacred Gai Sha is strong, and the heavenly king Hexi is also strong. But this does not mean that she, an ordinary guard angel, is still strong. Her strength, without the authority of Queen Gai Sha. Not to mention Tsutsuki Kagaya and Yamamoto Motoyanagi Sai Shigakuni, no one on the list is her opponent. Lingzi was shocked by the two people's power that destroys the world with just one person. As for winning or losing this battle, she didn't care. More, maybe I want to see where the limits of the two are. Lingzi continued to concentrate on watching the battle on the battlefield. At this time, squadron leader Yamamoto Motoyanagi Sai Shigakuni was still smiling slightly. Feeling the strong sense of crisis behind him, the old man Yamamoto looked calm. Kenhuo Tadeo. West, the dying sun prison clothes. Words fall. The truth-seeking ball suddenly approached. Can be the next moment. The flames that swallowed heaven and earth erupted. The terrifying Ryotsuo of the old Yamamoto man was completely scattered. Ryotsuo continued to turn into a flame of 15 million degrees. At this moment, the flame was draped on the body and blade of Yamamoto Jinyanajisai Shigakuni. His whole person is like a real scorching sun. The temperature of horror swept across. The two truth-seeking balls couldn't hold it in an instant, and they were blasted directly by the old Yamamoto man. Yamamoto Motoyanagisai Shigakuni stood there, red flames falling down all over his body. He stood there, and all the world around him surrendered. Surrounded by mountains and rivers, the sea surface is even more overwhelming. The monstrous flame swept all over the place. Yamamoto Motoyanagi Saijokuni stood in the midst of those flames. Mia walked towards Tsutsuki Kagaya calmly. Yueki panicked. All kinds of attacks immediately hit the old man Yamamoto. But Yamamoto Motoyanagi Sai Shigakuni didn't even do it. He walked slowly with the sword in his hand. As for Kagaya's attacks, after approaching his surroundings, the terrifying heat instantly turned into nothingness. A flame of 15 million degrees is enough to burn everything. Kagaya's rabbit monster roared again. But she couldn't connect with the old Yamamoto. The resilience of 10 tails is so strong that it can be said to be immortal. But under the terrifying sun's prison clothes, 10 tails' resilience seemed a little stretched. This scene appeared on the battlefield. Yamamoto Motonyasase Shigakuni raised his sword and walked slowly towards Kagaya. And Kagaya, the strongest person in the Hokage world, was actually scared. The huge monster began to retreat quickly, trying to distance himself from Yamamoto Motonyasase Shigakuni. But the old man Yamamoto didn't rush in his footsteps, just as he lightly followed the monster's back steps. The distance between the two, not only did not increase because of the monster's retreat. Instead, it gets shorter and shorter. The old man Yamamoto wore the sun's prison clothes and walked towards Kagaya step by step. This scene was too shocking. All the heavens and all realms were lost at this moment. Hokage world! Black Zetsu kept roaring from the bottom of his heart. But across the leaderboard, Tsutsuki Kagaya couldn't hear it at all. Madara, sitting on the main seat, found something strange. The amount of Kagaya chakra is endless. Sharingan and Byakugan have 9 hook jade reincarnation, and their pupil power is unmatched, like a sea. 677 As the ancestor of chakra, Kagaya is able to integrate the 7 attributes of chakra. Use the blood succession snare, which is above the blood succession boundary and blood succession elimination. And, Kagaya is 10 tails Jinkra Ki. To achieve the current tail beastization, use the exaggerated truth-seeking ball. But all of these add up, and it still makes Madara feel a little weird. This Kagaya, as a 6 paths powerhouse, has too few combat methods. Reincarnation Sharingan's round tomb hell. The heavens royal and dead bone pulse, which was trapped by the blood, killed the ashes. Since the battle between the two men, Ban has seen Kagaya use these 2 decent blood follow-up snares. She simply couldn't display the full strength of the blood succession snare. According to common sense, the blood succession snare can use any blood succession boundary in the ninja world. Including wood style. Including dust. But this Kagaya, he didn't even know how to use it. Does he look down on those powers, or he doesn't use them at all? The class thought about it, and his eyes were full of regret. Kagaya has a strength, and he is definitely not low in the 6 paths level. But she couldn't play 100% of her strength, and her combat experience was extremely poor. Ben looked at Kagaya and couldn't help shaking his head. This kind of power gives him the confidence to use his full strength. Not to mention that he can defeat this enchanting person, Yamamoto Motoyanagisai Shigakuni. But there must be a battle. Not as embarrassed as Kagaya. Chapter 151. Seeing Kagaya being pushed back step by Yamamoto's old man, the members of Akatsuki's organization were also a little unwilling to believe it. Guijiao's eyes were full of tension. It was very annoyed to see Kagaya retreating. And Hoshigaki Kisame kept yelling in his heart. Go! FK him! Why don't tailed beast bomb blast out away? Well, I can't show this way. Even if you lose in the end, you will have the backbone to lose. Kisame yelled inwardly. But he didn't know that Kaguya was really just a simple girl. She doesn't have much combat experience. Although as the ancestor of Chakra, she is very strong. But she couldn't exert her full strength. Seeing Yamamoto Motoyanagisai Shigakuni who looked like an evil spirit now, Kaguya felt a little scared in his heart. Itaka who also watched this scene thought with his eyes. His pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan stared at the 9 Goblin Jade Sharingan in the center of Kaguya's forehead. Kai's eyes were a little puzzled. As usual, the ability of Samsara Sharingan should be more than that. Ordinary Sharingan can still perform illusions, and each eye has its own unique ability. Those with the blood of the Uchiha clan can even activate Susanoo. Although ordinary Susanoo may not play much role in the current battle. But Itaka felt that since Kaguya was the ancestor of Chakra, the source of all power in the ninja world. And she also has such powerful eyes as Samsara Sharingan. Her Susanoo should be powerful and extraordinary. And Samsara Sharingan's illusion must also be very powerful. But I don't know why Kaguya is not used. The prince, who is also a member of the Uchiha clan, thought so in his heart. As usual. He has only one Manjiki Sharingan and can use Susanoo. Although Kaguya has only one moon eye, there is no reason why it can't be used, right? Punch the world. Ever since Yamamoto's old man was resolved, Yanosh has been shocked and speechless. It was only now that he was slightly relieved. Genos looked at Saitama beside him and said, "Teacher, these two are so strong. Even if it's you, they might not be opponents, right?" Genos said naively. Although his teacher, Saitama, the upper limit seems to be endless. But so far, they haven't encountered any weird people who are too strong. At least I have never encountered such a terrifying powerhouse as Yamamoto Motoyanagi Saijokoku and Satsuki Kaguya. Therefore, Genos naturally had the idea that his teacher, Saitama, could not beat the two of them. Saitama nodded faintly under Genos's inquiring gaze. Wiping his bald head, Saitama said, "It should be, these two are too strong." But despite saying so, Saitama didn't care too much in his heart. In fact, he also wanted to meet a guy who could block his serious punch. That way, he can also show off his strength. Jinyu-si nodded. Sure enough, with the strength of these two, isn't the teacher an opponent? Jinyu-si thought, said again. Teacher, but that the two should be about the winner. That old man Yamamoto horrible, Kaguya to be unstoppable. Kaguya was forced to look at the back of Yamamoto Lu Yuan's heavy national stature. Jinyu-si sighed. Kaguya's strength, although strong. But who can expect, she will encounter this evildoer at old Yamamoto. Sun's core, 15 million degrees Ah. That is what the concept? Just when Jinyu-si reverie. Battlefield was forced back again and again of Kaguya suddenly stopped pace. Looked like a small sun, slowly I want to own approaching fast wait Yamamoto Yuan Lu country. Kaguya heart somewhat stuck. Since eating the fruit of the tree of God, she ever by Guo Zedeng humiliation. Looked at Yamamoto, Kaguya heart an intense sense of humiliation emergence of heart. Ah. Kaguya once again stood in a snarl. The in vivo chakra's sudden volatility. Months of the forehead is Nudeng eye open. Eye pupil is omnipotent month of release out. Surface, a surge of pure white chakra emerge out. Kaguya's whole body, suddenly appeared a pale-colored skull skeleton. At first, perhaps because not familiar with this force. That power and influence of the skeleton and skull not too strong. But then, Kaguya became familiar with this force. Huge pale skeleton is also rapidly expanding. Instant, a few hundred meters, with hands and feet pale giant skeleton that appears. On pale flame burning, Kaguya will firmly protect therein. Eye pupil forces of terror for months broke out again. That skull skeleton's body started to gather out of context and flesh. Power and influence once again raise part of it. This scene many strong community forbearance are looking pale. Among them, the most shocking Uchiha Madara. Kagaya is now the second form of Susanoo. Susanoo already have nearly a full body of his momentum. Turn is looking pale, filled with disbelief. This Kagaya's Susanoo, only the second form on beyond his Susanoo full use out of the many. That imperial power and influence is not a robbery. As Obito heart even more shocked. Watching Kagaya, some of his hit God. In addition Kamui space and a ratio of the royal days, then the goods have thrown outside. Now, he would not have to be a bird Mangeki. Satsuki Kagaya, for them, it really is a group of ordinary ninja round rolling. In front of her, Genin, Chnin, Jainin. Even cage level, ultra cage level are not worth mentioning. This may shock people pale Susanoo but this does not end. In the eye pupil force endless months blessing. The third form of Susanoo in cohesion. It is only bones and context of the giant body began to put on armor. A snow-white armor, revealing the pure, powerful flavor. Slightly distribute white light was very sacred, so Hokage world of a group of ordinary people worship. And, Wang Zhao Zhao, at the moment, people more shocking scene occurred. Already has 100 meters high Susanoo again long high length, his legs began to form, gradually covered with white armor. The power and influence of terror swept through the quartet, it is shocking that the pressure has been rising. Shocked. This is a full-body Susanoo. Kagaya directly across the fourth stage, the combination of direct full-body Susanoo. Heaven's one strong community in this scene has a lot more than the mere mention. The eyes of many people shocked. Ninja world. Uchiha Madara directly arose from his seat over. He looked white Susanoo's strong momentum, Uchiha Madara heart completely shocked. This Satsuki Kagaya. Today's full-body Susa said, rolling his full-body Susa absolutely not an exaggeration. When even the year, to set up a nine-tails Susanoo, that power and influence are not so strong. Kagaya in front of Susanoo, at least more than his course setting out full strength more than 10 times. Chapter 152. Seeing the snow-white Susa enveloping Kagaya's body, the entire ninja world was full of shock. Thunder Country Cloud Shinobi Village. Fourth Raikage has just suppressed Killer Bee and Wooden Golem who are running away. Taking a sigh of relief, he saw Kagaya's Susanoo at this time. For a moment, that powerful power directly caused Fourth Raikage size to burst out. How could there be such a thing? Even Susuke of Uchiha Madara is not so strong, right? This is horrible. AI murmured, with unparalleled caution in his eyes. Sharingan of Konoha Uchiha clan is really powerful. Fortunately, the Uchiha clan has long been resolved internally because of the fear of Konoha's senior management. Otherwise, they will remain the key targets of their major countries. It's just that Fourth Raikage is a little regretful now. How come he was only interested in Byakugan back then? He tried his best to abduct the Hyuga clan eldest lady, just for a pair of Byakugan with weak ability. It's not worth it. Fourth Raikage shook his head. Back then, why didn't he directly engage in a pair of Sharingan? Maybe it will eventually evolve to the point of Kagaya. Rock Shinobi Village. 677. Oniki and Fourth Raikage are almost the same idea. His heart is full of jealousy about Sharingan. At the same time, there is a strong desire for Sharingan. However, the Uchiha clan has been annihilated. There are only a few Sharingan that he can get. It can be said. While resolving the things of fear, it also made him lose the things he loved. The country of Wind Tsunagakuer. Fourth Kazekage Luosha shook his head. His eyes were full of fear of Sharingan and fear of Kagaya. Looking at the mighty Susanoo in the battlefield, he now wonders how to fight Tsunagakuer against this thing. Not to mention Kagaya's Susuke, and the single-class Susuke, they can't stop them. Feng Ying Luosha's heart was full of sorrow. How should the ninja wind country be good from now on? Sound Shinobi Village. Looking at Kagaya's sacred and powerful perfect body Susuke. Orochimaru's eyes were full of greed. This Kagaya's body must be a very good container. Orochimaru licked the corner of his mouth. Danzo looked at his bandaged arm. If he absorbs all these pupil powers, AJFT, into Shisui's eye, can he also possess such powerful powers? By then, Senju Hashirama will not be an opponent, right? Then his Hokage dream can really be realized. Everyone in the ninja world thought so, but the changes in Kagaya in the battlefield were still endless. The snow-white sacred giant burned with pale flames all over his body. Kagaya stood in it like this, looking at Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni, who was dressed in the prison clothes of the dying sun, revealing the aura of destruction. Although she used Susanoo, her power was 10 times stronger than Madara's full strength. But this is already very powerful compared to ordinary people. This force is bound to push the ninja world horizontally as well. But compared with the terrifying old guy in front of him, it was too far away. Kagaya's eyes were full of solemnity. A pair of Byakugan is very beautiful, and the faint sadness between the eyebrows highlights her beauty. Kagaya deeply felt that it was impossible for him to be like this. So, the eye of the moon on the top of the head was once again, and the endless pupil power was output again. Susanoo, who had already possessed extremely terrifying power, was once again full of energy. Susanoo's back suddenly appeared. A pair of white wings stretched out, and the sacred and pure aura swept all around. Among them is mixed with the power of terror. The real Susanoo, the final form of Susanoo, appeared in front of everyone. Hokage World. Uchiha Madara's pair of Rinnegan stared wide, and stood up directly from the seat. His eyes are full of incredible. How can this be? What the hell is this form? Seeing the form that even he had never seen before, Ban's heart was full of shock. The eyes of the members of the Public Awareness Organization were also full of consternation. Itaki and Brother Prince were even more stunned. What is this kind of Susanoo? Madara's complete body Susanoo is shocking enough. Kagaya can be used, and everyone can accept it. Can be in the battlefield. What is the giant with white wings spread out, more than 100 meters tall, and with a holy and powerful aura swept across it? This is the late stage of Hokage. If that time comes, everyone will definitely recognize it. Kagaya's Susanoo's form at the moment. Named, the real Susanoo. Or, the ultimate Susanoo. But this is not over yet. Kagaya on the battlefield still does not have the confidence to defeat the old man in front of him. She had to release her strength again. Moment. 10 Tails chakra gushes out. Standing in the white sequel, Kagaya can be in the body. It instantly turned into that rabbit-like monster again. But even in this way, Kagaya's appearance is still not hideous, even a little cute. At this moment, the flustered Kagaya only knew how to explode his own power. As long as there is one more force, she will never keep it. 10 Tails, which looked like a rabbit, emerged from Susanoo's body. And Susanoo, who was originally a holy giant, also began to deform. A layer of white armor was draped on 10 Tails, which looked like a rabbit. This moment, Kagaya, who burst into full strength, finally felt a sense of security. She looked at the old man walking slowly in front of her, and for the first time in her heart she had the illusion that she could fight one. See this scene. The entire heavens and all realms were shocked. Madara's pair of Rinnegan doesn't know how big it is anymore. His eyes were full of incredible. At this moment, there seemed to be only one thought left in his mind. The ancestor of Chakra, Satsuki Kagaya, teaches you how to use Susayo. Inside Konoha village. Senju Hashirama also recalled the battle with Madara that year. Then, the two fight in a region near the sea on the edge of the country of fire. Madara controls 9 Tails and is frantically suppressed by his wood style. After that, Ban looked at the situation in a bad mood. He actually put a layer of beard coat on 9 Tails directly. This is Wei Zhuang Susanoo. Senju Hashirama still remembers Madara's powerful strength at the time. If it wasn't for his sage body to be too heaven-defying, he might have lost that battle. At the moment, looking at Satsuki Kagaya, Senju Hashirama has no idea how strong this move is. The 9 tails of the class is Suzuo Tao, the power is almost as good as his victory. What about Satsuki Kagaya at the 6 paths level? The ultimate Susanoo, who is dozens of times stronger than the class. The ultimate 10 tails that is dozens of times stronger than 9 tails. The combination of the two is completely unimaginable. Senju Hashirama's expression was shocked, and he stared at the battlefield, not wanting to miss a picture. And seeing this form of Kagaya, the heavens and worlds are also like a frying pan. Chapter 153. Spirit Cage World. Little lowly Xiado looked at Kagaya at the moment, her innocent big eyes blinking. Boss, Sister Broken Star. Look at it, Sister Kagaya is really cute at the moment. Looking at this moment, 10 tails, in the form of a rabbit, is dressed in white Susanoo. There are 2 white wings behind the rabbit. Without Kagaya's hideousness in the normal 10 tails form. At this time, 10 tails, more like an angel rabbit with wings, captured thousands of girls. Hearing Xiaodo's words, Oni-san Broken Star nodded. Yes, this Kagaya looks like this, it is indeed much cuter than the simple monster form before. Shanda and the others couldn't help but nod their heads. Furthermore, in this unprecedented state, the powerful aura revealed is much more than before. Perhaps, she should have a chance to fight against Yamamoto old man. As Shanda Nana said, the balance of victory in his heart also tilted slightly towards Kagaya. Bai Yuekui has always been cold and arrogant, and did not join the discussion. But looking at the battlefield as well, her eyes also showed some appreciation for Kagaya. This Kagaya always gives her a pure girlish feeling. As usual. To be a top powerhouse in the world, it is impossible to retain this character. Like Aizen, like Yamamoto, like Uchiha Madara, Whitebeard, etc. Although some of them are not insidious, nor cunning. But this group of people's dispositions are extremely firm, and they have unwavering identification with what they insist on. But this Satsuki Kagaya is not like that group of people. On the contrary, it looked like a piece of white paper, like a simple girl. This is too rare. Shibai comforted herself. Not to mention the taste of life, but it has also experienced all kinds of cruel humanity tests in the last days. She can live till now, and her strength is still so strong, of course her character is also unique in perseverance. Looking at Satsuki Kagaya, Bai Yuekui suddenly felt the simplicity and purity of his heart. Seeing Kagaya's powerful strength, Bai Yu was even more relieved and curious. How is she able to maintain such a pure state of mind while possessing such strength? At the same time, many people in the heavens and worlds also discovered this characteristic of Kagaya. Super God World. Aboard the Devil Queen. Morgana's eyes were full of interest. She is now not only interested in Kagaya's strength, but also in Kagaya's experience. Being able to possess this level of strength, and being able to maintain such a pure mind. How did Kagaya do it? Morgana's interest in Kagaya became intense for a while, even temporarily surpassing Qiangwei. City of Angels. Angel Lingzi said strangely. Sister Yan, Sister Ling, I see this Kagaya, why is she so immature in nature? But she can have this level of strength, how can the two together be so weird? Lingzi said, eyes blinking, very puzzled. Hear her. A group of angels in the hall meditated at the same time. Lang took the lead and said. Regardless of her mood, those may be her disguise, wanting to win the sympathy of the old man Yamamoto. She might think that as long as this is the case, the old Yamamoto might be merciful, and she will have a chance. As everyone knows, a strong man like Yamamoto will never be merciful because of anything. Lang Aaron said, disdainful of Kagaya's pretense. Yan coughed gently. Cold, I look at this Kagaya, it doesn't seem to be a play. Mingxin, Lingzi, and others turned their heads at the same time, looking at Yan expectantly, waiting for her answer. Even Gai Sha and Hexi looked over. There was a smile in their eyes, and they both looked forward to Yan's answer. Judge what a person is thinking at the moment, and judge a person's true character. This is the ability that every king needs to possess. Under the gaze of everyone, Yan spoke softly. Throughout this battle, Satsuki Kagaya's strength is strong, but it always gives me a weird feeling. That is, her style of play is very single. After Yamamoto Motonyagi Sai Shigakuni used to solve the problem, Kagaya knew that she was lost. She hadn't changed her move yet. Also, she was scared back by Yamamoto's dying son jersey. We all know that the battle of the leaderboard is not about real life and death. Even if you die in it, you will be resurrected intact. But this Kagaya, a world's top powerhouse, is actually afraid. Several battles on the battle list, one battle on the power list. The lowest marine soldier and Konoha shinobi are not afraid of life and death. How can a dignified and peerless strong man be afraid of death? Furthermore, it can be resurrected later. 0. Look for flowers. All these, coupled with Kagaya's unsmooth usability, I concluded. This Satsuki Kagaya may have been completely incompetent. It may be a coincidence that she has directly obtained the strength she is now. That gave us such a weird feeling. When everyone in the hall heard it, it instantly became clear. Miyangzhen and Lingzi all agree with each other. The smiles in Gai Sha and Hexi's eyes could no longer hide. Yan's analysis is top-notch and completely tenable. Even the cold that has always been inconsistent with her is dumb, and I can't think of a rebuttal. But Leng still turned his head and spoke proudly. Humph! What's the use of saying this? This Kagaya, isn't he going to lie down under the sword of Yamamoto Genryu Sai Shigakuni in the end? Absolutely under the strength, nothing can withstand a single blow. Leng said the cold words cruelly. The angels in the hall also returned to reality from fantasy in an instant. Yes. No matter how pure Kagaya is, no matter how pure and innocent. But Yamamoto Jinyanagisai Shigakuni, will he keep his hands? The answer to the truth is cruel. Will not. As if to confirm the cold words. In the battlefield, old Yamamoto stared at Ten Tails Kagaya in Susanoo. It shook his head slightly. Since your excellency is interested, the old man will stay with him to the end. It just so happens that the old man has never used all the moves. Try it together this time. Words fall. Yamamoto's eyes condensed. Ken Huo Tai Deo, Nan, Huo 10 trillion death burial array. The voice fell off. The old man Yamamoto's whole body of the sunken sun jersey suddenly took away, and all returned to the knife. He didn't want to end this battle directly. Instead, I want to see the true limit of Kagaya in front of me. Regent Jaka was thrust directly into the ground by Yamamoto old man. At first, no special changes occurred in the battlefield. Can be the next moment. Countless howling skeletons emerged from the ground. Kagaya's complexion in Ten Tails state changed drastically with that horrible aura of killing and killing. Her heart began to tremble, and the whole person was terrified. But she can only bite the bullet. Countless skeletons rushed towards Kagaya. Like the abyss and the sea, as if endless. What? Chapter 154. Seeing the endless army of skeletons rushing towards him, Kagaya's heart trembled completely. This trick will summon all the dead souls who have died under this knife. They will launch endless attacks on you. Sir, take it. Yamamoto Motoyanagi Sai Shigakuni said lightly, with a smile on his face. I don't know. I thought this was the friendly grandpa next door. Shinigami World. The captain of the 2nd Division, Sui Feng, both stared. Just kidding. There are so many dead souls under the knife of the captain. Looking at the overwhelming, like an endless army of black skeletons, Broken Bee's heart was completely shocked. She really couldn't imagine the amiable and rigid captain on weekdays have killed so many people. The dead souls who died under the knife in his hand are actually countless. Kurotsuka Mayuri's eyes are also a little weird. 677, he murmured just a moment later. Is this the captain? The real captain? Jaisure Yukate's eyes were full of shock. No matter what he wants to break his head, he can't think of it. The guardian of Soul Society, the captain of Godai 13. There are so many people who died under his hands. Is this a good person who protects one party or a evil spirit who slaughters all living beings? Jaisure Yukate's mind was severely shocked. It was no less shocking than seeing Aizen's rebellion. Komamura Seigen's eyes widened. Captain! The face of the pupil was even more shocked. I can't understand why the captain of Soul Society killed so many people. The black skeletons that look like ocean currents can't be described as corpses all over the field. Kurako Shunsui's face under the brim of his hat was also shocked. Master! He muttered in his heart, and his eyes were full of incredible. Byakuya Kokaki barely remained calm. But under his indifferent face, there was a deep shock of unconcealment. Even Zaraki Kenpeki, the lunatic among the captains, fell silent as he watched this scene. And the only one who can keep calm is Anohanaretsu, who is the same age as the captain. Sister Hwa looked at the dead souls who died under Yamamoto Genryu's Shijikuni, and a trace of memory flashed in her eyes. For a long time. Sister Hwa sighed. The past that I don't want to remember. With a sigh, Sister Hwa's heart was filled with complicated meanings. Except for them, the people who originally founded Godai 13 with the captain. No one else knows how many people they killed that year. Finally, Soul Society stabilized. That's the real corpse everywhere. In the Sui Palace. See the scene in the battlefield. Aizen on the throne has a solemn face. Gradually, his expression turned into playfulness. Captain, are you the guardian of Soul Society or the slayer of this world? The two Shinigami captains Ichimarujin and Tosen Kaname were even more shocked. As for Espada, they all stared wide, and their hearts were shocked. Even the bird couldn't keep calm anymore. Among them, the one who killed the most creatures should be Espada II, the former king of the virtual circle Baragan. However, the creatures killed by Baragan are like fireflies and bright moons in comparison with Yamamoto Motoyanagisai Shigakuni. The shock in everyone's heart lasted for a long time. Spirit Cage World. Looking at the army of black skeletons rushing towards Kagaya. Little lowly Syato couldn't hold back a single one, and vomited directly. That kind old man Yamamoto killed so many people. Is he a guardian or a murderer? As Syato said, a chill spread directly from the solace of her feet to Tianling Gai. The sight of the broken star body is also very comfortable. This skeleton army, too shocked. Fire fire, 10 trillion ah. Although far from 10 trillion. But thousands, can absolutely have. Even Alexander are swallowed, dry throat was on fire in general. Bai Yuekui eyes mixed with dismay, dignified looking into the battlefield. Super God World. Seeing this, Mo Megan full-on Demon Queen number is silent. I turned around, she looked to the side of the alto. I remember, you are the highest, it is a massacre over town, right? Alto nodded. The Queen, yeah, but, from time to time I still have doubts about their strength. Mo Megani refers to a battlefield in fast-weight Yamamoto Yuan Lu country. Learn to others. You do not need him to that point. You kill a kin on their own strength confident. Alto nodded, his face pensive. Yes, my queen. City of Angels. At the moment a public guardian angels. Even the most experienced combat, mind staunchest angel cold are some slight discomfort zero. This huge main hall. Guy also sacred space-based Lufthansa and Wang Hexi too can keep calm. But the two are also into silence. Yamamoto old man saw spirits of the dead men. They remembered the two angels' civilization, so many years of development, 2 of them died under the sword of the spirits of the dead. Yamamoto old men can be so much more than a. Guy Lufthansa, eyes full of sacred memories, into a long silence. Punch the world. See the countless spirits of the dead. Whether a hero, also, or Frankenstein. At this moment everyone is silent. They looked at the old man, that Yamamoto calm face, the heart really want to know such a person, exactly how to kill so many lives. Marvel Universe. Thanos slightly clenched unlimited glove on his left hand. His eyes flashed. Complex is also intended to nostalgia. Battle of the universe for so many years, he killed creatures, and it also almost the same. Although direct death at the hands of his and not that much, but indirect died in his hands. But much more than this. Tutoring the world. Prin looked at the countless spirits of the dead is to the interest. Face with a smile, a hand into the mouth cotton candy. Prin's face flashed thinking. So many years. His destruction of the parallel world, how many of? He has long, remember. He died at the hands of the spirits, could more than this Yamamoto old man, right? In the battlefield. Numerous charred skeletons legion endlessly to 5.3 with Kagaya attack away. Kagaya's Susa sets of 10 tails also really tough, playing a skeleton core casualties. These things can kill, are not. Her truth-seeking ball, although it cannot allow regeneration, but that the number of overwhelming, and still keeping a tight Kagaya heart. More and more skeleton army rushed up to her. 10 tails tailed beast bomb outbreak. Truth-seeking ball guarding Kagaya whole body. Susanoo tough Daikai is the skeleton army into the film into Feld beheaded. But these things. Endless. Both wars lasted for a long time. Kagaya's chakra called endless, to insist on a dozens of days is not a problem. But her heart, desperate. Kagaya, this simple girl, collapsed. Yamamoto Lu Yuan's heavy attack the country. Completely let her despair. Chapter 155. In the battlefield. Kagaya looked at the endless army of skeletons in front of her, and her body stopped moving. Although her Susanoo's defensive power is super strong, these skeleton legions cannot be defeated at all. But there are too many dead souls who have died under Yamamoto's old man. The death aura in it has been hitting Kagaya's mind. Although she is a strong one, she is still a top strong one at the 6 paths level. However, she is still just that simple girl after all. She couldn't bear this kind of terrifying mental attack. Watching the huge white rabbit standing motionless there, allowing the black skeleton to climb onto his body. This scene made the eyes of all heavens and all realms shocked. Spirit Cage World. Little lowly Syado's eyes were full of unbearable. Looking at Kagaya, who was surrounded and covered by the skeleton legion, little lowly said angrily. Humph! That old man Yamamoto is really a bad old man. It is really immoral to do such a thing to a beautiful girl like Kagaya. Syado's face was full of anger, watching Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni angrily. Sister Broken Star, don't you think so? This old man Yamamoto won't take pity on you. Little lowly was smashing the 09 photo gang, apparently being very angry. Hearing her words, Broken Star's eyes were also a little unbearable. However, she was silent and shook her head. Shonda shook his head and sighed aside. Ugh! This is a war between the world and the world. There is no right or wrong. However, this old Yamamoto man really doesn't know how to pity and cherish Jade. At least you should treat a woman like Kagaya with some mercy. Shonda said, somewhat sorry for Kagaya. If this one didn't run into Yamamoto's old man, Kagaya would definitely win. Don't live in fantasy. This is a war between two worlds. Some are cold and cruel. There is no little love, any conspiracy and trickery can be used here. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni is already benevolent. At this time, Bai Yuekui's cold voice entered everyone's ears. Broken Star and others all changed their expressions slightly. Little lowly Xiaodo opened her mouth, but didn't say a word. She also survived hard from the last days. She understands the cruelty of this last days better than anyone. The rankings will only be more cruel than this. Just now, she was just a bit aggrieved. Now, she couldn't say anything to refute Bai Yuekui. Xiaodo's eyes were a little red, and finally said stubbornly. Just feel sorry for Sister Kagaya. Hearing that, everyone shook their heads. Bai Yuekui was silent and didn't hit her again. Pirate World. On the island of Hydra. Empress Boa Hancock's face was full of anger. Looking at Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni, her anger was overflowing. This old man of damn it actually did such a thing to Kagaya. It's really unforgivable. Thinking of Kagaya's beautiful face, even her empress was slightly moved. While maintaining absolute confidence in herself, Kagaya is also the only person she can see. Hancock even thinks that Hokage World and One Pirate World are the top rankings. In the end it will be both of them. Like the sympathy between Izumio and Izumi, she also has an inexplicable emotion towards Kagaya. Yesterday, the mother-in-law slowly spoke from the side. Hancock, you are too naive. This world is where the weak eats the strong, and the winner is king. But before she finished speaking, Empress Hancock took her with one hand and threw it out. Hokage World. Seeing Kagaya losing his mind under the siege of those skeletons, Black Zetsu felt even more desperate. Mother! Mom! You have to cheer up. My boy wants to see you. Since being created by you, my boy has never seen you. You cheer up, you must win. But no matter how Black Zetsu shouted from the bottom of his heart, Kagaya still did not move on the battlefield. What was revealed in that pair of Byakugan was desperation, and the moon eye above his head was a little wilting. Madara in the seat sneered. The powerful strength has given such a waste. It's really ironic. Lord Madara's eyes were cold, and she spoke blankly. Behind him, Black Zetsu's eyes narrowed. For a moment, his eyes seemed to swallow the ball alive. But he restrained it. He also needs to hide his identity. If Kagaya can't rely on the leaderboard to resurrect, he still needs to find a chance to resurrect Kagaya. He must see his mother again. Konoha Village. Naruto has already resuppressed 9 tails with the help of Namikaze Minato and Senju Hashirama. He looked at Kagaya on the battlefield, his eyes flushed. Sister Kagaya is going to lose? I really don't want her to lose. Senju Hashirama, Namikaze Minato, and others have complicated eyes. They wanted to see Kagaya win, but they didn't want Kagaya to win. I want her to win because this is the representative of their world. Win one more game and the Hokage world will have a much better chance of qualifying for the next game. However, they were very afraid that Kagaya would win. After all, her combat power was too strong, and now everyone in the shinobi world could stop it. If Kagaya's heart is evil, then ninja is in danger. But now, after everyone saw Kagaya's nature, they all understood. Satsuki Kagaya, the ancestor of chakra, is just an ordinary simple girl. Such a person, even if they have strong strength, would never do anything to the ninja world, right? Kagaya has the kindness engraved in his bones. As long as no one uses or pushes her, she shouldn't do anything to ninja world. So, Senju Hashirama and others now want Kagaya to win these 677 games. However, the old Yamamoto man is too strong. Strong, it makes Senju Hashirama feel that he has no fighting power in his heart. With Konoha's combat power, Guy was shocked. Kagaya's strength has completely surpassed his state after opening the 8th gate. And that Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni has been suppressing Kagaya since the war. This kind of character is really too strong. In the eyes of everyone, Kagaya in the battlefield gradually gave up resistance completely. The 10 tails mode gradually dissipated, and Kagaya returned to the girl's appearance. Grey hair, Byakugan. The moon's eyes on his forehead didn't seem abrupt, but it made Kagaya's appearance to a higher level. Zhu Tianhuan saw the smaller and poor Kagaya at the moment, and he was a bit obsessed for a while. Standing in the white Suzuo, looking at the surrounding skeleton army, Kagaya's eyes were full of panic. As if she was no longer the powerful Chakra ancestor, Tsutsuki Kagaya. The surrounding black skeletons still swept towards her like an ocean. Kagaya's panicked eyes looked at Yamamoto Motoyanagi Saishiji Kuni, the last of the many skeletons. At first, her eyes were very flustered. But gradually, she seemed to have made up her mind. Staring at the figure of Haki with a broken left arm and wearing a death tyrant, the moon eye on Kagaya's forehead shrank suddenly. The endless eyes of the moon burst out and swept toward the old man Yamamoto. Chapter 156. This moment, the entire battlefield was silent. All the black skeletons stayed in place, unable to take a step forward. And Yamamoto Jinyanajisai Shigakuni's eyes became dumbfounded. Looking at the stupefied figure of the old man Yamamoto, the heavens and the realms were a little different. In the Shinigami world, the captains of Godai 13 were surprised. Jaishur Yukatake and Kurako Shunsui looked at each other. Both of them are a little bit unclear in their eyes. As a protege of Yamamoto's old man, they knew that the old man Yamamoto would never make jokes in battle. Looking at Yamamoto Motoyanajisai Shigakuni, who was motionless and like a god, the two of them couldn't think of what happened. Elementary school student Hitsuga Ichware took a step forward. His eyes were filled with surprise. "Captain, what's the matter?" When all the captains heard what he said, they didn't understand what happened. Even Sister Hwa can't see what happened to the old man Yamamoto at this moment. Only Kuratsuka Mayuri is a research madman. The sharp nerve reflex made him notice a slight difference. The strangeness of the captain may be that Kagaya did something. Hearing that, everyone said that they turned their heads in different places and looked at Kagaya among the men of Whitebeards. This world. Kurosaki Ichigo frowned and his eyes were full of differences. "Captain Yamamoto, what's the matter? Why does he seem to be stunned?" Inu Orium and others were also very puzzled and couldn't see any way at all. The resident of the Masked Legion. Seeing Yamamoto's strangeness, Hirako Shinji's eyes narrowed. Seeing this scene, he always had a familiar feeling. Yura Harakisuke's gaze also moved. He looked at Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni in a daze, and suddenly thought of the man. A gentle and kind man with glasses. Former Seoul Society Godai 13, the captain of the 5th Division, Aizensuke. The current king of Hueco Mundo. In the Sui Palace. The complexion of all Espada changed. Ichimaru Jin's smile was even more shocking. His heart was full of shock. Aizen on the throne raised the corner of his mouth and smiled on his face. Long illusion. "It's really interesting, it's really interesting. What is the illusion that can make the captain fall into it?" Aizen looked at Kagaya, and the interest in his eyes suddenly increased. For the first time, he discovered that besides him, there was someone else who could make a figure of the captain level into an illusion. What is the ability? Aizen's interest in the world of Kagaya and Hokage became intense. In the battle between Marine and Konoha, Konoha also used illusion. But those illusions are too inferior to Aizen. It's a child's toy. So he didn't care at all. But now, looking at Kagaya's illusion technique used by Yamamoto Jinyanajisai Shigakuni, Aizen is interested. As the owner of Kaika Suijutsu, he knows exactly how difficult it is for Captain Yamamoto to fall into illusion. The title of the strongest Shinigami in the millennium is not imaginary. Team Captain Yamamoto's Ryutsu is terrifying, even though his Aizen is a little worse than one. And this also caused him to consume astronomical amounts of Ryutsu when he used Kaika Suijutsu to control the consciousness of the captain. Otherwise, he would not be able to get Yamamoto into Kaika Suijutsu. And now, in addition to him, someone else succeeded in making the old man Yamamoto fall into illusion. Aizen's eyes were full of interest, and for the first time he looked seriously into the battlefield. Just when the heavens and all realms didn't know what happened, the picture in the battlefield turns. The surrounding world has changed, completely changing into another look. Aizen's eyes moved slightly while watching this scene. The previous kind of heavenly imperial middle. Still using this ineffective ability. Wrong. Aizen's eyes narrowed. He has seen Kagaya's heavenly lord, and it is by no means so weird. Now this scene between heaven and earth is full of weirdness and weirdness. In the bloody sky, there is a bloody moon far away. On it, 9 go jade gleamed, shining on this pitch-black earth. Raised his brows. He saw that the pattern on the moon was the eye on Kagaya's forehead. Aizen was a little different, and continued to look into it. Then, the scene that appeared shocked Aizen. The left arm was missing, and the remaining right arm was holding Zanpakuto, and the old man Yamamoto was standing on the dark ground. But this is not what surprised Aizen. It shocked him. It was the countless wounds on the old man Yamamoto's body. It was the blood-stained death tyrant of Captain Yamamoto. At this moment, Yamamoto Motoyanagisai Shigakuni stood on the dark ground, with countless wounds all over his body. He stood there, panting slightly in his mouth, as if he was suffering some great pain. But even so, the old man Yamamoto's expression remained the same. Resolute eyes looked at the bloody moon in the distant sky. The old man Yamamoto's right arm holding the knife was steady, without shaking at all. Looking at this scene, Aizen's interest was really aroused. And the Hokage world? The shinobi who saw this scene shook instantly. Uchiha Madara's eyes widened, full of solemnity. That is infinite Tsukuyomi. In the battlefield, the wound on Yamamoto's body is still getting worse, and the blood keeps splashing. But in this way, his eyes remained unblinking, staring at the bloody moon. Yamamoto Motoyanagisai Shigakuni spoke lightly. Your Excellency, you can't trap the old man with this trick. Illusions can't shake the spirit of the old man. This is the basis of God's name Shinigami. The captains of Godi I-13 suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. They thought that Captain Yamamoto was going to die. But at this time, everyone understood what he said. But it was just a mere illusion. How could it shake the spirit of Captain Yamamoto? Kagaya used this trick to confront Captain Yamamoto. It is ridiculous. However, there was no response from Kagaya in the battlefield. Suddenly, everyone's eyes turned. The scarlet moon in the sky suddenly trembled. Wang Zhao Zhao, the next moment, I can only see the heavens and all realms. Countless layers of battlefield influence appeared in their eyes. And Yamamoto Motoyanagisai Shigakuni standing on the dark ground. The heavy aura on his body was instantly divided. Countless small spaces are formed. Kagaya, surprisingly, only moved Yamamoto's old hair, infinite Tsukuyomi. The original infinite Tsukuyomi, the role is the whole world. It is a large-scale illusion technique that can attract everyone in the world of ninja. But Kagaya, at this moment, is only used by Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni. This has increased the power of this trick countless times. Yamamoto's consciousness is divided into countless parts, and each is thrown into an illusion space. The heavens and all realms shook more than an instant. The power of Yamamoto Motoyanagisai Shigakuni lies in his seemingly endless Ryutsu and power. But at the moment, he was divided into countless parts. How much is his strength? Isn't it weaker than an ordinary person? Chapter 157. In countless illusion spaces, the scarlet moon in the sky gradually pulled in. The moon is getting closer and closer. At the same time, the blood-colored moon was gradually clinging to the pitch black. The two merge with each other, revealing extremely terrifying power. The terrifying annihilation aura crushed everything, and blasted toward Yamamoto Genryusai heavy country. At this moment, the entire heavens and all realms were shocked. Super God World. Angel Yan's pupils quaked, and his tone was shocked. This Tsutsuki Kagaya, this trick is too strong. She was able to pull Yamamoto Jinyanagisai Shigakuni into the illusion space, and then divide it into countless pieces. In this way, how could this old Yamamoto man be able to stop him? Yan's tone was shocking, and he was completely shocked by Kagaya. Hokage World! Lord Madara stood up again from his seat. His purple-lined Rinnegan is full of incredible. How can this be? Infinite Tsukuyomi, it can still be used like this. Madara's heart is full of shock, and she can't imagine how strong Kagaya's move is. Behind him, Black Zetsu was even more excited. His figure was almost trembling. Mother! Mom, you will definitely... Black Zetsu's pupils tightened, staring at the countless battlefields. By the way, Mom's move is too shocking. Infinite Tsukuyomi, it can still be used like this. In the same Akatsuki organization, Uchiha Itaka's heart was also shocked. 677 One of his abilities is to release Tsukuyomi. And this trick has been tried repeatedly, and even many strong people of the same level can't stop him from Tsukuyomi. It can be seen how powerful Tsukuyomi's illusion is. Now, Tsutsuki Kagaya uses Reincarnation Sharingan to release Infinite Tsukuyomi on Yamamoto's old man. This power has risen too many times, something Itaka can't even imagine. He really can't guess how strong this trick is now. It was shocking. Many strong players on the rankings also looked at this scene in the battlefield with shocking eyes. That Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni, is he going to lose? This is the thought of all of them at this moment. Without it, Tsutsuki Kagaya's move is too powerful. If all the strength of the old Yamamoto were still there, they would think it might be a battle. But his power is now divided into countless parts. How to fight this? Learn Danzo, is there no need to cut Suzuo? That kind of brain-disabled behavior is what he did. The eyes of the captains of Soul Society were both worried and shocked. The captain, who is invincible in their eyes, is really going to lose? The second division captain, Broken B, fell to the ground, and the shock in his eyes could not be concealed. He shook his head blankly. Impossible, impossible. The invincible captain, how could you lose? I can look at the scenes in the countless Tsukuyomi space. Broken B can no longer believe it, and does not think that Yamamoto Genryusai Shigeoka has the slightest chance of winning. Although the terrifying truth-seeking ball has not fallen yet, she can already predict the result. It may fall on the day of Yamamoto Motoyanagisai's defeat. Nearly everyone in the Shinigami world is unacceptable. But the invincible captain in their eyes is indeed like a tiny ant at this moment. The aura on his body was weak to ultimate, as if he was weaker than ordinary people. Under the public eye, the strongest Shinigami of this millennium, Yamamoto Motoyanagisai Shigakuni spoke. His eyes were calm, and his face was even more indifferent. The faint words sounded in the ears of the heavens and the world. Your Excellency, illusion will always be illusion. Since you made the final blow, the old man took it. Haven't waited for the world to begin to change. Zanpakuto in the right hand of Yamamoto Jinyanagisai Shigakuni slowly raised it. From left to right. That Zanpakuto faintly waved. At this moment, the terrifying truth-seeking ball is weak to ultimate. The roar of heaven and earth disappeared. Everything seems to be still. In front of Yamamoto Motoyanagisai Shigakuni. The world is sad. This scene appeared, and the world was shocked again. What is that? How is that possible? What the hell is this? Pirate world! In Yuanshi's office. Kizaru shouted, his eyes full of disbelief. No way! No way! That old man, there won't be any more terrifying moves. Don't mention how shocked Kizaru's inner, Ajft, is. The old Yamamoto showed his shocking strength as soon as he appeared on the stage. Now that he is divided into thousands of copies, he can still be so indifferent. And this one. The world is really sad. Everything seems to have really stopped. How could it be so scary? Aokiji stared at the battlefield closely, his heart was shocked. His ability to freeze was almost taken away. It seemed that everything was about to be turned into ashes under Yamamoto's move. Sitting on the sofa, Akainu trembled faintly. The gaze under Marine's cap was full of amazement and disbelief. How could it be so strong? This is the only thought in Akainu's heart now. Garp's expression was solemn, but a smile flashed across his eyes. If Ace can have such strength, the old man won't have to worry about him anymore. Garp thought so, and the look of Ace emerged in his heart. If Ace can have such strength, Garp won't have to worry about hearing Ace's news all day long. Of course. And that guy Luffy. Sengoku's eyes were shocked, looking at the old man Yamamoto. He just thought now, if he could have the strength of Yamamoto old man. Or, the positions of old man Yamamoto and his martial marine are reversed. Is the pirate in the sea really frightened when he hears the name of Marine? Also watch this scene. The world's largest swordsman, Hawkeye. My Hawk's eyes are also incredible. The Shinigami world, are they all such swordsmen? I really want to see it once. That must be the holy land of Kendo. Hawkeye thought so, with an unprecedented desire in his eyes. At the same time, except Hawkeye, all swordsmen in pirate world. Captain of the 5th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Foil Vista. The blind man in a small casino smiled. Shiki, the golden lion floating in the sky, doesn't know. The green algae head Zoro in the Fishmen Island Straw Hat Pirate Group. Redhead Shanks on Red Force. The group of people held swords at the same time, looking at it with eagerness. If you can let them feel the knife in person, even if they die, why not? Hokage in the world of undead. Konoha's white Fang Hitaki Shimo's eyes widened too. His expression was full of shock. One of his hearts was close to trembling. The 7 ninja swords who didn't know where they were in the ninja world couldn't hold the sword in their hands instantly. They looked at Captain Yamamoto's sword in shock, and their open mouths could not be closed for a long time. For the same sword, Orochimaru's eyes widened, and his mouth was drooling all over the floor. And just now, Yamamoto Motoyanagi Sai Shigakuni, who was indifferent on the battlefield, said softly. Calm. Indifferent. Indifferent. Confidence. Remnant Fire Tadeo, North, Heaven and Earth Ashes. Chapter 158. At this moment, the complexions of everyone in the heavens and 10,000 realms have changed. It's coming. It's not a strong momentum. It's not a monstrous flame. Not a tough Ryutsu. But just that silences the world. A knife that made the world silent. Yamamoto Motonyagisai Shigakuni put all his strengths on this knife. Some low and medium strength worlds can't even feel the existence of this sword. In their eyes, this seemed to be the ordinary old man Yamamoto swinging the knife, nothing special. Seeing this understatement, a knife without the slightest power, many people were shocked. Pirate world. The Fishmen Island. The Straw Hat Pirates are practicing here. At this time. Rest gap. Luffy looked at the knife made by the old man Yamamoto in the battlefield, with some doubts on his face. What the hell? That's all? How come there is no powerful attack or something? Luffy's eyes were filled with doubts. Zoro's hand holding the sword was also slightly loose. His spirit had been tense, looking forward to the sword of old man Yamamoto. However, when this sword was swung, it did not meet his expectations at all. This disappointed Zoro's heart. Sanji lights a cigarette. It seems that Kaguya girl is going to win. Just now, that might just be the last blow of old Yamamoto. Hearing what Sanji said, everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates nodded. Usopp and Chopper, who had not dared to breathe, also breathed a sigh of relief. The two patted their chests. I thought it was the strongest blow. It turned out to be the old Yamamoto bluffing. Brooke smiled ho ho ho. This old Yamamoto has been erupting for so long before, no matter how strong he is, he should be finished. On the ghost island of Wano-kuni, there is a lot of nervousness here. Jack's expression was relieved after seeing that the knife was swung. A heavy voice sounded. What the hell? Just this strength? I think this old Yamamoto man is at the end of the battle, and Satsuki Kagaya is about to win. Thinking of Kagaya's terrifying recovery ability, Jack looked at his boss Kaido with some palpitations. Kaido was silent at this moment, his eyes full of gloom. He stared closely at the old man Yamamoto swinging his knife. But until the knife was swung halfway, he didn't see the power of this move. Kaido muffledly picked up the bottle and drank. Yamamoto Jinyanagisai Shigakuni, if it's just this strength, it's the end. Cake Island. Aunt Charlotte Linlin's face was full of dignity. The group of children under him was also silent, and everyone looked at the battlefield nervously, not daring to make a sound. Can be seen behind this knife. Everyone's eyes were a little disappointed. Charlotte Linlin was directly angry. She looked at the bluffing knife, her eyes flushed instantly. Picking up Napoleon, Charlotte Linlin slashed forward with a knife. Charlotte Linlin immediately swiped a huge sword energy. Boom! After destroying dozens of buildings, that sword energy dissipated invisible again. The hearts of the children who saw this scene were full of shock. The eyes of Katakuri and others were full of horror. Compare Charlotte Linlin's trick with Yamamoto's old man. They chose their mother, Charlotte Linlin. At the same time, aboard the Moby DK, public ranked by the captain also came after a sensational voice. Even horse, Baista, who is all things to match. They had only one idea at the moment. Is that Kagaya's appearance on rolling fast weight Yamamoto Yuan-Lu country, really spent force? Finally knife, pull the wear? Even Whitebeard have some doubts. But his eyes deep, did not speak. Still seriously looking at the battlefield, the old man staring at Yamamoto knife. New World last Emperor of the Sea, the red-haired Shanks also. He Griffin single hand on the waist, ignoring the buzz behind the crew of a congregation. Red hair frowning. According to Yamamoto old man's performance, should not be in this final blow pull bladder ah. Some say it is red heart hair different. Yamamoto did not understand exactly how the old man. Hokage world. Distant stars in the universe. Satsuki family when they were in flew toward the distant planet. The guardian of peach-like eyes full of contempt. Looking at the battlefield, Yamamoto Lu Yuanzai country this heavy knife, his heart full of disdain. Kagaya but eating fruit tree of God, though she is my family's shame, but her resilience cannot easily destroyed. God give her ability immortal tree immortal, how can you easily will be killed? 0. Look for flowers. Hee hee. Or so weak knife. Peach type to seek him in the body. I think that this knife can take over your hand, right? Style Peach hear the words, Kim silent nod. The last type of Peach contemptuously looked at Yamamoto Lu Yuanzai heavy country, no longer concerned about the heavens battlefield. Ninja world. Inside Otanin village. Danzo old man looked at the knife Yamamoto, heart even raised the illusion I have on my line. He looked at Orochimaru, confident way. Orochimaru, you believe it or not, this move I am sure 100% of the block. Ah! A different aromatic Orochimaru eyes looking directly over. While looking at the battlefield in fast wait Yamamoto Yuan-Lu country to pull this trick somewhere. But thin dead camel than Martha ah. Danzo is how confident you say those words. Orochimaru curious eyes staring at Danzo. Just listen to the voice sounded confident. This level of slash, the old earth style ninjutsu can use a block. Or, to use Iraqi evil chi also satisfied that there is no problem. Danzo said confidently. Orochimaru nodded, did not contradict him. May his heart, but it is how I feel himself a pig teammates yet. It is time to consider the change of partners. Preferably, the other world is strong. And as if he can have his favorite research study just fine. Orochimaru licked the corner of his mouth. But he didn't know. Vegapunk pirates of the world. Shinigami world Kuratsuka Mayuri. This duo is also very interested in the world of other researchers. If the opportunity for the three men met, that is definitely not less than Einstein and Newton's epic met. And at this moment, in the battlefield, Yamamoto Lu Yuan's heavy country falling knife. The silence of the world without the slightest change. This funny old man to it. Does he think that bluff hack knife, you can win Kaguya, which is too naive it. Yamamoto old man thought it was a masterpiece strong, but now look, it did. Yes. A little disappointed. Doubts may sound not yet finished. Yamamoto Lu Yuan's heavy country stood quietly, sword returned sheath. Next moment. Make the heavens shocking scene again. What? Chapter 159. I saw that originally exuding horror power. The extremely powerful truth-seeking ball. The black and red airflow circulates on it, revealing the aura of destruction of the world. Under this blow, it was as if to destroy an entire continent as a powerful attack. The black-red big black ball instantly turned into two halves in midair. Then, I can only see the heavens and all realms. The seemingly endless illusion space began to collapse. Shattered in an instant. Everything seems to return to nothingness. It seems to have responded to the words of Yamamoto Genryuze Shigakuni. Illusion, after all, is illusion. Although infinite Tsukuyomi is one of the best in illusion, it is truly an illusion that is infinitely close to reality. However, that is not true after all. Besides, Yamamoto Motoyanagisai Shigakuni's final blow. Solution, the cannibalism is two knife. South, heaven, and earth ashes. This trick is too strong. All the heavens and all realms only see 677. That countless illusion space shattered and collapsed. The figure of Yamamoto Motoyanagisai Shigakuni returned to the battlefield on the half of the mainland and half of the sea. Satsuki Kaguya is standing among the white Susanoo. With astonishment on his face, he remained motionless there. At this moment, Pirate World. The relaxed look on Luffy's face was stunned. The original ease disappeared completely. Luffy's eyes gradually widened, his pupils shrinking to a single point. His mouth opened involuntarily, as if he could fit a big goose egg. Yet, the word Hideo in Zoro's mouth fell to the ground. For any swordsman, the sword is more important than their life. What's more, what Zoro had in his mouth was the saber before his senior sister Kuina passed away. Zoro loves this sword the most. It can be said that I lost him, and I can't lose this sword. But now, the word Hideo fell to the ground, but Zoro stood motionless as if he hadn't heard it. The cigarette in Sanji's hand fell to the ground, shocked in his eyes. Robin, Zoro, Brook, and others were also motionless. In charge of shock, Usopp and Chopper looked horrified. But they couldn't make any sound. Jinbei also had a solemn expression, standing still and could not make any sound. Reformer Frankie stood there, sparks shining all over his body. And New World. Whitebeard's eyes shrank suddenly, and there was a thick unbelievable in them. The suspicious gazes of the captains behind them also stopped, and gradually turned into stunned expressions. The red-haired figure shook suddenly. Griffin in his hand trembled slightly. The discussion of the crew behind him stopped instantly. One by one, they looked at the scene of the battlefield and lost their senses. The wine bottle that Kaido was holding fell directly to the ground, with the transparent wine flowing out of it. This is going to be in the old days. Kaido must be very painful for an instant. But now, as if he hadn't heard of it, he looked at the battlefield with dumb eyes. Charlotte Linlin on Cake Island is not much better. Napoleon fell to the ground, and Charlotte Linlin opened her mouth extremely exaggerated. The four emperors, the top powerhouse in pirate world, are all like this, let alone the rest. At this moment, the whole pirate world was still for a moment. Hokage world. The Tsutsuki Peach style in space stares wide. Impossible. Impossible. Under him, Jin didn't make a single glance, but his eyes also showed deep disbelief. For a long time, the peach-like expression loosened. This sword also exhausted all the strength of the old guy? Then Kagaya must have won. With a single blow, the old guy can be completely killed. Momoshiki said so, forcibly calming herself down. Danzo in Otanin village stood up even more. With an unstable footstep, he even fell directly on the ground. But he didn't have the strength to stand up. Looking at the countless illusion spaces destroyed by the sword of Captain Yamamoto, Danzo was shocked. This is even if he has 1,000, 10,000 Sharingan. Can activate Izanaga countless times. But that would be wiped out by this old Yamamoto man with a single sword, right? Danzo trembled, and his mind was full of fear. And just at this moment, changes occurred again in the battlefield. I saw Yamamoto Motenujai Shigakuni taking his sword back into its scabbard, and standing there faintly. Slowly. He said lightly. Your Excellency, the old man accepts. Words fall. As if to cater to his words. The white Susanoo man's upper body instantly fell back. Although his lower body is still standing on the ground. But the upper body has crashed into the sea. Kagaya stood on Susanoo's head and slowly closed his eyes. Including the jade on the forehead Sharingan. Golden light shrouded, and the ranking announcement was released. Hokage's Pirates, the first battle, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni wins. Boom! Countless people in the heavens and worlds are boiling at the same time. Ninja World. Countless people raised their eyes during this incident, and their eyes were full of shock. Konoha Village. At the moment, the huge Hokage office building was silent up and down. Naruto's eyes widened, and he couldn't say a word, who talked a lot. Sarutobi Hiruzen's old face trembled again and again. After the ranking appeared, his 3 views have been refreshed. In the past, he thought he was already at the top of the ninja world, not to mention invincible in the 5 shadows, but he was already the strongest. But since the leaderboard appeared at the beginning of the battle list, his 3 views of Sarutobi Hiruzen have been impacted. The strength of his Sarutobi Hiruzen is also rapidly decreasing in the heavens. Now there are tens of thousands of people who are not known. This is Sarutobi Hiruzen's idea. Senju Hashirama's eyes were solemn. Although Kagaya did not win, there is no need to worry about the various crises that Kagaya will bring to the ninja world. But the battle between Hokage and Shinigami was lost. He should also think carefully about how to deal with the Shinigami world next. After all, Konoha still has 3 people on the list. If this is all given to PK by Shinigami, Konoha will be far behind the heavens and worlds from now on. The ranking is undoubtedly the biggest opportunity in everyone's life. One inattentiveness may miss this 100 millionth opportunity to stand up. Senju Hashirama thought in his heart, and was even more shocked by Kagaya's defeat. Susanoo, who was so much stronger than Madara, was killed by Yamamoto 5.3 old man. The shock this brought him could not be calmed for a long time. The Tsutsuki peach like in the starry sky froze in place. His eyes were filled with disbelief. How is this possible? It's impossible. Kagaya ate the fruit of the sacred tree, how could she be defeated? How could she lose? Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni, nothing more than rubbish. How can Kagaya lose? Momoshiki roared in the starry sky. But no one could hear his roar. Then, he said these words again in the chat group. Countless experts in the heavens and 10,000 realms all sneered when they saw it. This Tsutsuki peach style, do you want to die? At the same time, everyone knows it too. Yamamoto is the name of the great country. The name of Shinigami. resounding through the heavens and all realms. Chapter 160. The golden light flashed. The battlefield was restored. Kagaya and Yamamoto Motonyasase Shigakuni once again stood on this battlefield. The two looked at each other. Yamamoto also returned to the appearance of that kind old man, no longer releasing his own momentum. He smiled slightly. Your Excellency, are you the strongest in that world? Really very strong. Old man, I almost lost. Yamamoto smiled slightly, looked at Kagaya and said. Not in the fight. Kagaya unexpectedly showed another look. She glanced at Yamamoto with a little fear in her eyes. That pretty face was beautiful, with a slightly fearful expression. Moment. The heavens and all realms are obsessed. At this time, Yamamoto also saw the peach-like remarks in the chat group. Yamamoto looked at Kagaya with a doubt in his eyes. He has the same last name as you. Your Excellency, this is your tribe. Looking at Kagaya, Yamamoto said without a trace of anger. Kagaya also saw the peach-like speech in the chat group. Seeing that name, Kagaya's figure trembled instantly. Satsuki Peach Style. This is the last name she wants to see. It was also because of fear of him and the Jin family that Kagaya chose to worship the sacred tree in 09 and cultivate white zetsu secretly. Unexpectedly, these two were also in the chat group. Seeing Kagaya look a little scared, Yamamoto smiled slightly, not paying attention. Since it has nothing to do with your Excellency, the old man will not show mercy when he meets him in the future. Yamamoto said lightly. This word fell in Tao Shi's ears, and he was going to explode. Satsuki Peach Style at Yamamoto, Kagaya is the shame of our clan and the weakest existence of our clan. You are also a rubbish, it's a fluke to beat her. Don't let me see you, I will kill you without hesitation. See this paragraph of Tao Shi. The heavens and all realms were shocked in an instant. Shonda at Satsuki, big guy, dare to provoke Mr. Yamamoto, admire it. Satsuki Momoshiki, what is your relationship? Inferior humans are also worthy to talk to me? Looking at Tao Shiki's contemptuous tone, and completely despising human speech. In an instant, the entire world of heaven and the world had a very bad impression of it. Devil Queen Morgana, kisses, kisses, what a arrogant kid. Have you heard of the demon theory? Are you interested in joining my demon army? Morgana became interested directly and initiated an invitation to Tao Shi. Can be the next moment. Morgana's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Satsuki Peach Style at, Devil Queen. What shit? Returning the devil, it's rubbish. As inferior humans, trash is not as good as that. Seeing these words, Morgana instantly became angry. Morgana at, don't let my old lady run into you. I will slaughter you mercilessly if my mother meets you. Strength I don't know how much, but the tone is crazy. Seeing Morgana made me annoyed, all the angels in the city of angels all smiled. Holy Gai Sha at, Bai Chi, eat a ghost, deserve it. Tianji Wang Hexi, Queen Gai Sha, it's been a long time since I saw Liangbing's popularity other than you become like this, it's really interesting. Satsuki Peach Style, I remember you. Gai Sha and Hexi held their mouths at the corners of their mouths, and did not hesitate to add fire to Morgana. Seeing Morgana's mark, Gai Sha felt so happy. In the chat group, Morgana has not yet waited for a response. Satsuki Momoshiki sprayed again. Peach Style at Gai, Tianji Wang Hexi. Angel. What kind of shit? It really stained my eyes, anyone would dare to call themselves an angel. It seems that it's the same virtue as those demons, it's really rubbish. Moment. Inside the city of angels. Holy Gai Sha and Hexi's expressions went cold. The guarding angels were also furious in an instant. Queen Gai Sha, what is he? I'm going to prepare for the big trial now, and see if I can hack it directly. Said coldly and furiously. Insult anyone, including herself. But an insult to the holy Geisha? Momoshiki was already a dead person in her eyes. When the heavens and the world saw Doji provoking many big bosses one after another, everyone was stunned in an instant. Gradually, the name Satsuki Momoshiki almost became a public enemy of the chat group. It was really his stinky mouth, and the tone that seemed to stand in the sky, looking down on anyone. These are too hateful. All the bigwigs regard him as a kill list. Once they have a chance, they go to the Hokage world. This peach style must die first. Shinigami world. A smile appeared on Aizen's face in the Sui Palace. It's been a long time since I saw such a crazy person. Threatening to kill the old Yamamoto man? Aizen didn't dare to stand up to the old man Yamamoto without putting out the prince. In this Satsuki peach style, after seeing the terrifying strength of the old man Yamamoto, he could still say such a big thing. In addition, they provoked the Devil Queen Morgana, the Holy Geisha, and the Heavenly King Hekang one after another. The three kings of the Super God world were provoked by him again. Those three, even Aizen, were a little confused and were very careful about them. Unexpectedly, this Satsuki peach style is like invincible in the world, and no one takes it seriously. It's really interesting. Aizen smiled at the corner of his mouth. In the chat group, I didn't know who it was at this time, and asked Aizen to come out and sanction this Satsuki peach style. Although Aizen was arrogant, he still installed a wave of force in front of the interface of Zushin Yuan. 677 But Aizen's charm is recognized by the world. Although he despises everyone, he does not arouse anyone's disgust. Instead, he reaped a wave of fans fiercely. But this Satsuki peach style is a bit disgusting. Aizen smiled and spoke in the chat group. Aizen Huijik at Satsuki, I really want to see your strength, it must be shocking. Aizen said, as if afraid of Satsuki peach style. Satsuki Momoshiki, Aizen? What are you? You deserve to look up to my strength too. The heavens and myriad worlds were shocked again. Satsuki Momoko violated the chat group rules and was silent for 10 minutes. An announcement on the leaderboard will instantly silence the chat group. Then, the old Yamamoto man on the battlefield was shrouded in golden light. The old Yamamoto in the golden light is accepting the rewards from the leaderboard. But this time, the rankings were rewarded directly in the form of announcements. Reward 1. Increase the Shikai temperature of region Jaka to 15 million degrees in the core of the Sun, and increase the resolved energy of region Jaka to reach a supernova explosion. Reward 2. A chance to travel to other worlds. See these two rewards. The heavens and worlds are about to explode. And the golden light dissipated. The old man Yamamoto stood there with a dark complexion. Chapter 161. Seeing Yamamoto Genrya's rewards, the whole world is silent. Reward 1. Increase the Shikai temperature of region Jaka to 15 million degrees in the core of the Sun, and increase the energy of region Jaka to reach a supernova explosion. Damn it! Everyone's mind burst directly with a bang. The heavens and worlds boiled instantly. But the old Yamamoto man on the battlefield was dark. For a long time. Under the fanatical gaze of the heavens and the world, the old man Yamamoto sighed deeply. That expression, that sigh. Like how dissatisfied with this reward. Everyone noticed the somewhat disgusting look in the old man Yamamoto's eyes. Suddenly, their hearts were filled with doubts. Suspicious voices immediately filled the chat group. Everyone is asking, what is going on with this old Yamamoto man, he can't even be rewarded on the leaderboard? Under countless gazes, Yamamoto Jinyanagisai Shigakuni shook his head slightly. With that look, he was really sighing. Friends of the heavens and all realms, the old man is showing his ugliness. Originally, the old man's Zanpakuto is too powerful, once it is solved, it will let the water in my world evaporate a little bit. For this reason, the old man restrained himself. He must not use Bankai as a last resort. So counting, this battle with Lord Kaguya is the second time in the old man's life that he has been resolved. But, looking at the first reward of this ranking, the old man Yamamoto couldn't help but blow deeply. Ugh! Seeing Yamamoto shook his head, the whole world was shocked. Originally, even if the old man can't use the solution, Shikai can still use it. But after this, Shikai can't be used anymore, this is solved. Yamamoto Motonyasase Shigakuni sighed again. Although I don't know how much energy the supernova exploded, it should be stronger than before. Everyone, do you know this? Can you explain it to the old man? When the heavens and myriad realms saw him like this, everyone was sluggish. They heard for the first time that someone was afraid to use it easily because of their terrifying power. For an instant, everyone's eyes on Yamamoto Jinyanajisai Shigakuni were full of complexities. This old man. On the surface it looks mild and gentle. In this bone, there is a strong Versailles breath. Tony, Captain Yamamoto is worthy of Shinigami's best in the world, this wave forced me to give full marks. Genos, until I met the captain of Yamamoto, I didn't know what is really awesome. Shonda, is there any pendant on Yamamoto's thigh? Served, Yamamoto is so awesome. The chat group enthusiastically complimented Yamamoto Jinyanagasai Shigakuni, and they all thought he was pretending to be coercive. But everyone in the Shinigami world who knows him well understands that he is not in Versailles at all. Rather, he really thought that way. Old Yamamoto shook his head and sighed, and stood there silent. Pirate world. Kizaru's eyes protruded. This old Yamamoto man, this pretending one makes me feel a sense of crisis. Kizaru thought so inwardly. Sengoku and others also eased from the strong Versailles breath. Then, everyone was deeply shocked. Akainu's face is no longer hard to see how hard it is. Why did he win the victory? The reward he got was only one promotion of lava fruit. But even if he is doing his best now to activate lava fruit, the highest temperature was 10,000 degrees Celsius. But Yamamoto Motonyarizai Shigakuni, people just answered casually, and the temperature was already 15 million degrees. In terms of quantity, it is 1,500 times that of his Akainu. In terms of quality, compared with Akainu, his Akainu is even more rubbish. Everyone in the marshal's office looked at Akainu for a moment. These eyes are full of complexity. Sengoku sighed. Ugh! This old Yamamoto man in the Shinigami world, now Shikai is in a mess. His solution is even stronger. This. As Sengoku was talking, he took a breath. Because he no longer has that concept. He still understands the 15 million degrees high temperature of the core of the sun. But what exactly is a supernova explosion? He really doesn't understand. Shinigami world. The Shinigami captains were also completely shocked. Even seeing the captain's explanation, there was not much mood swings, but the slightly flashed Sister Hawa was completely shocked at this moment. Looking at the reward, everyone's eyes were unbelievable. For a long time. Still the pupil murmured. Well, Shikai Rijinjaka after the captain has the same temperature as the original Kenhuo Tato? Hitsugaya's heart was full of shock. Jaishur Yukate's eyes widened, and said in astonishment. Yes, from now on, Captain Shikai can't easily use it anymore. As for the self-explanation, although I don't know what it means. But, I'm afraid it's a world-destroying level, right? In the Sui Palace. Although Aizen's body was still sitting on the throne, his heart was shocked by a terrible earthquake. How can this be? Captain Yamamoto, Shikai's temperature is equivalent to the previous Bankai. And that's solved. Aizen couldn't think about it anymore. He suddenly became suspicious. Was it the right choice to betray Soul Society before? Thinking about the strength of the old Yamamoto man at this moment, Aizen has a scalp tingling. Although the old Yamamoto dare not use this power easily. But once he uses it, Aizen must be over. I'm afraid, the current captain of Yamamoto. It takes him to merge with Hyaku to reach the final stage before it is possible to defeat him, right? At this time, Geisha popularized the knowledge of supernova explosions for the heavens and all realms in the chat group. Holy Geisha, the outer space of the star radiates electron photons, transforms the heavy element carbon-steel layer, the carbon-sodium hail increases in the constant wind rising and the falling layer, while the carbon-sodium hail continues to impact the center of the star, causing damage to the stellar foreskin. Constant loss to supernova sodium fried. Seeing Geisha's explanation, the heavens and worlds were almost silent for a second. Then the mountain opened his mouth. Wang Zhao Zhao, Shanda at Gai, Queen Geisha, what do you mean by that? I don't understand. Seeing the problem of Shanda, many middle and low martial arts worlds in the world have the same idea. Even Aizen in Sui Palace was serious and looked at it seriously. At this time, Iron Man Tony, one of the 6 colors of the heavens, spoke. The original 3 colors of the heavens, with the addition of Jiraiya, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Senju Hashirama, have become the 6 colors of the heavens. Iron Man Tony sat on the sofa with excitement, and finally asked if he was more professional. He, a great scientist, can't pretend to be forced? Tony Stark, let me answer for you instead of Queen Geisha. The star in the mouth of Queen Geisha, you can understand it as the sun. And the Earth we live in is actually just a planet, the moon is an asteroid. At this moment, Kizaru spoke with some doubts. Kizaru, Tony, the sun in your mouth is not the small fireball in the sky. Chapter 162. When I saw Kizaru, many worlds with the concept of cosmic galaxies laughed. Tony also shook the wine glass and smiled slightly. Tony at Kizaru, what you said is okay, but it's just because the sun is too far away from us, so it looks very small. Actually, the volume of the sun is 1.3 million times that of the Earth. Seeing Tony's words, countless middle and low martial arts worlds were shocked again. This magnificent view of the universe instantly impacted their previous cognition. At this moment, all the strong are silent awaiting Tony's words. And Tony also deliberately delayed for a while, making the heavens and all realms nervous. Although I can't see it across the world. But Tony really enjoys this much anticipated feeling. Geisha and others are also very generous, and have no intention of arguing with Tony. Tony continued to speak. And the supernova is breaking out, just translate the words of Queen Geisha. A star will bloom the last brilliance at the end of his life. We said before, a star of the sun, but even the sun, which is 1.3 million times larger than the Earth, cannot have a supernova explosion in the old age. Seeing Tony's words, the heavens and all realms are a little confused. With such a powerful existence as the sun, no supernova can erupt. Shanda stared at 677, and asked hurriedly. What can be done that the sun can't do? Tony smiled slightly and spoke again. A supernova cannot occur in the sun's later years, because it is not qualified enough. I go. All the heavens and myriad worlds burst into foul language at the same time. The sun, which is 1.3 million times larger than the Earth and 15 million degrees in the core, can't even reach the threshold of supernova explosion? So what kind of thing is this supernova explosion? Everyone had no idea, and waited quietly for Tony's answer. Under everyone's nervous eyes, Tony spoke and revealed the final answer. A supernova explosion requires a star that is at least 8 times the mass of the sun to reach it. Boom! Moment! The entire heavens and all realms were shocked. Even the holy Geisha and others who knew the result were smiling slightly at this moment. Even Morgana trembled in her heart. Because, her original plan was to use a supernova explosion to destroy Saint Geisha. And the supernova that even the holy Geisha could not stop had exploded, and now it was mastered by the old Yamamoto man. At this time, in an instant, everyone caught their sights on Yamamoto Motonyasase Shigakuni who was on the battlefield. Ajft, everyone saw the old man Yamamoto's face darker. Knowing the power of his relief at the moment, the old man Yamamoto is even more worried. The previous solutions can still be used when forced to do so. But the current solution is so compelling that it can't be used. Unless he wants to ruin the world. Otherwise, using that trick is definitely not the result he wants to see. With one cut, the enemy is gone. But everything is gone. Yamamoto Motoyanagisai Shigakuni shook his head and sighed. Seeing this scene, the heavens and myriad worlds didn't know what to say in their hearts. At this moment, even the few big men in the super god world are a little moved. Aboard the Devil Queen, Morgana's eyes were full of envy. Depend on. The old lady must have this ability, so she destroyed Guy Shanabit's Angel Nebula in the first place. Thinking that this is Li Yang Star's stellar driving technology, Morgana's eyes are more envy. Because even Lena can use the power of stars. But she is currently able to release Madara or something, too far away from the supernova explosion. But this old Yamamoto man actually controlled the supernova explosion. This made Morgana didn't know what to say. And at this moment, everyone also thought of Yamamoto's second reward. Reward 2, a chance to travel to other worlds. I don't know who it is, I replied in the chat group Satsuki Momoshiki. At Satsuki, 10 minutes have passed, and your ban should be lifted. Why don't you continue to be arrogant? Kizaru, Tony, and others also became interested in an instant. Kizaru at Satsuki, Your Excellency, come out, we are all waiting for you to continue speaking. Tony, Satsuki Peach style, Your Excellency, take a bubble, Captain Yamamoto is waiting for you. One after another flashed past, but Taoshi did not respond in the chat group at all. The silence made everyone laugh. But with a peachy temperament, how could he be afraid? Not to mention the heavens and the world, he didn't even care about the rankings. Seeing the leaderboard muted him, he immediately blocked the chat group in a rage, and stopped reading the messages in it. And also ordered the Jinchi shield under them, and the two continued to fly peacefully in the void of the universe. The chat group is very human, if you don't want to watch it, of course you can block it and it won't bother you in the slightest. So, Taoshi doesn't even know what happened in the chat group. Super God World. The angel looked cold and contemptuous. This Satsuki Momoshiki seems to be scared, but now it looks like how arrogant he is. If Yamamoto Motoyanagi Saijukoku descends into the Hokage world, he can be hacked to death with one hand. Yan and others also nodded, this time agreeing with Leng's words very much. Gai Sha and Hexi on the throne did not make a fuss with this group of people. The two thought of something deeper. In the battle between pirates and Hokage, the winner rewarded them for seeing them all. Although the resurrection is also heaven-defying, it is also shocking. However, this is a bit more stretched than the supernova explosion. Is it? Gai Sha and Hexi's brows moved at the same time. Could it be that the rewards given by the rankings are based on the original strength of the participants? The stronger the participants, the better the rewards they will receive? The opposite is true. Gai Sha and Hexi smiled, and the mist that was shrouded in their eyes on the rankings was being lifted little by little. And at this moment, on the battlefield, Yamamoto Motoyanagisai Shigakuni was eye-catching. Satsuki Kagaya stood aside sadly. Her face was slightly unnatural, and she looked at the winner Yamamoto with some envy. But slowly, in the chat group, a group of speeches emerged. Seeing those remarks, Kagaya's eyes widened, as if he was directly grasped by a big hand. Kagaya trembled. The ancestor of Chakra, a figure of 6 paths level, is even a little unsteady. And seeing those remarks, the heavens and all realms exploded. A group of ordinary people in the Hokage world began to slow Kagaya. How unpleasant the words are. Satsuki Kagaya, mother of sage of 6 paths, an ancestor of Chakra. I'm scared. Take a look at your rubbish record, how about showing off? Mother of sage of 6 paths, I think we might as well let Sage of Six Paths play in this battle. Sage of Six Paths must be better than her, and it will embarrass our world. Is it because you are the ancestor of Chakra? We have so few chakras in the ninja world. You are dying, give us chakra, so that we have more chakra. Satsuki Kagaya, you are going to die. A series of words cut into Kagaya's heart like a knife. The heavens and all realms were exploded, and everyone looked at these remarks angrily. The Black Zetsu in Akatsuki's organization almost couldn't control it, and his heart was extremely angry. But he still needs to endure, he needs to endure. Chapter 163. Chat group that looked at a group of ordinary common people endured or hate speech, tremors throughout the forbearance sector are up. Uchiha Madara in the organization knows his face sneer. Uchiha Madara at Senju Hashirama, Tallahassee hot mom, that's what you think peace can endure sector. Yao, naiva. I see, these people should not keep, should all be killed. No group of people, peace will endure sector, will be harmonious. Tallahassee freaky, open your eyes, good look at it, this is your guardian forbearance sector. Madara passage, Konoha village of Senju Hashirama into silence. This passage can shift quickly and was bound to endure countless ordinary speech drowned. Satsuki Kagaya, you quickly go die. The chakra give us, we can become strong. This, we will not let you play, give us a shameful thing in the world. Garbage, this should allow Sage of Six Paths play, he is the strongest person. Yes Six Paths should let the fairy play. This Kagaya, what kind of stuff? She is either to see Sage of Six Paths mother, I would not vote for her. For a time. Forbearance circles many people see Kagaya lose this game, the old man saw Yamamoto reward obtained, they jealous. He says, just as they win on the same. Kagaya stature battlefield shocked again. It's a nice pair of Byakugan, the moment is out of tears. Kagaya even strength again strong, and now his legs are weak, some stand up. Watching Kagaya, all women heavens one world are boiling. Empress Boa Hancock, Hokage world are numerous waste, you're really not human. I really cannot understand why you would give birth to the world that you have these people. Really damn. Really damn. And if I go to your world, it is bound to make you pay the price. 9 Snake Island throne, Emperor angry female chest and downs. Looking at the crowd abuse Kagaya, she really cannot put up with. Charlotte Linlin, Hokage world is it, so his aging mother have the opportunity, you must go to slaughter cleaners. Rubbish. They waste. Divine Guy Shakespeare, Hokage world, you have violated to my bottom line. Channel open world, I will personally take legions of angels to judge you. Space-based Wang Hexi, Guy Queen Lufthansa, to take me a moment. I'd like to see their mouth Sage of Six Paths exactly what stuff. Queen Devil Mo Megane, shut up, 2 blue pools. They the trial, it will only be my legions. Xia Beans at Whitebeard, Yamamoto Lu Yuanzai heavy country, Uncle Whitebeard, Yamamoto father, you can go to the world, the group of people who damn it kills you? Kagaya's sister had almost collapsed, these people too much. Broken Star, Rao is among the last days, despicable human nature to ultimate. But, I have not seen these people like you. Punch the world. Saitama fist, for the first time inside their own thing in doubt guardian. He guardianship of the planet, does it mean that the guardian of such a group of human beings? Well, what is the point guard? Shinigami world. Anohanaretsu, I spent 8,000 streams of Mao, wood like sword, heavy stained with blood. Inu Orium, you really are too much. Wan heavens, all women in this sector almost sound the same time, these people endure criticism sector. Although they are not evil, they are worse than evil. In addition to some real heavyweights laughed language outside. Almost everyone, full of malicious circles these people endure. These people can still ton of bricks. They still went on with his speech. Satsuki Kagaya, you quickly go die. Satsuki Kagaya, you quickly go die. Black Zetsubi organized within the dawn air burst. His stature trembling, had almost stifled Madara's mouth with a contemptuous smile. He knew, these ordinary human alive is guilty. Then Black Zetsu felt strange. Madara offside turned around and looked at him. Angry group of people. Class looking around the circle, even if everyone in the organization knows all cold-blooded mob. But now, everyone is just the same idea. Slaughter Endure community. Kill those people. Konan's stature trembling, anger in the eyes has been completely stifled. Those names, they have got them, will never let anyone. Xiao looked at the many members of the organization, Ban shook his head and smiled. Soon, you will be familiar with this cold world up. Sighed, looking at the group continued to criticize Kagaya ordinary people. 0. Look for flowers. And the next moment, this group of the population in the highest voice Sage of Six Paths appeared. Sage of Six Paths plumage, you cannot say that mothers do? Mother though guilty, but you will not be such criticism. And my strength is not necessarily so strong mother. See the Sage of Six Paths plumage, then endure a community group of people suddenly quiet. But then, is more crazy criticism. Sage of Six Paths, you're the strongest, you are forbearance industry legend. Unlike Kagaya this garbage, too weak, just give us endure humiliating profession. Boom. Kagaya in the battlefield like a thunderstruck. She looked at those words, tears have been spewing more than the eyes. Looked at his son, Collards, Kagaya is showing deep eyes cannot believe it. Plumage until now, that she is guilty. Xiao Black Zetsu within the organization, such as lightning. Heaven's Wan sector also in this moment of stunned. Kagaya guilt? Or from the Sage of Six Paths Sun mouth speak out? For a time, all are some doubts. Just when Sage of Six Paths to continue opening. Xiao Ye behind Madara within the organization Black Zetsu, completely not help it. Now. What else forbear? What also hiding what? What are special hell? Black Zetsu's stature trembling, opening directly in the chat group. Black Zetsu. At Satsuki Kagaya, Mom. You do not be sad, you and me. See Kagaya slightly emotional stability, Black Zetsu that the angry eyes directly targeting the Sage of Six Paths. Black Zetsu at Sage of Six Paths feathers, close your a dog goes. I am the mother of the third son, it stands to reason that you and Hamura is my brother. But my brother, two really big dutiful son. Now, I will come and talk about the Heaven's Wan circles, you big dutiful son feathers, then make things. Black Zetsu with excitement, regardless of whether it is direct. Even Madara Rinnegan Lord said that a pair of staring at him in different places, but the people within the organization knows have eyebrows. He can not so much. He did not want to Guaname duo. Then. Black Zetsu excited his heart and trembling opening, the period of ancient history tells it. What? Chapter 164. Mother was originally a member of the Tsutsuki clan and came to Ninja World thousands of years ago. After coming to the world, my mother and the Emperor of the Motherland, that is, my two elder brothers in name, Hei and Hamura's father fell in love. Soon, my mother became pregnant with Hei and Hamura. However, human wars continued at that time, and mothers were betrayed by humans. That group of ugly humans even wanted to kill the mother directly, not even the two children in her womb. Black Zetsu said each sentence, and there was silence in the chat group. The group of people also stopped temporarily under the control of the filial son Yui. Black Zetsu continued, speaking angrily. When the group of humans was about to kill the mother had to eat the fruit of the sacred tree in order to protect the two children in her womb. The mother who ate the fruit of the sacred tree possesses superpower, and the group of humans is no longer her opponent. After that, the Mother 690 calmed down the war at that time and returned the ninja world to peace. Because of the evil in people's hearts, my mother launched infinite Tsukuyomi on the ninja world, making everyone fall into illusion. Only a small group of people have their memories washed away by their mothers and return to life in the ninja world. This group of people has no evil in their hearts, so the ninja world is very peaceful for a while. Soon, my two elder brothers, the eldest sons Yui and Hamura, were born. And because her mother ate the fruit of the sacred tree, she was afraid that the high-ranking Satsuki clan would come and arrest her. Therefore, my mother will extract the souls of sinners from time to time and use them to train her own men. Soon after, my two brothers, the eldest son Yui and Yu, discovered what the village's mother had done. These two dutiful sons began to oppose their mother, and joined forces to fight against her. They have inherited the strength of their mother and are very strong. Finally, my mother was sealed by them together. But they don't know that the mother was discouraged because of being betrayed by two sons. Otherwise, the strength of the two of them alone is not the opponent of the mother at all. Black Zetsu told the whole story. Except for some things that could not be said, such as White Zetsu, he said everything else. Among them, Black Zetsu didn't even add fuel and vinegar. But even so, the heavens and the realms who learned the truth are completely angry. Kaguya stood there in the battlefield and wept silently. She shook her head and still doesn't believe her two sons will betray her. The chat group was silent for a moment. Then, the heavens and worlds are boiling. Female Emperor at Sage of Six Paths, really a big filial son, I was shocked to the sad family. Charlotte Linlin at Sage of Six Paths, if I had a son like you, I would choke to death without hesitation. All the women and all the mothers in Pirate World were angry. Even in the deepest part of the Holy Land, the one in Huajian crushed the wine glass in his hand. She wants to have such a son. Hokage World. Konoha, in the Hokage office building. With tears in his eyes, Naruto looked at his father Namikaze Minato. Dad, Sister Kaguya is so pitiful. She was betrayed by her son. She ate the fruits of the sacred tree to protect them. Naruto said while thinking of his childhood experience. Dad, besides, this group of people in Shinobi is too much. I see that although there are not many people in Konoha village, there are still one or two. Dad, Grandpa first generation, such a person is a real villain. Upon hearing Naruto's words, both Namikaze Minato and Senju Hashirama were silent. Tsunade reddish eyes, Kaguya is apparently what happened was pathetic. On the streets of Konoha village, little Sakura and Ino were crying so hard, they looked at the name Sage of Six Paths, and their hearts were full of hatred. Even the cute Hinata doesn't have a good opinion of Sage of Six Paths in his heart. On the contrary, she felt sorry for the figure in the battlefield. In the Super God world, all the angels were angry with Yu Yi, a filial son. The angels' cold words were full of indifference. This Sage of Six Paths, damn it! Yan and others were also silent, with a strong disgust and anger towards Yu Yi in their eyes. Devil Queen Morgana at Sage of Six Paths, I think you are not as good as a beast, you are even better than Gai Shana BCH. Holy Gai Shat! After the two shot again for a while, Morgana continued to speak. I have been in the universe for so many years and have seen scum, but I have never seen you so scum. Although our devil is called a devil, it may not be a good word in your eyes. But we demon are more friendly than you. Look at what this Sage of Six Paths is, look at what the group of people in the ninja world are. A bunch of rubbish, my old lady doesn't know what to use to scold you. My old mother really can't think of what a beastly person, who can personally unite with his brother to seal his mother. Your mother was under such a heavy pressure to protect you back then. My old lady suspects that if Kaguya is not killed, you still have to be the mother to blow. What a PD old lady! Morgana's words immediately detonated the heavens and the world again. This demon queen also said that everyone was in trouble. Everyone has these heavens and worlds. Some are righteous, some are evil. But most people, regardless of good or evil, these people at least respect their mothers and are very filial. Few people can do things like righteous killing of relatives. But this sage of six paths is really shameful to everyone. At this time, Bai Yuekui in the spirit cage world also spoke. She doesn't often speak in chat groups. But because of Yamato's little lowly Daodu, she can be considered to have a certain reputation. Everyone knows that this man usually doesn't speak. But nothing she said was wrong. Bai Yuekui, sage of six paths, I remember that after you and your brother Hamura sealed your mother, you were still respected by the ninja world as an immortal, a great good person, and so on. All good words are used to describe you, your mother, who has become a sinner in people's mouth. And this kind of remarks has continued to this day in 5.3. I just want to ask, you big filial son, do you still have a face now? Moment. 10,000 realms boiled and angered again. Female Emperor at Sage of Six Paths, do you have a face? Charlotte Linlin at Sage of Six Paths, do you have a face? Morgana at Sage of Six Paths, do you have a face? Genos at Sage of Six Paths, do you have a face? At the same time, Wanja criticized Sage of Six Paths. And they didn't forget the group of people in the ninja world. By the way, that group of people was also cast aside by the entire world. Chapter 165. Just when the heavens and worlds criticized Sage of Six Paths, Kaguya on the battlefield was shrouded in golden light. She and Yamamoto Jinyanagisai Shigakuni are about to return to their respective worlds. At this time, everyone turned their eyes to Kaguya. I saw Kaguya bathed in golden light with a very beautiful face. But there were 2 lines of clear tears in her eyes. A pair of Byakugan is even more sad. Seeing Kaguya whose heart is about to break, the whole world is distressed. Kaguya finally smiled and said, I don't blame them. The golden light shrouded, and Kaguya's figure disappeared. But what was left was Kaguya's deep sadness. At this moment, the entire heavens and all realms are feeling sad and distressed for Kaguya. This woman, this mother, has endured too much. Now, she is going back to the moon again, and she will endure the cold loneliness that will not change at all for thousands of years. Among them, there is Kaguya's heart that was broken by the 2 sons. Hokage World. Akatsuki Organization. Madara and the members of the Xiao Xiao organization talked and looked at each other. At the moment, Black Zetsu didn't want to say a word. Faced with Pan Nerao's profound gaze, Black Zetsu was very calm. Can be the next moment. Boom 09. Madara's figure appeared directly in front of Ju. One of his hands beckoned Ju's neck even more. White Zetsu screamed that he was wronged, but Black Zetsu did not struggle. Madara spoke coldly. Give me a reason not to kill you. No matter how stupid his class is, now he can understand the true purpose of Black Zetsu. This thing confuses everything I do. It must be all for the resurrection of Tsutsuki Kaguya. That infinite Tsukuyomi may also be Black Zetsu's method of cheating himself to resurrect Tsutsuki Kaguya. Konan and Pen Tiandeo also fixed their eyes on Black Zetsu. This guy actually played all of them in the palm of his hand. They actually calculated their entire Akatsuki organization. Brother Prince's pupils dilated even more. The face under the mask changed drastically. Everyone looked at Black Zetsu, waiting for him to answer Ben's words. But Black Zetsu was very calm. He looked at Madara and spoke lightly. Uchiha Madara, I admit, everything I did before was to revive my mother. Feeling the tighter and tighter palms, Black Zetsu did not panic and continued to speak. But now, with the leaderboard, Mom no longer needs my plan, and can be resurrected. So, we can cooperate. When Mom is resurrected, with the power of Mom and you, we will surely be able to unify the ninja world. It will definitely create a peaceful world that belongs to us. Hearing Black Zetsu's words, Madara's hand continued to increase. But he was also thinking about the cooperation in absolute words in his heart. Kaguya has participated in the battle and is now hanging on the leaderboard. Although she has not resurrected. But with her strength, as long as she wins a round, she is bound to be able to resurrect. And if Kaguya is resurrected, he is found to have killed Black Zetsu. So with the current strength, Kaguya must be unstoppable. And, Black Zetsu also knows him very well. No threats were made to him. Because Black Zetsu knows, if you dare to threaten him, Uchiha Madara, then he, Uchiha Madara, will not care about anyone, and will definitely kill him. This Black Zetsu calculated his heart to death. Madara thought slightly in her heart, and her palm loosened. Let I find that you dare to calculate me, even Tsutsuki Kaguya can't threaten me. Madara said coldly, her figure flashed, and she returned to her seat. Konoha. In the Hokage office building. Naruto looked at his father Namikaze Minato and blinked. Dad, Sister Kaguya is so pitiful. Is it like, if I betrayed my mother would feel? Naruto said, with a sigh on his face. And, being betrayed by her own son, Kaguya's sister doesn't even blame them. Naruto stared, somewhat unable to understand. Namikaze Minato smiled at this moment and touched Naruto's head. Naruto, if it were your mother Kushina, she would definitely not blame you. As parents, how can anyone blame their children? Minato sighed and said, with complexity in his eyes. Naruto shook his head, her face a little angry. But that sage of 6 paths is too much. I will never betray mom and dad. Listening to Naruto's words, Namikaze Minato's eyes are full of complexity. Senju Hashirama, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and others present also looked complicated. Everyone has been a father, and they all understand the kind of trust they have in their children. Kaguya, maybe that's the case, right? Spirit Cage World. Little lowly Daodu's eye sockets were red and swollen, and he had obviously cried more than once. Thinking of Kaguya's sadness when she left, Xiaodo felt even more distressed in her heart. Sister Broken Star, Sister Kaguya is really heartbreaking. If I were her daughter, I would definitely not make her so sad. The eyes of Broken Star and others were also full of complexity, and they were all silent. Bai Yuekui shook his head and sighed. It's not just the Hokage world. How many such things are there in the heavens and worlds? I'm depressed. Everyone in the heavens and worlds was a little silent. At this time, the heavens and worlds once again spread their anger on Sage of 6 Paths Yui. Devil Queen Morgana at Sage of 6 Paths, no matter what you did in the first place, my mother will always look after you in the future. Haven't heard of the saying that Bashan is filial piety first? Fortunately, the shinobi world also treats you as a great good person and worships you as an ancestor. But you can't even the simplest filial piety 690, you really disappointed everyone's admiration for you. Golden Lion at Uchiha Madara, it's hard to imagine that there are such people in your world. We above the sea, wicked people abound, burning, looting, and pirates are everywhere. But, at the very least, they have sincere feelings for their brothers and their crew. Not to mention, although this group of people show themselves in front of outsiders, but they will do their utmost filial piety in front of their parents. Sage of 6 Paths. Ah, I feel sad for that world. Kizaru, let me summarize the ugly behavior of Sage of 6 Paths. First, it is rebellious. I and my younger brother joined hands to seal my mother. There is no trace of filial piety at all, and it is simply inhumane. Second, deceive the ninja world and revise history, although I admit that history is made by the victor. But for someone like you to label your mother as a wicked person to set off your greatness, I'm really not ashamed of you. Even Kizaru, who has always fished, has an unquenchable anger in his heart. Finally, I just want to say, really a filial son, Tsutsuki Hago Romo. Kizaru's words immediately caused many people to follow suit. Really a filial son, Tsutsuki Hago Romo. Really a filial son, Tsutsuki Hago Romo. Chapter 166. Ninja World. Many people also acts on the Sage of the Six Paths disgraced. But there are some people. For example, 4th Kazekage Luosand and 3rd Tsuchikage Ono would. That they would think, Sage of Six Paths doing is right. Without him, to now, or in the community that forbearance under Tsutsuki Kage rule. No one wants to have been controlled. Even as the world is no war, there is no sin. People may like Ono Wood and Luosand like this, they do not care what war crime. Because of this that they have to do anything. 4th Kazekage Luosand, which is able to send someone to assassinate his son's presence. He can work it out. The 3rd generation Soil Ono Shadow Wood, not to mention, a few shady things are countless. As for all Thundercloud Shinobi village of 4th Raikage AI. Although he was the heart of the Sage of Six Paths very shame. Raikage can stand in this position, he really believes Sage of Six Paths of doing what is right plumage. No collared seal Mother Kagaya, how can now endure sector? How ninja now the big five? So, this group of people began to plead for the Sage of Six Paths in the chat group. But their sound was scolded heavens one world engulfed. I looked at that round after round contempt Sage of Six Paths words, Ono Wood and Sand Luo cannot help but silent. And that I do not know where the Sage of Six Paths plumage he retained at the moment is the spiritual body, floating in the sky above the tolerance circles. Looked at that round after round abusive own words, Sage of Six Paths body was trembling with anger. He cannot help but anger opening. Sage of Six Paths plumage at all the members. Out of sight of the Lord is, everyone instantly scolded more bearings. Meaning you can see he wants to speak, so everyone also gave him a chance. Sage of Six Paths forcibly suppressed anger opening. I admit, I was the seal of his mother, my lack of filial piety. My mother can do those nasty things, Black Zetsu has to say. She will pull everyone into the illusion, so that there is no freedom for all, this is a good thing? And, she also Dark Vice Admiral group of people in magic, trained to be obedient only to its own forces, this is a good thing? And from time to time, she will be the soul of mankind to worship God Tree, which is right. Although the mother put down in troubled times, active. But she should not control all, people should have their own freedom. Sage of Six Paths with these words, only slightly suppressed their anger. Ono Wood, Sand Luo, who was still standing Sage of Six Paths side, to help their talk. Can be the next moment. Black Zetsu opening the chat group fury. Black Zetsu at Sage of Six Paths, I was 16666 m. Special what you in the end there is no point if people. Mother in order to protect you in Hamura, at great risk to eat fruit from the tree of God, do you think those mothers rare power? Infinite Tsukuyomi although extreme, but it is undeniable. Makes endure sector are attributed to peace. And the mother is not entirely let everyone out. She has issued good deeds of those who were put out, which you did not see it. Thy childhood, why all are people of goodwill? Why everyone you admire a plus? Special what you take a look at it you. Tree worship God, it is the mother who enjoy those guilty to worship, this is wrong. Mother are not obsessed with power, she was just trying to protect you in Hamura. I hate people, is that you, my mother gave birth to you in Hamura to be a Kugan wolf disgraced. Black Zetsu see it, the whole Heavens Wong community are angry. A ninja of Konoha village road. At Sage of Six Paths, I just want to ask you. What you said, people should have their own freedom, is that the freedom of the shinobi now? I was 5 years old, my parents died in battle, I lost all love, and my surroundings were cold. Fortunately, I still have 2 friends in the ninja school. After that, we graduated and became genin. But the first task is to participate in the Third Ninja World War. 2 of my comrades in arms died in front of my eyes. My hands are stained with blood, and I lie in a pool of blood in despair. At Sage of Six Paths, I want to ask you, is this what you call freedom? A free world full of wars, conspiracies, and blood. Sorry, compared to this, I would rather have only limited freedom. Ninja is because you sealed the ancestor of Kaguya, that made the world like this now. There is nothing wrong with Sage of Six Paths, the ancestor of Kaguya, whether it is from her standpoint or our standpoint. You are the biggest sinner in the ninja world. The words of this genin instantly silenced the chat group. Everyone was lost in thought. Senju Hashirama, Madara, and others have complex faces. Morgana at Sage of Six Paths. Freedom? I don't think anything when these 2 words are said in anyone's mouth, but when you say it in your mouth, it makes me sick. Seal your own mother, and then rule the ninja world by yourself. This is the freedom you want, isn't it? The freedom you won for ordinary people in the shinobi world. I see, this is your own ambition, right? And your brother Hamura, who was squeezed out by you to guard his mother on the moon. I can now understand your brother's regrets for so many years. Fudged by your brother, sealed my mother. Then, you were squeezed out to guard your mother on the moon. I really don't know what to say. And Morgana added another sentence at the end. At Sage of Six Paths, scold you, so you can sit down and you can do it, so dare to talk back. Boom. The heavens and myriad worlds were full of applause for a while. When Black Zetsu saw Morgana's words, his heart suddenly sighed. Black Zetsu at, Devil Queen, thank you. Hey I can now think of why Hamura is willing to guard his mother on the moon. Because of his guilt, he sealed his mother with guilt, and at least he still has a little humanity. But what about you? Enjoy the admiration of the people in the ninja world. Enjoy the supreme status. Leave a name in Qing history. Scum with no humanity. Boom. The anger in the chat group, Wang Niu's, almost reached a peak. By this time Janosch was about to stop smoking. He spoke directly. Genos at Eisensuk, Lanshan, can you teach this Sage of Six Paths in the next game? Shonda at, yes it is powerful, you can teach him a lesson, let this big filial son feel repentance. In an instant, the chat group was filled with words that made Eisen act. Eisen in Sui Palace rubbed his eyebrows, and had a headache. He did look down on that Sage of Six Paths. But his goal is the first position mad. But I can't waste my challenge opportunity on this Sage of Six Paths. Eisen is worrying about which one of his subordinates will play in this Sage of Six Paths. But he looked at it, and it seemed that apart from himself, none of his subordinates could win the Sage of Six Paths securely. This makes Eisen a headache. At this moment, the chat group suddenly fell silent. Zaraki Kenpeiki, Tsutsuki Hago Romo, dare to fight with me. Chapter 167. Shinigami World. Jingling Court, Godai 13. The captains turned their heads to look at Zaraki Kenpeiki in a different place. Kenpeiki's eyebrows were calm at the moment. He looked around and suddenly laughed. I said that in this battle, I must join the battle. Aren't you going to regret it? Kenpeiki's mouth twitched. It's okay to go back, but I have to ask if my knife agrees with it. Talking. The Ryutsu on Kenpeiki erupted suddenly, crushing the surrounding ground to creak. The faces of all the captains were a bit ugly. Kirako Shunsui and Jaishur Yukatake looked at each other. Both of them have the kind of inaction, and they don't even bother to fight with Kenpeiki. Shattered B, Paimon Seijin, Hitsuga Ichware shook his head slightly. The 3 of them didn't mean to fight with Kenpeiki. Otherwise it must be very troublesome to be targeted by this lunatic. Sister Hwa smiled slightly, and she didn't even mean to compete with Kenpeiki. At last, Kenpeiki fixed the beast-like eye on Byakuya Kukaki. I saw that Byakuya, who looked like a nobleman, didn't mean to look at him at all. Crazy man, if you want to fight, just fight. Byakuya's indifferent words sounded. Kenpeki laughed at the words. Okay, then it's settled. And in the chat group, when Wanja saw Kenpeki 690, he was a little different. Zaraki Kenpeki? They haven't heard the name. Sage of Six Paths Yi, this is Kagaya's mother. As soon as he was born, he wore Kagaya's chakra, and he still had the presence of Rin Egan. After Kagaya was sealed, Sage of Six Paths Yi became Ten Tails Jinkraki, a figure sitting firmly in the Six Paths class. This has been mentioned in the previous Black Zetsu talk. So I was a little worried for a while in the chat group. They are afraid that Zaraki Kenpeki will not be able to beat Sage of Six Paths Yi. There was a lot of discussion in the chat group for a while. But at this moment, Aizen spoke. Aizen-suk, Captain Zaraki is my former colleague. I believe that Captain Zaraki will be able to defeat the Sage of Six Paths. Friends of the heavens and worlds, everyone can trust Captain Zaraki. Seeing Aizen, many people directly relieved. Mountain University, at Aizen, the blue sky speaks, we naturally believe. We are just afraid that the garbage Sage of Six Paths is too strong. Genos, yes, if it's not our world's turn, otherwise, I'll ask my teacher to teach the Sage of Six Paths in this round. Seeing these words, Sage of Six Paths in Ninja World was going to blow up. He was extremely angry inside. Sage of Six Paths Yi at Zaraki Kenpeki, good, old man, accept your challenge. In those words, there was suppressed anger. He, Sage of Six Paths, hasn't been seen so clearly. In the past, in the world of ninja, where did he go where he was not admired by the people? But now, I won't be criticized by the heavens in all realms. A random unknown person, dare to threaten to challenge him? His Yi must let the heavens and the world see how good he is. Although 10 tails is not on him now, it is too much trouble to regroup the 9 tails. Simply, Sage of Six Paths is ready to directly participate in the war. Although there is no 10 tails on him, he is still very confident in his own strength. Then, the chat group announcement is released. Hokage of Shinigami, the second battle is about to begin, please choose representatives from both sides. In an instant, the entire universe began to look forward to it. I look forward to whether Zaraki Kenpeki can beat Sage of Six Paths into a dog. Hokage World. Inside Konoha village, Namikaze Minato and others looked at Senju Hashirama. Looking at the registered Sage of Six Paths, everyone didn't know whether to vote for him or not. At this moment, Naruto, who was standing next to Namikaze Minato, spoke angrily. Sage of Six Paths, originally thought he was a good person. But I sealed my mother, making Sister Kagaya so sad. I hope this Zaraki Kenpeki can teach him a lesson. As Naruto said, he voted directly. Upon seeing this, Senju Hashirama and others also shook their heads and smiled. A child is sensible, what are they, asked, hesitating. The big deal, the victory in this battle is no more, they also want to see Sage of Six Paths Yi be taught by others. As a result, almost everyone in the ninja world voted for Sage of Six Paths. Some simply want to see him be beaten. Some believe that Sage of Six Paths is powerful and can win this battle for their world. In the end, the Hokage World players were selected. The Second War, Hokage World player, Sage of Six Paths, Tsutsuki Hago Romo. And Shinigami's side. Although some people voted for others, the final result is still Zaraki Kenpeki. The second battle, Shinigami World's candidate, Zaraki Kenpeki. Godi 13. Kenpeki is shrouded in golden light and is about to be sent to the battlefield by the leaderboard. And at this moment, the captain who returned from the battlefield, Yamamoto Motoya Seisei Shigakuni, spoke lightly. Kenpeki, if you can't blow up that Sage of Six Paths, come back and wait for punishment. You broke the Godi 13 building, and I haven't punished you yet. When everyone heard it, their eyes were slightly surprised. The captain meant that as long as he wins by 8, he won't be punished? It seems. Even the old man Yamamoto is very dissatisfied with the Sage of Six Paths. Kenpei nodded, standing in the golden light, laughing. The mind roared. At this moment, no matter how strong people are, they feel trance at the same time. Shrouded in golden light, a scene of yellow sand all over the sky slowly appeared. 2 golden lights came, and there was a line of eye-catching golden letters in the middle of the battlefield. The second battle, Hokage World Tsutsuki Hago Romo, Battle Zaraki Kenpei, start. The font dissipated, and the 2 golden lights dissipated. Under the excited eyes of 10,000 realms, the body of Sage of Six Paths floating in the air slowly appeared. Sage of Six Paths has 2 horns on his head, brown hair, wearing a white coat, and 6 black jade-like patterns on his chest. In the center of that old forehead, there was a red circular mark. Looking at the old Sage of Six Paths, the heavens and the world are all mocking. Shandong University, this old man must be beaten out. To despise him, I am going to be beaten to death by Kenpei. For a time, the heavens and all realms were full of anger at Sage of Six Paths. And in another golden light, the figure of Zaraki Kenpei appeared. The ferocious Kenpei shocked the heavens and all realms in an instant. Little lowly Natsuga's complexion changed, and Kenpei's face turned pale with fright. Wearing a captain's death tyrant with jagged edges on the hem. Being unable to sense spiritual power, Kenpei made her long hair into small bundles, each with a small bell that could sense spiritual power. He wore a black blindfold on his right eye, and the long scar on his left face made Kenpei even more vicious. He carried Zanpakuto on his shoulders, and looked at the Sage of Six Paths Yi opposite with ferocious eyes. Chapter 168. Kenpei see that insolent aggressive atmosphere, the whole community is one of the heavens Wanjing. Its body like that of a beast-like momentum, it really scared the moment a lot of people. Pirate World. Marshal's Office of Naval Headquarters. See Zaraki Kenpei like, Sengoku, who are the heart slightly sank. This guy appeared, the crowd gave a kind of animal-like atmosphere. But Hokage world-class strength of the Six Paths they may have just seen. That Tsutsuki Kage rolling all combat forces are too powerful. This could not help Sengoku heart a little worried. Zaraki Kenpei, really better than the Sage of Six Paths collared it. At this time, saw like a beast of Zaraki Kenpei, green male suddenly pick eyebrow. Ah la la. This atmosphere, like that guy ah. Aokiji hear the words, Akainu and Kizaru also pick eyebrow. Awful, awful way. Kyuzan, what you say is that you kill the monster. Aokiji nodded. Akainu lenghung soon. Beasts. Kaido. Near extruded from the root in a few words, you can see how Akainu's inner rage. But it can also be understood. The pirates treated as enemies Akainu cannot stand the most is Kaido. Over the years, Kaido will come naval headquarters from time to make a scene. It may be because of its special physical, marine cannot yet completely killed. Ins and outs. They have used all means, but still kill Kaido. This allows Akainu how indescribably angry. These people in the martial office, the 3 Admiral, Garp, Sengoku. They are almost 5 Kaido as a result, few people will go together to repression. So for Kaido, they are familiar with. And then to see that Zaraki Kenpei like a breath of the beast, the moment everyone will think of him and Kaido together. Kenpei looked at that powerful momentum, Garp nodded. There is no Kaido's resilience aside, but his breath the old lady have felt the sense of crisis. Presumably, the strength should not be more than Kaido mom. Everyone nodded. But the Zaraki Kenpei, what cannot prevail Sage of Six Paths also still unknown. New World. 4 Emperors Kaido laugh. This atmosphere, Laozi like. Ha 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 ha. Yes, like Laozi people, Zaraki Kenpeki is not it. Dry the death of the Sage of Six Paths plumage. Kaido roaring, obviously drink a lot. In the Heavens Wan community at the same time they are worried. Sage of Six Paths has almost become public enemy Wan border, so they would like to see the big dutiful son was beaten scenes. As many will be able to breath better benefits. In some circles million under intense gaze. Battlefield Zaraki Kenpeki move. I saw Zaraki Kenpeki up is a wild laugh. Ahahahaha. Ahahahaha. It looked around the surrounding sand filled the battlefield, his face extremely excited. This is my desire battlefield. The heavens battlefield, I Zaraki Kenpeki coming. Hope here, let me truly understand the joy of fighting, ha. Zaraki Kenpeki seem crazy, laughing at that. Kizaru look a bit strange. This fear is not a fool, right? And the next moment, Kenpeki slightly lift the sword. At this moment, Heaven's Wan circles are seen Kenpeki hand tools and try jagged blade Zanpakut. Hawkeye is immediately eyes a shrink. This man. He muttered mouth, a pair of very sharp eagle eye staring Zaraki Kenpeki. Straw Hat Pirates Zoro also look a little surprised. Sword. Even looking at the blade are uneven Zanpakut, Zoro knife really cannot imagine how many times have experienced battle. In the battlefield. I saw Zaraki Kenpeki lift sword pointing straight across the Sage of Six Paths. Everyone thought it would Kenpeki on, cannot help but cheer. On Kenpeki. Dry the death of the Sage of Six Paths collards. Teach this great filial son a good lesson. What a scum, Kenpeki kills him. The chat group was almost full of curses against Sage of Six Paths, and everyone was looking forward to the scene of Kenpeki slashing Sage of Six Paths. But after Kenpeki pointed his sword at Sage of Six Paths, he unexpectedly backhanded and plunged the sword directly into the yellow sand beside him. Zanpakut no Zarashi was inserted aside, and then he looked frantically at Sage of Six Paths. Kenpeki's wild voice sounded. Hey! Tsutsuki Hago Romo, right? Let me see your strength, you attack first. After speaking, Kenpeki stood there. Open your arms and bare your chest. Kenpeki looked at the opposite Sage of Six Paths defenselessly. See this scene. The heavens and all realms are slightly stunned. What is he doing? Yes. What is he doing? This Zaraki Kenpeki is not a fool, right? Come up and let others attack first. Isn't this a problem with your brain? But the heavens and 10,000 realms are puzzled. The captains in Shinigami's world are not surprised at all. Some of the captains held their foreheads and some sighed. Kurosaki Ichigo in this world stares wide. What does this mean? Ishida and others were also shocked. What does this mean? When most people in the heavens and worlds do not understand. Kaido, the beasts of the pirate world, laughed. Ha 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 ha. As expected, he is the same person as Lao Zi. Kaido looked at Kenpeki, not to mention how satisfied he was. This is simply carved out of the same mold with him. Sage of Six Paths Yi in the battlefield was also shocked. And then. It's a deep anger. What about Zaraki Kenpeki? He threatened to challenge him in the chat group. Now he dare to despise him so much. Is his Sage of Six Paths Yi so bully? He doesn't need to look at it now to know that the chat group must be ridiculing him. Sage of Six Paths was holding the tin stick made by truth-seeking ball in his hand, and his face was a bit ugly. 0. Is Kenpeki? The old man as a senior, it is still necessary to tell you that in the battle. But I haven't waited for Sage of Six Paths to finish talking. Kenpeki's chest stretched again over there, and his strong muscles were exposed. The sturdy breath swept the quartet even more. I said, you come first, don't you have the guts? That's really a boring fight. Sage of Six Paths' face sank. He didn't say much, his figure flashed. Holding the Six Paths tin stick, Yi directly attacked. Being so provoked by Kenpeki, if he tolerates it, it will make more people look down on him. The figure flashed, and the Six Paths class body technique speed unfolded. At the moment when most people in the heavens and worlds did not react, Sage of Six Paths appeared directly behind Kenpeki. The tin stick in his hand is now resident. Silently, the heavens and all realms were taken aback for a moment. One of Kenpeki's left arm was instantly cut off by Kajin and fell to the ground. Boom! This scene seems to have set off a major earthquake in the minds of countless people in the heavens and 10,000 realms. Ken be in the battlefield. Kenpeki looked at the disappearing left arm, his face couldn't help not having the slightest pain on his face. Instead, Kiaha laughed, similar to crazy. Ha 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 ha. This is a fight. At this moment, Sage of Six Paths stood not far behind Kenpeki, and said flatly. It's your own stupidity to treat anyone carelessly in battle. Hearing what he said, Kenpeki's face was puzzled. Fighting? The sound is very different. Next moment, Kenpeki's face suddenly became firm. No, this is Saint Kill. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 169. Seeing the appearance of Zaraki Kenpeki, the whole world was shocked. Seeing his crazy laugh, looking at his sturdy breath, looked at his nonsense words, everyone was surprised. The captains of the Shinigami world couldn't help holding their foreheads. This Kenpeki, this is sick again. Kurako Shunsui smiled, his eyes full of interest. I don't know if this madman can defeat that dutiful man. It's difficult, the strength shown by Sage of Six Paths may not be inferior to that Satsuki Kagaya. In this case, Kurako Shunsui's eyes were a little serious. Kenpeki's battle is not easy to fight. Sister Hwa on the side was also smiling, with a little worry in her eyes. Although Kenpeki is strong, Ryutsu, who took off his blindfold and lifted the restrictions, is one of the best among all captains. However, Kenpeki has one biggest shortcoming after all. 6, 90 and 0 means that he can't explain it. He is the only unsolvable existence among all Shinigami captains. And don't explain, Kenpeki can't even do Shikai in the real sense. Facing an opponent who is close to Kagaya's strength, how should Kenpeki fight? Sister Hwa smiled on her face, but there was a trace of worry in her heart. After all, Kenpeki, she looked to become stronger. Kaido on the ghost island of Wano-kuni is trembling even more. He was excited. This Zaraki Kenpeki is so much like his Kaido. From the side, Jack looked a little dazed. Boss Kaido, this Zaraki Kenpeki has your style. Kaido heard it and laughed again. In the battlefield. Listening to Kaido's words, Sage of Six Paths' face was slightly flustered. Kenpeki turned his head at this moment and looked at him feverishly. Come and fight. Ding. Next moment, the figure of Zaraki Kenpeki appeared directly in front of Sage of Six Paths. The remaining right hand held the zigzag Zanpakuto, and slashed hard at him. Boom! The terrifying breath of confrontation swept across the square, surrounded by dust. The smoke and dust gradually dispersed. I saw in the battlefield. Sage of Six Paths was holding a black truth-seeking ball-tin rod and blocked Kenpeki's slash with one hand. Zanpakuto and the truth-seeking ball-tin rod collided in the air, blasting the yellow sand around the two into a big pit. Little lowly Syado's complexion was a little nervous. What's the matter with Zaraki Kenpeki? Why did he come up and let the Sage of Six Paths attack first? Syado's face was full of doubts and regrets. Without my left arm, I lost most of my strength. How on earth is Kenpeki fight? Syado shook her head, with a little regret in her eyes. She very much hopes to see Kenpeki win. Because Sage of Six Paths is the public enemy of the 10,000 worlds. Kenpeki's battle almost represents the heavens and all realms. If he can't win, then Sage of Six Paths will continue to be arrogant. In the battlefield, Sage of Six Paths blocked Kenpei's knife, but his eyes were slightly shocked. The knife in Kenpei's hand can actually compete with his truth-seeking ball. Because of the war between Kaguya and Yamamoto, Zanpakuto, the old man of Yamamoto, never directly confronted Kaguya. So he didn't even know that Zanpakuto could still compete with truth-seeking ball. Depressing inner surprise. Although truth-seeking ball is a product of the power of six paths, ordinary swords cannot compete with it. The strength of Zanpakuto and Kenpei's hands surprised him. But his Sage of Six Paths is not only the truth-seeking ball attack method. A pair of Rinnegan shrank slightly. Boom! Shenluo Tianzhang used it. Moment. A shocking repulsion burst out of Sage of Six Paths. Kenpei's body was directly hit by the repulsive force and flew upside down. Falling into the yellow sand in the distance, Kenpei stumbled to his feet. He looked at Sage of Six Paths Yi again, his eyes showed a fierce light like a beast. Zanpakuto held it in his hand, and Kenpei could already feel his trembling. Are you excited? The corner of Kenpei's mouth. Then, look at the opposite Sage of Six Paths.